use them. It should be. You do sit-ups with a medicine ball, and you move it from alternating sides. All right. Are you seeing more definition in your abdominal muscles? You what? Okay, good. Are you ready to go back to that guy and ask him if you're ready? You're ready to ask it in a month. All right. Why in a month? Okay. All right. How many calories a day? Yep. How many calories are you eating a day? Of course. Yo, dog, are you chlamydia free? That seems too low, dude. Yeah. Um, I don't know, because when we did it the other day, you were at like 1600. Okay. 1488. That's closer. Do you feel like that's more accurate? Do you think that's accurate? All right. So, do you want to know how long it's going to take you to? So, are you losing 2 pounds a week? Yeah, approximately. Okay, that makes sense. And what's your goal weight? 67 kilos. Do you think you're going to get there? And then you're going to slay mad pussy. All right, and then you're going to slay mad pussy. Are you sure? Word dog. All right. Are you going to start using medicine balls? All right. Do you do burpees? It's like a thing where they're really hard to do, but they're really good for cardio. It's like you get down on the ground, like basically do a push up, and then you do a squat, and then you jump in the air, and you just keep doing that. All right, well, they're very popular. All right, in terms of, and I'm almost ready. In terms of, um, do you think so? You're gonna go back to the guy in a month and be like, "Hey, look at my abs." Do you think he's gonna suck your dick? All right, well, that's a good thing. So, it, like basically, he didn't say your arms had to be bigger or anything. He just said more defined abdominal muscles, correct? All right. And then what did he say? Like what's the pay and everything? Do you have to pay them? What's the house fee, etc.? So you just go there and strip for free, and you get to keep anything that you make. All right. How do they make money? Oh, so you have to. So you there is a house fee. So you do have to pay them. Is it 15 or is it 20%? I mean, what's it's either one or the other. Okay. And how much you looking? Okay, what if it's less than $100? Okay, well, why'd you say $100? Why wouldn't you just say If it's under $1,000, it's 50%. If it's over $1,000, it's 20%. Well, each dance per chick is $110. Like in the U.S., how long is a dance? So that's a whole session. I'm talking. I mean, isn't it like a normal strip club where you come out, you give a girl a lap dance, and she pays you like $20? Yeah, how's it work there? How does it work there? Right? Uh, I don't really like perhaps never, perhaps like 15 years ago. I doubt it. I've been to strip clubs in like 3 different countries, and they all vary, allegedly. So, are you saying that in some strip clubs where you are a lady can pay you to fuck her? Because usually that happens after. Yeah, that doesn't happen on site, does it? Usually that'll be like, you want to fuck? Yeah, okay. Then my shift is over at like 3 in the morning. Here's my number. They'll blow you at the strip club. All right. And if you want more, you go to a brothel. All right. How much is a brothel session? Oh, aren't they legal in some parts of Australia? They are illegal. So they're illegal in Western Australia. Why do you think that is? Yeah, why do you think that is? It's just like more conservative or something? What do you mean? All right, but I mean, that would be an issue in the whole country, wouldn't it? All right, so that would be an issue in the whole country. So why would they just make it illegal in your state and in Western Australia? What do you mean lack of progress? Oh, I gotcha. So um, is it more conservative there? There you go. All right, I'm almost done, dude. I appreciate your patience. All right, do they have male brothels? Yeah. Oh, really? They do? If you're gay, they have male brothels. So a guy just sits around all day and waits for another guy to come in and have sex with him? No way. That's interesting. And are they popular? Well, you know that they exist, so you might know if they're popular. So you mean there's just like a whole is it a house or like a whole establishment full of dudes who are just waiting for gay guys to come in and have sex with them? Because that's interesting. I've never heard of like anywhere in the world that there are. Why is that? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Gay guys are usually pretty um, just open to having sex, not necessarily making somebody pay for it. Like I could see gay bars, but a gay brothel. But they do exist. Wow. I don't know. Okay. All right. And how are they? Like, what's a brothel Does it have like signage? Like the legal brothels in Australia, do they have a sign? Do they have signage that just say brothel? So it's just like there aren't signs. So it's just okay. So you Google it before you go there. So there's no signs. There's it's just like extremely discreet and right. Okay, and so there's no signage. You Google it before you go there. All right. So that's how dispensaries work. Like in California before it was like made legal recreationally. It was kind of like the street like that. So you had there was like a big list that you would go to see if it were a place you could go. All right, almost done, sir. I know you're like you keep saying that, but I'm just working on something and it's almost done. Do they have massage parlors there? Do they offer full service? There you go. All right. Right. That's kind of how it is in the United States. But then they kind of figure out they're going to offer full service, then everybody in the establishment kind of offers full service. And if they're not, then it'll just be like, that'll be the establishment. Like, they'll just be like, we don't do that. What's 23 years ago, dude? Is that your favorite Disney movie? Why? Why is it your favorite Disney movie? It's so unique. Is Stitch an is Stitch an alien? From what planet is he? Or it? Oh, interesting. What is that experiment? Okay, so he's not an alien. Is Lilo is in? Go ahead.
So Jumbo is
So Jumbo's a what?
Jumbo is like Matt Thompson's the correct stick as an alien.
So Jumbo is an alien,
Yep.
but Stitch is not. And you like that one because it's the most unique of all of the Disney films? Do I understand that correctly? Do you like do you like Lilo?
Layla?
Yeah, do you like her? Is she like a cool character?
I like her sister.
Is Lilo's sister funny or something?
Sorry?
Why do you like Lilo's sister?
Layla's sister's
She's hot? You calling a cartoon hot?
sorry?
You're calling a cartoon hot?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll have to look this chick up. Who's the hottest Disney character of all time? There's only one answer to this, but go ahead. Try to guess it. I bet you're wrong.
Elsa.
That's incorrect. Keep guessing.
Cinderella.
No, she's not a Disney princess.
Celeste.
Yeah, she's not a Disney villain either. She may be the most sexualized Disney character of all time.
Megara.
Who's that?
Please go.
No, not her.
Jessica Rabbit.
You got it, dog. Good job, man. Good job. That was faster than I thought you were going to hit it. Do you know who Jessica?
Out of this.
You have a list?
Yeah, I looked up this.
Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on Jessica Rabbit?
Yeah.
Yep, she's hot as fuck. She's not bad. She's just drawn that way. That was her like thing. Have you seen Roger Rabbit? Who framed Roger Rabbit?
It's one of my favorite movies.
Dude, same man. It's amazing.
It's one of totally up there. Top 10, maybe top 5.
Dude, I love that movie. That's like an interesting, exciting movie. I remember when it came out, it was like it blew my mind. You know, that's the first movie ever where Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are on the screen at the same time. You knew that? I love the weasels in that movie. The only thing that I don't like is Judge Doom. He's scary as fuck. Yo, yeah. That's big time. 4x, baby. How's Harry Potter Obama-san Panini doing? It's up 10% today. Do you think it's going to eventually rug?
Yeah.
Are you happy you got out when you did?
Good.
Oh, you're good. You, man. You're,
Very slow down.
you're just going to write it into the end? Okay, how much is it if you don't mind? 80,000 tokens. So that's like $2,000 or something? $5,200? That's a lot, dude. How's that doing? Are you proud of that? You always want more, right? Back to being a millionaire? Did the market change or something? Dude, I saw this hilarious way to pick up chicks. Like really scummy chicks, but kind of smart chicks as well. Alright, so somebody made an app that looks like a banking app, and it just makes you look like you have tens of millions of dollars in your banking app. So this is what you do. It's like, I don't know if it works every time, but it works. All right. So what you do generally works best if you're in like a different city, or it really helps if you have a hotel room. All you need is a hotel room and this app. But what you do is you go to a bar and you just don't pay attention to anybody, and you just look at your phone every once in a while at this banking app. And instead of showing like whatever amount you normally have, it shows that you have like hundreds of millions of dollars, or like a lot, tens of millions of dollars, like a lot of money. And there are chicks who get really curious as to what dudes are doing on their phone, especially if they're like at a bar or something, and they'll look at your phone and they'll see that you have tens of millions of dollars, and they'll come up to you and they will be all over you all night. And then you'd be like, hey, do you want to come back to my hotel room with me? They'll be like, yeah. You like Uber there or something, and then you fuck them, and then you never talk to them again. What are your thoughts on that strategy, dude? Well, you don't have to do that. I mean, you could easily make it look like you do if you were like, hey, you wanna. Okay, so you're at a bar. They see your app. They're attracted to you instantly because of it, which I understand. It's a tough world
Yeah,
out
if you broke up,
there. Exactly.
broke, yeah,
So you
broke,
dress, you
broke,
dress,
that shit, first up,
and you
see
do
what you
all of.
got for it.
Of course, dude. You do all of those things though. You dress really nicely. You, I mean, you could even get um, like a fake Rolex or whatever. They're not going to be able to tell the difference in a bar. And you wear a nice suit, and you look put together, and they see you're on your phone. Helps to have a nice phone, but that's like generally people do, and they see what you're doing, and then they're all about it. You buy them a couple drinks or whatever. Um, you don't even need to go to dinner with them. I mean, like at that point, you're already at a bar. They're already ready to go, and then you just say, "Hey, do you want to come back to my hotel with me?" And they're like, "Yeah." The reason why it's a hotel and not a house is because you can't fake that as easily, or it's really expensive to fake. But a hotel you can. You can be like, "Well, I'm staying over at XYZ hotel," and they're like, "Oh, okay." And you'd be like, "You want to take an Uber there?" Uber works. It's everybody uses that. You Uber there. You go into the hotel with them, and you don't give off any indication that you're not wealthy. You fuck her, and then when she's like, "All right, well, am I going to see you again?" You'd be like, "Well, I'm just in town for whatever." She'd be like, "No, I really want to see you again. I really like you, or whatever." You'd be like, "Okay, well, I come by, routinely. I'll see you then." And I mean, I guess you could continue the ruse. It's a shitty thing to do, but she thinks what she's doing is shitty too. She thinks that she's got a leg up on you because she's seen your bank account, and very few chicks, or like no chicks, are going to think, "Hey, this person is using a spoofing app that makes it look like their bank account is much more than it is."
Okay,
You like that
so,
shit?
so,
You like that strategy?
I mean, it's not sustainable, but it will.
It doesn't need to be sustainable. You're just looking up at tens.
You sound like
I'm positive.
I'm taking because of the
You cannot. Tens are incredibly difficult to get. Yeah, house, a sports car, or like a luxury vehicle, an excellent job. That's what a ten is. Now, do I think you can fuck a ten? Yeah, if you played your cards right and she was drunk enough, perhaps. But usually those girls, that's not even a ten. That's going to be a nine or an eight. Like tens are really successful women on their own, so they don't need your money necessarily. All right, dude, are you ready? All right, thank you for your patience. Dog, that's true. That's true. You're right on that. But I mean, if you're going for like a long-term relationship, perhaps, and then you marry, those girls, they come from excellent families. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just have different um, scales. Which to dude, my thing sucks. Oh, dude, I don't know why I sent you this in that call. We'll play this first. Then switch them out.
It's not that bad. It's not like, it's not the worst knob, but it's like the worst.
Okay. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? No, you don't. Oh, really interesting. I don't know. Oh, that was pretty good.
The board is on Instagram. It's a kind of this board is going to be like huge.
Because it's so long.
We're going to think about it.
I don't know you to do it.
There's already right now. What you got right now, it's going to be right. The whole website is going to be like down the rise of everyone's going to be done. Everything's going to be done.
I like your predictions.
Thanks. What I just did there, actually, I think that
Right, now I'm shutting you down.
it's taken
Like TikTok?
now with this.
Oh, no. What's what? Dude, you got a huge lead. Okay, what are you saying? What are you saying? What's your thing, Mr. Robert? Isn't the low, isn't the lowest thing on, isn't that only like $1,000 or something on Deal Emoji? Oh, fuck that. What does that do for me? What does the thing in my pocket do for me? Alright, I mean, probably that, because it's like worth more than, even you could sell that on eBay for more than $1. What about you?
Well, really, if that person is not going to give they will not going to listen, just doing the thing. Yeah, sure. You can have that business, but it's a bad thing that can cost you back.
What do you mean cash you back?
You'll have more conversations to
Oh, I got you.
they put them in class. They'll have no idea what the rules. You can't go back.
Ever again? They don't ever have like a best of show?
Okay, there's one exception to the rule where a guy was like in Australia, he was so unlucky that they brought him back.
Do you think you're gonna win today?
I'd rather the host and governor rather than the creator. He left it like jack. He messed up his charges. Drug application first.
There you go. Do you think you're gonna win this game?
Yep.
You might. You might. You would really not think so.
That's what we do. But yeah, now, drop down and go.
That's it? It's not $1 million? Dude, good play.
But how many felt gold was like first thing I think you were for?
Dude, I keep having a scrap. Still can't. fucking house. Yeah. Why don't I have a house? What's up? Take your time, mate. Take a lot of
Be brain off your chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me, I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chewable. Bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put it in your wallet, you bump into a pigeon on the pond, there you have it.
You can
Pop
run
one
out
of
of
these
time.
pills,
Well,
she asks you what it is. You tell her it's a breath mint, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in 10 days. The mailman delivers it, nobody knows nothing.
no,
Not
you
even
didn't.
your mother. If you live with your grandmother in the basement,
No, you didn't. I'll
then you
pass.
remove
So
the
you
slate
didn't miss
there. You
anything.
know what I'm saying? Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at
That's how nice a person is.
BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. Ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What are you going to get? Put 5 of those in your little purse. You go down the shore, you jump up and down with your men. They're a little lame. They're drinking cocktails. You blast them with some coffee. And you hit them with a Blue Chew. Forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your head full. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And I want to thank you guys also. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 29th of April. We're almost done with this month, baby. Bring on the dancing girls. It's the church New Testament coming at you live on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back to church. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey with his beautiful and Jewish co-host, Isaiah. Shalom. Looking beautiful on a Tuesday morning. What's happening?
I've been good. I've been missing the net minute. You've slowed down a little bit on that.
Listen,
Did someone get you?
information's coming in very cloudy. I don't say stuff, and then people say Joey's putting out misinformation.
Can you imagine if you were like, what is that called? Where like you're a plant for Israel? You're an industry plant for Israel?
Yeah, no, I'm not an industry plant for nobody. I'm just a fucking guy trying to get it together. You know what I'm saying? I'm old. I'm just trying to do some stand-up. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. You know, I was telling you on the way, he had a situation last week with a fucking friend of mine. I like to say dear friend of mine, but I feel bad because she called and I could see that it was a setup and something, and then finally the clouds parted and showed me the true color of the sky. She's like, can you come over here for my birthday and buy dinner? Like, that was the last fucking thing. And I just felt like, you know, like I was telling these guys, if I see you every day, you're like, come over and buy me dinner for my birthday, come over for my birthday dinner, I'll go over there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, you know, I haven't seen this person in 2 or 3 months. 2 months tops.
I can't, you know, I mean, I don't get angry at a lot of people. And there's a big difference between come over for my birthday and come over and buy me dinner for my. I hate more than anything people assuming that you're going to do something for them. And I'm generous. You're very generous. I'm not as generous as you, but I would buy a friend something just because I wanted to. For anyone who would ask me for that, I don't think would be my friend. To be very honest,
It's just
that's a terrible thing to ask.
They're fucking wacky. They have certain expectations and stuff, but it was one of the wacky, and I didn't even get mad about it.
Because you didn't realize what you had said.
I didn't really think about it. Like, I have so much going on with my coconut that I just realized on the drive now, a week later, that fucking this is what went down. Like, that was the weirdest, because I never heard from her again. What a place to say, you don't call the next day and go, hey, I'm sorry that I came off. Right. I was just goofing with you, blah, 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 blah. No, never again. That's why it proved to me that that's what they call for you to just go buy a dinner and make believe you're their friend for life.
And those
Take
people,
pictures and balloons and shit.
she didn't buy you dinner for your birthday.
I didn't even see it from my birthday.
Exactly. That's such a fucking, bullshit thing to ask somebody.
I didn't even hear from her on my birthday, I don't think. But I'm the type of guy I don't worry about that.
Right, of course you don't.
Listen, people have lives. How many times have you sat there? It's 11:30 at night, and you're watching it, and you're about to watch, after the news.
Mm-hmm.
That guy always comes on, all right, it's Wednesday, April 30th. You're like, April 30th. That's a familiar fucking thing. Also, you're like, oh shit, that's my best friend's birthday. I'm so busy all day. Nobody didn't pick up the phone at 2:30 and call him. You gotta call him the next day and go, dog, how long have we been friends? I'm sorry. So, if you don't think that happens in my world, it happens. When people tell me a week later, one dog, I didn't even realize it was your birthday. You think I sit there and hang up on it? No. I think listen, life is so fast and quick. Life is fast and fucking quick, man. And after a certain age, you're like, I don't even worry about birthdays. Bro, you got a kid. You know what I'm saying? With your friends, you can call them up and say happy birthday. You put it on the Facebook page, right, happy birthday with explosion. That's my deed for the day. I go on Facebook in the morning, somebody's birthday, I fucking send them a happy birthday. That's more than that. What the fuck is sky? I grew up with you. You fed me once. Something happened that just compelled me to fucking happy birthday you that.
And that should be more than enough. Dude, I can't tell. I'm a weird person, I guess. But I'm busy. And for my birthday, what I love more than anything is to not have to do anything. Is to just stay home and get like something I want to eat and not have to do shit like that. To have like a birthday month and they have like 8 activities planned.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that shit. I have people who celebrate that birthday. It's like their birthday's on Thursday, they start Wednesday night. And they go straight to Sunday. Sunday's like the big day, and you're like, you're not gonna get me on that day. You got one day. I'm not doing 4 days a year because it's your fucking goofy birthday.
No,
it's one fucking day. Unless you got a pound to blow. We go till we go.
Oh, good job.
There we go till we go. But I'm not gonna sit there and listen. Some people are really weird about their birthday. Right? And everybody loves having those birthday dinners. The problem with those birthday dinners is that 10 to 12 people show up. And then it's a fucking challenge when the check comes. It's a challenge. The people were like, why have 2 drinks at $12.95? Well, bitch, this thing called tax or tip. Okay, so $12.95, that's $26 right there. I expect to see a 40 out of you. Without even hesitation. You bring out the crowd of them. That's the thing that kills me. That's why I don't get involved in them. That's why when I go to those, I make sure I pick up the tab. Because I don't want to sit there with Jeopardy happening. And they pass it to each other. Yeah, well, and then they put the calculator. Listen, either take the card out or don't put the fucking calculator in. You're fucking embarrassing.
Oh, it's the
Just
worst.
put the fucking card out. So if you go to dinner with 12 people and 100 is shot, 3 of them got to be out these. Right?
Oh, yeah.
4 of them out of 12 got to be, they're going to sneaking drinks, $16 martinis, trying to get one on you. Now you got, that's $1,200 plus, that's $1,600.
Right.
I can't cover it. I'll tell you all or something like this. 1,500.
No, fuck that.
600, 500. I'll cover on the American Express. Tell my wife a lie and fucking, But that shit at 12 people, I don't go to those.
No.
Once it's more than 4 people, I don't want to. Because once the check comes, I don't know what happened. They start talking about the past, the future. I gave you a gift last year. I gave you a pet elephant. Listen, that was last year, motherfucker. The tab just came. And right now, I saw you over there having a good time drinking zombos and fucking, eating everybody's food and shit. Now the check comes out. Those people who show up to your birthday thing and they're like, I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to eat. I'm not hungry. I've been on dieting lately. I've been fasting. Wait till that first fucking Chinese spirit. I'll just have one. Then they have one. Then they have a piece of egg roll. Then your fat sister can't finish the lo mein. Fat people always get lo mein. You ever know?
We really do.
They love lo mein, fat people. The fucking bag of fucking spaghetti. And then, then the check comes and nobody knows nothing. Then she sits there. I just drank water. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You ain't half the fucking check here in cat morsels. And just come. You can't drop these $50.
And it's always, have you ever had this where like they act like they're a big baller and then it comes time to tip? Like I was just out to dinner with somebody and it was like a $200 tab and he was like, he wanted to leave $20 for the tip, and it took me a minute and I was like, hold on. He's like, that's enough, and he it's in cash, so they're gonna love it. And I was like, wait a second, that's like 10 per. You can't, and I don't know the server, but like I would feel so terrible doing that. I was just in a hotel and that episode of The Sopranos was on where that server came out talking shit to Chris and Paulie, I think, and they hit him in the head with a brick and killed him.
Yeah.
And then like, dude, I can't imagine. As a server, I would want to yell at people, and I never did. And I can't, like, the people who under tip piss me off just as much as those.
Listen, I was never a server. If you know anything about me, people want to tip. Piss the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah. It's like the worst thing.
I always need an extra tip. Like if I go out with 2 or 3 families, and one of them decides that, you know what, I pull the chick aside, especially if this kid's at the table.
Oh, yeah.
This kid's at my table, I'll always tip at me. I'll pull her aside. Not the fucking busboy, because that shit will go back to whatever the fuck. You know what's crazy about those migrants? They really like their little backpacks, don't they? They're like half retarded. You always see them with their little fucking backpacks. I just saw like 10 of them. They all got that military head, dude. Like, I don't know who cuts that. It's not even a flow beat. It's something else. It's like a flow beat unleashed or some shit. It's like go straight up this way, but all of them like have lomos with these fucking backpacks. I don't get it. I can't even put a backpack on. I can't put a backpack on.
What do you mean you can't put a backpack on?
Fuck, that's such a retard. Well, I see somebody with a backpack, that kid I would have mugged in high school, or even now I'd mug him, just for general purpose.
What do you do with your shit?
If you gotta carry that much shit, then you need a new life. Where the fuck are you going with all that shit?
Well, they're looking for new lives. That's all they
Where the
fucking
fuck are you going? They got those bands. It's like they're in the Marines and they're walking down, where you going? Where the fuck are you going? I'm just curious. Where the fuck are you going?
Yeah.
What's in that fucking thing?
Supplies?
What kind of supplies? A computer, okay.
A computer, or for me, or because I love a backpack.
Yeah, I can tell. But you see me, I've had a backpack for years. I put some in it, and I carry it like a man. I'm not going to put it on my back like fucking...
But what you had? You flew to Texas, and all you had was, I think all you had was your sleep apnea machine as your carry-on. Like, you didn't have headphones.
And then,
What if you don't like carrying a sweater, a charger?
I tend my sleep apnea bag.
Now, what about, because I've never had, knock on wood, but like, what if they lost your bag and you don't have shit? You don't worry about that.
I always got weed on me.
I was worried about clothes.
Clothes. We can always buy clothes. You can't get the weed with flying. You know what I'm saying? You can't smoke that weed. So there's always weed. There's always edibles in that bag. And that goes right to security. They don't even stop.
No.
I put the weed in my sneakers now.
Well, dude, we just had the DEA guy on. He said they don't give a shit about anything. Yeah, which is crazy.
But they do. They do, but they don't. You're not going to go through the airport with a pound of weed on your shoulder.
Right.
But you got to hide it a little bit to open up, not let it stink.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's weed in my bag. Weed gets there. The only thing I need from that bag is a hose. I can borrow a hose. I get one from Amazon, deliver it to the hotel. $8.
Oh, what, from the sleep apnea?
Yeah, so the only thing I don't put in there is my hose. But everything else is in there. Computer, glasses, wallet. Even for a day, just in case I'm there. Sometimes you get to the airport and they tell you got 9 hours. I'm like, sit there like a fucking momo. Now you go back to the hotel. Across the street, go right back. And on the way back, you got no gel, you buy a hat. I got like 3 hats from places that I wouldn't even put a hat on. I just went to the airport, I doped it up, before it pops back up, the monkey spit wears off. I put a fucking hat on it, and that's it. I'm looking good.
I really don't have that problem, but I can't find a hat that fits my head.
No, look at it.
Oh wait, I found it.
I bought a hat like something, and I like it, but I feel like such a douchebag.
Oh, that little Rican hat?
Yeah, it's like an old Jewish man's hat. What do I say? I'm trying to
fucking faggot on roller skates.
Dude, can you imagine me on roller skates in New York City? I would die in
hat on? Oh, you got $10,000 in the money.
But how?
Renting that ass on roller skates. Because there's nothing more than a fag like the fuck you in the ass while you're on roller skates. You give him some roller skates and he's behind you. He's fucking in the ass. It's that like FEMA.
Still the way to work
is staying alive up the ass. You could be doing that fucking thing. What are those people doing in the Olympics? With the skates and shit.
Oh, the synchronized skating or something?
He's just fucking with the whistle, the Jewish priest hat. Forget about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
We better not leave with roller skates. I would pay to see 2 faggots fuck on roller skates.
Yeah, I think so.
You think this episode is going to get 18
Oh my god.
Listen, guys, if you're sick of this 18 and under shit, just go to Spotify now. We're trying our best, but obviously it's not working no more. They want to put us on 18 and under. We don't even smoke pot on the fucking show. We don't even play music. We've taken away so many fucking days because, it's a shame.
It's crazy how far YouTube has fallen.
So you could use music on Spotify if you subscribe to Spotify. Yeah, you can use their music on a podcast or something. Yeah, there's something weird. So, can we stream on Spotify or fucking?
We can put video on there. I don't think they do live streaming yet.
You can't say what's in your heart though. And I'm not going to sit here and amendments. The freedom of speech, that bullshit. Okay, that bullshit.
What are your thoughts on
world? I have comments that want to just make something up. We're venture. Yeah, okay, good. You haven't paid your taxes in 3 years. Your whole life by fucking saying some fucking amendment, I don't even know what the fucking thing is.
But dude, it's crazy. You think about it. When we started podcasting, whatever it was. Oh my god.
We were doing everything, and then something happened. Listen, this is what it is. I'm not mad at YouTube. They went corporate. Rules tightened up, and this is the way it's going to be.
It is, but it's also like, because I don't know if you knew this, YouTube right now is the number one it's the number one place in the world where people watch and listen to podcasts. And the reason why people love podcasts is because of the hosts. They have a relationship with them. And podcasts like ours started like that. We're the reason why YouTube is up so high. Yeah, a lot of it, but and then for them to be so short-sighted. I understand if you want them to be 18 plus, but don't hide us. Don't not tell people that we put up a video. We're not even doing anything that crazy. It's so wild where things have gone.
And the consumer doesn't understand is they watch an old podcast, they watch one of these, and they go, these guys changed. We didn't change. We didn't change, just the rules changed. The other quick, if there was no foul, no foul, guys, I'd have a 3-foot ball in here. I got one somewhere. I got the power one. Don't we have the power one with the fucking oldies and shit? Oh, shit. This is it. Don't you think I like to talk about music? We had Dino. We didn't talk about music. Couldn't even put it on. Yeah. That's not us. It's not that we're lame. But what do you know? Listen, I spoke to my friend who has the highest podcast in the world. Really? And they 18 him over when they see podcasts. Mm-hmm. So, guys, this is the business. We got the platform. We can go nuts. If you one up like that once a week somewhere, we could just go nuts and, naked women, whatever the fuck. That's what I want to do. Yeah. I want to get some naked women here. I want to get a guy and a girl and roller skate dancing, fucking jumping around. You know me, dog. I'm a freedom fighter. But this is bullshit.
Oh, what a great shot.
But you want to put on Pornhub. Because Pornhub doesn't give a fuck about anything.
That was good.
No people used to say me and you on Pornhub. You get home drunk and look at the jerk off. You pop up a side off and that fucking headless head.
My big hands right there.
They got to have right now fire. That's next time you promote a thing.
Why don't you get on my head when it's on fire?
Because that's the best thing you can do. Like, you're sitting there, you have like a control in your hand. You just light it up a little bit, watch the smoke come out. People fucking love it.
Yeah, but my head will turn on fire.
Who gives a fuck? I ain't no hair. If you had hair, then you don't get it.
Yeah, but if I had hair, then it would hide the burn
spots once in a while. This summer you get something. You gotta go to jacuzzi. The girls want to take you somewhere. You gotta get the fucking dead eye.
I haven't gotten a spot. I haven't been in a jacuzzi probably since then. Any other spots? If I don't wash my face like 3 times a day, I'm fucked.
I don't know. You washing your face 3-4 times.
No, but like I bought like special shit.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It's crazy. I never had to do that.
I know. Best shot of my career. Get it. Oh, that would have been
God damn it. I don't even go with the loofah no more. That's a record. We don't white people. Fuck no. I get
all right, we end on the tie. Good job, Sid.
That's how I make my asshole when I cut that
see you when you're awake. Take care, my guy.
Get that gunpowder out from around.
Why don't you start selling that?
Sweet dreams.
The asshole cleaner that you have.
I'm trying to patent it, so relax. Don't give the fuck. I have to get out of the bag here, but I get that hard. I've always loved those hard towels. And you scrub. And
SOS pads? What are you talking about?
No. SOS. And you scrub your fucking balls with after a long night in Vegas. No, I'm talking about the hand towels. Okay, some that are very soft. Some that are coarse, like a little coarser. Hard ones? I like this. You want to get that dead skin off. That's what you're opting for. You want to exfoliate your legs. All that skin comes off. All that dead skin comes off. So you want to, like my ears. Some girl tells me that my ears are very shiny. I love that when people tell you your ears are shiny. That means you're fucking getting in there with that cloth and you're scrubbing it. It gives you a nice little shine. Then you put some cream on there.
I know. Dude, if you ever have a girl or a woman like wash you in the shower, it was one of the weirdest.
Really nice.
It was nice, but it was one of the weirdest things over the summer when I was in Indiana. This girl I was hooking up with just like decided that she was like she looked at me hard. Like it was.
Yeah, but she want to get the dead Jew germs off of your shit. That bitch is smart. When a bitch washes you, because she knows you're a filthy motherfucker, and she wants to make sure that asshole and his balls are clean before she puts her beautiful mouth on.
But no, it was after sex.
The what?
It was after sex.
That's right. She doesn't need to take her over with her like a cat.
Oh my god, that was wild. I never had anybody do that before.
It's tremendous. When a woman bathes you, you sit there. And by the time they go to bathe your knees, you get a hard on. It's all over. You know, you never get to your feet. You never get under your knees. Once they bend over, you see the heavy area. Your dick just gradually stands up like a Ouija board, like a motherfucker. You know, what are you going to do? Then it's all over. You never get to do your feet. Anyway, back to the migrants with the backpack.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why do they have backpacks? And somebody please fix this microphone. No, don't get up. It's just a joke. I don't want to talk about the migrants with backpacks either. I don't know what they carry those things. They brought those from Mexico.
They must have some food in there, I would think. Like, they could probably set up a taco stand pretty quick.
Anyway, they can set up. Have no knives. There's no pots.
They definitely have knives.
No, they have all in Spanish. They definitely have knives. But just see a frying pan.
Yeah, you're right. It's sort of like an Oregon Trail. You don't see that?
Yeah, no. They're not going to camp, these people. They're not campers. They live in the mountains with people. They jump through rivers and mountains and shit. They should be the real prospectors, those motherfuckers.
Oh, you're going to start a whole new fitness trend. I'll just send white people to cross over the
That's a great idea. The migrant work. 7 and 9 every day. You climb hills, you jump out of a burning building, you run away from fucking coyotes, you run away from more Mexican people. They chase you to Central Park. That's gotta be good. You fucking, they throw you in the mud. You gotta see if every time you see a green truck, you gotta dive on the like shit and do a burpee. Every time you see an immigrant truck, you gotta do a burpee. That's a good idea, guys. Don't be stealing my idea, immigrant fitness. Shit is fine. It work out. That's everything.
Yeah, you could have George Perez be the trainer.
That's right. You have to run the fucking hills with the backpack.
Right.
Come on, bro. I'm always thinking, thank God I smoke weed.
You can have one for each country can have a different workout. If you think about it, the Cubans can have swimming. The migrant Olympics.
Oh my God, it's even better what you get. And those Hondurans in that jail, they just go till they live and die. It's like a Spanish Squid Game for those fuckers. They just sit there all day with underwear and tattoos and hugging each other. You know, the little fucking people in that jail. They just sit there, 50 fucking Mexicans sniffing each other's farts with their legs open between each other. That's the rules.
Yeah,
That system is meant to break you, motherfucker.
Yeah, dude,
that system is meant to break. It's like a Cuban jail. No clothes on. You want to shit that hole in the floor. Paper, toilet paper, good luck. That's why those 2 hands are for.
Oh my God, are you serious?
And more, fuck yeah, bro.
You told me about the shitting in the
hole. It's like when these people come here, Russians, Yugoslavians, all these people, they go to our prisons. They're like, you fucking, this is Club Med. You gotta fight for your food in those prisons. There's no food. They throw out like a chicken leg and there's 8 guys in there. Somebody's dying.
Fuck that. Have you seen, I forget if it was Mexico or somewhere, but like, they were just on it, like the gang shit, like the cartel or whatever still won the prison.
Yeah.
Like they had, one of them had like their families were still there. That's wild. I can't imagine. What about like going to like a country like that and going to prison there just by accident? You were on vacation.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Oh,
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That's why people say, man, leave the country. Listen, don't buy no coke. Don't buy no weed from China. You know, Thailand, don't they kill you?
one of those, yeah.
All of those, they just kill you with that. You don't know.
Even the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm not moving for none of that shit. I know what happens here. And nobody's going to throw me in jail for smoking dope, and nobody's going to hit me in the knees. No. And you think, Joe, you're shallow. I am. Because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm going to kiss at that. All right, just go to a fucking hotel. A guy pushes me. I say something, next thing I'm getting bad. And I'm doing 50 years, the government's on TV begging for me. Nobody wants me. You know, the Cubans, the Pope will feed them. Let Joe Diaz live. How is this?
You don't think the government would come and try to exchange you?
The government don't give 2 fucks about you. That's why I was talking about Russ Perot the other day. Because when his fucking people got kidnapped, his employees, he got a guy that was required to train his other employees to save the ones that were locked in. And he made a promise to their families to have them back by Christmas Day, and he did. Really. And that's why in my world I like Americans like Ross Perot. Because everybody else will tell you a fucking story. Kissinger was trying to block him. He went around Kissinger. He was like, fuck this. My people are not going to spend the holidays in that fucking Iranian jail.
Oh, that was the Iranian Contra thing or whatever?
This was more like 1979. No, I don't think it was maybe it was. Maybe it was. But they were something else. Weren't they?
I'm not really good
I forget what that was. I'll find it. I gotta get that book. I read that book in prison. The Ross Perot story on Wings of Eagles. That's the name of the book. They made a series on NBC. 3-part series on NBC. I was already locked in jail.
I'm not gonna look that out because I don't.
Jail didn't have NBC, you know what I'm saying? So
That's fucked up. So he was just a business owner.
Russ Perot,
Yeah.
He did something. Oil, I don't know.
No, I'll have to look it up.
He's a Texas guy.
Oh, of course.
And they went over there to do something. They helped him. And he promised the family he'd be home by Christmas. And he did it. And he had his own people break into the fucking jail with that dude. He was supposed to be like a Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now type.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
One of those commando type motherfuckers. Very interesting.
I forget if I
Yeah, he ran for president. He lost to Clinton.
I thought I knew the name. So I didn't realize he was a business guy before.
No. These guys are paying for this with your money. I'm paying for this with my money. But we looked it up on the Rogan podcast. He was worth a couple billion.
Dude, I like him a lot.
Oh, he was tough. He had big ears and shit. Tough, little guy. He fucking meant what he said. He said what he meant. Old school American. Old school fucking dude from Texas. Just old school. This is old school. When they say something to you, they fucking do it.
I can't imagine getting your employee out of the fucking prison.
Oh yeah, little guy. So I would live like that if I had that money. Him and that other dude got married to fucking Playboy Bunny. When he was 90, that'd be me. If I had all that money, my wife was dead.
The one who died like a week later or whatever it was.
Whatever.
And Nicole
She had a subject take one time. I don't think they had Viagra there. That's the problem. Like, you couldn't put it to the test. But with that kind of money, I'll go to New York and make them give me an implant that squirts and fucking things come out of the ceiling and fireworks, that kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm having a good time.
Those are the only two options for you. Either you're gonna be a guy training his employees to save his other
No,
one.
I don't have parole money. I'm just saying if I did have parole money, right, we'd live like he lived. But I also like Marshall. That was his name. Edgar Marshall, like that Marshall.
Yeah, I would go that way.
Fucking old. The guy had fucking blood spots on his head. He went into a strip club. He saw it. He just fell in love with it. He gave him like a fucking diamond ring. When you could give a woman something and not even miss it.
Oh my God.
Like when I could take $2 million out to buy a woman something that doesn't even put a crack in my account.
And even if it did, at his age, he knew he was dying. He was gonna have a fun, whatever it was.
I'm gonna die my way, motherfucker.
Yeah, why the fuck you,
I'm
kid?
not gonna die sitting in a room with ukuleles, priests, taking my money. I'm gonna get myself a big, fat, fucking looking blonde with a big ass and big titties.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have a conscience and wants to live comfortably for the rest of our life. Like, listen, man, I'll give you my $60 million fortune, but you're gonna suck dick until I drop. When I drop, you're gonna be looking at my nutsack. You're fucking with free money.
And good for her. How much? I think that's worth it.
Fuck yeah, to suck them on dick at the end of 60 million, and then she got nothing.
She really got nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't follow the
son took everything. Son.
That's
They got pissed. They're like, we don't think he was in the right mental state. But she wasn't. He's 90. And she put that 23-year-old fucking monkey in his face that smells like barbecue chicken and God knows what else. Forget about it. He's unusual.
I think he was in the exact right mental state. His kids probably weren't helping him, hanging around, visiting him like once a month or something.
The dude did that from what's that team when the guy told you that she could date black people?
The Clippers.
He was old too. He just fucking said, I'm getting myself a young chick. You know what? I'm gonna get a hard on, but it's better than looking at my old fat wife. I'm gonna get him for me with bikinis on this shit.
I think women are doing it too. Aren't they doing it now? Like I hear a lot of maybe not as big of an age difference, but women are going for 20-year-old guys when they're 15 to 20. I would do it too.
I love an old dude. I always have. There's a woman today at the dentist this morning who had to be 58, 59, just stunning. Still have little bodies, still have cute little feet. You know, usually when their feet start going, that's it. When they start getting those bunions, those crooked and shit.
Right, but dude, if you're in your 60s,
but you gotta see my feet. They ain't no portrait of Europe either. I was looking at my feet the other night. That's not. I think they're like a foot specialist, and they gotta start from scratch. They gotta pull nails off.
They pull nails off?
Oh, I got a nail that points up and goes north.
What did he do to your feet?
I don't know. I don't listen. This one guy thing. I've done everything. And every time I eat mushrooms, they grow. Like I get the mushrooms from the fucking mushrooms go into my toenails because the other night I bumped them out. I got high in the room, so I was seeing shit. So I bumped them out and it lands on my finger. You gotta smell that finger. It is god awful.
So you get secondhand smoke from your toenail dust?
Oh yeah.
That is fucked up.
And I sprinkle them on the edibles like I give to you. So
I know you do. You keep saying, you keep giving me these coconut ones that have this white powder on.
That's it.
They look like they were like you packaged them.
And it had a weird taste to it.
Yeah, they taste like sugar. They don't taste like sugar.
Yeah, that was like, you know, the nectarine, whatever they call it.
Oh my god.
The sugar substitute.
Oh my god.
What do you do? What are you gonna do? We got no, you know.
Yeah, but
My feet are fucked up. I mean, I looked at them the other day, I put cream on them. I got like blood spot. It's a nightmare. Like if I ever turn 90 and get a 16-year-old girlfriend, whatever that dude is doing, 23-year-old girlfriend, I'm about to get my dick sucked with socks on. You know, I'm embarrassed. Nice.
you don't like doing that?
With dick with socks on the backpack. Oh.
Look at Bill Belichick. He's 73, she's 24.
No, that's abuse. That's abuse.
Dude, she has a job.
This is a joke here. Okay, this is a joke. I don't think I could shove my balls with you. Listen, if you're 55, yeah, you can look at my balls. That's what you see every day in life. When you're 55, or when you're 26, you don't deserve that. That's a woman.
She's running for like Miss America, but she's like as Miss New Hampshire or Miss Maine, one of those two I just read. She has a job at the University of North Carolina.
Right, you got her a job.
And she was in the Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercial.
Right, because he put her in there. Not because
Exactly, so I'm saying.
So it's
his balls must not be that bad.
The what?
His balls must not be that bad.
No, they are bad. That's why he's had guys to run on job with a stick around. He's doing it 3 different fucking incomes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it just doesn't look good. I know he's got a daughter or a son or something, and they have a hard time with that.
Oh yeah,
they have a hard time with that.
He has multiple kids.
So, yeah, so I mean, you have a 24-year-old girlfriend and your daughter is 38. This is some shit that just doesn't look good.
Obviously, I know you're married. Nothing's ever gonna change. But like, I had a rule when I was last single that I didn't want to go under 25. If in a different world, at 62, what do you think the youngest you would go is?
45.
Okay.
I have something to discuss with
her. Right.
I have something to discuss. What am I going to do with 30? Look, listen, 30-year-olds are great. They're great, they're cute, they're silly. But, come on. There's not a lot of 30-year-olds that are going to hold you every day. That you're going to hold the conversation with every day. Now, you go, Joey, who the fuck are you kidding? You're in it for a blowjob. No, you don't. Because I come in a minute. What am I going to do for another 23 fucking hours? Okay? I mean, that's how you look at it. I had a rule when I was young. And as much people who want to know that when I was doing coke in the 90s, before I met my wife, that whole 9-year run, I had a rule, man. It's a simple rule. Look at her and talk to her. If you can wake up to her in the morning, bring her home with you. But if she's going to annoy the shit out of you, bring her home and jerk off. If she's already starting to get annoying late in the night, and drunk, now she's going to go back to your house. She's going to be even drunker. And then she's going to pass out. And you're going to wake up to her with that drama, with that alcohol breath, and God knows what else. Now you got to give her a ride home and shit. Think about it. Oh, so after I was like 30, after I left bowls, I had more control of my mind like that. I had more control. What am I getting myself involved in? Because when I left older, I was sleeping with women, but there was nothing. They called me a two. Hey, you have any blow? Yeah. Like a low, I have a book, some of them were called, can I be my girlfriend? No. But I got to work 2 chubbies. You know what I'm saying? No.
So did the most change?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed these girls calling you. Well, you go into a bar and seeing them, knowing, hey, man, I got a gram of coke, and like, let's go back to your place. But after a while, I got old because there was nothing there. I'd see them a week later, and it was like nothing was there. Listen, everybody likes to have sex when they're coked up and shit. But it wasn't working for me anymore. I was fucking by the age of 32, when I left both, I'm like, when I get a girlfriend, I'm getting a girlfriend. And I met a girl, and I dated her for 4 years. It was okay. And then after that, I went off for 2 years. And again, I was bumping into comedian chicks, on the road, whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? But I met Darren.
Oh, I hated just dating. For exactly the reason why you said it.
I like, listen, the only thing what I like, yes, I like picking you up, or you picking me up, smoking a joint, either going and getting something to eat, going someplace else and getting a couple cocktails, talk a little bit. Listen, we all want to bang on the first night. Of course. But then again, now people are banging in 2 nights.
Less than 2.
I didn't want banging in 2 in 1 night.
They're banging in an hour.
So it's kind of very, I always like working for it. I don't mind working for it. But if something's too easy, you're not going to do anything with her anyway. When a chick tells you, yeah, I love the same thing, you're not going to get anything sucked at all. That's just stupidity coming out of a fucking mouth. And your ears get clogged up. You buying her drinks at the bar. The next thing you know, she leaves with a chubby dude with a missing foot. And fucking, you're drinking it, and you're like, I do. Dude, I like the struggle. I like meeting a woman and talking to her, meeting her mom and talking to the mom and the dad. That's another thing. Talking to them and seeing what you're going on. And then, yeah, you want to eat their ass. Have fun. That's something else, but at least you got something out of it.
Right.
Even if it don't work tomorrow, when I see it next time, it's going to be cool. I didn't do it for a month. I didn't do it for 6 months and get everybody going when I started. It was just little things. It was just weird. I got married and divorced. And then I went through that shit for 2 or 3 years of just coke chicks. Very seldom did I ask a chick out for dinner.
You just didn't want to?
I didn't meet them in that capacity. I would only meet chicks out at night when they were doing coke. Nobody wanted to eat when they were doing coke. I can't even take it to a cheeseburger.
And so none of those coke nights ever turned into like, hey, let's actually go be in a relationship, or all those sort of like
2 or 3 times we hooked up after that. Maybe I go to the house and smoke a joint with Dad was walking in the mountains. And I would go by the house and smoke a joint or something. And then, a week later, she's at a show with some other dude. Then a week later, they call up here. Going, hey, can I come over? And he said, no, yeah, what the fuck? I said, my dick in my hands. You might as well come over.
Right, but then or do they even stay the night, or are they just as soon as
some of them stay on the night? Some of them boogie at 4 or 5 in the morning after the deal was done. The coke was done.
Because what you said, I think, was exactly right. If you're annoyed with them, or if there's not someone you want to hang out with, it's always going to be them. It's like what you were saying. Like, well, of course, guys want to get laid. I'm sure women do too.
Yeah, but they get dressed up. They did their toenails. They're fingernails. They don't want to go out there talk to somebody about insurance.
But that's different. That's different. Going to a club or a bar and hooking up, I think, is different than the dating apps. And if you hook up with me, I've had a couple women just come right over on dating apps, and none of them were anybody that I should be. And it's not like I was trying to pound too.
Late at night,
yeah, no, I was 100% on. I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying.
McDonald's. See, they order what they order. They order a fish sandwich. They smell like shit. Just keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, if I got on McDonald's, just come home. To remember there was a girl you called Milkshake, and she wants my other friend, same girl. Her nickname was Tater Tots because she Uber Eats tater tots and then got into an Uber to my house. Like, people are like, and at that point, I wasn't surprised.
Uber Eats tater tots.
Oh, plenty of people.
That's some fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, the crazy one to me is Starbucks. Just coffee delivered.
I see that. I mean, listen, man, people live in that world. I don't like nobody touching my shit. So, I'm cool with it. It's really weird to tell you guys this because it's a true story. Like, when I met Terry, I was ready for Terry. I was so ready for Terry. I didn't get serious with Terry at all. Like 2 months. It was sporadic. We did coffee. I would go to her house for lunch. I would see her at the comedy store at night. Some nights if she was working, I would go down there. Then I'd disappear for 2 weeks. I wasn't really with her at the beginning.
You're like building a friendship?
Yes and no. We were swapping spit. Okay, shit. But I still remember, like, 2 months in. Like, and this is when I knew I gotta get my life together. 2 months in, I finally started hooking up with her. And one night, we met at Ralphie's house. I told her I wouldn't see her for a couple of days. I was coming to New York. I'm not going to see you for a few days, but I'll definitely see you when I get back. And she showed up at Ralphie's like 2:30. She goes, you know what, I want to hang out with you. And we hung out, we stayed up the whole night. I'll never forget, I had maybe 4 cigarettes. That's the time I came through Denver and went behind the bar and just told them back the cigarettes from one of those coffee shops. Right. And that's how broke I was. Oh yeah, 4 cigarettes, maybe a joint, maybe $20. It was like Tuesday night. It was the slowest night. Wednesday night, she made like $35. She gave me a whole $35. And I go, what are you gonna do for the day? And she goes, I got change in the house. I'm probably gonna sleep there. And that's when I go, you know what? I gotta get my life together. We come back and start dating. She just gave me last money on her purse, the last pack of cigarettes she had, and she drove me to the function. And dude, that usually you're embarrassed in front of a girl. Yeah, if you need to do that. You're fucking embarrassed, okay? And you didn't ask for it. I didn't ask. And like just to like tie this back into what we started the podcast with like your friend who would like come buy me dinner for my birthday. That's why you married Terry. And it's like that kind of like, yeah, I'm sure you must think about that all the time. I would all the time. All the time. She gave me that money and I remember coming to New York and going, I gotta get my life together. Like this is something that she's okay, you know. I gotta do something. And after that, I think I moved in when I'm maybe a month or two after that. And she still telling the story that out there, she goes, bring your clothes and your stuff. And I shut up in one bag. And she goes, where's the rest of your stuff? I go, this is it. And she goes, don't you have a lamp? A radio, a TV, anything? I'm like, no. This is it. I had a bag. Fuck. Let me deal with my wife. I had a fucking bag. And it probably wasn't that big. Like, it was just a duffel bag, right? It was a fucking army duffel bag. 4 pair of pants, a couple sweatshirts, a CD player, some socks, toothbrush, gel. I had no underwear. I couldn't afford it. No, there was no underwear in those days. It was cocaine or underwear. I was going to say, you could have worn it. What's window number 2? Because, by the way, underwear is like a one-time expense. It doesn't have to be like a weekly. But still, why waste the $8 on for you? You know what I'm saying? $8 times every 3 months, that's what? Fucking every 3 months you're buying underwear. Yeah, every 3 months you gotta buy underwear. You're disgusting. I got big balls. I fucking, you know. But there's a picture today. I saw a video of my balls. Oh, they put it on Instagram. It went from when I took my balls out to the Comedy Store. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's on YouTube. Got like 92 million hits. I haven't gotten a dime. Fucking balls. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they probably demonetized it. Yeah, demonetized it. They kept going. I guarantee you 20 ads on my balls. I mean, yeah, man, that was, you know, it's weird that I'm about to have an anniversary and shit. And I've been thinking a lot about that. But we got to cut to a break real quick. We're going to talk to you about DraftKings, Yule, and Nick. All right? We'll be right back, cocksuckers. Hey, I want to welcome Yule to the church family. Listen, if you want the taste of a real milkshake without the extra balance of a milkshake, you need Yule. Yule is a complete meal in a bottle that tastes just like a milkshake, but it's good for you. It has 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals to keep you going all day long. Me, I love the chocolate. I haven't tasted the vanilla yet, but the chocolate is delicious. You know what I'm saying? Choose between chocolate and vanilla, because both of them are incredible. Join the community of hooligans with this exclusive offer for new customers, okay? 15% off plus a free gift when you press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, at Yule.com. Again, 15% off plus a free gift for new customers with code CHURCH at Yule.com. See our show notes for terms and conditions. But do me a favor, unlock a healthier, easier way to eat with Yule. You're on a run. You're on a move. You're the real deal. You ain't got time to cook it up. 35 grams of protein, 27 minerals, and vitamins. Nutritionally complete meals in minutes, so you can focus on what really matters. Yo, DraftKings, get excited because the NBA playoffs are here. If you're looking to score some cash, try your hand at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. If it doesn't have to be crazy, just start out by placing a bet on your favorite player's performance. Like tonight, I got whatever to do over 25 points. Not bad. Think they'll drop 30? Put your money where your mouth is. You could win big. Listen, you know me, I love DraftKings. The same game parlay, NBA, they got the pool, you got the casino. It don't stop. You gotta check this out. They got something special for first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers. Right now, new people. You're gonna bet $5 to get you 200 in bonus bets just like that. 200 bonus bets instantly is a lot of money during NBA playoff time. So make it to a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey, for new customers to get 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5 instantly. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Nick. Listen, if you want the easiest way to get that nicotine fix, Nick pouches is where it's at. They're made with natural coconut fibers, so they're not going to slice up your gums, and they come in a bunch of great flavors, like strawberry, watermelon ice, which is tremendous, wintergreen, and berry lemon ice. Me, I like the berry lemonade, tremendous. You get to choose your nicotine strength, whether you want 3, 6, or 12. Are you kidding me, or what? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Nick has you covered. Coming soon, they even got an option with 0 milligrams of nicotine. So if you're trying to cut back, use one of those every so often. Now listen, I love this berry ice. You put it under here, heaven. It's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through my link, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, nykdpouches.com/church. Use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off now of Nick Pouches, nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's right, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, remember, NYKD products only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't try it. Also, this product contains nicotine, but you already know that, because nicotine is an addictive chemical. How's that for you? Right now, get some Nick products and get the party started. We're back in black. I was talking before the break about that this year in June. It'll be 25 years. Something that crazy.
That's crazy.
25 years. When she mentioned it to me like 2 months ago, what do we do for anniversary? Like, anniversary. She's like, July. We've been together 25 years, Joe. And it destroyed my insides. I'm like, how the fuck did I last 25 years with a woman? I never thought I could make it past 4 years. Like, I lasted 4 years with my ex-wife. I lasted 4 years with the girl after that. And how was a 4 year, man?
I mean, and I love you, but do you ever for Terry to put to deal with, because Joey Diaz, 24 hours a day, that's 25 years. I don't think a lot of people would have made it. And you're great. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong.
It's not like it's.
I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying it's to last for anybody to last. But you've talked, and this is not a negative thing about you at all. But you talked about especially at the beginning, how wild you were to last last of those years.
It's not easy. For 7 years, she didn't know if I was coming home or not. That's crazy. Every day when I was home, she's like, when is this motherfucker? When is the phone going to ring? And when is he going to leave again? She used to get really upset. Like, you were home at 12. When I went to bed, you were home. I got up at 7 to go to work, and you were not home. Where would you go? I don't fucking know how to tell you. We just didn't like being home. Like, we thought I had a drug problem.
Oh, okay.
You have a drug problem. You don't want to be a fucking home. I would bring the drugs home to him and then go, what am I doing? I gotta get out of here. So I get back, I wait till I sober up a little bit, make some calls, and get the fuck out of there. And in those days, there was always somebody out the line. Always. I had a friend over on whatever. She was a drunk, and there'd be people over there. She went to the bar. So at 3, she'd go home and with gay guys over there, they'd be doing coke and shit. And I sleep by there. I had a couple of my favorite things. I slept by his house at 2. In those days, there was always action. The guys at the store would hook up again at 2 to go to some parties and shit. And I would let them know and they would call me. It was a different. And then like by 2005, the paranoia started to hit me differently. I wasn't going out after I got home. It slowed down a lot. Then I got off in 2007. The rest was, but it's funny, I was thinking about that neighborhood. Now, one night I went downstairs to meet my I had 3 dealers at the time. I didn't want them to know what I was doing. I didn't want them to know how much I was doing, so I would go to all 3 of them instead of just sticking to one. And the guy at night, he was a bartender. His name was Johnny Blake. I used to call him Johnny Blake. And he'd come over on a motorcycle. He got out of work at 2. He'd be by my house like 2:25. I could time him every night. It was 2 blocks away. And I'd be downstairs. One day, I'm waiting for him. And I'm out there on the steps. I'm looking. And there used to be a light. Not on my block, by the YMCA. But down the block, there was a light. I'm looking at this light. And I'm looking at this car. The light turns red. He's in no danger of stopping. I could hear the engine going. He's moved past me. Not 2 seconds after, the car was chasing with a shoot with a gun. And you could hear the bullets. And I'm out there, fuck. Maybe I should go inside. Fuck, no, I'm waiting for my coat. I don't give a fuck. Who gets shot? Holy shit, that neighborhood used to be fucking insane. So that's what I'm saying to you. I was out. I would go to Sergio's house. Sergio always had parties late night over there. He would fall asleep. I'd take the coke out of his pocket. He'd call me in the morning. What happened, man? I had a nickel in my pocket. Somebody took out that chick. White chick. Right around her. Oh, it was just a different fucking world how it was back then. I mean, the spots at the store, that's where the party started. Right. It was at the store where the party originated. You know, there's no days.
And meanwhile, you're like starting a relationship with Terry. So yeah, that. And then there's been a few different phases. And then like you stopped doing coke.
Terry was phases because I still remember Terry waking me up one morning like after breakfast wanting to talk to him. And in those days, Marilyn Martinez would call the house every night at 3 o'clock. Like just to see him. In those days, Dice used to call the house at 3 o'clock.
And was it a house phone or a cell phone?
It was a house phone. So the whole house was right. One night I wasn't home. And Marilyn called at 3 in the morning. And when my wife answered it, she goes, cocksucker. And Terry fucking blew a gasket. Terry, my wife loved Marilyn. God rest her soul. But she kind of got a little like, you know.
At 3 in the morning, cocksucker's a little bit much.
Yeah. The next morning we had breakfast. And she said, I gotta talk to you myself. She goes, you know, I've dated guys, but this is fucking insane, Joey. The phone rings, you gotta go out, fights at the comedy store, fucking. And that was the heyday of the comedy store. She was watching everything. Remember, I would host on Sunday nights, so she was watching everything. There was always a dilemma up there. There was always an argument. I was always torturing those fucking guys, and she would deal with all this. She would have to deal with all this shit. You know, and, you know, there was a lot of times when you're at the comedy store, man. You're at the fucking comedy store. You do a set. You get off, women are going to talk to you. And the other waitress is running and go, Joey's talking to the girl in the hallway. Look, if I was talking, Even if I was talking to her outside, I'm talking in the hallway, so she would know. That's why my wife don't give a fuck about guns now. Because my wife was at the store those first 4 years, and she saw it. She saw it. She saw the life of a comic, and then she came home with it. So she saw the life of a comic from the inside out. Like she saw it, and she understood it. She heard about what the other comics were doing, and then she just let me the fuck alone. Until this day, I have, as a husband, I have the longest ropes in the world. If I call my wife right now and go, hey, I'm not coming home tonight, I'm going to stay at the office, she wouldn't say nothing. She trusts me that much, so she would go, okay, just be careful. You're going to go out. You want drinking. We don't even talk about drinking. Right. But there's no, like, she doesn't, she walked into the house to real one. I was talking to two women. And she came right over, I introduced them. The women were like, oh my God, she knows. She fucking knows. I tell her pretty much everything, even though sometimes it takes me a week or two. But I still tell her. I still tell her, she giggles, she likes it. I tell her about stupid chicks. She fucking giggles. And she's been with me. Look, she was with me at dinner one night when a fucking girl said something to me. And she was pissed. She was like, how dare that woman say that?
A girl hit on you in front of your wife? Oh, and she's alive?
We got a big restaurant in girls.
Oh, okay.
There and shit. I got up to go to the bathroom. When I was coming out, there was two girls. We take a picture. So my wife was going back with the girls. My wife heard the whole fucking thing. I even said to my wife, what is take a picture with the table. She goes, don't worry, I gotta go with you. One of the girls come up. As she was walking, that's what the girl said in my ear. Said something really like out of control. Like, I just sat there and was a confused girl. I showed my ball, she's gonna faint 3 times from gag. But she had to be a prostitute. She was really good looking, very flamboyant. She looked like she was a prostitute.
And she's talking about that stuff with your wife right next to you.
Oh, it's something. Like they say crazy shit. My wife giggles, You gotta remember, people I hang out with in my neighborhood. I hang out with 2 women pretty much in my neighborhood. You always hang out with them. They're both married. I have a great time with them. I made one my partner. I make little stupid videos for goalies and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Steve's wife.
Of course.
And then Rabbi, I always talk to Rabbi every 2 days about something.
You know what? I don't think we've ever talked about. How did you feel about dating her when she worked at the store? Because that doesn't seem like something you would allow.
Not something that I wouldn't allow.
Just for yourself personally, like just dating someone where you work there.
Listen, I've been going through. When I met Terry, I've been going through school for 3 years. I was regular there. Never really had any drama there. And no rules. There's rules in college, especially on the road. Rule number 1: don't hit on the waitress. Even if they like you, don't hit on them, because that club owner watches you. And eventually he's going to fire her, and you're not going to be able to go there, especially as a feature act. Because feature acts are wild. When I was a feature act, I had to do 30 minutes and just hang out by the bathroom.
You could hang out by the bathroom?
Yeah, wait for girls to come over behind. That was fun. Oh my God. Especially when I opened the rug.
Wow.
Yeah, just they come up to you. Oh my God, can you just put it wrong? Yeah, but I'm just saying that it was when you're a feature actor, wow, you make mistakes, man. Right. And I made them, and I never went back to those clubs. Maybe make 1,000 excuses. But at the end of the day, I either talked with a waitress, I slept with a waitress. It's just little rules, and I wasn't paying attention. I love to tell you, I was paying attention. Those days, I didn't give a fuck. If it wasn't the improv or fucking a theater, I didn't give a fuck. I would never take it. I never thought I was going to get that. So I wouldn't mind burning a break from time to time. But back to your question, which is a very interesting question. I saw Terry, there was something about Terry, I liked her eyes. And we started talking, and I was like off the kilter. And that's why I was like hitting on her kind of lightly. Because I know Mitzi didn't allow it. I know Mitzi didn't allow it, and she didn't like it. But if you waited already, and she found out, she wouldn't care.
Right.
You didn't find out that we were already living. It was too late. I already told Betsy we were living
But she did manage to find out not from you.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's crazy. That's a whole nother
I didn't like, hey, listen, you think I like dating the girl that I lived with at the fucking comedy store? You're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But in reality, it kept an eye on me.
Right.
And watched all my career because I got to make a bad mistake those years. And she was right there to justify it. You know. And it was funny. After she started working at the store, there was still some nice craziness. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Some stuff that she saw, not from me. Not from me. So she started understanding the game. And then she would put labels on me. If that happens to you, Joey, she's not here. We would discuss it. So she got to see that also. The craziness was women in the audience. When they're there with a man and they come up to you, go and fuck you upstairs, and then go back and sit with that man. That never happened to me. But it happened in the store. It's a reality that it fucking happened. So, listen, I don't know how it works. There's days I'm like, fucking 25 years, had a kid. Had a kid. I had a woman who ran from him. When we got divorced, she fucking ran like her ass. I wasn't fine. Man. Talked about me, fucking tortured me, the courtroom tortured me, life. I took a beat. I didn't ever want to get married. I didn't ever want to have a child again. But I met Terry. And in the relationship, I was like, this ain't no life. This ain't no life. This is a fucking actor. At that time, I was out there with a busted open. But she cared. She calmed me down a little bit. And then I got off the coke. And then, like a year after I got off the coke, there was some problems at the house. She was like, I'm getting old. Nothing's happening. And I was like, I told you we hooked up. There's no marriage. There's nothing happening. I already did it. I failed. Don't reason to do it again. Once you fail at something like that, like marriage, like I failed the most basic thing you could fail at. Communication. That's basic. Communication is basic. And we get together with women for different reasons. And yes, it's okay if you don't like somebody after 8 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But in that situation, because I had everything from, I had a job with her, I liked her family, but I also wanted to do fucking, I also wanted to do comedy in a bad way. There was no way I was going to go fucking sell roofs for the rest of my life. I had to at least know that I failed at comedy, and that I would go back to a job. But there was no way at that age I wasn't going to get to comedy. It had been on my mind too long, you know?
Right. And then, you know, I don't necessarily think you fail. It wasn't a great end to the relationship. But I think it's better. I honestly think it's better to break up than to stick around for the kids.
I see it now. I see it now. When you go to softball game, parents don't communicate. The kid knows.
100%.
The fucking kid always knows. So, in my house, listen, when you walk in my house, especially with my daughter and shit, I wanted my house to be completely opposite of the house I grew up.
How are you?
We all do, right? I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. If I get a house someday, it's going to be different. And that's what I've done with this house. And one of the things is like no pressure. Like, we don't have to get up at 8 and every night, shower. If she gets up, let her jump in the shower with my wife, and I work. I work till about 9, 12, and I jump in.
Yeah, it's going to take me too long to make a real dress. Yeah, let me make it. Sean, may I ask how old are you? Yeah. Fine, you take. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take me too long to make a WordPress blog for right now, but check it out on ROTHSCHILD. Okay. Well, feel free to enjoy Diaz podcast. I'm just chilling.
rather like that. So that takes a lot of strength. It's just little things
Subtitles
that
are working.
nobody
Are
drinks.
working. They were.
Nobody drinks alcohol. There's no fucking arguments, no drunk talk. There's none of that shit. I smoke dope in the garage, or sometimes I go outside in front of the car. You know, nothing's in my fucking house. Like, I don't want no smoke upstairs. I don't want, you have to, this is what I have to do to maintain this house with a daughter in the house.
Would it be different with a son?
Yes and no. You still have a child in the house.
Right.
So there's a certain way you have to act when you have this child in the house. You know, I don't want to smoke pot when I live.
Yeah.
I'd rather she don't see me. She
Have a suspicion.
have a suspicion. I'd rather her do that. And she knows.
Right.
She even told me that she knows it's my stash. But I don't want it to be the Grateful Dead in my house with a bunch of fucking people drunk. That was never going to happen.
No, dude, I mean, it's crazy because I have this written down. Another word I would use for what you're talking about, I think you've used it before, is peace.
Peace.
Like, it's crazy how much of a difference that has when you have like a peaceful life. How much of a difference makes it?
When I tell you, George, Nick, my wife, Christina, that I love you. When somebody tells you they love you, like, what the fuck? What are we getting? No, that's a promise that I'm never going to bring stress into your life. That's a promise that a cop's not going to call you. No, George, come bail him out. You know, all the things that would upset George, would upset you. I had to do that. That's when you tell people you love them, I'm not going to put no drama in your fucking life. Nobody's going to knock on your door, go, Joey killed somebody at 3 in the morning, you know, come down from the state. No. If anything, I'm here to help you. You know, if anything, and if I don't have it, we'll get it. We'll figure it the fuck out. George knows I'll plug through a fucking window. George saw me on a Friday, took a stereo with the fucking Social Security check. He knows. George knows. Don't fucking test me, motherfucker. Because I'll take it. I'll take everything. I'm also fucking thief. I will take everything. You understand me? But nobody's going to starve with my kid. Yeah. Not in these days. Not no more. Not like when we did. Nobody's going to fucking starve. We'll steal it. I don't give a fuck. What are you going to do? Throw you in jail? No, they won't. No, they won't. You know what I'm saying?
They might.
Who gives a fuck? But that's really it, man. 25 fucking years is a long time to be with a woman. And listen, man, I love it. Just the same from the beginning, even more now. Now we just giggle and shit. It's great. Now we know each other. I smell her farts. You can't tolerate mine. You know what I'm saying?
25 years. Yeah, that's
25 years. And when you heard that about people to be 30, that's not going to happen to me. I'm going to be with the same fucking pussy for 30 years. You look at it turn gray and old, bro, it's an adventure. It gets better. Everything gets better.
That's cool. Especially because it happened, like, there's probably a lot of people listening who, like, had a marriage fail. Or, like, everyone's had a relationship fail.
All that shit, but you know what? I always believe that God didn't put you to die by yourself. There's an ass for every seat. Remember Dale Jones used to say that? There's an ass for every fucking seat. Okay? Women panic. Women are the worst. Women are the fucking worst. Because once they hit 34, they think this is it. I got to meet this guy. Then they meet a guy that's the worst one they've ever met. But they don't see sheep, what's that expression? A wolf in sheep's clothing, because they're so overwhelmed with the child and the fucking marriage and, pigeons and my cousins coming in from Hialeah, and and that's the biggest mistake they make. Now they're 43, still looking good with 2 fucking kids. And that bum ain't paying child support. And he sees the kids once a week. So you ended off in a worse position than you were by not just getting paid. It's like my friend's mom, my dear friend, called me. And we were talking about her daughter, 34. I'm clean at 45. And you're like, after a while, you gotta say to yourself, wait a second, this pussy is making some horrible fucking choices. I'm gonna get off the dick for 1 year. I'm gonna get off the dick, like what I did. Get off the pussy for a year. Just to focus you, to make you realize what you really want in a woman or in a man before you make a bad fucking mistake. We've all made mistakes where in our mind, this is going to be it. I'm going to marry her, pigeons, I'm going to live like a doctor. No, it's not always that way. It's not always that way because you live with a preconceived notion. It happens to men and it happens to women. When you're 34, you want to get married as a man, and you've been dating boys all your life and cheat on your fucking brother, steal your car and crash it. You got to change things. You have to look at it from a different perspective and go, you know what? I'm not going to date a woman for a year. No more fucking websites, no more nothing. I'm taking a year off from pussy to make me really realize and build the woman or the man I want in my head to pop up next time. I know what I want, and this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, everybody wants a chick with fake tits and suck a dick. Listen, 3 years in, you don't make the car payment. Those bitches are gone to another guy who fucking pay for their tits. And I always learned something from Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a good Chinese guy, international star. His wife was no fucking playmate, but she stood by him. And that's the woman that calmed him down. That's a lesson for a lot of people. When you're 21, everybody wants to marry Farrah Fawcett. When you're 30, you'll marry that chick with the missing toes, the bartender at that fucking dumb bar you hang out with. Because that's it. The window's closing. And that's what we all do. We start getting desperate. Oh my God, I'm not going to have a child. Oh my God, I'm going to die alone. And we make the worst fucking mistake because we're going in there with them. We're not just getting together, sucking my dick, I eat your pussy, we smoke a joint and go home. Let's start with that. Let's start with walk the Carvel and we'll take it from there. I'll suck your dick in the car. You know what I'm saying? What happened?
What happened on the third day?
Huh?
What's the third day?
Ice cream. Whatever. Carvel. I don't know. But these are the decisions if you're going to go to a bar and you're going to hit on a girl, she's smoking coke with you, and she just broke up with her boyfriend, and she's an animal, and you're going to get engaged to her. That's not going to work. She's been getting fucked at bars for 20 years. And once you dump your ass, you're going right back to that fucking bar. Yeah. These are things you got to know. You know, like people, you want to meet a whore, go to a fucking bar and get one of those chicks with tight shirts on. You want to meet a smart chick, go to a fucking library. I met my wife at a fucking comedy store. What do I know?
And go to work, dude. I mean, it's crazy. Like I mean, you talk about your other relationships. Like it sounds like you might have put like a little bit more effort in with Terry than you do with other ones. Well, like
I didn't want to get married to the other ones, but I didn't. After I got divorced, what? Listen, I met my wife when I was basically 20 fucking years old. 21 years old. I met her. And here's the scary thing.
your first one.
My first wife. This August, I'll know that bitch for 40 fucking years. I met her August of 85. It's April of 2025. Yeah, he knows me like the back of my fucking hand, that bitch.
Even though you haven't spoken to one?
Yeah. Because she was there in the beginning. She saw the animal. Wow. So I met her in 85. We were done. In 91, maybe, you gotta figure I didn't see her for 6 months. I was locked up. What's the matter? You know, it is what it is. I wasn't gonna get married again after that. I lost everything. I paid debt till fucking 10 years ago. I paid debt on that fucking divorce.
So you said, look, you wanted to get married. What made you decide to finally get married?
I wasn't gonna get fucking married.
Right.
I had met other girls. Some of them were nice. Some of them were. Nobody was married to each other. Honestly, what was they would make me married Terry?
Yeah.
When I woke up at 4 in the morning one day, she had my football suit on, long as she. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? This ain't a regular girlfriend. This is not a regular girlfriend. Up with me. Because I had to be there at 5. So I would have to get up at 3:45. Sometimes I just stop the coke at 3:30. She would get up, fucking I'd take a shower, put the football suit on. She'd make me a little breakfast, just so I wouldn't drive down there 45 minutes with nothing in my stomach. A lot of people don't do that. They wouldn't give a fuck if you left hungry. So that that gave me all the consideration. It's really funny. It's an episode of Sopranos. He's going to walk me to realty. And he goes to a house, but that's the night when she helps him button his shirt.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? She helped him button his shirt. That's a really good scene. At least it was for me, because I understood. Then he went to his girl's house, and he was dying to fuck him. But as he was taking off his shirt, he thought about his wife. He goes, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing here? I just got shot in the head. She was by me for 6 weeks. And then I was home for fucking 4 weeks from that shit. Now I'm the fucking first chick that moves around. And I learned that when I was like 20. The guy who stole the gas station across the street from Montgomery had everything. The Porsche, he was 25, he had a Porsche, a house in Miami, a truck, and all these women would go to that gas station because he was a good-looking Spanish man. And that's a girl that has a boyfriend that was going to get married came up to me and she goes, you really think I don't want to sleep on the side, nobody will know. I said, okay. Next time I saw George and I again, we started talking about my girl who's she's pretty out of this. You didn't hear from me. But she told me if you wanted to sleep with her, she would give you a piece of ass. And he looked at me for a minute and he goes, she's really pretty, but it's not for me. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, bro. Because I've been with my wife, we live in a one-bedroom apartment with no money. What kind of man would I be now to cheat on her and on his wife? That's character.
Yeah. I think it. And it would destroy. You would just destroy them. It's crazy. It's like even when you were saying that when you showed up at Terry's house with a bag, and to think about what you have now, but like she's been there for like to see what you guys have built is pretty crazy.
That's why I tell her everything. It doesn't matter what the fuck I do, I'll tell her. Because she'll look at me and go, the fuck, Joe? No. I just tell her because why lie?
It's not good.
Anything I do with anybody, I pretty much tell them.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing that like 8 years ago. If I have an experience with a woman, I tell her. I get it off my chest before she hears it second hand. She sees a picture. At the end of the day, nothing happened. But I sat with her for 3 hours and Joe Rogan Paul.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A couple people said something to me about that.
Why?
Who was that girl? I was like, listen, she's a dear friend of mine. I'm 62. I don't know who. This shit don't get up all the time. This dick don't get hard like it used to. What if you make a call and your dick don't get up? I'm back. You know what I'm saying? So I cover my bases. At home, I could fail. I could shoot at that at home. Shoot at me for 25 years. Fucking some young chick. I don't know. It's not even, it's fun. I love going out at night and talking to fucking some young chick. I told you I went to a strip club about a month ago. I was doing a black girl one night. Didn't ask her for a dance or anything. At the end of that, she was handing me $100. I said, absolutely. And I just gave her $100. I needed that $100 the next day. But I made her fucking world. And that's when I come back to me tenfold. Because I didn't try to fuck her. And she's still my friend on Instagram. We'll be back next week, cocksuckers. Tip Top Magoo. What do you got this week? Anything?
Yeah, May 4th, I'm at Broadway. Greenwich Village Comedy Club.
There you go. And May 8th, May 17th, Philadelphia. It's sold out, so I don't even know why I'm promoting the date. Go to the Excite page and to see if they have tickets for August. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of tickets. Come on out, knock yourself out, have some fucking cheesesteaks and burritos, and do what you need to do. I love these cocksuckers. Love you guys. Have a great week, and we'll be back next Tuesday. Tip Top Magoo. We like May 8th this up. Stay black, cocksuckers. Love you. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's Tuesday, the 22nd of April, the day the devil was buried in sea. The church of what's happening now, New Testament coming at you. Let's get this fucking party started. We're back. What's up, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. My main man Lee Sayat. We're solo, just how you like it. No guests today. Nobody busting your balls. Just us coming at you direct. You know what I'm saying?
Just you to bust my balls.
Nah, you're gonna be fine. We had a great last week. Anybody who came out to the Paramount, I want to thank you with all my heart. You guys were great audiences. I was fucking really nervous in front of you guys. I didn't know what to expect, but you guys, it's fun. I'm going to Texas, real fucking my kid. I'm happy Lisa came down. We had 2 great sets, and he got fucked up the first night at Terry Black's. He had to eat an Adderall at fucking Mitzi.
So then, dude, I found out a lot. So I didn't get fucked up at Terry Black's, but I think you brought me to Terry Black's on purpose. Someone reached out and was like, "Hey, edibles hit you harder when you have fat, like fatty food." You brought me to the whole fatty food.
When you eat those carnita lizard skins, you're just as high, right?
You eat pork tacos.
When?
All the time you have carnitas.
When?
All the time in LA you had carnitas.
I don't know what you're talking about. This last, did you see me carnitas off the food truck? No, I got reposado, a fucking steak.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't say mad at me for eating steak tacos.
No, I don't eat pork on the road. I'm Cuban. I respect that shit. We're the kings of the pork. Why would I go out with the Minglex and eat that shit that they make? That pulled pork shit, you can take that shit and shove it up your mother's ass. I hate pulled pork more than anything in the fucking world.
Oh, me too.
That barbecue pork, and fuck you. You want to rock with me? Come down Las Brisas and get the pork chunks and then come fucking talk to me. Or get the fucking pernil, that meat that's clean, Bobby, with the yolk on the side. Yeah, I don't want to even eat that shit. I just want the fucking pernil. If it's not that, I don't want it. This? No, okay. No, I don't never eat carnitas out. That's a ruining your asshole. You have to look at carnitas and lizard skins and go to yourself, what are the percentages of my asshole surviving? The guy's got one glove on. The other hand, he just picked his nose, he scratched, he's changing dollar bills, he's got cocaine in his hand, dirty hands, and he's eating fajitas now. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes that adds to the season. Yeah, right or wrong. I had a fat black dude in Dallas one time sweating on the pork chop. That's pork chop. Pounds, 1 feet off his forehead. When his head sweat, when it the pork chop, he goes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I ate like 8 of those motherfuckers on white bread at $2 a piece.
Oh, you're just selling it like on this car or something?
Right there. I was high as fuck after a show. It was a black show. And this chubby little black dude was out there, one of those Bahama Mama white beater shirts, stains out of it. Somebody shot him with a musket. He had different holes in it. And he's out there fucking making these fucking pork chops with the bones in them, George. It's 99 degrees. It's Dallas.
Oh my God.
It's 8 o'clock at night, and this guy is drenched. He's just dropping titty sweat and armpit sweat, and the pork chopper goes, and I would go, give me another one. French hot sauce with a can of Coke. 8 of those motherfuckers. The last one, I ate about a white bread. He gave me the elbow at the end, the fucking hard part. Then you get to the pigeons and the Puerto Ricans, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, you had 8 pork sandwiches?
Oh my God, I was 400 pounds. What do you expect me to get? But see, that's why I was 400 pounds, because I was eating pork on the road, but that was tremendous. That was not that. I studied him. I watched him. I was watching the night before. I was watching how he was marinating the pork chop. And I also watched how he was dipping them the fucking thing with the seasoning. He was a savage. He was putting like the Cuban shit, not the Cuban shit, the mogo or the other adobo. He was putting them in the adobo. I know the motherfucker what he was doing on a grill, and then he would smash them. And he had 400 pounds of bone and sweat. Oh, weird, I think. You know what I'm saying?
So when you were that heavy, like you wouldn't mind eating in public? Like when I was that fat, I would hate.
I had no choice. I had $28 in my pocket. Like I could stroll into fucking the pub and Edgewater.
No, I mean like I would be the go.
You know, I'm trying to eat clean meat, but I told you, in 95, I was getting Subway sandwiches, veggie and cheese. And even still, I wouldn't eat the meat. In my lowest times, I would never eat that lizard meat. That's just to let you know. I'm not like you. You don't eat that fucking pigeon meat.
I don't think I've been to Subway in 10 years. Because
it doesn't matter, because you got medal from Subway. They sent you a plaque. You were a pedophile, that motherfucker that's still in jail.
Oh, Jesus. That motherfucker. Yeah. Last time I heard about him, he's kind of like super fat again.
And he's getting super fat because he eat carbs. You think they give you fucking meat in prison?
Oh, I heard it was like honey buns. Like he's going,
oh yeah, he's going. And he's sucking dick. They're raping him in there. He's getting beat up. Remember an article came out like 3 years ago. He's getting beat up like the first month. He had a black eye and shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, they got him. And once they know you're a pedophile, they give it to you. If somebody finds out, they suck between every place you go. They're gonna fuck you.
And trust me, I'm for that. But how do they make that rule? They're like, okay, pedophile, we're gonna kill you. You killed 30 people, but you're cool. Like, I don't get where the rules.
You kill 30 people, they put you on the death sentence, right, or life in prison. If you get the death sentence, you exhausted with appeals.
Right.
And someday you'll have to face the music, but by that time it might be 18 fucking years from now. So you could buy yourself 18 years of pedophile unless somebody dies. What did they do that with castration?
Oh shit.
Right. I don't know. So I just heard about this maybe 2 or 3 years ago. That some prisons give you, if you have a long sentence, they give you medication to, no, not salty. It's something to fuck.
Yeah, it's chemical castration. Yeah.
Chemical castration. So time you're done, you'll never bother nobody. By that time,
dude, it's crazy. Did you see that they're executing people now with like the firing squads, like guns?
Where?
In America, a couple of over the last couple of months, there's been a couple of people who have chosen firing squad.
That's fun. I mean, you have to really. Let's say you shoot somebody, right? And you get the chair. You ever go see what happens? Shoot the chair. Yeah. And if the chair don't work, you're still half alive. Your eyeballs hanging, and they're like, shoot them. They're giving you all this shit for your heart. I'd rather listen. That's the best way to go. If somebody says, "Listen, you got to go in the morning. Make your poison, cyanide, fucking whatever." You like that? You walk out there, they raise the flag. There's a guy behind you, a little drum. They put you to the wall. They take the mask off you. You have the thing around your head. Any last request? Do you like a cigarette? Yeah, they give you a little cigarette, right? Whether you smoke or not, you take the cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You kill an extra 3 times. That's extra 3 minutes you're out there. You smoke that cigarette to the fucking filter. You got another one? No, just one cigarette and shit. Then they put a blindfold on you. It's not like you're watching the guy shoot you. If they put the blindfold on you, then you start praying. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for. And you're booked. That's it. You're dead. That's the way to go. But you want to be sitting in a place and they put a mask on you. And they shoot. Why are we talking about this? Who's going to the chair? Why are we going to the chair? I didn't even do nothing.
That's where I felt like I was going on Wednesday in fucking Austin. Dude, that was the highest I've been in a while.
And all you had was 200 milligrams and 2 coconuts.
So I had 300 milligrams, and
he was fucking falling asleep next to my friend. Oh, I was talking to my friend, and he was like, and finally, thank God, she's a savage. She goes, Lee, take it out of her.
I was scared.
After that, he was drinking fucking, what was he drinking?
Maker's Mark.
Yeah, like 2 of them. He's like, I'm going to go home. Okay, let's go home.
I had some fun with that.
You had 1 or 2.
How many did you have? You actually had some margaritas. I forgot about that. You never drink.
Never. Spicy margaritas, tequila. And you saw me walk out of there. Alcohol is not a thing.
It's not.
Saturday night, I had to meet somebody. I was sitting there for 2 hours. I finally go, fuck it, give me a margarita. And I drank it on the way home. I had to think about it for a minute. I fucked up. I'm like, not at all. In fact, I even tried to cut the lines just to fuck with people. Okay, so it was a helicopter out there or something, you know what I'm saying?
That was a lot of fun. That was because I've been, that Austin was the first place I ever did anything on the road. You let me do, 3 minutes on a late show at the old Cap City. And I was so fucking nervous that after I got off stage, my legs shook. I had to lean against the wall. My legs shook for 10 minutes. I just couldn't deal with the adrenaline that I had. And then I've been back a couple of times, but it was the biggest room I've ever done. And I think it was the first festival I ever did, which is fucking awesome. Thank you. That was a crazy experience.
You know, I remember when I was doing comedy 8, 9 years, and every had festivals, and nobody would ever invite me. After a while, you went, then I finally get invited. I get invited to the Toyota Comedy Festival in New York City, like 1999, and your whole family comes out, and I don't know who was. And I get there, the kid keeps telling me, you're going to go up for 5 minutes, you're going to go up for 5 minutes. I got a hot audience here. From 10 o'clock to 12, he told me he's going to go up next. And he put a salsa band up. And then I went up and ate a bag of dicks. And when I got off stage, he gave me $25. I went home, embarrassed when people came to see me. I felt like such a fucking asshole. And I saw that motherfucker years later. He's like, hey man, that night I go, don't even fucking say it. That was the setup, you motherfucker. Guess what I did? He died of cancer. Fuck him. Fuck him.
I love how you keep track of
Slow death. He was on one of those GoFundMe, like, skeleton shit. Fuck him. I ain't sending that motherfucker dying.
I was gonna say you sent him like 20 cents.
Nothing. That's what you get for putting me on after the salsa band. He was fucking a horrible comic. I hate him when I get shown, you know, he was a no. You remember that night? I think you were there, George. I was fucking furious that night, but that was it. Every other festival gave me shit. I wasn't good enough. Meanwhile, I went to store killing motherfuckers, and they're like, nah, you can't come too often. And then I started looking at the schedule. I'm like, these are all beat up motherfuckers anyway.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do with these fucking peasants? And then they would give you like $50 a set. Like, remember they had one in Ojai and all those every year?
Oh, yeah.
They offered me, they're like, yeah, we'll give you $55. Save the $55. I'm gonna do this for the
Yeah, or they'll be like, oh, we'll give you a hotel room, but you have to share it with 2 other comics.
And now at least they'll hit me up and give me an option to like headline a fest. That's cool. Doing the 3 guys or whatever. I don't mind doing that. But I'm bringing people that would have to fight to get to a fest. And now you're in there.
Yeah,
now it's your credit. Whether they like it or fucking not, you actually perform at the Paramount Bucks Theater. Whether they like it or not. That's it. Whether they put your name on a flyer, who gives a fuck? You did it. Right.
I didn't
That's
think
all that matters. All that. That's all that matters. And that's why when you do those festivals, I like to take people that, you know, are going to fight for their life to get to the festival. You're not with 3 managers with 3 certain names. They're not going to look at you for those festivals.
so. Is that how you get like at your level? I know that like your agent.
No, I never got a call for a festival before until I started saying, put me in some fucking festivals.
Oh shit. Okay.
If they're like 1 night, 2 nights, and I'm out of there. I'm not going to a festival premiere. I'm not going to any of the fucking parties. I'm not going to, I don't want to sing. I don't want to play the bongos. I don't want to do anything. I just want to focus on my fucking show. Do the best I can at my show. Get the fuck out of there.
I'm surprised you say that you were nervous. You didn't seem
I'm always fucking nervous.
well. You're always nervous, but like it's how even like when you said you were nervous to go out there. Didn't say like
No, I'm not going to sit there with my knees banging. You know, I'm not that type of nervous. Listen, I told you 1,000 times. If you don't get nervous, quit.
right.
Quit. If you don't give a fuck how they're going to feel or what reaction they're going to give you, quit. You always have to be a little nervous. When you touch the microphone, the thing comes out of your stomach, a little fart comes out of your mouth, you hold the microphone, that's when you know you're on. Whatever's in that midsection, whatever butterfly, whatever heart palpitation you're having, once you touch that, what was the movie? Carrie. When the guy touches the microphone, he chokes to death on the stage. I just saw it the other day. It was on last week at about 2 in the afternoon. I went home and watched it with my wife. I meant for the last half hour.
Oh shit! With the blood coming down.
Yeah, and then she goes home and the fucking mother tries to stab her. Fucking tremendous movie.
Fuck, I haven't seen that in a long time.
It was time. Anyway, yeah, that's what I don't like about all that shit. The festivals, the people you see are people that have big people that are agents, and the festival people call them. They go, oh, you're looking for Joey Diaz. Yeah, hold on. You gotta look at Lee first. You gotta look at this guy. You gotta look at this guy. He's making waves. He's getting spots at the store. His podcast is number 88 global. You know, and they get him in because like you're calling for me. So that's what you get as an agent is leverage. When you have an agent, you have leverage. Shane Gillis, you have Chris Rock, you have Joe Rogan. That's leverage. And then you have the bottom guys, the guys that me 30 years ago at the bottom, they're looking up, waiting for fucking something to drop. If it ain't a fucking drop from up there. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. Because I applied to a bunch of festivals. I got into Boston.
$35.
Oh, yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And I gotta give you $35. You know what I'm saying? At one point as a comedian, or even as a human being, you gotta sit there and go, let me think of this dynamic one more time. Okay, I'm a desperate comic, I'm trying to get on the board, but how desperate am I? By sending a $35 gift certificate, whatever the fuck you gotta say, like a certified check for $35, and trust me, I've been doing this for years. And I remember when I was that comic, and they went to had to go to a black club mix. That club ended because they shot 4 people in the comedy show.
Oh my God.
I had to go down there and make a tape on a Wednesday night to send it, which I knew if I was fucking got a standing ovation on that day, they weren't going to put me in the festival. And this is 1995, 94, and I had to pay $35 then. Never heard from them again. When they made me, they wrote me, if you want to be whatever, a volunteer or work the show. I was so fucking embarrassed. That's how I fucking crazy. So now you're taking my $35. You want to give me a volunteering job so I get experience. So I can learn what a stage looks like. Really? Ain't that a bitch? You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think some comics forget about this stuff?
Because they're not looking at the big picture. They're not going, wait a second, I'm sending $35 to somebody. I don't fucking know. This guy don't run a network. No, this guy don't run a network. This guy is what we send it to. I want you to figure out who you send it to. Some guy, Joey Diaz, who's been in various films and performed all over the world. Show me the money. Show me his resume. Show me that IMDb. What movies has he been in? Oh, he was an extra on Cha-Cha Man. And that's not old, and that's what we buy in. I see it now. I subscribe to comedy pages to see all the scams. I don't have the balls yet. There's like 4 guys on there that Zoom comedy classes done thousands of cruise ships and thousands or whatever. And young comics, more than me, those guys. I took one class at the University of Colorado for $35. And I took one at the New York Comedy Club for $50. And listen, the guy was mediocre, but I learned one thing. Stand up is you, something your beliefs are, is against the world beliefs.
Right. You've done that for a while.
So, they have all these scams. Listen, you get to Hollywood. Hollywood's about to go on. But here's the flavor. You get to Hollywood, you sign with an agent. You finally get an agent. And they're like, all right, let me look at your headshot. Oh, we don't like that headshot. We never like that headshot. We want to get you in front of big names. You take a list, call one of these people, tell them you want headshot. That Sandy sent you. They'll take you Perry. Oh my God, Boris. Oh my God, the headshots he does. Now you call Boris. Boris wants to charge you $800 because they already told him what characters you're going to have to take a picture of you as a fireman, you as a pizza man. Those are all $300 apiece. Then these motherfuckers make you go get copies. Oh yeah, which all those businesses are out of business in LA because the headshot is obsolete. There's nobody has a headshot.
I think I was the last person to buy headshots.
Yeah. And you still have to throw them away.
I threw them away when I left LA. I threw away boxes of them.
I got still some headshots left, but they're fucking useless. They're 30 years ago. So then they get you there. Then you get a commercial agent. And they're like, we love your look. There's the paperwork the way you're going to do your headshots. Now you got to go to the brand, stand online, and pay another $80 to get into a fucking web thing. So the agents could look at your headshot. Then they bang you with another website. Then they bang you with another website. Listen, it's a bang fest. And you're 21. You just graduated from college. You were going to go work for your father. But you called your grandfather and told him that you really wanted to be an actor. You and your friends used to jerk off and West Saturday Night Live. And thought it was the best thing you ever watched. Now your grandfather's going to go, okay, I'll give you my inheritance from early. And he gives you like $100,000. You got to hold it. You fall for all these scams. they see you coming. Breathing exercises for acting, how to move and balance and acting. It is unfucking real.
Oh, dude, when I like a year before we left LA, I did a commercial acting class, and I did it, and then this commercial agent reached out to me. I went down to his office, and I swear to God,
His name Maluk.
Thank God I can't remember.
Zulik.
Maybe.
Zulik or something like that, yeah.
Dude, I was in the waiting room, and there was a little person in his office, a girl, who calls me and goes, and this was when I was over 300 pounds. And he looked straight at me, he's like, yeah, I think we're going to do good things. The only other fat guy I have is a ginger that scares people. So all he did was look on that website for like weird looking. He had the little person, he had the fat guy.
Yeah.
That was all he had, was just weird people. And that, like, it was, and I still I got more auditions when I left LA. He still sends me emails somehow.
He sent you for a show as the fat guy that you wouldn't go. I don't want to go to Thailand.
I didn't, dude,
And I'm like, no, he's going to set your career on fire. And he's like, I don't want to go to Thailand.
I moved. I was in Massachusetts. I got an email to fly to LA to audition to be the fat guy, like dancing on Tosh.0, like tomorrow. They're like, you got to be here tomorrow, and I'm like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to be the fat guy dancing, and I'm not gonna fly there to probably not get it either. Oh my God, I had never experienced that. Like I went to like 3 auditions, and it was like how it went. Whenever you hear about auditions on like podcasts, like, oh, you go and there's 80 of you in a room. I went and there were 20 of me, and it was scary. And they were like, because you were supposed to be like outside in your pajamas getting the newspaper, and so all the other guys were. It was not. I think that was rock bottom for me. Just realizing what I look
And
like.
that's the union, too.
Oh, it was all non-union.
Yeah, that's a fucking thing. That's why they keep you there all day for like 500 cash.
Dude, I was talking with someone recently about when I met you. I was there editing reality TV, and literally, I think a week before I left my job, and you just did the whole time, I went to a meeting to join the editors union, and like it was crazy, dude. In another life, like I'm 600 pounds in LA, either dead or editing. Like it was crazy like, where my life almost went. And yeah, dude, they scam you there. When I was editing, I got a call one day to edit the poker TV shows. Not the big one, like the small one. They wanted to be like 800 a week. And then they can use you. This was the best. They said, listen, you know how every other job you work 5 days a week? Here, you have to agree to work Saturdays, but we almost never ask you to do it, which means they ask you to do it every week.
Yeah.
6 days a week, right? And I still have to pay the dues, like you have to pay the dues. That would have been crazy. It was it's wild how that happened.
It's crazy how you go to school for something.
Yeah.
Then you get there and you're like, fuck. The same guy I signed up for. I was looking for the bitches.
Oh, yeah.
The chicks in bikinis and shit going on.
In my mind, I thought I was going to be editing like Scorsese. Like, that was my dream. To, like, edit like a fucking cool movie. And I got to do some really cool TV shows, but it was the peak of what I was going to do was reality TV. And now I'm talking to people, and like, they're not even getting that. They're getting like, you're editing someone's YouTube channel. Like, that's what I was getting to school, made all those college loans back for, to be some YouTube, and you can make a good living doing it, and there's nothing wrong with it, but that's not what my dream was.
It's crazy what they sell you out there. And now it's just going down. That's it. Production companies are moving out. People are working for tax breaks in other states. They have to get a state to agree with a 5-year tax break, and that state's going to fucking blow the fuck out.
Oh, yeah.
And every state does it for about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, we can't do this no more. That's the end. That's it. Houses dry up. Jobs dry up. We need a state that'll do it, just like California. What happened to California was it got so expensive to ship to California. Mm-hmm. Say this to me again. It's like you told me it's too expensive in Detroit to build a car. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened in California. That's why the production, listen, when I got there, bro, there was always auditions. There was this, there was that. It was kind of a joy. I had more options. On Fridays, I would not be Stone Cold. I would have to start cutting from all the movies I auditioned for and the commercials and where I was hanging. You know, I couldn't wait till Monday now to find out. You know, maybe Sunday night, it's Friday, I don't have any fucking money, I gotta pay the rent. You know, it was stressful, that game of fucking sitting there all week and wait. You know, so like, and then it just ended. After 2007, whatever happened in 2007, that was the end. That was the end.
When like the economy crashed.
Listen, I fucking did great 2000 to 2005. My career went down after the longest year I came out. So usually, most people go up. Mine went done. It just fucking stayed there flat. From 2000, I shot 20 fucking things in TV, movies, Taxi, and instead of just was shooting these short films, these fucking low budget things. And then I started picking up steam. I got sober. And I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. I lost that day. I'm in fucking Sacramento. And I'm opening up for Gabriel. But Gabriel's coming on Friday. But they want us there all week. So it was me and another comedian. We're going to work Wednesday and Thursday. And then open for Gabriel. This is the craziest week ever. It's fucking Wednesday morning radio. I got into an argument with the other comic. We almost went to blows right out radio.
On morning radio?
We were going to go outside and fuck it up. The manager had to go in there, the radio staff. So we did the show Wednesday night. I didn't like what was going on. And fucking Thursday, I go to Red Lobster to eat lunch because it was right next to that hotel. I got a fucking call. And it's an agent of mine, a friend of mine, like, dog, Greg Garcia is looking for you. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? What? You know, like, he's got to do, you know, my name is right. And they're doing like the whole season about a prison. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I'm in Sacramento. And I go, what time I got to be there? He goes, you can be there by noon. So I said, well, fuck it, I'll be there. I did that last show Thursday. Friday morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. flight to LA. Walked in that room, had him laughing. Booked it before I even got to the airport to come back. And at the airport, I got a call away. It was Rogan telling me, listen, what are you doing this weekend? He goes, Harvey, got a commercial. Come to San Francisco to college and do 5 shows. I was like, fuck it, I'm on the plane, packed up.
That's wild.
So I came all the way down, did 2 shows with them, and I did 5 shows up there, and I booked Greg Garcia. So now, he's fucking calling me at 4 in the afternoon. Greg Garcia, what are you doing? I got to see if you can come on down. We were an hour away, and that's how it was. Once or twice, they actually called me and gave me a call sheet. I said, you have to be here tomorrow 1 in the afternoon. First time I showed up to that set, 0 fucks were given. I was sober from coke, and I was smoking weed like a fucking soldier. And one of that, you guys will never see this. Find the shirt. Find the picture of me with a weed thing on my shirt. Right? I'm not a fucking poster child. I smoke weed. I don't have to fucking advertise it. That's my belief since I was a kid. But somebody gave me a shirt from a weed store. They gave one to me, and God rest his soul, Ralphie. They actually went out of their way and made Ralphie like a 7X. And they made me like a 4X because I was big. Right. They made me a 4X, but once you wash it, it just felt your body. There's not too many shirts that do that. You know that 1 or 2 shirts you have that just, you go, damn, it's just looking tight.
Yeah, I love those shirts.
You know what I'm saying? And from the side, you're still a fat fuck. From the front, at a certain angle, your shit is smooth. You look like fucking, you know, Superfly walking into Harlem. Like that type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But I love this shirt. It just felt good. The guy spent money on it. And I had like a big weed thing. And I had camouflage shorts on. I went on the set of this. Now, usually you walk on the set, people don't say dick to you. As soon as I walked on that set, people turn around, look at me for the shirt, go, yeah. I'm in there 8 minutes. And I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers are smoking weed on the set. Oh, shit. So I went right into my green room, fucking rolled up a bone. They had a little vent for a little fucking thing. And I was there fucking puffing. They knock on the door, Jody, you're on, come on, go in there. And they put me in a prison suit. That was the prison thing.
I remember that.
So I did 1, 2 episodes on the books. And then he would just call me at 4 and go, Joe, come on down. I want you in the scene. Don't worry, he's going to get paid. Don't worry. I would go down there. Man, 2007, I go, or 2008, I go, I'm wide open. I just got weekends with room. He goes, we're going to shoot 13 more episodes. That's fucking crazy. I'm like, oh shit. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to be on TV during pilot season, which never fucking happens. That means people are going to pick their pilots and they're watching you on NBC on some show. You might be recurring on or something. It was perfect. And the fucking strike came. And that was the end of that.
And did you at all think like maybe when the strike's over they'll just pick it back up?
I knew that once the strike went on for a few months. By the time they got everything back together, they had changed the storyline. People had moved on.
How many people do you think like there must be hundreds of people who have stories like them, like they could have been the next big fucking anything, but then something
Have
happened.
you ever seen a green book?
Yeah.
Remember the beginning when they stole that guy's hat? He was at the club and somebody stole
Oh
his
yeah,
hat.
yeah, yeah.
Rigo Morrison brings his hat back. That dude was one day from being one of the biggest fucking stars in Hollywood.
Holy shit.
One day. He was the original character for Don Johnson. They had put him on retainer, $750,000 with the series went, everything. He had it till that Friday. And Don Johnson walked in with his son Taik, looking like Johnny. This Italian guy was good looking too. That's why they had him. He was a really good looking guy. He's old and he's still fucking like, oh, that's a good looking fucking dude. He's got to be 70 now. And I guarantee he's still swinging. With Viagra and shit, he's got the teeth in, he's out there. Oh my God. Yeah, that dude was one day away. That Friday, so they gave him the deal on Monday, and that Friday, Don Johnson walked into that room. Can you imagine? I'm gonna take about 750,000 for the coke, just like he did, all the way till my fucking heart gave out.
I don't know how you don't, like I don't, because like if I don't make it because like I'm just not as funny, like as much as that would suck, I would understand. But like if I feel like I like got screwed for some reason, that has to kill you.
We're gonna go to a break real quick. What are we talking about if you make it?
Okay.
I just want to clarify this. We're gonna go for a break real quick. Talk about DraftKings. We'll be back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, the playoffs have arrived, and you should be throwing some bets with DraftKings. They're the official sports betting partner of the NBA. If you've never bet before, there's no better time to give it a try. Listen, take a chance, Columbus. All right? It's a whole new season. The birds are out. The clouds are beautiful. Anyway, it's the perfect time for you to get your sports betting career on track. Listen, you're going to have a great time. It's exciting. Whether you mess around with the casinos. But we're not talking about Joey. Talk to them about the playoffs. They got something special for first timers only. Uncle Joey's here to crack that little virgin. Anyway, new DraftKings customers bet $5 to get 200 in bonus bets instantly, all right? Make it to the playoff run right now. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey, for new customers to get 200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. Get it together.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-WIRE. Text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I get it. We're all living in a crazy economy. It's time to figure out how to lower our bills. Mint Mobile is the best place to start. Their premium wireless plans start at just $15 a month. Listen, $15 a month. So you can call your mom whenever you want without breaking the bank. Listen, I love Mint Mobile. It works. The sound is great. Listen, what am I going to tell you about phones or services? You get the unlimited talk and text and high-speed data on the nation's largest 5G network. It doesn't get better than this. Don't overpay for call service. Shop data plans at mintmobile.com/church. That's CHURCH. That's mintmobile.com/church. CHURCH. Upfront payment of $45. And you get the 3-month, 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. Come on. New customer offer for 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra, but do me a favor. See Mint Mobile for details. All right, give them a shot. We're back, you savages.
Good. I remember this time.
But we
We were talking about, I said, if I make it.
define make it. Because I'm sick and tired of hearing make it or be a millionaire or no, people throw that out to the fucking wilderness.
I know exactly what I want.
Okay, what do you?
I want to have the ability to do any comedy club in the country. I want to be on the road between as much as I want to be. In my head right now, that's 30 to 40 weeks. Later in life, that might go down. But I want to be able to headline, and I want the shows to be sold out because people want to come see me. And it, honestly, sold out is, that's a end goal. Right now, I'd be happy to have like 200 people come to want to come to every show. That'd be bad. I can't even. It's like I see it because I'm around people who do it, but to like have that is like a drink. That's like it's amazing. I can't even comprehend it having that in my life.
What about just being fun?
I would love to just be fun, but the reason I talk about it like professionally is like that's what I was saying before. If I don't make it, I don't think I'd ever stop. But my goal is to make my living doing it. Unfortunately, it's crazy, but unfortunately, just being funny isn't enough to make that happen.
I came from a different background. You went to college, you invested your fucking time. Okay. You have a relationship right now. How old are you?
36.
36. You're still a young fucking man. I'm just trying to be realistic here. What happens? What's the next move for you in life? You think you're gonna do Jimmy Kimmel, or are you gonna get engaged?
First?
Yeah, I know it's all involved now. This all becomes a problem. Okay, now it's like you have to look at that. I started comedy at 28, and 3 months later, I was divorced. I was separated. Those first 5 years, and I'm not saying nothing bad about being married or having a relationship in the beginning. You started, being pretty tight with it. You're telling me about 40 fucking weeks. No woman's gonna allow that. They'll be kicking your ass after the first week, So we'll burn that bridge away. 40 weeks is a lot of weeks.
And I've never done it.
Listen, I've done it, and you can do it for about 3 years, sustain it. With a base somewhere that you go and settle for a few days. Right. From 98 to 2004, I was out until I got the longest yard. It was nonstop. Holidays, I was never home. It was 4 girls' birthday. My wife, never. The 28th, Christmas Eve, never. I would tell her, just go home to your parents' house. I'm not coming home. Because Houston would book me for 2 weeks. The best club in the country at that time would tell me, come in the 22nd, do that week, and the week all the way to New Year's Eve. And then New Year's, I'd bring in Jim Gaffigan, and I would shoot to the comedy store. It's like I didn't lose a fucking bit. That's awesome. Follow, and then I would work that, and I would always beat them. For me also was mixed in addiction. I knew that I could go on the road and go into deep places, and nobody would see me like the people right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's the best way to disappear.
And that's the thing is I don't want to disappear. So when I say, honestly, that was my goal, like even before I moved to New York. Now now that I'm here, part of those, and I'm 40 weeks I've only, I think I did like 30 something last year. I want to live in New York. I never want to leave here. So if some of those weeks means I'm doing 2 spots a night at major clubs in New York, that would be amazing too.
You know, when I was 36, it was 1999. I was living with Ralphie, I was living with Gavin, I was living wherever. Whoever was out of town, that's whose bed I slept in. There was always somebody out of town. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I was just, those days, it was so crazy. Nothing was important. Like by 99, I was gone. Like not on drugs. Gone. Like I was overstimulated. Like I didn't have an apartment. It was like being homeless and being a comic. So if I wasn't home at night, sleeping on Josh's couch, or something to do with that, I was somewhere right with somebody. I was at the front of the store with your t-shirt off, stealing sodas from the store. You improvise. But what I'm trying to say, it was like going to a 6-week training camp in those days. But it all ended with cocaine or somebody's couch, not having money, waking up in the morning. There used to be a gas station on Sunset. You will love this place. Since I'm a professional, there's a gas station on Sunset across from where the old Denny's was, where they put that restaurant that was kind of Jewish. It was from Israel. They had the bread.
Yeah, the Israeli food, Mediterranean food. Yeah, right.
There you go. That used to be a fucking Denny's. That was the worst Denny's in America. Rock and roll Denny's. Everything on that block is called rock and roll.
Yeah.
Rock and roll supermarket and rock and roll because, dog, it's a party. Friday night, that supermarket before 3 o'clock, you walk in there, you don't know who you're going to see. When I first moved in, I saw the kid with the bandana. We all, moving in the dance, poison. I saw him one night there, like at 3:45. Whatever time they closed the bar at 2 o'clock, rock and roll Ralph selling booze by the gallon, bro. And all you had to do is sit out there 20 to 2 just to see the motherfuckers that came in last minute. So that extended over to rock and roll Denny's. I remember one night I'm at rock and roll Denny's, George. I got no fucking dough. I got $12, $13. I don't have to lie to nobody. It's 19. Now it's like 2001. And this is the last $20 I got before I go to Kennedy Airport, coming to New York City to audition for Analyze That on my birthday. And I go to Denny's that night, fucking starving. There ain't a soul in there. Maybe like a waitress or something. It's about 1 in the morning and I'm eating. I'll never forget 2 eggs, that fucking ham, and toast, and they give you those artificial chopped up, what they call them. I get my gas down, I'm sitting there minding my business, and dog, something slides into me. And I'm eating, and I go, what? And it's a fucking white girl, pretty, but all cracked up. This can only happen to me and Howard. All cracked up, bruises on her thighs, and she's picking up her dress to show me a pussy, and I won't bite. I refuse to bite. She's like, look at this. Look what happens in my legs. I'll give you a good deal. You have the car. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. The waitress is watching me. I'm looking at her going, what do I do here? Somebody help me. Somebody fucking help me. I'll never forget this. She's rubbing my shoulders. And I'm not going to lie to nobody here. At a different time, if I had a package in my pocket, that chick was good to go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to nobody. She wasn't bad enough. Right. She was having a rough night, And I'll never forget, like, I ate the eggs, I dipped the fucking bread, I ate the 2 yolks. And listen, I go, you know what, you're right, you look hungry. And I left her the hand. Nothing fucking tipped the fuck out of that, bro. It was holy shit. That's rock and roll Ralph's. That's rock and roll Denny's. Then they not. Then they shut it down. But anyway, we're getting to rock and roll, because there was a rock and roll gas station across the street. Okay. That he ran it by himself. And I would wake up to go in my pocket and pray. In those days, I would just go in my pocket and wake up in the morning and say, let's see what you get. Some mornings, coins, some days it was $1, and coins. It was a really hard time. But I was at the store every night, and that's all that store and I followed Paul Mooney going 50 to 50. I didn't know what was going to happen. I followed Paul Mooney. And then I would make my living going to Felipe Esparza's rooms, Willie Barcetta's room, and we bumped into those dudes on the street. We were eating tacos the first night. That dude, Alfred Robles came by us. I gave him a big hug and we talked off and I go, Alfred goes, Joey Diaz. Because I said, congratulations, Alfred. I love Alfred Robles with all my heart. And he goes, Joey, I just want you to know that with all this started at the fucking whatever lounge. And he just, because we used to have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I picked up $40 a night. That's 120. That's I get a half gram every night, and I got gasoline. You know what I'm saying?
I still can't believe you bought it for Coke.
You gotta show up with a 20 from the store just to get the party started. Maybe you mingle with the wrong person. They go, you know what? I got $100 bill. We'll get 5 packages now. We'll take this to the next level. Oh my God. Oh yeah.
But anyways, you were saying,
Well, I would make a living from those Felipe rooms on the weekends, somebody to take me on the road. Well, I was pretty aggressive. I would always go on the road. But my whole life was surrounded by those spots like that. Sitting back there, watching whoever came in. In those days, the store wasn't the story. It wasn't nothing. It was Paul Mooney who came in. And Taik started coming in. Everybody else was broken. People that nobody knew these people. This is before news radio. This is news radio before Fear Factor. It was a fucking nightmare there. Our Tuesday was 8 people. Tuesdays was 8 people. Wednesday was 30. Thursdays was maybe 60. Was a great night. And the weekend was so bad. It was nothing like the way it is today. But when you say make it, I just want you to understand what you're saying. Because a lot of people say make it, and they don't classify it.
right, no.
Like for me, making it was being funny and not being an asshole. I didn't need a fucking ship. I don't need a butler. I don't need an assistant. I don't need none of that shit. I just want to be a regular fucking dude. Don't need a father. But the ability to wake up in the morning and fucking tell you I want 2 eggs. I don't have to go in there with my change and shit. Right, that's success to me. I can do like the other stuff. Me going to no boo with 20 people and jumping up and down and, being Johnny, but that's never been a big deal.
No.
That's the last thing I want to fucking do in the world. Which I like to go to no boo and get some nice sushi. You drop up to 500, whatever. At least you know. When I go into no boo, I'm just getting 20s from the ATM. I walk in, every fucking Japanese guy gets the 20. They'll call me, what's that sushi? Sushi dynamite? I'll get dynamite. If you're gonna go into a fucking sushi spot, that's the only way to do it. Go to the ATM, take 20s to start. That hot black girl at the sushi place, because they've always got a hot black girl at the counter. Yeah, always. Black dress and nice black shoes on. That looks like Whitney Houston and fucking my other girl put together. You're like, God, here's a 40. Every other Japanese gets a strict 20. You know what I'm saying? You're looking that good, you bad motherfucker. What is that cake?
That'll get you like the
That's Johnny Bananas. No, that's what everybody wants to be. Right. Nobody wants to walk in a club with a fucking frown and bunny rabbit. He is. Put me in the corner table so I can smell everybody's asshole as they walk by. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, all of us in this room at one time said, fuck, we can't wait to walk into a club in New York City and go, here's 10,000. Everybody suck my dick.
Oh, yeah.
Whiskey for everybody. Isn't that a dream for anybody? Or was it just me? To walk in the club, I don't give a fuck if Trump was sitting there, walk in there and go, suck my dick, and put $100 grand down. Drinks for everybody, just walk out.
Dude, mine was similar, but mine was casino. I want to be able to go in with like 10 grand and just sit. I saw one guy do that at the Stratosphere. He brought 10 grand to the blackjack table and they had to count it out and give him 10 grand chips. And he made everyone wait. He could have gone to the cashier, but he made the whole deal. And I was just like, he had 10,000 to put 1,000 on each hand, like that. Like that's what I want. I would love
we
that.
get the 10 and go, drop it. You know what I'm saying? We're going with 10. Well, call them. All the Chinese doing the oh, Chino, mira, bah. This ain't a signature or nothing. You don't have to. You'll never see me again. Right or wrong. That's the whole thing of doing this whole thing. But after a while, you have to really normal. I was watching that stupid show last night, and the one with John Hamm. He becomes a thief.
On Apple TV, I haven't seen it yet.
TV, he becomes a thief. You know, just going like I did. Going to somebody's house, take a watch. But he's doing the old trick. They got 20 watches. Just they won't even know. But it's interesting because it's interesting. We talked about. I gotta be honest.
I don't. I remember up until a second ago. George Nick.
Fucking guy, George is supposed to be the editor in charge of the editor.
You were so fucked up. No one can remember.
I told George I was giving him some dynamite weed tonight. I saw him take 2 hits and go right from the strawberry sandwich. And it was all over the shop. And the condition, one hand, he was over there eating matzo ball soup. The whole fucking thing.
Giving people tips, going to the bar, to the club, to the casino we're talking about. Being a big shot.
Oh, yeah, they go to, I'm not going to tell you the story, but last night they go to somebody's house. And the guy was on a championship NBA team.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The guy was retired now from the NBA. He's one of those guys that has a beautiful house, gym in the garage, you know, a basketball court, but outside it's just fucking trophies, pictures of him with Michael Jordan, you know, and they have a championship ring. But at one point, let me show everybody my toilet. It's a toilet from Japan that's worth $500,000. It washes your ass, it steam cleans it, it deodorizes your nutsack, and all these people are like, ooh. And at one point he goes, wait a second, anybody who could score on me, I'll give $10,000. He's out there blocking little white guy shots. 6'7". Lee's throwing a hook by. You know? Yeah, everybody's like Lee. Everybody's like a little tennis dude, and this guy's 6'8", blocked it. Then when he blocked it, he take it, slam dunk it. They had some ball, they had more of them. So fucking, you know, you look at those type of guys. And at one point when you're watching an 18, you're a basketball player, you go, I wish that's my house when I'm fucking 40. And as you get older, you're like, I don't want nobody in my fucking house. No. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anybody in my house with my fucking trophies, me being an asshole. That's too much. I don't know. I don't like a picture of me in the house. I don't like none of that shit. I saved one of Troy Conrad's pictures of me. Because it's real dark and it's just fucking. I like that shit. But you're not going to walk in my house. There's pictures of me with celebrities, me with Johnny Bananas. I don't want that shit.
I see movie posters on the wall. I've been to Hollywood houses, and like there was a couple that like you'd go and like every movie they had anything to do with it, like they had the poster up in like their kitchen. It was very
George framed Spider-Man 2 for me, and I got the longest shot I got from Adam. I have no idea what the longest shot is.
Yeah, but you had it in your office where it makes sense. You're not going there like giving everyone a tour and showing them all the things, all the memorabilia. That was never the house where you. And in your office, it makes sense. Or like a couple around the house. But I'm agreeing with you.
It was really weird. I think once I got locked up, because when I got locked up, but I always knew this going in. When I got locked up, I met a lot of people who thought they were fucking Johnny Hooper. Everybody in there was Johnny Bananas. Everybody will tell you they were part of the motorcycle gang. They were the mafia. They did work with the Chinese. But these guys are just fucking heroin dopes. They were just dopey people who were doing meth. You know, they couldn't get off the fuck. They were in jail 20 years, and they still were fucking doing speed. You know, and he was in there for murder or something like that. You know, these guys, you know. It's what was he talking about?
The people you might have people who met people.
Yeah, and so I saw that. But I remember being a kid, telling you guys, I grew up with I had a great guy in my life. Every summer, my mom would put me on a plane in Miami. It was like Disneyland. He knew the background I grew up in, so he would treat me different than his kids. It was like our little secret. We would do things at night, and one day he pulled me for a ride. He goes, listen, I'm going to go do 8 years. You know, I got to shut down. This guy had everything. He had fucking everything. A house, a boat, 2 golden adventures, beautiful swimming pool, construction company, and something came back to haunt you grow older, you see all these Italian dudes that get a life sentence with their 60. What was that whole life about? So for 30 years you were at Spark Steakhouse, yeah, but now you're 60 when you can't go nowhere. You're fucking, you're, you're in there to your 80. That's the payoff for me is not worth it.
No.
The ending was never worth it. The ending to end in that way, your family goes from having a house to living in a 2-bedroom apartment. You can't make rent. I never understood that.
What about like the pressure of like living for 30 years on the run, like always thinking the cops are coming? Like that's crazy too.
That's a
The whole life is like
That's a different angle of it. My main thing was shit like that makes you go, and then you see these people that, listen man, there's people who are very generous, okay? And I love being generous. But before I would walk into a bar and be generous, I would be generous to people who I watch struggle. If I was, right, anybody could give to the blind kid. They have a festival, people come to their house. So, what do they call it? It's a fundraiser, and now Joey, were you in Spider-Man 2? Yeah. They moved to go. When I was a young actor, what the fuck are you doing, Joey? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to give a fundraiser? Don't give me a black guy on a bicycle. Come in. It's 500. We'll get a fucking, put a down payment on a fucking car. Next time I see you, tell me what you want a month. Every time you come by here first, I'll give you money. I'll give you my wife's number, whatever you need. That's what you do. It's going to fucking be well, look at me and Austin the president. Here. Let's hear it for Elise Hayat for being such a, we're giving you a ribbon that you paid for. There's your cunt wife, I'm part of the organization. Cost you 25 grand to even talk to these boys. So they can come over and act foolish with you. At the end of the day, you're 65, you're laying on a bed. You think that's what you fucking be worried about? Now, isn't that what you fucking really think you're at? I hope I'm not. So before I get involved, listen, why be a fucking fake issue? Because that whole lifestyle, then I went to Holland. And I moved to California. I saw the most specific day I'll never forget. They had not a reshoot. Here's what I fucking realized I was on for something. I go, these guys had a reshoot. Not a reshoot. Like a table read. We came back from
longest yard experiment.
we came back from being going along the shore now because we had a week hiatus and we could do whatever they want. And we got a call one day or an email that they would change. We weren't going back to work that Friday. That Monday we were pushing till Thursday, but we had to go back until on a Thursday to go over these new things they had written that we did not even dream about when we left Albuquerque. So I'll never forget that you say be there like a mom at whatever building. They'll give you a pass at the gate. You just pull right up. And we had already talked about the Albuquerque scenes. I had already let them know what the joke was. Like, they were on the program now. They were on. I'm just a fucking idiot from North Bergen. I didn't say shit for the first 2 weeks. I did what they told me, and then I started taking chances. And they were like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? My ball sack fell out in front of Adam Sandler. And I had my leg out the whole lap. And finally, everybody didn't want to come say it to me.
Wait a second.
Nobody wanted to come say it to me that my nutsack was sticking out. So I'm sitting there.
And you weren't even filming. You were just on the.
No, we were filming. And I didn't know I had like some type of shorts on. We were just filming some dog type, whatever. And it was like 3:30 in the afternoon. And everybody's sitting around. And I want to know what they said. They didn't give me a chair. They get that chair with Joey Diaz at the time. There was no Joey Diaz chair because they didn't think Joey Diaz was going to make it. But on this particular day, I had to sit on a helmet. Right? Huh? And when I sat, think of me sitting with shorts, 400 pounds at that point, on a helmet. Look at the position I got to be in, okay?
No.
And, it could just hold, the underwear could just hold so much. And the right nut came out, and I didn't feel it. To my daughter's, to mercy, I did not feel it. I just hung out there like this for like an hour, sitting there.
An hour?
And then I got the story from Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler came over and sat next to me. How you doing, big guy? I'm like, good. How are you? He's like, listen. He's like, if I was you, I'd put that speed bag away. I'm like, a speed bag? And he goes, that thing hanging from between your legs. He goes, it's been sitting there for an hour. Nobody's had the nuts to come up here and say it to you. Nobody would say nothing to me. They were doing like, look, they was going to tell him nobody. They were like, leave it out. No, I'm not even fucking talking to that kid. He's a lunatic. Oh my God. Right then and there, I was at him. I was like, man, you rubbed my stomach. You remind me of my father. My father had a stomach like that. Oh, that was it, though. So we pull up. We're pulling up to Sony and fucking, it was like a Thursday. And it was like, I think Tracy Morgan was gone. No. I don't know if Tracy was there. It was like Adam, Chris, wasn't that? It was like Chris Rock, like 8 people. And I proved that everybody had a cheat, a fucking voice, a fucking this, that. And I put up with a Dion with no windshield wipers. You know what I'm saying? You know, like when you do that so many times, the windshield wipers fly off, and you're like, I'll get them when I get them. So what do I got? Money for windshield wipers? Okay. Boom! Fuck okay. We'll rub this fucking metal on it. It's fucking crazy. Like, I used to get into like things with Lee. When I first met Lee, we had a big stick up his ass. And we'd talk about things, and Lee thought I was putting him on. Like, I came with this fucking struggle type of stand up. Like, when I first went out, I had to borrow money to get a Nissan. This piece of shit Nissan. The body was great. And it had like 99,000 miles. It was anything about a Datsun. It was a Datsun B210. If you know anything about a Datsun, those motherfuckers don't blow up spark plug until they go up to like 300,000 miles. It was just a 4-cylinder engine that had some kick. Those things are still around. We had to throw a fucking Nagasaki bomb at those things to knock them off the fucking Route 3. I had one of those things that would stick in the back. I would hang my shirts back then. In the back halfway, and then the other half was a pillow. In case you got to pull over, you have to get the thing protecting your eyes. So you have like a Puerto Rican shade. Then you have the shirts. In the back was everything. First aid, a tire, a basketball, a frisbee. So you could never be bored. This was your fucking work. You know, so the point I'm trying to make it, baby, so like I always say, nobody shows up with an open mind, a Maserati. Right? Nobody's first time on stage is on a fucking Maserati.
You told me you're talking about fucking with me when we first met, because I had a stick on my ass.
You know, and I would tell me about her. I still remember that fucking time. I remember coming back from my first road game in Michigan. This is your first road game. I don't know that we're road. You know, at that time I wasn't even running road. They was no road. It was 95. I'm already going to Baltimore, but the first place I went was Michigan, Detroit, the Arabian town, not Detroit.
Grand Rapids?
No. That's a Christian town with all the fucking churches. This is right in town. I'll think about it. And I was coming back, and I was like, oh, I'm on my way. I don't care that I have $30 left. I don't care that I'm living in my car. I don't care that I want to turn $60,000. You know, I'm going to go home and see my daughter. Fucking, this is what I am. I'm Canadian. I said, bah! Right to the left side of the car. And goddamn it. I get out there, I put the spare tire on that motherfucker. I go out, you know, everything's even the bicycle tire. So everybody says it's a, what do they call it? 50-mile tire.
Oh, the donut.
I drove that donut back to Colorado and back to Michigan on that fucking donut.
Oh my God.
I didn't, listen, I didn't get a new tire until we put $50 in my hand, whatever. In those days, it was like $22.50 for a tire. You think I'm fucking kidding you, man? I rode that tire, I had that, and I delivered fucking Chinese food with that tire on. Dude, are you fucking nuts?
The reason why I'm speechless is last year I got a fucking flat in New Jersey, and I had to put the donut on, and the guy told me, listen, whatever you do, don't drive over 50 miles an hour.
There's no way with 90. I was cutting people off. I looked at the fucking stuff. That you learn that all. You know, at one time, George Lincoln, you guys had shampoo on the road. I didn't use that bar soap that gets you dry. You become like
Irish
Ingrid Bergman, you get all fucking dry skin.
Oh my God.
Fucking, you pull your pants off, dust falls off. From your fucking legs all the way down. You don't know what that's like. You broke. You're on the road. People telling you, listen, don't put soap in your eyes. But I got no Visine. I got the fucking washcloth. I'm taking all that smoke. Oh my God. Did you guys smell your clothes after fucking Texas?
They smell like barbecue.
No, they don't. Listen,
Oh, they sweat?
you're gonna smell like rotten asshole and fucking cigarettes and booze, okay? Because when I opened that suitcase, something flew out.
Really?
And I had like 8 pounds of weed in that motherfucker.
I think it might have been that.
Shit, no.
I haven't. No, I was.
It was fucking. I told my wife, please, let's try it right now. I didn't go upstairs.
Wow.
Because I think I was packing it when we came back. Saturday night, I went in by the thing, and I'm like, ooh, Lord. I had 2 jackets that smelled like fucking Marlboro Red Choice. People still smoking there. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was crazy. They smoke everything in there. After 11 o'clock, it's over, but the shower. They put the curtains down. People are like, come on, go on, take a picture of Joe Rogan. You're in no debt. We came all the way.
Oh my God. Dude, it was great. There were people from everywhere there.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. The festival was like, listen, I was very happy. And I got put down there, very proud. I thought I was going to eat a bag of dicks. Not at all. But then I forgot I was in Texas. That's a good state to develop. That's a, I developed in Texas. When you do the math, I'll tell you, I was always in Texas. El Paso, I got to give props where props are taken. You know what I'm saying? What do you got this week, Tom? So I'm not into the podcast. I just want to talk to you about it.
Okay. On Friday, the 25th, I'm in Westfield, Mass. At Bright Idea Brewing, and then on Sunday, I'm at Greenwich Village Common Club Banquet.
Look at you making moves.
It's fine. And then I'm at on Wednesday.
Austin. I got there. We got there Wednesday with Dean and really think about it. I made the video, and then all of a sudden, within minutes, my phone started popping. Right, my people, you in town? The guy I forgot I forgot to hit back AJ. When I landed, fuck. I'm supposed to be moving out a couple Wednesday night. We had already eaten dinner, so what the fuck was I gonna tell you? All right, so I asked Joe if I go to the
Milkshake.
no, I asked Joe if I could go to Wells
Oh,
to Wellness. He goes, yeah. I'll call later. But as soon as I got out of there, that dude texted me, go, I see you're in town. Let's hook you up. Come on in. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay. And then I called him. We get the time. He called me back because you can't come there at this time. And I walked in there next morning. That was the best night's sleep I got. Knowing I was going in there. That night was like 5 hours. Right? Probably like a page or so, like 5 or 6 hours. And it wasn't that I was drunk or anything. Like, yeah, the room was brutal. It was cold as fuck. I put that room down to 65 on the 3rd level of the fan, and I brought my own little portable fan.
I did not bring a fan.
Come on now.
How cold do you need to be?
Come on now.
Holy
And I put that blanket on top, and at one point I got off, and the bed was wet. Like I missed it 18 times. I had to turn the pillow over. It was dripping.
You were sweating that much?
Yeah, because I put the blanket over my head since I got the hose coming out. I was out there like you guys breathing. I put that blanket on my head. I get that room colder than fuck, Jack.
But then why are you sweating so much?
Listen, my room has been so cold lately. After 15 years, my cat's cold under the blanket. I land in bed at night. Also, she's supposed to bullshit and hug her. And I pick the blanket up. It's like a 10-minute walk. She goes in like a Vietnam vet. Like there's gonna be a problem. Like, get the fuck in there already. Jesus Christ, I'm like this like 10 minutes. But I went to Wells. I walked in there. The guy's name is Brigham. And they had moved locations the first time that I went. The first time I went, I got a shot in my knee, and I was fucking petrified. And it went by like this. Nothing. I'm like, wow, really? Then I went down. Second time, they go, come on back. I did it again. Boom. No pain. I didn't faint. In fact, I even took the earphones off. I usually go in those places with earphones, so I don't hear the needles ripping That's how much of a pussy I was. I was in the hospital 3 weeks this year. You gotta see me nowadays. I'm like, you take me over. Wow. Nothing, no. I didn't put some. Yeah, they had to put a thing in my arm. They had to put, to do this thing, they put like this catheter in, and they shoot you with the fucking, the first thing I did was a stem cell IV. No, I did a stem cell. I was scared of the bag that drips. So I did a stem cell blood something. It goes into your blood. That was the first 2 times I went. And this time I walked in. They told me what I was in the hospital for. They had a fucking AI computer that you talk like they told me when I was in the hospital. And they go, let's ask this guy. They asked him. He gave like the fucking guy. It was unbelievable. He was
And then so you did, and didn't you do a breathing there too?
So number 2, I did a lung. I've been doing those. I'm supposed to do like 3 a week. I just ran out of the prescription. There's a steam you put on with a hose. You put the chemical on the bottom, and you put it in your mouth. It's like a pipe. You breathe in and out.
Like a nebulizer?
A nebulizer. Yeah. So they gave me a stem cell nebulizer. Yeah, we didn't fuck around. And they shot me with the needle, and they put whatever into my blood, and then we did the liquid IV, the IV liquid IV, the IV. And then from there, they put me in the red light therapy bed. And then from there, I went into a hypo chamber. They put an oxygen mask on, and oxygen goes in to wake everything the fuck up. And I was in there for like that. I had a pee, but then from not having a pee, I had so much oxygen in the red blood, my dick got hard as fuck. And they opened up that little wound, and I couldn't even pick up my leg. It was like one of those 8th grade hard-ons. Like, motherfuckers hard, you wake your mother up, Mom. Take a look at this. I don't know what's going on.
I think the guy was really happy about you talking about it. And then now he even got a hard on it. I'm a very chamber.
Not like I took banged it out. I just, for some reason, the blood went to that area. I was looking out to the wilderness. I don't know what fantasy crossed my mind, Sometimes if you look at trees, shit happens. Especially if you're on the spectrum like me. Things happen. You're out there just staring, and all of a sudden you're like, I remember a time, but there's no time. Oh my God. But that's an interesting question you have for me tonight, because I don't know. I have people who actually come up to me in my neighborhood and say shit about how I should act. Nobody said something in the last 2 years, but I had 2 neighbors. Like in 1 year, and I go, I was doing something and I saw you here on TV. I never knew. And they're like, what? You act a certain way. And I'm like, well, how would you like to do that? Right. Have a limo for the night. So, come on. It's like you have to remember at one point, like anytime I try to be a patient, I remember being in fucking prison. And there were people who used to go, you know what? I ain't eating the food. There was this big white guy who would go, shit, I wonder what you were eating under that fucking bridge. Or something to that effect. Right. And it made sense. Right. Like when you were under that bridge, what the fuck were you eating? And listen, he wasn't under the bridge. He should say, we've all been under the bridge. But you're like, one morning you get up, and there ain't no fucking hope. So you just gotta drink the water, the milk straight. Or, cereal with fucking water. You need prison. You better fucking eat that shit. Yeah. That's a one-shot deal. There's no more day up the corner. That's like a nightmare. Yeah, there's nothing like that. So it's just, when you look at things and you look at for what they are, I don't know, guys. I'm too old. Is there something like that, like no matter how much money you had, that you still wouldn't spend money on? Like for me, like I don't think I would ever do like a $200,000 car, even if I had. The only thing I wish I could fucking do, I'm not gonna lie to nobody. At times I think I'm fucking doing something because this is the only thing I wish I could do. I wish I could rent a private plane. For like your kids? Every week. And go somewhere, you guys. Just on a whim. Right now, no, I'm 62 years old. You ask me what I want to do. Yeah. We're too old for a week in a place. Ain't nobody gonna make a week in fucking 4 weeks. None of us. But 2 days up in Vermont, that would be fucking great. If you had like a prime night. not saying spend $17 million on a private plane.
For people to charge.
I'm saying to invest the money in a package. Like you have 5 flights for $8,000 or $40,000. You can make 3 payments or something like that. I would fucking love to do something like that. I would. I don't want to go to California. Where would you want to go? I'd like to do another Florida run. Somewhere I want to go again and do a show. Let's get it out of the way. I'm going up in Red Rocks. I told us I'd love to go to Boulder. I want to take George to Boulder with me as my personal bodyguard. George will do his own video. Spots in Boulder with Joey Rod.
It's gonna be a long video. That'll be 2 parts.
Right to Con.
Thank God.
How was George? Yeah, no, don't worry about them. We'll take care of those with the government. If they arrest you, we'll be cool. Don't worry. We'll get you an attorney within minutes.
Holy shit. That's awesome. You're doing Red Rocks.
We're doing Red Rocks for perfect. Well, why not end the nice show at the theater in Boulder? Why not? Why fucking not?
Right.
You know? Do another fucking Santa Fe run.
Well,
Santa Fe, New Mexico, guys, for 3 days. Rent a car, go up, get green chilies from all the ski resorts. Just do a green chili one, maybe one more Denver one. I don't want to fly into that fucking airport. But on the other hand, I don't want that one to Obama either.
it's a bomba.
You know, the guy who died in a plane crash. In the fucking mountain here, fuck. You have to witness.
Oh, Jesus.
You know that song? Isn't that the bomb? No.
Yeah, I didn't know he died in a plane crash.
You don't like that song?
I love it.
So we used to have a teacher, Mr. Terrano, and I'll never forget that. In those days, in North Bergen High School, there was an A cafeteria and a B cafeteria. The B cafeteria, I could be saying it wrong, but the A cafeteria was just the Spanish people, and the B cafeteria.
Was this all like the sign, or this was just no? It's something you want to just go to prison. Didn't you say that we were like recess or Jim was like shoveling the snow too? Like what?
No. That was at McKinley. You shoveled snow.
Okay.
But once you got to North Bergen High School in 1978, it was lunchroom A and B. Lunchroom A was just for Spanish people, and lunchroom B was for everybody else. White kids, a few Indians. You know, at that time, if you were Indian, they put you over there with them.
It's like a brownie.
Yeah, so here's where it gets complicated. Every day, teachers would have to switch posts at different lunches. Okay, so every day there was a new teacher, 2 teachers on each door. Cafeteria A, the 2 teachers on, and sometimes it would be this lesbian teacher that I was tight with. That one day I showed her my balls. She was teaching gymnastics, and she had those things like this, and I had to hold my sweats, and I picked up the lace. Her name was Miss Bernard. She's still alive, I think.
Oh God!
Yeah. Well, like Miss Bernard, my balls were swinging. She never took me from the principal's office. But there was a teacher that I idolized growing up. In fact, I got to reach out to this dude. His name was Mr. Terranova. And in those days, Mr. Terranova would have a suit on, tight as a motherfucker, by room A. And as I walked by, he'd poke up to me. And I'd walk up to like this close to him, Nick. He'd be right here. And all of a sudden, when 3 Spanish people walking, he go, hold on 1 second. And he'd go back to me.
Oh my God!
Kids would go like, oh my fucking God. But he did it perfectly. And his face showed. He'd just be talking to you. And one day we were sitting again talking there, and there was like a little misunderstanding, and some guy stepped on Mr. Terranova's shoes. Oh, no. The Cuban kid stepped on his shoes. I'm talking to Mr. T. And also, T's talking to me, and also the kids. You know, people step on your shoe, but they keep going. And also I said, oh, time out. And he goes, get your hoop doop doop right his shoes off. The kid just cried. And he said, who pooped in the The kid just fractured. The kid thought he was going to Studio 54. He had those pointy fucking shoes. Oh my God. Get those hoop, 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 merengue shoes off my feet.
Jesus, everything, the more you describe it, the more I'm like, this sounds like fucking prison. That's crazy.
There was no prison.
You said they had to change posts.
No, the teachers.
Yeah, the guards.
No. They would just stand up the corners to make sure like a 50-year-old didn't come in front of you. That's why they were there, to make sure some fucking 50-year-old is strolling with a Beatles lunchbox. Let's sit next to a bunch of 12-year-olds. Hey, have you ever heard fucking Here Comes the Sun? Yeah. Well, so what you had some fucking country pub.
I'm at a brewery on Friday.
Oh, there goes another brewery.
Yeah, and then I'm at the Greenwich Village Comedy Club on Sunday.
Okay, you fucking doing great. You did 2 great fucking sets.
Thank you.
You handled yourself up front. Listen, man, you never want to see your kids suffer. In life, you never want to see your kids suffer. And I love you. I don't want to hear nothing bad about you. But I'm really proud of how much better you get up front. And you were not going to get that one past me. Correct?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
No, you have to go first.
Yeah, no problem.
I want you to figure out in your mind that you're going to be the life of the party. You're going up first. Joe, this is Joey D's show. I'm not taking that away from you. Your attitude is, listen, I'm opening up for Dave Chappelle. This is the Dave Chappelle show. I'm not taking that away from him, but I am the quarterback. I'm the first face they fucking see. So my tempo sets the tempo for the rest of the night. If you drop back to 5 and throw to the 5-yard line and get the guy to step out of bounds, that's your tempo. You gotta speak this up. You gotta let him know about that Jewish explosion. My dick is ready to go. I just had lots of the fucking bacon. And I got fucking diarrhea. I'm ready to stab a motherfucker. And that's your mindset. Like, after, yeah, we fuck around, we giggle, but, that's it. Now you become a Jew. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. This is not, that focus, like when you see a Jewish surgeon, he's going in for the big kill.
Right.
But before you die, he's like, listen, if you live, I need an extra 15 points. Cut it out. And he's like, fuck, it's a Jewish precision. Right. And I want you to become the best at that. For right now, I don't want you to worry about headlining or featuring. Trust me, I know somebody else who focused on that. And that became something later on. But how to get that stage as a cold opening, just go. You don't have to ask questions. You're not there to learn. They're there to learn from you as a company. Right. Who the fuck are you today? Hey, who drinks tequila? I want that shit like I want a finger up my ass. You know what I'm saying? I never want that. I want them to come at me. What's that? Oh. Fucking guy, when he heard The Exorcist or something. I want to go out there and control. That's you. You're the quarterback, right? And that's a lot of people. I emceed last week. It's okay. You're going to move up. No, you're not. You're going to be MC. Look how you said MC. You're going to be MC the rest of your fucking life. Look at your attitude. When you're an MC, you're that first guy that runs when you're in the Super Bowl. They don't have the fucking some movement up. They have the fucking fastest guy on the team run out first. He blows the thing, the smoke comes out, white bitch's face. His dick pops out of his shorts, and he's on the 50-yard line like he was getting chased by 3 cops. That's the way it is. You're the cat. If you go out there, my name is Lee, I'm Jew. Well, right. Now the thing is, they just threw more dirt on you. Forget about what fucking Hitler did. They just threw more dirt on you.
The top of
yeah, you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
Out there, and I saw you doing that. You were struggling for a while in New York, and it hurt me, right? Because it wasn't doing nothing for your ego. But I knew in the long run, I knew that now you look at it, if this sucks, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have to be the second guy up. No, you're going to learn how to master being the first guy up. And master it with the back of your mind. The joke is just got hit by a car. You ain't even showing up for that. That motherfucker died. When you put that in your mind, And you have to figure out, like, because one day, and it might be fucking soon, somebody might come up to you. You might be going up first, and I'm gonna have to give you a sign. Going, fucking, Ari didn't show up. You already went out there for 15 minutes. That's horrible. That's horrible.
Right.
But that's another curveball on Friday.
Well, I'm sure you want
Now, you look to the side instead of, you might be up there for 28, and I'll tell you you've been doing 10. You got 18 more.
Oh, no.
Bro, your inside's break. You think you're killing at 18, and you're like, you got 12 more minutes to find out. Most of you look aside, you're like, psst, psst, keep going. And you're like, keep going. After 12 minutes, I'm done. I've done everything. My mother's joke, the one I wrote in the 3rd grade, the one I got from my nephew's cup. Remember when we were kids? They had those little fucking cups,
Yeah.
What animal don't you play cards with? A cheetah? All right, let's wrap this motherfucker up.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. It was great. I honestly really appreciate it. Not even honest, I love doing the shows, but you gave me that advice to not ask questions. Like at the airport, 6 hours, barely stay awake, and it's all I've been thinking about. So I appreciate it.
You did good. That was really, that's 1,000 people. 18. Yeah, that's not, I didn't expect you to go out there and fucking do it again. So I'm very proud of you. You're working on it. You came back out of the plane. I went home with melted. I couldn't even get up Sunday. That's how old I am. This kid went, did the dojo count with Steve Simone, then went to the midnight show. There were 2 people there by the time he got there. That's heartbreaking. That's the proof that you're a real comic right there. You waited all day for the midnight set. You get there, there's 8 people to boot. The first 4 should have been shot and hung a long time ago. Now it's down to 1 person. You're up there going should I shoot myself now? Or should
And this is the last thing I'll say. The dojo was great with Steve. It was that was a great comedy,
right?
Yeah, Steve's still
Now, what's he doing? He sat at home like a fucking genetic.
No, he's eating pizza all over the place. He's gone to every amazing pizza place so far, and he killed at the dojo. So, but it was.
I would have brought him here. I didn't know he was going there.
Oh, okay.
I should have brought him here. One of you think I don't want to see him, but
I think he's doing something.
He's a Catholic. He's like Jesus. He can change his mind. All right, I love you, cocksuckers. The only thing I have coming up is May
8th, 17th.
17th at Parks Casino. It's sold out already? Oh, we just got August tickets.
Nice.
In August or
so good.
May, don't buy any tickets. They're too high. If they're over $40, come in August. You know what I'm saying? Bring your in-laws. They want to see some shows. Stay black. We love you. We'll be back next week. All right. Thank you. Sunday, we just went. It was the worst meal ever. That fucking PF Chang.
How do you even end up at PF
No, I go to PF Chang once a month. I get the Szechuan beef.
Yeah, well, we're recording. We don't have to do, but
fuck it. Let's go from here. You get the Szechuan beef. I get the hot sour soup, and you're safe. The rice. You're always fucking safe. Always safe with that. They got the little noodles. Always safe with that. Yesterday, I had to go to the mall. I had the girls with me. Everybody's hungry all of a sudden. Fucking hungry. We just ate bread. We're hungry. All right. Let's go to PF Chang. Go to PF Chang. They go in there. They got the oolong sea bass. They've had the oolong sea bass for 30 fucking years, but they took it off the fucking menu. When I went in there, the only reason why I went to PF Chang is I agreed to the fried chicken. And since I got no fried chicken in New Jersey, at least this kills the whatever. It's not the best fried chicken, but it ain't bad either. So I go in there, they got no fried chicken, and they got the oolong fucking sea bass, which they haven't had for fucking 2 years. So I go, you know what, let me live off a little bit off the box. Let me get the oolong, whatever the fuck it was. Got the house salad, and that was it. The house salad, they pour like 2,000 gallons of that Asian dressing. I gotta have it. Like a fucking oolong. I don't know who cooked it. It wasn't a oolong. It was fucking deep fried some shit.
Dude, I have to be, and you have to admit, if I was coming in here with I went to P.F. Chang's and got fish, you would have a 45-minute rant.
I've been getting fish from P.F. Chang's for 10 years.
You live in New Jersey, and what about Freddie? What happened to Freddie?
When I go on the road, to Columbus, there's certain towns that know exactly what the city's on. But I go to P.F. Chang's, close to the hotel, and they always got the fish in the salad. Can't go wrong with the fish in the salad. Cannot go wrong. Okay, you can get the fucking maki shrimp. I don't like none of that shit. I don't like none of that firecracker shrimp.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, that's right, because you're fucking dead. You go there with a little fire shrimp. And then I know you eat sushi.
No, I don't eat it. How dare you put that on my record?
They got 3 rolls.
Record
They got 3 rolls. They're all pre-packaged. You're in there. Oh, I'm eating Asian, But the fish ain't bad. That's my point. First off, it's 44 bucks.
Damn.
They raised it. The fucking salt pepper prawns were 31. And they were greasy as fuck. I tasted one. I had to spit it out. I went home, both of us, me and my wife, were shitting blood all day. Everybody was shitting. The only one was my Billy Goat daughter. But she had to be from Rockland. She was safe. She was fucking safe.
Right. So how did you end up there instead of going to Freddie or like a regular training?
Because I was in pre-owned at the fucking mall. You don't understand me?
Yeah, but if I had that excuse, you would be ripping me a new asshole right now.
Because you did it because the girl told you to go there.
Your girl told you to go there.
The boss and my fucking daughter, my wife told me to go there.
Oh, your daughter's the boss?
Yeah. You would sit with that miserable fuck at a restaurant.
Your daughter?
If she don't like it, it's fucking miserable. She looks on the phone. She looks around the restaurant like a retard. I can't. So I gotta take her somewhere where she fucking enjoys the food. She's gonna be. There was a Yankee came on. We're watching that. Like blah 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 blah. Oh, I got stuck with her. Listen. You can put our list. Okay, but not really. This is the shit I look for. On paper, it sounds shitty. I went to my daughter's middle school game. I got there, and the bus, our school was there, and the girls, school was there, but I'm gonna see the other team. We'll wait, and it's the home team. It's the fucking home team. I'm like, where's this fucking home team? So I'm sitting in my car, I'm watching them warm up, and all of a sudden, I see the principal of school run out from the school we're playing at. And she's like, hey, it's been canceled. Our team went over to Marlboro, and you guys came here, so forget it. So it's 3:30 in the afternoon. So all these kids are scrambling. They're on their phone calling their parents. Like, 3 of these fucking kids, their parents work like 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So my daughter comes over, she calls me, and she goes, Dad, no game. I can fucking tell that, okay? I can see you guys are walking over here now. So she goes, and what's her name? Parents, don't get out till 5. Do you mind? I go, bring her with you. And then she called back. She goes, Jewish girls' parents, don't get out till 5. Bring her with you too, because I like her. I like both those girls. So they got in the car. That was the longest 30 minutes of my life. 3 12-year-old girls do not shut the fuck up.
And they were talking to you?
No, they don't want to talk to an old fucking man boy. They had some fucking music on and fucking jamming and yelling and talking about the school and this and that. I asked them the question of like, you want to crack 3 little girls? What are you ladies going to eat? Oh, it's like I fucking pulled the fucking plug and threw a fucking grenade back there. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like this. One girl got her legs are like this. Her little waist is like this. I will put the picture up. You gotta see how she eats meat and hamburgers. She weighs 10 pounds. Her mother tells me all the time, we had to leave here and take her for a fucking steak last week. She ate everything. She cleaned up the steak and she didn't give a fuck. She didn't go anywhere after.
She the Jewish one?
No, the Jewish one is the one I have. I'm like, I want Chinese food. I don't know. I'm a fucking Jew. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Especially when Pat's over.
I'm like, Jewish, Chinese food. I don't know. I'm trying something. God damn it. So I took her for pizza.
Okay.
Fancy fucking restaurant. And they were in love. They all had that little sodas and cherries in it.
Oh, the Shirley Temples?
Yeah.
That was the best when you were like a kid.
This girl was wow. Hey, my wife got it. My daughter got a chicken prawn the size of my head. The other girl got a whole fucking pizza. And the other girl got the half-pound cheeseburger with the fries. God, I didn't eat thick because I had the stitches in my mouth. I had to sit there just
No wonder they like going out to you.
Nah, I had them for an hour and a half. And the shit they were talking about is fucking amazing. That shit they were talking about, that who's the who at 12? Oh yeah, they don't even kiss. They just walk around. Like, yeah, they were dating, but they never talked in school.
Oh yeah,
What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
that's when you're dating. You hold hands. You're like you break up the same day.
Yeah, they don't like that shit. Then my daughter told the story when she was 6. She had a boyfriend for about 2 weeks. The kid kept getting in trouble. A Russian kid named Nikita. And she dumped him. And that day, he slipped, cut his hand, and got stitches in school. My daughter's like, I felt so bad. I just dumped him. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't even remember Nikita. He was a big fucking kid, 3 years old.
What does it feel like to you, like to hear your daughter talking about like dating and like?
No, she wasn't. She's like fucking. I think my daughter's gonna be a lesbian. I don't know. She likes softball, and she's like, I don't know. Those kids are goofy, but they she don't. She goes, those kids in my class, they come in thinking that they got a big dick, dad. But she goes, at the end of the day, I got a big dick, and I just work with it. So,
Jesus, I can't wait till she's like 16, just going crazy. Like, what were you like at 12? Do you think about that now when you look at that?
yeah, and it's 2 different worlds.
Were you dating back then?
Well, I was starting to fall in love with this girl. I dry humped. That's it.
On the New Yorker?
We dry humped. We walked home together. We danced at the school dances. We know because they couldn't know. I mean, in my mind, it was sexual shit because I was raised on that shit.
Right.
I got Cuban uncles who asked you at 5, you got your dick sucked? You got your dick sucked? You're like, you start crying. You know what the fuck they're talking about. But that's what they ask you. The sweet, creepy fucking Cuban uncles. All of them would be in prison.
Right.
Because the shit they say to you growing up as you're a fucking young man. So.
Do you fuck with? I mean, obviously not like in the sexual way, but do you fuck with these kids at all? No. Why?
Because they young women. And I don't want them to take some room and go to their homes and then say something.
That makes sense.
I said something. I don't discuss anything. I talk some shit about my daughter. She's my fucking daughter.
Right.
But these young girls, if they get in the car and they get in the gun, I'll tell them like I want a fucking conversation. And they don't think that way. Guys, trust me when I'm telling you that I'm around these kids. I see them with little boys. They're 12 still. When I was 12, I was starting to bang it out. I was kissing my aunt's bras. I was doing creepy shit. These guys probably are, but they're reserved. They wear slippers with socks on. These fucking kids, they don't even have come in their nuts. They're so weak. I mean, they're just going to test. The men don't even have testosterone. Grown men have the lowest testosterone rates of all time with the egg whites and the faggotry and the fucking and the phone and the fucking, there's no cum left. You think these 12-year-olds are going to have cum in their little nutsacks? They don't eat like us. They don't eat, when we were growing up, you eat what your mother cooked. Fucking pasta, steak, black beans. Fucking kids got every single option. And there's every single chemical in their fucking food, right? From Cheerios to fucking, everything. They don't even have sperm. They have nothing. They have fucking nothing, these little fags.
Jesus Christ. You think it's going that way? Like I would have thought it's.
I'm just telling you what I read.
What articles are you reading when they're talking about 12-year-olds?
I'm not talking about kids. But what I'm saying is it's a fucking crisis right now that they've tested men 25 to 34, right? And testosterone levels across the board. That's why you see these guys with their brown shoes, the blue suits, and they tighten up. They look like fucking faggots. They look like fucking faggots. Let's accept it.
Fucking right.
Look at men today. They don't look like men no more. They don't look like James Coburn. They don't look like fucking Salazzo. What was that guy's name? They don't look like that. They don't look like that. And then again, you look at women. If you guys are watching this, if you're young, dig up Playboy magazine on Google. Look at what tits looked like in the 70s. They were thicker, and the fucking circle in the middle was gigantic. Whatever that fucking thing, areola. The areola was huge. Titties from the 70s and titties from the 2000s are two completely different fucking titties.
I never thought about what do you think happened to the titties?
Everything changed. Women started putting more shit in their bodies, just like fucking men did. So I know for a fact right now, if you look at the fucking charts, testosterone is down in young men. So it's got to be down in young kids. It didn't even reach. It doesn't even fucking reach. And that has to do with playing. Guys, when you're on a fucking computer and you're running, that's testosterone in your fucking legs. Walking upstairs, walking up the field with your fucking football uniform on. That's what builds testosterone at our age. At my age, if I sit there and watch TV, there's nothing in your dick. You try to jerk off, it won't get hard. And if you do get it hard for a minute and a half, dust comes out of it. That's moving. You gotta stick up with your fucking protein, and you gotta fucking do stuff from here down. You gotta do stuff from here down. That's your sperm, fucking hormone. Then you gotta supplement with that shit that's big now. The fucking tit milk.
Breast milk?
Yeah, you get it in powder.
Really?
What's the first shot of tit milk that comes out? It's liquid gold. They call it liquid gold. What's that shit called?
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. When the baby comes out of the fucking womb and the doctor gives it back to mom, that first blast of tit milk, colostrum. It's called colostrum, and it comes in fucking packages now. And you gotta put 2 or 3 fucking dips in your milk every day or whatever. And watch what happens to your dick. Watch what happens to your hair. I started taking it a year ago. I got no hair on my head, but everywhere else, I'm a wolf man. I got hair everywhere. Oh my God. My wife had to shave my ear the other day.
Yeah.
I got hair everywhere else. On my legs, my fucking behind my kneecaps. It grows hair, cholesterol, not where you need it.
Oh, because you've been like hairless. Like I've seen more of you than I've never seen hair on anybody.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I don't even know how we got this conversation.
I have no idea.
With testosterone. And then I had the best day of my life the other day when I went to the fucking dentist. I went to a dentist that's high-end. Computers, 3D imagery. Okay, this is wild. I mean, you get raped up your fucking ass. But you go to these old guys, they're still working like 1970. You know, you can't fucking do it. So I went to this guy just to check him out. Oh my God, they print it up on the thing. They show you your teeth. They got a DJ behind you. It's fucking amazing. So I go in there. The guy's like, I got to rip 2 teeth out. I got to take medication the night before. I go in there, fucking 10 in the morning. I put the iPod, whatever, fuck the earphones on. And guys, he started popping needles in my mouth. I felt the first 3. And I didn't feel anything at the end. They would pull your teeth out again. At the beginning, I didn't feel 2 teeth. They had 60-year-old Cuban teeth. Pre-revolutionary teeth. You know what I'm saying? When there was fucking real tit milk and Russians and
You're not lying. You opened everything with your teeth. I've seen you open like fucking like
yeah, I got Cuban teeth, dog. I seen them go like this for a minute.
But this was your best day?
What?
This was a good day for you?
It was good because I lived. I thought I was going to faint 8 times, but I didn't. The only thing that bothered me was the stitches, the cotton that hung in my mouth. Every time he got to fucking put it in, the cotton would hang in my mouth. It was driving me.
Why do you like cotton?
I fucking hate cotton.
Really?
I like cotton underwear and a cotton t-shirt. But a ball of cotton drives me fucking crazy. You rub it on me. You know, like a Q-tip. When you fucking stick it in my ear at first. That's why I always do those Coke pens. You ever scratch your ear with a Coke pen and shit?
Oh my God.
You pop
I've seen you do that. Yeah, the Coke pen, yeah.
You pop it, you snort Coke. But before you snort the Coke, you scratch your ear with it. The wax holds on to that little Coke. The next morning, you'll be looking for that cocksucker.
Did you ever put Coke in your ear?
Anyway.
I don't know.
Why would I put Coke in my ear?
I don't know. Why are you picking your ear with a
ear? Why would I put Coke in my ear?
You put it everywhere else.
Dogs put Coke in their ear. You want to get your animal high, that's what the fuck you do. How did your weekend? Got promoted. Did the 3 spots on Thursday.
Yeah, it was great. Comedy's been going great. I was at St. Mark's Comedy Club too. It was a great weekend.
Look at you.
I walked up the stairs for one of the last times.
I told you when I met you. You were looking for the first woman.
It was not the first.
Oh my God! I knew what you got, and now you dropped it on me.
When I dropped it on you,
It's beautiful.
3rd week
It's in Harlem. I was excited.
I was excited.
I'm up the corner from a Chinese restaurant. I'm down the block from this, and all of a sudden, under his breath, you get people like, "It's all from 4 floors." What you say? No elevator, 4th floor. I go, "Please get the money back."
You can't get the money back.
You're not gonna fucking walk no 4 flights of stairs. I know you for years.
I'm gonna go up. I have to over the next couple months because it has AC. She doesn't have AC. I have good AC. She's like minimal.
I'll get rid of it.
You can see
This is New York City.
the entire
This
door.
is New York City. You ain't got AC.
She has it, but like it's like New York.
Yeah.
Have you ever had the buildings where it's like either hot or air?
Yeah, fuck you. No, you gotta get one of those.
Oh, I have central air on them.
Tell you Jewish, you want to window.
Oh, I need AC everywhere.
You're a chubby Jewish. You got a time for central air. Oh my God, let's open the window to breathe.
Oh,
Fuck you and your fucking breeze. That shit don't work for Joe.
no.
People in California pull that.
They do.
They're just cheap. We live in the beach. We open up the window. Listen. Stop. You're just a cheapskate. You're just a fucking cheap fuck. Put the fucking air on. When I'm gone, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Open windows, light candles, rub each other's feet with poppers in. Put the fucking air conditioner down. Shut those fucking windows. I don't want to hear your neighbors doing Yamaste noises next door.
One of my favorite stories with you and air conditioning is I think you were in Nashville or somewhere, and you turned the AC on so cold that it was too cold to get out of the bed to go pee.
Yeah.
You just peed from the bed.
Fuck yeah, it's cold. Sometimes that air conditioning backfires, Jack, and you gotta do what you gotta do. But these people would go, we have fans. And listen, a fan ain't gonna work. They got fans in Cuba. Ask them how it's working out for them. You know what I'm saying? They got fans in Puerto Rico too in August.
And those put the string on it so you can see where the air
I don't want to see where it's going. I just want cold. Listen, when I moved to North Bergen when I was 10, my mother made the mistake to put an air conditioner in my window.
Oh, yeah.
Now, guys, 73, DJ, how much cold was it in 73 with the bullshit we got now? We had no fucking buildings. This whole river flying, there had no buildings. So that air that comes down from Canada, from fucking, once it would pop up, and then it would catch at the bottom of those North Bergen hills. Your ears like potato chips. They would just break. Would just break. That's why a bunch of people in North Bergen don't have ears. They got fucked up ears. Chickarelli, all those motherfuckers, their ear broke. Do you know I used to put my air conditioner on this time? By the time I got it even work. By the time I got up in the morning, it was frozen. There was 2 inches of snow on it. I'd have to leave a bucket under the bed, push the bed. My mom would go, "Why do you put the air conditioner on? It's fucking December." I'm one of those that.
Oh, yeah. I love opening the window.
Fucking December. Colorado, and you too, where TJ lives, New Mexico. September comes along, you open the window at night. Ooh, you gotta get up before and shut that motherfucker down. It's cold in there. It drops to like 10 and shit. Yeah. Yeah, you open the fucking mountain, Colorado in July, leave that little window open. I don't care what it was the day. Street from Milton, leave that window. By 5:30, you'll be waking up going, what the fuck?
That is something that, like, I'm loving New York, but this is going to be my, like, first full summer.
Oh, yeah.
And, dude, I was here last summer looking for these apartments, and, like, I would walk out of the house and be like, I'd have to change 3 times a day.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not you who takes 3 showers a day normally, but fucking, I would be.
4 flights of stairs. There was no danger taking that one shower.
Oh, I know. Dude, I'm so happy to be getting out of that fucking place. But who knows?
Who knows what?
I don't know. You give me 200 milligrams of fucking coconut gummy. It's already fucking kicking in.
Here we go. We're in training.
What do you mean here we go? Yeah, we're in training.
Bitches, we're back.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm not even going to remember Austin. I already know. People are going to ask me how was Austin, but I have no.
You ever see any movies remember it? Nobody wants to remember it. They want to go down there, eat barbecue shit, get chlamydia, come right back. That's the University of Texas. A lot of dirty pussy there.
Really?
A lot of dirty fucking white women puking on the streets.
Is that good? I don't want to.
That's tremendous.
Why do you want to get chlamydia?
Come home with a crab scratching and a little juice coming out of your dick, that always makes mama happy. You know, how can you die without getting chlamydia?
I'm not saying
That
that.
stupid chick in L.A. who got the fake tits and got married 3 months later. What'd you get the fake tits for? Nobody came on them. She spent $2,000 on fake tits. Nobody came on them. She didn't fuck anybody. She met one guy and got married. That's it. Take them back. What do you need them for?
Take them back.
Take them back. $3,000 down the drain.
That's
I
it.
didn't have kids. You got to take them out the breastfeed. What would you do that for? I spent $3,000 on titties. I'm rocking Jack. I'm at Rudy's, smacking people with tits. I'm having a good old time. I'm earning. You can make a little good living with a big pair of tits in the ball.
Yeah, but then you have to spend all that money on therapy. After 20 years using your tits in a bar?
Well, nobody wants to see your tits in 20 years.
Well, yeah, but after
You got
20
a
years
stomach
being
like
used
mine. Yeah,
up.
she's still going to have great tits, but a stomach like mine. Nobody wants to see you clap when your whole body fucking shakes, okay? You got a short longevity. Right. Nice fake tits are like a running back.
Oh, really?
3 years.
And then what happened? You got to retire?
And one gets bigger than the other, the one nipple falls out of line. So you got to work on the fucking jerk. You got to take them out.
I've never like, I'm maybe a stripper, but I don't think I've ever seen like in person fake tits. Like no one ever fucked has had fake tits. I don't think.
You never been with someone
I don't
with
think so.
tits?
Really?
Oh, you give them a stab and you lift up the tip, you rub the scar. Punch it a little bit.
And you punch the scar?
Sure, you rub the thing up and you press your finger in there, you dirty fucking flat chested cockfucker. You fucking. You think you win? Press that finger in there, they love it. Pain and pleasure at the same time.
Jesus, I don't like. I did hook up with a girl once who had the reduction. I was really pissed off when she quit. I was like, how do you get it reduced?
Why'd you get it reduced? I don't know.
I'm like, fucking bum.
They always tell you that, but my back was hurt. Let it hurt, bitch.
Lay down. Oh my god.
The ancestors, they're all bent over. Who gives a fuck? Your back hurt. I went to school, brother. I had gigantic tits in grammar school. I mean, they were gigantic. Gigantic. She was cute, but her back started hurting too. What are you gonna do? They had to bury the tits. Now she's got like C cups. I don't know what are you gonna do. They still work.
Would you ever do anything? Like, did you ever like think about like any sort of plastic surgery?
All the time. But I'm going in next week. I'm gonna do my nutsack, my foot, and I'm gonna do my face. I'm gonna look like fucking Mel Gibson. I don't know. Are you fucking
Dude,
retarded?
they do a lot of shit. Like, they can make your dick bigger.
Yeah, but who needs that?
I don't know.
Who needs that? Why don't you go get your dick bigger?
Because I can't show up now with a bigger dick.
What do you want your dick? A Jew?
That'd be nice.
Full review? Fucking.
A review of my dick.
Oh, call it. What's the guy's name?
Ron Jeremy?
No, Ron Jeremy. What's the guy that runs Israel?
Fucking, not Netanyahu.
Netanyahu's favorite missile. That's what you just do a male review. You bring out a bird with you, another Jew.
I don't think he wants to see my dick.
Listen, with 2 feet, everybody wants to see you.
That could be true.
You have a 2-foot dick, everybody wants to take a peek. It's like that girl at 3 in the morning. I don't want to have sex. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see your dick. Yeah, they do want to see your dick. You've got a 21-inch dick. 26 inch, that's 2.2 feet of dick. 1.8 when it's cold, okay? Everybody wants to see your dick. You can open up an open mic, charge $5, people come in. And for $10 they can touch it. Like they can rub it. That's where the market picks up.
What was that Mark Wahlberg
You
movie?
sell t-shirts afterwards. I touched a big dick. This is a big business.
I went to New York and all I got was
you got a negative business. I got business for you.
What was that Mark Wahlberg movie where he had the huge dick?
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights. You would just let guys like look at it in the back, right? Or where was it?
Yeah,
It was crazy.
Does it matter?
Of course, you're the one talking about 2-foot dick. Oh my
If
god.
I had a 2-foot dick, I wouldn't wear underwear.
Why?
I just take the ticket. Why? Because why?
What? It's not a ticket, it's jail. What do you mean you're gonna walk around?
Take the ticket. What's the story? You got your pants off. Look at the size of this fucking board between my legs. You want to fuck with me, cocksucker? It's 10 degrees out. I got 1.8 over here. You want to give me a ticket? You know my grandfather is here. The size of his fucking dick.
Oh,
Fucking leave. We're back, motherfuckers, in a big way. We'll be back with our guest. It's Tuesday, the 15th, the halfway mark. So get your shit together. The Church New Testament is here, cocksuckers. We'll be right back. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of the licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman will know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come with individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cake, you eat it, and you're ready to rock, and she will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're diving that little monquois. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into late Memorial Day swinging dick like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Just press and code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches, with author extraordinaire and dear friend, Mr. TJ motherfucking English in the house. So how you doing? Pull that mic up, TJ.
How are you doing, Joe?
I'm doing well, my brother. How about you? Always like
great. Yeah, I see you often enough.
What's happening? I know. I live right up to
I know.
We should do more stuff. Maybe go to the Bruno or something.
Anytime.
Go to the Bruno type of thing.
Yeah.
I had to get some shows there, but they were already booked for the evening.
Yeah, you gotta get tickets early there.
You've been to the Blue Note? It's one of my favorite places.
He runs. He's a fucking king. He does what he wants.
It's just so good.
Mr. Blue. Have you been to the other ones?
I've been to all the jazz.
Hawaii?
They won in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't been to all. They have them all over.
Seattle.
A lot of places. I always see an advertisement like Houston. I didn't know they had a Houston.
Wow, that's a good.
So they're franchised.
What? How long have you been into jazz?
I think it's funny because there was no jazz around at all when I was a little kid growing up. So I probably never, no, I take that back. My parents had a couple of albums. They had Louis Armstrong, and they had Bing Crosby, and they might have had some Sinatra stuff. So I got a little flavor of it, but it wasn't until I got to college, Southern California, in the late 70s, and I would just go to these great old used record stores near the beach in Santa Monica, and I started buying jazz records. And I just was winging it. This looks interesting. I mean, I kind of knew, okay, I've heard the Kelly thing. Let me listen to that. And I just started to explore it and then just got into it. There's no other music like jazz to me. It's got soul and feel it, but it's also kind of intellectual. There's like a thought process involved in it.
And I don't know anything about music, but seeing it live, which is new for me, I saw it at the Blue Note, and then I went to Nashville and saw it at a jazz place. It was great. Like, live in a small place is cool as shit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's just like you can really get into it. I know you're not here to talk about jazz, but I love the Blue Note. I love it.
I paid the last book I wrote.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So jazz and its historical connections to organized crime.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's more to that story than you think. I mean, jazz and the mob and mafia in the United States kind of all started at the same time in different cities like New Orleans and Chicago, New York.
And would they own clubs?
They owned clubs. They owned the very first jazz clubs. So they were in on the ground floor as the presenters of the music. All the clubs were, most of the clubs were, in every city, large cities and even medium-sized cities, were run by the local mob element. That's who ran the jazz clubs.
And then just because it was a cash business, like why would they pick jazz?
Jazz was. You know how big hip hop was when hip hop just first started to really hit in the '80s and captured everybody's imagination. Jazz was that times 10. So jazz was like a cultural phenomenon. There'd never been any music like that. All there'd been in America up to that point was, bluegrass and folk music, and then classical music from Europe, European music, basically. Jazz was like American. It was the blues, it had the blues and the roots of it, and it all started in New Orleans, so it was a phenomenon. It was really popular. Everybody went to jazz clubs.
Whenever I watch a movie from like that time, and like people are out like seeing music and like doing stuff every night, like that doesn't happen anymore. People are out seeing something every night because that was like there wasn't TV or like it was crazy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how big that was. It like a huge part of the mob's business.
It wasn't a huge part of their business. It wasn't so much economic as it was prestige. It was like the hottest thing. Like everyone's coming to your club, and everyone wants to be seen in your club, and everyone wants to be at your club. It was great advertising for a mobster.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it gave them stature, and they became friendly with some of the musicians and hung out with them and stuff. So there's a lot of cross pollination.
That's awesome.
It's really weird that I used to go to work. First started in 93, 94, around there. My trigger had one in Colorado. And this was one of those old music gunners things. One of those off the, not your Boulder.
Yeah.
So I went to one of them when I do a show. Like, $175. People didn't like me. And on the way out, I started talking to him. He took me in the back and he was like, no, we started just doing comedy in whatever it was, 89 or comedy group. So that we did everything. He took me in the back. This was a little fucking club in Gunnison, Colorado. Everybody was there. Everybody. The only that did start it was Roseanne. And one time she showed up in Colorado. And he got so coked up in blood that when he pulled the fucking mattress out of it, he blood all over him. The mattress was nose and shit. But it's really weird. It had come back to like the 50s.
Yeah.
He had a bunch of people that I can't remember all the time. I do remember Roseanne's story, but just, it's.
That's a throwback to like the days of burlesque entertainment,
Yep.
where you had a venue and you had all of these variety of acts. You had musicians, you had fucking jugglers, you had all kinds of shit, dancing,
Vaudeville?
vaudeville,
Something like that.
vaudeville. And it would travel around the country. And it was huge. You go to all these different cities, big cities, little sized cities, and jazz was a part of that a little bit when it first started. That was put in the mix. Those vaudeville shows. But guys like Sam Davis Jr. came out of that. I miss that kind of nightlife.
I don't know why I was thinking about this a few days ago. The comedy store, Zero. It used to be Zero before that.
Yeah,
I don't remember, guys. That was a full service club. Sex, booze, and if the chick got pregnant, the belly when they did the abortion.
It was like a nightclub.
So when you walk to the comedy store, you will find kids at Jesus. You will find where Bugsy Siegel, that was his club.
that's all back from
Bugsy would fuck
Prohibition.
so you could see where he would watch the show in the main room from standing up there. Nobody could see him. There's two-way mirrors all over that fucking place. I remember this thing. Mitzi's office was a safe. The little safe thing to open up to a wall like a bank.
Damn, they had that much cash coming in?
You had to open that. No, it was an old fucking safe.
I know what I'm saying. They had that much cash coming in, but it's yours. Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
No, but you're saying it was when it was zeros, it was a safe.
That's all from Prohibition Day.
That's all Prohibition.
When there was illegal activities like booze and gambling going on in those establishments. I fantasize about that era
Too.
a lot.
And you could go downstairs to the basement, and there's a secret separated, there was a way for them to get out.
Yeah.
On the valley, by the fucking hill. I mean, dog, it is very interesting.
Yes.
Like, it's very interesting what they did. And it's funny because when I read your book about jazz, that's what I was feeling in those clubs.
Yeah.
You know, never mind money laundering, making money off the fucking location.
Right.
You know, mobsters, it was just a way to collect money, and it was a sign of stature. So it made fucking sense.
And they all wore beautiful suits. All the gangsters dressed fine. They everything about them from head to toe was just finery, the best suits, the best tailoring. So when they were in a club, there was this guy Oni Madden who ran the Cotton Club when it was in its heyday, and he was a fucking Irish punk from Hell's Kitchen, and had been the leader of a gang called the Gophers. And he did some serious shit. He even went away and did time for murder. And he came back and it was the middle of Prohibition. And he was like, oh shit, none of this existed when I went away in prison. And now he's come back. He's like, I'm going to make the most of this. So he started making connections with politicians and the police. He started using corruption to create a system. To make a long story short, within a year, he was like in all of New York City. And he wouldn't step outside. So they called him, what was his nickname? It'll come to me. He had a catchy nickname, something to do with Broadway. Because he'd hang out on Broadway, and he was a boy. He had an affair with Mae West. He had a fling with Mae West. This guy was the cock of the walk, as they used to say. But he never went anywhere unless he was dressed to the nines. He didn't show himself in public. And the gangsters were like that. It was kind of a very elegant presentation. You could see why people were attracted. The allure of the gangster, they had that sex appeal. They really had it.
Even when you watch the Raging Bull, when they go to that fair at the beginning, the first fightings, everybody's dressed to a fucking.
Oh, yeah.
Those suits are gorgeous.
Yeah. The women, too, don't they dress up in the finery and the dresses. Yeah, that kind of lost along the way. I guess it was the 60s, really, that,
I still remember dressing up the fly. Like my mother would make the first fucking shoot on the fly anyway.
Fluff.
As I got older, now people are wearing flip flops and pajamas, dirty hair.
How do you if you're like, doing research on something like this, you can't Google like the mobsters, like, do you interview people? Like, how do you research this?
That was a tough one. That's a good question because the different books I've done have different research requirements. And this one was tough because it was ancient history. There was no one left, no sources, nobody to talk to. A lot of my books, like this recent one, it's all in firsthand accounts. But this was like everyone's dead and gone. So how do you recreate that? The first thing I had to read the memoirs and biographies of all those musicians. And I had to find little references in those biographies to gangster element and stuff. It was there. Usually it was like a chapter maybe in someone's thing. And so I had to coalesce all that knowledge about that. And then I had to find a story to tell. And I found the story to tell by focusing on two main guys. The first half of the book is Louis Armstrong and the gangsters. And the second half of the book is Sinatra and the gangsters. And so telling those two stories, you get like the whole history of that relationship.
And how do you, if you're doing research like that, how do you know what to trust based off of like what you find? Like just one memoir, like you have to see it mentioned in a couple of different books.
You gotta cross check and you gotta verify the truth.
That's
Then there's a thing called folk history, where you make it clear that, all right, this hasn't been vetted, but this is what the story was.
Right.
And after a while, the story becomes real history. It's what has longevity. Like a good story lasts forever. You know what I mean? You can tell stories about Sinatra. Nobody cares if they're true or not. They're good fucking stories. Just that it was, and when I was doing the Westies, I remember I would hear the most outlandish stories about the Westies. But I knew the stuff that they had done that was verified, that you could prove, there was proof, witnesses, that kind of thing. And that shit was outrageous. So anything I heard that someone would say that they did, I'd have to think, well, it could be true. Like I heard some wild shit about them with the head rolling it down the counter in the bar, some guy's head being cut off. I couldn't verify that to be true, but they did other shit that was equally as wild. They did cut off hands and put them in the freezer with the idea that they were going to save the fingerprints to plant on murder weapons.
When Joey told me that you were coming on, the thing that I was thinking about is like you have like one of the few professions, and I'm sure it's changed, but like you're writing books the same way like a lot of like 100 years ago people were writing books. Like it's kind of there's not many things left like writing a book.
Yeah, it's an ancient art. It freaks me out sometimes when I think about it. When I'm writing a book and I'm lost in the middle of it, and I got a stack of pages, but still I got another stack to get to the end of it, and it's intimidating. And I'm always thinking, nobody's gonna want to read this fucking book. Nobody reads books anymore. They said this is like prehistoric. This is so ancient. This is the voice I'm hearing in my head, right? You stupid motherfucker. This is the 21st century. This is what you were saying. This is like primitive. People open a book of written pages on a piece of paper, and that could hold their attention for sometimes hours at a time. That's like real primitive storytelling if you can pull that off. But now we're in an era where I think that's a dying art. People being able to do that. Nobody has the attention span anymore. So
write it or to tell it
or to read it.
There's still people who shit, and they don't. The thing I miss about the most is not writing as much because that was the only place I could read on the point.
Yeah.
With peace.
It's the best.
4 hours, 2 hours is the best piece. It was just I stopped track. I read books when I was in the hospital. As a matter of fact, I read The Corporation of the hospital last time. And I got a question for you because I laughed for 2 hours. And you said that because every time you read a book, people always go, why would I read that book? I'd rather read. You stupid motherfucker. You're going to catch you. You can read.
That's true.
I'll read a book once a year. If I really like a book, I'll read it once a year. Cujo, Corporation, fucking Havana Nocturne. There's another one I read every fucking year. What about The Art of War, The War of Art, Frank Westfield, whatever.
Yeah.
I read that every January just to keep my mind fresh. But you fucking dropped the line again and I fucking died down. You said something about that they call people from Oriente, the Palestinians.
Oh, Palestinos.
Oh my God.
They still do that.
They're men without land.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's a Cuban sense of humor. That's a very Cuban sense of humor.
He called me up when he read it.
Dying.
Great.
Dying. Mapalatiano.
Yeah. You have no land here. Yeah.
And how do you? Because like what I was trying to relate it to was I'm at the very beginning of stand up, and I have to not only write jokes but weave them together and like putting it here versus here matters.
Yeah.
Like with a story like yours isn't even a novel. It's like actual things that happen. Weaving that together into a story must be completely different. And like it's just like
it's a big task.
Yeah.
But that's the creative part. That's where the artistry comes in. Where you take all that. A lot of people can gather the material, but not everybody can tell that story in a way that really grabs a reader or a viewer or whatever. I think about what you guys do as writers a lot, because you're right, it's a much different form, but you're kind of doing the same thing. You're structuring a set, right, where you want it to tell a story. Right? The flow. Yeah.
Pauses, and it takes time because you have to do it in the drawing board and also on stage.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference. Like, I would love to write a book where you could do that shit. Talking to people.
Yeah.
Workshop it or
workshop,
yeah.
you know, a chapter every week. You get like 6 chapters ahead of you, if you just do it once a week, that would help me a lot. You know, because I don't get tested out the fucking matter.
Yeah, but also here's another thing. You clearly have the storytelling skills.
Right.
It's the storytelling skills.
And you bring that.
You might have to be more than that to an extent, but the storytelling skills. I think of it as coming from the ancestor, like it comes from somewhere you inherit that. Yeah, George Carlin used to say, you don't lick it off a rock. You got it from somewhere. You got it from your ancestors. So the storytelling, yeah. And then you fine tuned it with the life that you live.
I could have a storytelling show or something. And I was banging my head off the story. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And all of a sudden, this morning, I'm eating fucking breakfast. And a complete different story came in. That's going to weave. Now I can tell the story about cooking, getting on the pussy, all that shit. And now it's going to work. Now it's going to work.
Yeah, click. Everything fit.
It took fucking 3 months of thinking. And I was going somewhere else the whole time. And then this morning, it hit me from a different perspective. And I was just talking to a girl I wrote the book with. And she was telling me that she did more of her father's house already. Because she has author's block that I have. And I was like, I've been going through the same fucking thing. And when I go to Starbucks, I say, I'm like, shit, that's fucking terrible energy at Starbucks. Nobody can write there. What are you going to write there about lattes and shit? So I started writing in the garage.
Oh shit.
Yeah, last night I was in the garage and I got a little freezer in it. I put my pad on there, the freezer, and this fucking morning, I think he was asleep.
You're going to have to set up a little table out there and test.
But even like I was just thinking like you might like that there's no desk. Like are you walking around and like doing stuff as you're writing?
So I just sat in the garage, I put the Bluetooth on,
Okay.
and I fucking sat there for 30 minutes and I made great notes. And I wasn't even going there. I said to you, I wasn't going there. This morning, something came in, and if I added to that, it'd be the fucking perfect purpose.
You know, I often have to remind myself. So, when you have a writing task, you do anything to avoid it. You do almost shit to avoid it. And so I'll go for long walks along the river, and I'll be hard on myself because like, you should be writing right now. But no, those walks along the river are really valuable in terms of thinking time. That's part of the process. So you have to do that periodically.
My whole thing is I like the warmer weather because I can right, take a look and smoke a joint. It's good. Beautiful, but you leave that alone. You just go for a walk again. Sometimes when you come back, you might have the answer, you might not. Or you might get the answer somehow. Okay, and that's always been a fucking thing that we're doing. So yeah, writing is, I wish I would have done a college for it. I wish I would have put more active into it. And my stand-up career earlier because I just don't feel gotta have it. You know, if you stand up, it's like writing. Yeah, you just put out a book. You're right. That book just came out. You've been writing it because you know you can't just shut it down for a year and wait and fan your pussy and you'll come to me. You gotta keep writing that hustle. Even if it's just what your day is gonna be about.
Is that
How
true?
your day went. Yeah, it's a muscle.
That makes sense.
What is a fucking
What if you want to fan your pussy?
If you want to fan your pussy, you fan your pussy. It's your pussy. You can do it.
It's like Joe, because like that was you said something before the podcast that little commitments become big commitments. You said that the entire time I've known you. But like you've been writing, you were writing that book when I first met you. You were writing it, and it, like how many times did it change? Did it change
Every other day.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't even know that what Pete J. Harris and where he writes it all, and he beats himself up. I would beat myself up at the beginning. Nobody wants to read. That's how my mother was before. Nobody wants to read about the children's book. And nobody wants to hear about you racing and fucking stupid things. Nobody wants to hear anything. That's what I was going through in my mind. So talk yourself out of it, but it's really weird. You write 10 stories, and then what you're looking for is a connection. You need that to touch throughout. And that's, I can tell you stories for hours. Connecting them, that takes time.
Yeah, yeah. Call that the narrative.
That takes time.
The narrative. Hold it all together.
That takes time.
And that's when it sings. That's when you know you have something. It's real. You know, it reaches. It does still reach people, even though books maybe are not popular in that way anymore. But to people who read books, it can have a real impact. How do you
I
think?
like to read. I have lack of. I have not great comprehension. So when I read a book, it took me 20 years to figure this out. I have to read a book with a marker. I have to learn how to read. I can't go 3 chapters because I'm going to have to wait until I want to read those 3 chapters again. So I go 2 and I pace myself. And I'll read parts of it. And then I'll start the next chapter. It took me 20 years to read.
So what's the market?
To retain the good stuff.
Oh, you underline it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that too.
Why not? Why fucking?
I write in the margins. I do that.
I get into it. Because, everybody says, I like to smoke pot, go for a midnight walk. Go fuck yourself. I like smoking pot, get the light, and maybe a pot of coffee. And just sit there and roll another joint. You just smoke with the coffee. And you read your book.
Oh, you get high and read, you know? Yeah, I can't really do that. I don't retain it if I do that.
That might be the retention problem.
Yeah.
Well, if you get too high, you start reading, and then stories from your life come in.
Start going
You gotta
into
lie.
your head. Because your imagination is inflamed by what you're reading it. Right? It's extra sensory, and you're picking up a lot of other shit.
At the same time, I'm going to feel the book. I'm going to feel hurt. The writing is hurt. I'm going to feel like I like reading. Like the other night, I was switching through fucking channels, and the last 30 minutes of Carrie was on. One of the greatest 30 minutes of television in movie history. In fact, Travolta, that's how they got you to go see that movie. Travolta was in the movie, but you don't come out to the end when he gets killed.
He was kind of a nobody.
At that point, no, he was. It had been like maybe 6 episodes of Walking Back Con.
Yeah.
And the girls liked him, so that's why you went to see that.
They must have been disappointed because he's hardly in it.
Yeah. He's what?
He's hardly in it.
Yeah, he gets killed at the end. But it's so weird watching the last half hour of that movie. And I remember reading that book and not even knowing who the author was. Not even giving a fuck who the author was. And then years later, I got him writing. And he tells the story of how his wife threw that away. About, what was he thinking about? People do things with their mind.
Yeah, telekinesis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His wife threw it away. Got home. She gave it back to him. She finished this. And I became fucking Harry. And I'm thinking about how the fuck he wrote it. Like, even with the operation of Annabelle Germany, the Westies, I like reading a book for like a day or two going. How the fuck this motherfucker right there? That's how much it's nice.
For writing, that's a great compliment.
Yeah,
because you want to think, in your acting, what you do, you want to think, I just want to dazzle these motherfuckers. I want to make them have to go, how did you do that? And I know you must get that feeling in your stand-up, right? Yeah, but you just going to keep on past.
Yeah, you see them and then you start laughing. That's the money. That's the money that nobody can pay you enough for. When you start laughing. That's why I was having a hard time writing jokes when I was smoking pot. Because I like to get blitzed when I write. So, if I'm big with motherfucker, that joke get written down. As dirty or as nasty as it can be, I'm writing that bitch down.
So, as you're writing shit down, and you start to coal your way through it, how much of it do you keep? How much of it is good and how much of it is just...
Let's go 50%.
Oh, that's good.
50% is good, then the 50 is you know, that's the danger about wreck comedy. When you get high, that you might wake up in the morning and find some shit. You gotta go. Dog, I gotta see it. I gotta see a priest.
No, like I burn that.
No, I'm lying to you. Now that we break it down, I retain 20%.
I was gonna say 50 is high.
Yeah, I retain 20%. Especially if I'm getting high and I write a page. First off, the first hour I gotta figure out what I wrote. It's hieroglyphics. I'm so high, and I start writing Joey shorthand. So I start writing my own shorthand. I don't remember the next day. You know, there's a ton of problems. Yeah, tons of fucking.
You know what Carlin said about how he did it was he would write his stuff not high at all. He would complete what he thought was an act, and then he would get high and then punch it up. And that was the point where he would get high. He said that was always really good value stuff that you were bringing in. You know,
it's funny because I do that with acting auditions. If you send me an acting audition, I read it. Then I read it, and then I start making notes. Where it goes here, where I'm taking a pause, where I'm going to take a drink of water, where I'm going to scratch my ass, everything. I'm going to improvise, I'll put something there. That's what it was.
weed is very valuable to your creative process there,
Yeah,
right?
man, it's got to be great. Like, I want to drool. I want to fucking drool like a monkey. I want to drool, be left the fuck alone, or listen to music, not too loud. Snapple iced tea, no sweetener in it, that shit. I can go for hours, 2 hours of writing. And no computers.
Yeah.
I use computers for research. Everything is written by my hand.
Well, you're describing the process of being a writer and how isolated and alone that is. And you tune the whole world out, and you create your own little world that you're working on in your writing.
Absolutely.
It's
I don't even like when my fucking wife. Because you're writing something good, also I should have done. Listen. You know, like, I don't want to shut the door because that's an insult. So I gotta wait till they leave and do anything.
You're maintaining your sanity, though.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You know.
I'm an only child. Okay? I've always been at it. I love smoking dope.
Right.
Listen, when I was 18, everybody was going to Hawaii and this. My goal was to get $1 million and move to the home by myself. And smoke dope and eat chicken cutlets and drink cranberry juice. That's happiness for me.
Sounds like
Nobody bothering me. Nobody talking to me.
That's not bad. How old were you when you came up with that?
18. I'm like, if it was up to me, at that age, I wanted to move to Cartagena, buy a big rock.
That's so very clear-headed for an 18-year-old.
I knew,
right? Don't you think?
I knew all those things. I also knew at 14 that I was not going to work days. I love people who had days where they had more freedom.
Yeah.
They were out in the corner when it was hot, like a hot dog, and then they went to work at night when it didn't really fucking matter. That's a completely different discipline. Because I didn't like going out either. I could care less about going to a club, VIP. So if you could pay me at night, and I could have my days to myself, no drama, because when you're walking in the house, everybody's leaving for work. You can come in there and make a cheese omelet, but I'm fucking Popeye and sit there. Nobody's going to come and break your fucking books. Everybody's at work.
You're living the dream.
No, but I've always loved that.
That's what I mean. You had that dream and now you're living it.
Oh, having a day job was always fucking cool. And I would do it, and then I'd go with the fucking steal from it. I could sell it more than $75.
You know, it's a grind. I can see, I know guys like you. A lot of guys like you wind up in criminal life.
Yeah.
Because they can't take the grind of having to do a 9 to 5.
I don't work $12.50 an hour. I'm working 12 fucking 10 hours a day. I'm going to make $1.25 a day. I can make that fucking breaking into a room. I know a guy that's got that hot in his pocket right fucking now. And that's what happened. I go, well, you know what? It's time to become a human being. I like to take these jobs in Colorado and drilling fucking beef, getting bit by mosquito bites. And I felt like, well, what's the check in? I'm like, you know, I got bit. I had a fucking sandwich.
See all the deductions from the check.
No, like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. It's not working. It's not working. So I went without for years just to prove my point. I'm not working days. I would work days enough to get money, and then quit. And then I'd fucking figure out. There was never the goal that my rent was due. Every day before my rent was due, I was done. I was at that $4. And I didn't care. And I'll tell you all the time I got that $4. And you die. And I remember I would just go to bed and wait for people to drop the sheets. I would pick them up in the window. People would spend $300 and just go in there for everything they paid. Just return it without even walking out the store. Wouldn't even walk out the fucking store. I remember one time I used to rent the guy dropped a receipt for $500 for a low ball. They didn't go to steal it. They didn't have it over. So I got in the corner when it came on a long run. They had one left. I actually walked in there, put the receipt on it, walked in there. I was like, what's going on? They go, I just got this out of the water. I didn't even buy it at that store. You took the receipt. You didn't buy it at any store.
So how old were you at this time when you were doing this?
20. This is out of prison.
Out of prison.
When we met, I could go back to jail anytime.
Oh.
But I did get caught. They're going to give a fake name. They take me to bowl, and they'll never figure out I walk the bowl, and all the cops know. Joey, what's going on? Joey, how you doing? You're back. We told you you'd be back there. And I used a different name. When they arrested me, they got the card out. Their fingerprint. You still remember that cop's
Did
name?
you have fake ID?
No, he's calling me Joey. And the card says James something else. And he's pressing, and I'm like, I hope he doesn't look at that fucking card. I was in there 36 days already, 30 days over the holiday. They knew who I was. Their fingerprint me go, Joey, how you doing? I'm like, oh, if this motherfucker looks at this fingerprint card and he sees this name, he's going to shoot his pants. And I got away with it. And then when I went to court, they pulled me aside and let me know who you are. And I did that. I went back to court over that day. I did the probation over that day. And I had the community service. I did just fucking
Nobody ever asked to see your ID?
know. And at the community service, I became friends with the cop. I did the HIV building. And I would paint things, take garbage out of the HIV building. And after the job was over, about a year later, I smacked my ex-wife's boyfriend. The cop that came to arrest me was the cop in the HIV that he wouldn't arrest me. He's like, I'll give him a ticket. He gave the other guy a ticket for calling me a racial slur. So every story fits. You see what I'm saying in my life?
You got a little angel on your shoulder.
I'm fucking crazy.
You got an angel and you got a devil.
Oh, I
You
got
got
big
two.
devil. My angel's got a big dick. My angel's got a big dick and he's Cuban. You know how those Cuban angels, they ain't fucking around, motherfucker.
Yeah.
What's happening, beautiful people? The NBA 82 game grind is over. Now it's time for the real fun. Playoffs, defense, make things even more exciting with DraftKings Sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NBA. You could be raking in dough this playoff season. Take it from your Uncle Joey. You're not going to want to miss this one. Listen, playoffs start this week. I think it's 10 games, whatever. Lines are still soft. Go get yourself something. Here's something special for your first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers, new guys, not you old geezers. New guys, bet $5 and get 200 bonus bets just like that. Make a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and press in code JOEY, Joey. That's code JOEY for new customers only to get 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5. $5, 200 bonus. Jump on this field. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. I love you guys. Good luck. And download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. deployed in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So the last kilo, talk to me, brother. We talked about everything, but the last kilo.
Last kilo. There's a little bit of New Jersey in that book, but it's mostly Miami boys.
Yeah.
Cubans from Miami.
What's the guy's name? The two brothers?
Willie Falcone, and his brother's name was Gustavo Tavi, but his partner was Sal McCool. So Willie and Sal, they were kind of legendary figures in Miami, starting in the early 80s, all through the 80s, until they got busted. And they created a gang called Los Muchachos, and Los Muchachos were the biggest, by far, importers and distributors of kilos in the U.S. So they created a distribution network based in Miami that was shipping it eventually to LA and San Francisco and Chicago and New York, everywhere. And they only dealt at the high level. Like in these different cities, they had maybe like 8 customers. But there were 8 customers who were buying bulk. And so they were operating at that level. And interestingly enough, there wasn't a lot of violence in the story at that level of the cocaine business. I really learned some shit researching this because, you know, we're all primed to believe that the cocaine universe is just bloodshed from top to bottom and, you know, Uzis and chainsaws like Scarface. So I just assumed that there was going to be nothing but violence in any cocaine story that you tell. But this story, there wasn't a lot of violence the way they were doing it. They were Cuban exiles. They were Taik. They were that first generation of exiles whose parents had been humiliated and had to leave. And these kids were like 10 or 11, and they grew up watching their parents suffer, in a sense. And they were driven by this desire to make it by hook or by crook. And the cocaine thing just kind of fell in their lap. I go into it in the book. It was actually connected to the anti-Castro movement and the CIA. And they were bringing kilos to the United States to sell and use that money to buy arms and explosives for the Contras in Central America. So it was all wrapped up in that political politics of it from the get-go. And so that's how Willie and Sal first got into it. They started doing it to raise money for the anti-Castro movement. And then the anti-Castro movement got busted, led to the Iran-Contra hearings. It was a big political scandal. So that shut down. But by then, Willie and Sal had created a system, and they were like, well, let's just keep doing it. They keep all the money for us. And that's when they became the Los Muchachos. And they created this very complex apparatus of they'd go right to the source, they'd meet with Escobar. They were dealing with both the with the people from Medellin and the Cali people. They were double dipping. Those two cartels didn't know. Willie and Sal didn't let it be known. If you're following me, like Medellin didn't know they were dealing with Cali. Cali didn't know they were dealing with Medellin. Because neither side probably would have approved of it. They were doing it. And they did it at a very high level, and they came up with a system to bring the kilos into the U.S., and they did that in all kinds of ingenious ways. They had their own pilots and planes, but they also had boats. They wound up being championship powerboat racers. Yeah. I mean, they owned the powerboat racing business. They were the company that built the engines. A great way to launder money, by the way. The company that built the engines, the company that built the boats. They were designing the boats, and then they got to racing, and they were going into races, regattas all over the world. You know,
Well, they got a war there.
they had order eventually. Yeah.
There was a series.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
What the boats, war driver.
Yeah, that's Willie and Sal. So I was able to do this book because Willie Falcone's family reached out to me. he did 27, 28 years, something like that. And as he was getting to the end of that bit, his daughter contacted me. It's like, he knows your work. He read the Westies, he read Havana Nocturne, and Corporation was just coming out at that time. So he got it in his head that I was the guy to do his book. And he had his daughter reach out to me. And I didn't know enough about him to know whether I would want to do it or not. I think I said no when it first came up. I said I can't really answer that because I would have to at least have a chance to talk to him, you know. So we tried that. I tried to get into prison to see him, and prison shut it down. They wouldn't let me in. So I had to wait till he got out, which was a couple of years later. And then when he got out, they deported him from the United States because he never bothered getting U.S. citizenship. He was a Cuban. He came over that time when Cubans were being given a kind of special legal status, So he never even bothered to become a citizen. So they deported his ass. And so now I'm getting to know him a little bit because we're doing Zoom conference calls. So I'm getting a feel for him. And he gets deported to the DR, and then the DR finds out, one of the DR politicians finds out he's there and starts accusing another politician of letting a big narco in the country, so they kick him out of there, out of the DR. He's got to go hat in hand, find another country. I can't tell you the country where he's in, although it would be, I think, real easy to guess. So I had to go there to interview him face to face, and it was right in the middle of COVID, and it was a pain in the ass getting a plane. I'll say South America. I'll narrow it down. And I kept missing flights because I didn't have the proper COVID test before the plane. It was a nightmare getting there, but I got there and I met this guy, and for like 3 days we just did interviews all day long. We'd start pretty early, like 9 a.m. We'd go till lunch, have some food, and then come back and do another 3 hours or so. We did that for like 3 days. Him just telling me his life story. And I had it. I can remember coming back thinking, wow, I've never had this kind of access with a source who would tell me their whole life story. And Willie Falcone hadn't talked to anybody. So everyone wanted to know his story. He was like a mystery man, very charismatic. And I got that motherfucking story. And was able to tell that story. It was I know he's a criminal, he's a bad guy, and he certainly paid for it and everything. But it was kind of an honor to tell his story. He was he's a guy with a certain code of honor. He's a criminal, and certain criminals to me are almost like royalty in a sense, criminal royalty, because they have that sense of honor about what they do. Especially guys who put crews together, and do robberies. I have a friend who was an incredible source up in Boston, Irish American gangster named Pat. He was kind of a rival and later a partner of Whitey Bulger's. He started out as a thief, breaking into warehouses and shit. And as he started to advance up from that, he started doing armored car robberies. And I've had late night conversations with him many times over some Irish whiskey or whatever, and he's telling me what he knows about his life as a thief, and he would put together crews. And I said to him, one of the things about putting together a robbery crew or something like that, to me, I was like, how do you do quality control? How do you know these guys are the people you really trust? Your crew, you're gonna do a armored car robbery with. It's gotta be people you have total faith in and you totally trust. And so you want to know none of these guys are gonna break and snitch. We're in this to the end, and I'd say, yeah, but how can you guarantee that? And he said, can't guarantee it. He said, but you always wanted to try to make sure because otherwise you're going to have to take care of that person. He says a weak link, you're going to have to address them. So that person would get one of being killed. That person would get true. That's just the nature of putting together a criminal crew like that. And they did. He tell me these stories of how they do warehouse robberies where they pull up a big truck like 2 in the morning at a warehouse. This is back like in the 60s, 70s. And they'd actually pull the open truck butt up against the wall, and then they'd get hammers and shit, just break the fucking wall down. Just take out a big section of the wall. And then they go in there like mice, and they just start looking for what was valuable, the most valuable shit. He said long-term shit is canned goods and stuff. Anyway, they go in there, they fleece the place, and then he said, you know what their signature was? After they do one of these robberies, and they wanted people to know it was their crew, they find a desk of who they thought was the most important person in there, and they open the bottom drawer and they would shit.
And that was supposed to be like,
That was their
Joke.
signature. That was their signature.
That was their fucking
that
talk.
was the worst signature
That was
ever.
we were here.
You know, you talk about criminals. The American public has been, we love criminals. We love their stories. You know, look at them, all the movies you have to compare to Scarface.
Yeah.
All
I
these
still love. We still love
I love all of
those Jimmy Cagney movies.
He's crazy. We heard him talk. All that shit. But, you know, it's a market that has never fucking, like, look at this Pork and Hero movie, Alto Bets. It died of death. Like, I don't think it was a bad movie.
Yeah.
I don't
Did
think
you,
it was
did you see it?
I didn't have a chance to it.
I know.
Everything he gave for that thing.
Yeah, no, they killed it before it was even out of the gate.
And, you know, yeah, people like, oh, Trump, you know, this. The movie was taken repetitive. I went to movies every Friday, just like you did. Every Saturday we went to the fucking movie.
Yeah.
You either went to what came out or $2 for $3.
Drive-ins. Remember driving?
Yeah, drive-ins and Clifton, whatever. We've taken that 100%. The mobster shit, Italian wise, is done. Now, mob way. It's like I tell you, there's gangsters, and there's people with dangerous, but then there's Helen Mirren. God damn, that bitch is fucking good at everything she does. Did you see her last night? She had fucking red toenails and paint in her hands.
I understand, man. Every Latino male I know has a thing for her.
Really? I don't think
Latinos have a thing for
I don't
Helen
want to
Mirren.
fuck her or nothing like
Oh,
that.
you see her when she was in her prime?
Oh, she was a piece of ass, yeah. But now she's old and she don't give a fuck.
She's still kind of sexy.
You already said that. She had boots on last week and many straight with leopard shit on. She's fucking 75 years old, with leopard shit on. Unfucking real. But besides that, we're factual with all those stories. If you go on Netflix, how many fucking Eskimo movies are there on Netflix?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Netflix, why a different
I
fucking
know, it's funny.
Paradise Remains, and they're all got off.
Like 7 or 8 of them.
And they're all got off. The only
Pretty
thing is Narcos,
Yeah.
and not even lost its fucking thing after a while. Every time you go on there, the Narco, now it's Aaron, whatever. Aaron, the guy who carried Hernandez. How many bags did he get?
Oh, Hernandez.
He got punched in the head, and he fucking shot 8 people. What do you want from me? That's what happens. You know, it's like Bryce Smith. Did you watch that fight the other day? He got knocked out again. Listen, I always say, Christianity and punches to the head. It's all mixed. Jesus got punched in the head. He left 3 days later. He's like, I don't need this shit. It don't work. But it's funny how, you know, this cocaine thing. Like, listen, I love all this shit. I love all this stuff. You know, I love all this stuff. It's just like, yes, I saw it. I saw it, and I saw McBee.
Yeah.
I saw everybody spending $2 for it acid, and 2 years later, everybody was spending $50 That's a big fucking up.
Yeah.
People were spending nickel bags. It was $5 for 3 joints and a little vanilla at the moment. All over the street. And now the needle just moved to 50 fucking bucks. You know, I was telling somebody, I remember living here up to 83, then we would go out and buy half a gram, like 3 of us, and I think we went little. When I came back 18 months later, people were leaving on Fridays to go home on Sunday or Monday morning. Like it had just blown up.
Yeah.
I saw what happened with weed in California, what happened here.
You're Cuban, so you were in the main vein of the Cuban culture. The selling of it, the using of it. You know, you had that Cuban connection. And cocaine was like these guys who I was talking to who were in Los Muchachos, and I interviewed a bunch of other ones other than just Willie. They were from that generation, Cuban exiles, Miami, and they just hit the cocaine business, and they just took over that shit. They turned Little Havana into like where all their safe houses were, where you could stash shit. Nobody was going to talk about it. You could get away. The whole culture became part of the cocaine business to an extent. So you were in the middle of it.
So I made sense. I did a lot.
Yes.
And there was a gay Santero in the stand. He was drinking his balls. And one night he said something to me, and I said something to him. I said, oh, I got the boy. In my house, you can't say, oh, my life.
Mm-hmm.
That means I hope.
Yeah.
I said to him, I hope you fucking die. No fucking. And they came and grabbed me by my head. My mom, she can't say that. About 3 weeks from this motherfucker died. All right?
The gay Santero guy?
Yeah, he died. So, I'll never forget, we gotta go up there. I gotta go to be up there. I'll never forget the story of the streets. And when a Santeria person dies, they can't bring him home. You have to do a thing while the cops are standing there. You have to do a fucking thing. It cannot be brought here if you don't know. You gotta take the saint out of that. So while they were taking the saint out of it, I'm not gonna go. It's gonna be tough. She was telling my mother and another lady to come. You know, while they were doing the fucking thing. So we had them all dead, sneak out with a kilo. I still remember being a kid.
Yeah, I told you.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Your descent.
And that was 1971. And I still remember being a kid telling my mom, clean your fucking nose. And I was a fucking kid, guys, 8, 9. Clean your fucking nose, please. My friend Jimmy. You know.
Do you think it's like as prevalent as weed is now?
Sad.
Coke or like
When I was 8, 9, 10, I knew that when these bar people did it, and I knew that they did stupid shit. They weren't smoking or anything like that. They would just, I still remember getting up in the mornings, like 8th grade, 7th grade, going to school. They'd be in my living room with a huge and they wouldn't grind the coke. There was no grinding. You just put the rocks in.
Oh, shit.
And they would just sit there. And I'd go to school and eat my Cheerios,
Oh,
and I snorted coke. And they all felt guilty, so they would all give me money. And what do you have for lunch? It's $50. I would leave for like $200 every time they were all snort coke. And my mother said, don't give them cash. I'm like, nah, come back tomorrow. You can do whatever you want, my fucking ass.
no, doing coke that way is very stolen.
Well, they didn't know. It was 1974,
Right.
1975. And then there was a guy that used to come to my house. And in the mornings, I would get my mother and stepfather and everybody else talking about him. I had to throw him out all the time. He used to get paranoid. His name was Gecko. He had an eye that when he did coke, he'd stagger shit, right? So when I was a kid, I liked him a lot, Gecko. He had 2 sons. I liked him a lot when I was a kid. Something happened at the bar. I did something. I stuck up for him. And he called my mother. He goes, can I call him and take him to Macy's tonight with his son? I was still living on 88th Street, so I had to be under 10. I'll never forget that he came over and he took me to Macy's. He would buy whatever you want. And I bought like the Hot Wheel carry case. And like the bundles. Remember that one thing?
Yeah.
And I brought it home. And we got to walk the dog. My mother goes, is that all you got? That's all you said she's a cash. And he goes, I've got this. And you don't want to spend any of it. When I saw it, I go, whoa. Let's go back. I want to get some skis. Because I just saw the James Bond movie on skis. I felt like $21 for that. Like, how can I spend that? Because I said something. And Cubs was right. Like, somebody was going to get in trouble, but I said I hadn't seen him. And they were like, he's smart, he's a good boy, he didn't lie. He fucking stuck up for us. So then my mother dies. I don't see this guy, but he was tight. Before my mother died, they killed his son. Up in the, just around here, up the that money, the white girl. And after my mother died, the week 43rd birthday, he goes, don't you find out who he is? I'm like, yeah, what is it? He wants you to know. I've been looking for like 3 years in Florida. So I called him and said, be a plane ticket. We looked at it like 2 days later. Next night, we all hooked up. He's like, I sent for you. Because I want your Italian friends to kill that family. Because he knew that I lived in the Balzanos. And he shot a guy 8 times in the back. He goes, see if you go over there and fucking have him killed. I'm like, this is true. Right? I'm sitting, so he brings me back to his house. Got a wife and 2. The one kid died, the other kid is way older than me. I got to be 18, 19. And this guy comes in the room, way nice. He would do coke. He would disappear. They come back. A white underwear, a white t-shirt, V-neck, a Chinese t-shirt with the things, with the gold chain. With your flat bounce and speed out. Well, you would get a big margin cut. That's unheard of. You get the biggest margin cut.
Is this the Gay Santero stuff?
No. The Gay Santero is better bird. This is like a uncle to me. He would get filled with water and then put a dish in. So the dish would float in the water, and he would put coke on it. So if the cops came, he would just dump the coke in the water. That's a completely different set of paragraphs. He had bars on his window already, the whole fucking thing. So now we're doing coke, I'm sneaking little coke lines, and he's just rapping off. His eyes looking all over the place. But he would carry it. The 22 or the 32 waistband. And do you know, 5 in the morning, done. He goes outside out the window, and the gun slips, and he shoots himself in the fucking foot. And his wife comes running in. The son, he's on the floor. And I'm like, call the ambulance. He's like, don't call nobody. And his wife goes, he shot himself last month. And I looked at his feet, he had like 3 little bullet holes in his fucking feet. Every time the gun fell, I'd go off and shoot himself. Jesus. Like, that was 84. And by that time, the cat was out of the bag. But all these stories that we're reading about now.
You ever told that story before?
I think so. That was wild, man. It was a Monday morning, and the music at the time was and give me a higher love. It was August or September of '84.
Yeah. Those songs really place it in time, right?
Yeah. Chicken Con.
I feel for you. That's that one, I think. I feel for you. That was that song.
That's a good one. Yeah.
She still looks good. I'm on her social media.
She looks really good. First, I listened to Sweet Thing. She was still with Rufus. That motherfucker played a guitar. Because nobody plays guitar.
She was cutie back then.
He was what?
She was cutie.
She was hot.
She was adorable.
That was 76. That was my
She
song.
was like in her 20s. I will love you anyway, even if you cannot stay. She had a big fro.
She was hot.
Yes.
With all these books now and all these series, it's just like this drug thing, we were fucked. We were fucked as Americans. Like, they fucked us. And listen, I had a great time doing coke for 28 years. I'm not going to sit here and be Johnny Hypocrite, but we got fucked. You know, because you read about all these different organizations and stuff. Everything was great till about the 80 or 81. And then the government got involved. And that's when everything fucked up.
That's the war on drugs.
There was no war on drugs. It was a silent war on drugs. We were going to make peace with you too. That's why they went down there and got Noriega. Right? And they never gave a fuck about Noriega. They were talking about the Panama Canal. They wanted with Noriega. They wanted that 15%, dog, just the way it is. And that's what they always fight. That's what they always do. And that's what it blew out of proportion. And, you watch all these documentaries, cocaine cowboys, this and that, this and that. How many of these guys were? Think about how many of these guys were
in the cocaine business.
Everybody got into the cocaine business after a while.
Yeah, well, there were many layers to it.
There was layers. There were morons. Yeah, morons that were paying a lot of money because they used to rock those morons. They didn't know what they didn't know. Then I'm gonna tell you an interesting. I got locked. Before I got locked up, there was a family called the Markleys in Longmont, Colorado. This is 86. I got locked up in 87. By the time I got locked up, they were already in town waiting for sentencing. I didn't know the story. I knew what I read. It was a father and son landscape business. And one day they bought a fucking ounce of coke and started selling it. And the thing took off. The thing took off. Like they couldn't even, they didn't, and they were so stupid. They were rednecks. They didn't know how to launder the money, so they would just kept buying landscape trucks. They had every fucking truck that you could buy. These people were making serious fucking money. And when they got busted, the cops busted them and sat there the whole night and sold coke just to double check the amount that they were fucking making on weekends. Plus they were wholesale kilos, the whole fucking thing. I get locked up and I meet a little boy. We talk every day and I'm like, what the fuck are you motherfucking rednecks doing up for long? And he's like, man, we started with an ounce. They were picking up 5 kilos every other week. I mean, these guys got huge. But they're two idiots. Thanks for all the thanks. But Markley, the young Markley, lived with his wife downstairs. She was pregnant. After they got arrested, they found out that the father locked her up. When they were doing coke together, they were rednecks, but they were white trash motherfuckers.
Wait, they were doing coke together?
The mother and the father.
Oh, okay.
So the young Markley, who was married, who I was doing time with, they got divorced. They were sentenced, and she went with the father. I mean, this is just cocaine shit, man. This is just, I heard all these fucking stories. And that's how they got it to people. That's how she ended up ratting on the both of them and fucking, because he was fucking the both of them. Just crazy shit. It was a crazy time in there.
When cocaine, you know this, when cocaine hit, let's say early 80s, this period you're talking about, it hit like fucking tidal, and it hit everywhere in the U.S. This was William South. They were bringing it to these different places. They were selling more coke than anybody in L.A. and by the mid 80s, and it just hit everybody. People, the early media about cocaine was mostly positive. It was on the cover of Time magazine, Newsweek magazine. And they were like, everybody's doing it, all different levels, doing it. Don't get a hangover. There's no hangover, and all the PR on coke was very positive. Of it, so crack, and it tarnished the image a little bit. So if you were a coke dealer, you had blood on your hands by the coke, by the crack era. It hit like a phenomenon. We all know it from the clubs, the way it took over at nightclubs. I mean, come on. But what always got me was up in New York, and I'm sure this is true. Actually, I saw it in Cleveland and some other places. Cocaine hit the working class. Like you go to the local Blarney store after work on a Friday, and all those working class people were doing coke. They made it affordable. It's one of the things Williams out there. They brought in a lot of product so that they could bring the price down. The price came down suddenly, and they got it to the middle class and the working class.
What they did was they did something that nobody, they got the biggest form of free advertising that there ever was. And maybe everybody was cocaine. Because in the early 80s, somebody on the back, they came out and they went to their drink.
Yeah.
That was it. And people would come up right up. You do coke, man. Is it cool? Do you really she thinks. They'd ask creepy questions. But it just took one thing. You want to go? Yeah, sure, let's try. And boom, they won't because
How could you say no to it?
yeah, because you believe that it's what you make you different.
You're at a club.
By you doing it, like a chick lives in the projects in North Bergen. You got her in the city doing coke, drinking Perignon, you sucking, you think, because nobody's ever made it feel that. All of a sudden, there was no VIP in those days. But think about it, that was the VIP. If you were coming out of the bathroom, oh my God, doing all that shit, and that's
What do you think changed? Like, why? Because that, I mean, I've seen cocaine out, but I've never, like, it wasn't, I don't think it's like that anymore. I don't think that's the type of drug.
It's out there.
it's out there.
Oh, it's definitely out there, but I don't think it's like
Not like that. Not like it was. No, we're talking about.
Now it seems dirty. Now it seems like people like that. To me, who's never done it.
Somebody, it's like people, I don't care. I always win. You know what I mean? Every time I go to Vegas,
Yeah,
I clean up. Well, they just don't get bigger and bigger.
those are the people who do a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. If you're winning and everybody I know wins, how the fuck is Vegas keep getting bigger and bigger? These cartels had all the money in the fucking world when in the 80s when they were doing all these motherfucking big Forbes magazines early on, the Escobars. That dude was making what, $6 million a day? Are you fucking kidding me? So, it was, I remember it feeling like if you did coke, you were a little better person. Celebrities were doing coke, rock stars were doing coke, athletes were doing coke. And I'm telling you, I grew up in northern New Jersey, blue collarville, and when somebody went and came out of the bathroom, it was like fucking all hell was breaking.
Well, you had a better chance of getting laid if the ladies heard that sniffing.
Yeah.
They loved it.
They fucking loved it.
It was, and I wasn't even that into coke, really.
I was. I loved it from day one. Loved it. I didn't get high for like the first year. And I think they were playing a trick.
But the whole, sorry to interrupt, but the whole world could be divided into two groups. The groups are when they laid out that line of cocaine at the party club for the first time and said, you want to try some? There's the people who said no, and there's the people who said yes to that. And they're two very different kinds of people, right? Totally different kinds of people. I personally would rather spend time with people who did the line of coke than people who didn't do the line of coke. The ones who didn't do the line of coke are ones that just probably became boring.
Dude, I was gonna say,
They live a boring life.
My mom's school born 70 years. She had some money. She invested in the fucking jewelry store in the city. But she was buying more jewelry than she was selling. And then she would go to fucking Yonkers Raceway. And they would fucking, she was losing her money gambling. So, my last year with her, she started holding drugs downstairs in the basement. For people. For a few weeks, there'd be weed downstairs. Fucking. In those yellow Colombian bags. It was the worst weed in the world. Whoever grew it, crushed the seeds and put the seeds back in it. So it means every time you spark it, it blows up. It blows up. You couldn't even smoke a joint. I gotta keep lighting. And then I never heard of that. And I went downstairs and I found a big bag of coke. I'm talking a big bag of coke. And I would look at it. I would ask around. And then one day I stole some. Like just a little taste, and I gave it to a friend of mine. He was a big guy. He liked doing coke business. He's like, where did you get this from? So I took some. And one day, the week before my mother died, one day we went to Hudson County. Park, we brought 3 different houses. We went to my brother's house. While we were down there, everybody was in the basement. And then I went upstairs and I had to take some. I had some fucking coke. He's like, you were 16. He's like, come on. So we were drinking vodka, peppermint schnapps. And we would crush the
You're 16?
16. We put it in the freezer, we could get hard. And when it came out, that's how we did. We sprinkled the coke out there first, like snowballs. We were right now. And we told it to these kids who were not doing drugs. They were like, which one is snowball? And they're like, what's a snowball? They didn't even know. And finally, we went upstairs and put a line of coke in the
You were like Jimmy Cagney and
Yo, it's not like Jimmy used to bring it to school. That there was a football player that sold grams at school. We would bring them into the classrooms and pass the package back and forth during the class and do little ones. The kids were looking at us like we were fucking Martians, man.
that's hilarious. I guess you were destined to do coke, you know. You just got there way faster than most people.
Tell you the funniest story is in sixth grade, I'm dating this cute girl in New York for a reason. And my man, and your man, Doctor comes over. And he comes over, he like fucking hated me, but he comes by himself. And he was like a broad, cute guy, thick, like that dude talking like that. Because he was like 6'1", 180, but he had big hands and big feet, and he was thin and hard.
Sounds like a big dick.
So one day he comes over and he's like, your mother tells me you date some girl. My mother went to him to give me like advice, talk to me, not him. I mean, you got to think, this guy used to take me to a barber shop on the way back. Those little apartments on Boulevard East by the 60s, right there. That's little, like, they've been there forever. We would go in there, and that was one of these places where you wait till there were two girls that were always naked. And they beat each other out. We'd go and swat for a little while. I'm in a 6 fucking grade with this guy. You know, this is Docky, dog. He knows the legend of Docky. So one day he's like, you eating a pussy? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing anything. I barely kiss her. He's like, this is what you do. And he fucking went in his jacket pocket and he took fucking something out. When he had a capsule, he emptied it like a fucking contact, you know, contact for the 16-hour cold release. Yeah, like a contact that he emptied it. He still left it cold. He gave it to me. Next time I come to sober, you put that on a pussy. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know what he was talking about. He's like, gotta eat a pussy and all this shit. I'm like, I didn't tell that to nobody for fucking like 5 months.
Wow.
That my mother came home with Steve. She goes, get fucking down here. She goes, Docky gave me fucking coke. And you, where is it? She goes, in my drawer. She's like, go get it. Give it to mommy. I could hear her on the phone. How dare you give him coke? He's 12 fucking years old. What were you thinking? And he's on the other line, but trust me, he's going to put on a pussy. You like a fire. You know how they talk. So I want like a fire. Like those old school revolutionaries. Bobby gave me a fucking capsule filled with cocaine. So that's what I grew up with. So at first, I would look at them and go, I'm never going to do that. I'll smoke dope, but I ain't putting nothing in my nose. Then I discovered THC crystals, the little biscuits, AKA fucking pirate tranquilizers. And then cocaine came along. 6 months after that, I swore I wouldn't do it. So I fucking hooked. And that was it. 1979 to 2007. It's fucking hooked.
It was a hard thing to not do because it was around.
It was everywhere.
You know, you go to a party at somebody's house, it's definitely going to be there. Go to a club, it's definitely going to be there.
Go to a woman's bathroom, it's there. Go to the men's bathroom.
It's kind of everywhere. There might be a line at the party. They're like something. The coke was there, and there'd be like a line.
But it was crazy because if you went to New York in the 80s, you could put it out on the table. Snort it. People do it in restaurants,
Yes.
clubs. But then I went out to see it in the street, like in the package out, they almost fucking called my mom out.
Yeah.
They threw me out. They were like, you don't do that here. Like, it's New York City. Like, you know,
Yeah. No, that was fast.
it changed completely.
But what about like that? The history of like cocaine and comedy. Because I was thinking like comedy might have been one of the worst places for you to go, like cocaine wise. Like it must be out every night. Yeah, I was just thinking that's a cool.
That's a book somebody should write. The history of cocaine and comedy.
Well, again, that was my favorite fucking comic, Richard Price. So he lived something like
You should write that book. The history of cocaine and comedy. You got another book in there?
She's talking to the guy here.
Like yeah, everyone did it. It seemed like it. I mean,
Freddie Prinze.
Oh yeah.
All those guys.
Prior.
You know, all those fucking great. Those guys got hooked. Marvin Gaye was fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Marvin Gaye was fucked up. A lot of those guys. My favorite Hollywood was fucked up, you know. And that's why cocaine is easy, because athletes, you know, the only person that broke my heart when I found that he did coke, there's only one person that was in shock, and that's Joe Montana.
Oh.
When I found out Joe Montana did coke, I was fucking pissed off with him.
Why?
Really?
Because he was my hero. You know, he was my hero.
You put him on heads.
Yeah. I think Joe Montana did coke, and I heard horrible fucking story. So,
Yeah, a lot of athletes in that era, football players who do coke, basketball players, I'm sure, baseball players. Remember the whole big scandal with the whole New York Mets in the 80s? Keith Hernandez, they were all coke there.
fucking the Phoenix Suns with Gandhi's ex-younger brother.
There was
Walter Davis.
in the dugout. They'd make jokes about how they were going to run out and sniff up the foul line on the field. Like it was a lot of coke.
The fucking San Diego Chargers had a problem. Fred Beat left. He called a bunch of free bakers and motherfuckers, and he went to the Niners. Yeah, it was real, man. And you know, listen, we were sold the bill of rights that didn't do anything. When I found myself in prison for kidnapping, I was like, they were fucking wrong. Okay, they didn't really know. They didn't really know the effects of cocaine. They didn't know the effects of long-term cocaine usage. They just didn't know the effects of long-term cocaine usage with alcohol and the imagination.
Yeah.
Because cocaine, the imagination, life of imagination. Imagination sometimes gets you in trouble when I use it. You know, you don't even know it's imagination. I just had something 6 months ago where I'm like, what made me do something like this? It was imagination. So something that I thought would happen from a TV show I watched or something, it's just horrible.
So are you saying when Coke first came out, you didn't think it was bad for you?
It wasn't cold. It wasn't milk like that. It was something that you did it, made you drink, no hangovers. You're gonna go home and fine.
Yeah, there were no case studies of long-term use. There hadn't been any at that point.
Fuck, I just thought you knew it was bad, but it was fun.
No.
I mean, the other night something was on.
I thought the Time magazine said, there were no bad consequences from it.
In 1987, something happened in this country that was really weird. And I was just coming home with the death of Lenny Bias.
Mm-hmm.
That was very controversial death in my world. Because I was about 20 something at the time. He got drafted and then he died the next day.
That night at a party.
Yeah. He said he never did it before. So if he had never done it before, this is his first time. Well, he died and they went out to let the dry the butt. The moral of that story was, this is how crazy it is. I was here. I just rolled in for something here. And I was in the city. And something I went to get coke or weed. And somebody goes, you got the bias. No shit. I'm like, what? I didn't know what he was saying. I thought he asked me how Lenny Bias died. He goes, nah, we got what killed Lenny Bias. And I was like, you cold-blooded motherfuckers, But it was cocaine was such a bad,
That's wild about the drug world, right? There's that, I don't want to call it evil, but there's a certain level of that business where, if they hear there's a certain coke that's taking people out, they want it. There's a very self-destructive tendency in to use that shit. And, if that takes over, we're all in bad shit.
I once saw something that said cocaine was a curse from the Incas to destroy white men.
It's possible they used it.
And for what I saw, what I've seen, what it made me do, there's something to that. There's something that comes from the natural. But the shit they put in there, once you find out what they actually put in there,
It's a plan.
you're like, the one where I had t-shirts. This was chlorine. White t-shirt. And you would put chlorine on, but the sweat would pour out. God knows what was in there. You see it with gas, acetine, fucking, Maluvia juice. It was just so many fucking things. And that's why I'm pissed sometimes. When I go back into the 80s, the late 70s of cocaine, it was like they were fighting a war that they were help supply.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah. That's the corruption of the whole thing.
That's really pissed me off. And listen, like right now, I feel I'm thinking of those people that sues Marlboro to get cancer, be talking this way. Like, I'm really pissed about what they did. But I was that weak and I let it.
Yeah.
Can't be mad at Marlboro. You can't be mad at the Colombians. And you can't be mad at
No, it's a plan. When I was in Peru, I did coca leaves every day.
it felt like $1 million. It was clean.
Well, first of all, it's because of the altitude. It keeps you from getting altitude sickness. And so you have just a little wad of coca leaves in your mouth, and I liked it. It was kind of like water tobacco. I've never done that, but I was doing it every day. And the hotel where I was staying, they had like a bowl of coca leaves. When you come into the hotel, you could just help yourself to it. There was always tea that was made out of the coca leaves that was there for you to have.
You feel yourself getting addicted to it.
But you get a little buzz. It was like coffee. It was very much like coffee. It gave you a little caffeine buzz. And I used it one time when I was going up to see a shaman, a woman. All I knew is that this woman was elderly, and she was in this village outside of Lima. And we could go see her and, have a session with her. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. We had to take a bus to get there, and then we got off the bus, we had to go up a hill into a very remote part of this little village. And then we get up there, and one house out in the middle of nowhere, there's a line there. There's a line of people waiting to get in to see this curandera. And so I'm in the line, and finally get in to see this old lady, and she's about 95. She speaks a local dialect, not Spanish, so there's a translator there. And I sit down in front of her, and she said, okay, you got to take a bunch of coca leaves and put them in your mouth. And by then, I've been using coca leaves almost every day while I was there. So I was like, great, no problem. Boom, put it in there. And I'm vibing on it, I'm getting the juices from it and everything. And she's looking at me. She's looking at me, and she turns to the translator. She says, is he married? She was turned on. I think she was turned on by the fact that I was taken to the leaves with great gusto. She liked that. She's turned on by that. She thought that was great. So it's like a bonding thing, the coca leaves. It's a ritual from long ago, just like coke, cocaine.
But that's the more natural way. That's more the spiritual way.
Yes.
Which you like gasoline, shoot people, fucking, everything else.
Yes.
Else
well, that's man. That's man. That's what man does, right? Man that turns it into a dirty little bit. What are we going to do about that, Joe?
Pisses me off, DJ. Everything pisses me off. That's what happens. People all got no teeth. You have the fucking hernia now.
Hey, you're doing good, man. You're still sitting here telling great stories, able to enjoy good stories.
It's okay. It's okay. It's been okay. I don't be in the hospital for 61, so we're here. So, I'm going to Austin this week. 2 sold out shows.
That's good.
We got it
You're going to do Rogan?
Thursday, Friday, we need some stem cell in my dick. It's a shot here.
Really?
I usually go for a shot at my knee. Maybe.
You do get to a stage, I guess. Men get to a stage where you have to start shooting your dick or something.
Not me. Not for anything.
Yeah.
That's a different world. But they will invent something.
No, that's already happening. I have that guy I was telling you about Boston, a gangster friend of mine. He had some, and he he got it on the black market for another gangster. And he took me one day. He said, I got to take this over this guy. This injectable fluid with needle that they injected into their dicks because they were both probably pushing 70 around that time, or into their 70s, well into their 70s, yeah. And so they were having to inject their dick. So he's going over to see this guy to give him some of this liquid. And they're making a deal. He's paying it for it. He got it on the black market. And so they leave me in the car. I'm sitting in the car. And they're standing in the street right in front of the car, and I'm watching this transaction. And the one guy who I didn't come with, he comes over to the car and he taps on the window. And I roll it down. He says, hey, you're the writer, right? Yeah. He says, you're writing a book? I said, writing a book? No, not at the moment, not writing a book. Because he said, you're not putting this in a book, right? He didn't want me putting in the book for these guys, having to do a black market deal and buy stuff to inject into their dick so that they had any action at all. And they tell me, to the older guy, the older fella, telling me that that's one of the next stages. We're probably not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. But that's what we have to look forward to.
And what is the gel doing your dick?
I don't think it's a gel. I don't know. I think it's just something that stimulates your blood, I guess.
Really trying to buy those fucking lazy balls.
This episode is also brought to you by Blue
I remember I was just going to once and we go to one of those little places where they sell all that shit. And the variety of stuff they have in like a Chinese pharmacy. All those ancient herbs and shit they have.
They're all for the dick.
A lot of them are for
your dick.
But they shoot themselves
that black stuff, that black tar that you eat that breaks, that's for your dick. You have to go to Chinese pharmacies. They say you can't turn that shit back. That's good dick. That's like Okinawa dick. You just keep giving it. It's the dick that keeps it covered. You know what I'm saying? TJ, always a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure.
Fucking thank you for reading the book. Thank you for being
sir.
Thank you for being my inspiration. I love reading this stuff. Hopefully one day I will be like you.
So for the audio listeners, TJ, what's the name of the new book?
The book's called The Last Kilo. The Last Kilo, there's a subtitle. I don't even remember it anymore. But yeah, it came out as a hardcover book a few months ago, and it's out there. You can get it anywhere. You can buy a book. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And that's it. We got Austin, Texas. Lee, what do you got?
The 19th Saturday, I'm with Steve Simone at the dojo.
Well, the dojo of comedy, there he is right there. Fucking perfect for the Saturday, man. What else you like to run? You doing any shows at the fucking you, TJ. You doing any shows at the Blue Bull?
Blue Shit, the conversation is deteriorating rapidly all the time. It's just crumbling right before your eyes.
I love you guys. See you next week. Stay black. I want to thank TJ. I want to thank Lee, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys for always having the back. Have a great week, and we'll see you next week, I guess. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of their licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman won't know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come in individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cape, you eat it, and you're ready to rock, and she will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're diving that little maquah. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into late Memorial Day, swinging dick like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Just press in code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here and Lisa at. Welcome to the church, New Testament. What's up, you savages? Uncle Joey here. It's Tuesday, the 8th of April. The year is moving fast, cocksuckers. What's up, Lisa at?
I'm good, dude. Happy to see you.
Happy to see you. You're looking good. You had good news last week.
Yeah, dude. It's like getting into the clubs in New York. It's like my first experience trying to get past at places. And it's been a little bit of a grind, a lot of a grind, but I got a good news from Broadway Comedy Club, so I'm excited. I'll be there a lot this month. And I'm a broken record here, but I just love being in New York, doing stand-up in New York. I'm having a blast.
Good for you. You sound like that song. Remember that song in the 70s? I love New York.
I do.
That's you, dude.
I never want to
leave New York. As you're saying New York, you hit that and stick.
Dude, every fucking day.
Me too. I just got an email yesterday.
Have they got mugs?
Yeah, they got the over and under.
You should
follow you when they take the mugging. It's going to be family. They're not going to be
What do you mean?
just take cash in your wallet, give them a picture of your girlfriend, whatever. Hold on for the wallet.
Do people still put pictures in their wallet? Do you have pictures in your wallet?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I've never met anyone other than you who has pictures of their wallet.
Picture of my daughter, first community, it's like 9 years old.
Not that, but now you have the dude, the weightlifter.
Ringo, yes.
Yeah, Ringo.
Yes.
That's awesome. Dude, that's changed now since the phone. I bet you're like one of the few people I bet who still has it. Old school phone.
If the phone goes up to 2,300, I'm going back to a can and a strip. You know what I'm saying? 2,300 is what they're saying. This is just giving people an excuse to raise prices. Oh, all you gotta do is mention tariffs. Already they start tariffs. Tariffs. Everybody was buying cars this week like a motherfucker. That's it. And now your parts, if you thought your parts took long during the pandemic, forget about fucking now. Especially if you got
Thank God I'm not buying shit. Not a thing. And it's the only time I've been happy to not have investments. The only two without investments, and I'm thrilled.
Everybody's like, I lost $2 million. Bitch, if I lost $2 million, I'd be burning down a town. All right? You didn't lose $2 million. Oh, I lost $8 million. No, you didn't. If you're saying it like that, I don't believe it. If you're saying it like that, you throw your wife out the window. She comes home with, I just got a new Range Rover. What? I just lost $8 million fucking dollars. That's what I want to see. Don't just tell me I lost $3 million.
Yeah, but you're right. The new iPhones are going to be expensive as fuck.
Yeah,
they're already expensive, $1,400 a month. Dude, I have that Mint Mobile that sponsors us. I got so sick of, even before the tariffs, paying $100 a month for a cell phone. $100 a month, and Mint is $15 a month. And it's the same thing.
Yeah, but you call people in another country.
That's the
problem with that shit. You call somebody in Bulgaria. Mint. God damn it.
Oh my God. How
I didn't do shit. I'm feeling a lot better.
See when you feeling better?
Yeah, feeling a lot better. I started smoking again, not to really style. Just because, listen, let me explain something to you. I don't like not having to have I had the control to go, you know what, I'm not going to eat that. But the worst thing is when you have to eat and you're not hungry. I feel like that. As it's going down, I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm not hungry.
And you're not hungry without weed?
Fuck. And the edibles, listen, let's be as honest as we can with everybody. I think I'm coming to the end. I'm just waiting for something to happen with everything. Like, what do you, something. They put in a gummy.
Like an improvement in heroin?
Something, like heroin gummy, something, because that's my next level. I smoked weed after 5 weeks of not smoking. I thought I was going to see the devil. It was okay.
Right.
It was okay. And then I really, I throw down 800, 1,000 milligrams of those ABS. I'm expected to eat the kitchen.
Right.
You know, I ate 3 little donuts. The tiny white ones, because they're disgusting too.
You don't like those?
They're all fucking disgusting. Listen, donuts are done. There's no donuts on the East Coast. Dunkin' Donuts bros, we fucked up when we left LA. And we didn't bring a franchise of Yum Yum Donuts with us.
Call
We
them up.
brought a Mexican with us. Those are Mexican-made donuts.
Oh, they're good.
Fucking delicious Yum Yum Donuts.
Well, if they make them fresh at the store.
At the store.
Dunkin' Donuts, dude, especially, I see it in the city all the time. Oh my God, have you seen what's at McDonald's now? Oh, Krispy Kreme is at McDonald's. They're just trying to kill us now. They deliver in the city. They have Krispy Kreme at every McDonald's. Just in the back of like a U-Haul truck, they bring it all right handmade.
Last time I had Krispy Kreme, it tasted like dick, okay? Yeah. When we in Delaware, when you're coming out of fucking Irvine or Ontario, you're pulling out of there, it's 11:30. There ain't nothing to do, and there's a fucking Krispy Kreme. I go in there, get a dozen
From the drive home.
of just the regular donuts with
The glazed.
the glaze. Oh my God.
Oh,
Me
yeah.
and Marilyn Martinez, whoever was in the car, we're like, Dibs 4. Fuck it, I'm getting 4 fucking donuts. That's how good they were on the fucking box.
Dude, it's my favorite part about doing Mohegan Sun. If anyone asks, I'll do a free spot of Mohegan Sun because they have one of the ones that with the conveyor belt and it gets hot. Oh, that's amazing. But when it's like room temperature, it tastes like cardboard.
I saw a Cinnabon the other day.
Ooh, I still like those.
I hadn't had a Cinnabon in 15 years. I was like, Mercy, you want to go inside the Cinnabon? She was like, hell no. Really? Yeah, no. It's like, that shit tastes like ass now.
But
I tell you what else I destroyed in New Jersey.
What?
The apple turtle. It does not exist in New Jersey. It tastes like this. I bought 3 or 4 of them just to try them out. I think I threw away all 4.
Fuck. So what about Carvel? Carvel, you don't go to just Carvel get a little ice cream?
Every once in a while, I go in there, I get a little cone. But the problem is, you got kids working at Carvel. They don't know the spirit of Carvel. You go in there, they just fuck it up. A bunch of kids with acne just fucking it up. There's one by my house that's a drive-thru. You have to, if you want something original, you have to go in the daytime. You mean the oldest girl, she's my age. And she'll make a fucking egg cream that'll make your head blow up. If you tell her thin, she'll make it like milk. Whatever you tell her, she's dope. The kids that work there at night, they're 17, bro. They have no responsibility. It's, whatever they pay, $12 an hour. They don't care. The fucking pineapple I shit there. You have to take the pineapple and move it around every hour on the hour.
Right.
These kids just sit still.
Dude, if you're high, if you have 800 milligrams in you and the stuff doesn't taste good, there's a problem.
A lot of shit don't taste good. Wait till you get older, you're going to go, wow. I used to eat 22 of those. Now I eat one of them, and I want to shoot myself. Your taste buds change.
And I know you're half joking around, but they're like, do you get the munchies on heroin? Like when you were doing heroin, did you get the munchies? Or are you just taking heroin because you want to be fucked up?
I want to be fucked up, okay? Nobody takes heroin and thinks about the munchies weed.
Well, you said you want to be able to eat.
That's why. If you don't want to go on Ozempic, just do heroin. You'll never eat.
You'll be asleep the whole
You'll
time.
never eat. You sleep, get up, shoot, snort, whatever the fuck you want. I'm just waiting for heroin to stretch. That's it. I'm done with the THC. I moved to a different level. 50 years. I'm a doctor. I got a doctorate in THC. What do you want from me?
So, but do you think, and I know you probably don't keep up on heroin, but I would imagine now, because they were making edible gummies in their kitchen in California, like in the stores.
I don't want to have this.
You don't think they're making heroin gummies?
They probably are. I need to do it from a legit chemist. Somebody who went to Yale. I don't want to do it with Nicky's uncle.
No.
He's in jail and he knows how to make. I don't do that.
Okay.
I want to make it legit. I want them to get China White. That shit that makes you fucking play Jimi Hendrix music. You don't even know how to play the guitar. You do a line of China White. You're in here playing like Jimi Hendrix. You don't even know. You're in here going like fucking Jose Feliciano. No eyes and shit.
Holy shit.
Is Jose Feliciano still alive? He's still alive. How long does a guy? He's got to be 80. Because he sang Chicken and a Man. So, that was 77. That's 23, 25, 48, right? No, 58. No, 53.
20. You said so many numbers. I don't know what. When was the last time? What was the last time when you were like completely sober for like a week?
1980.
And you know what? Like, what goes through your mind when you're completely like you just hate it? It's just boring.
Bored. Nothing. It's bad enough my mother died. When your mom or your dad dies, when your mom dies, the rest of your life, it's like eat food, no salt. That's the best way I can tell you. When your mom died, that's when life becomes. No salt.
Right.
Then when you stop smoking, I mean, there's positive things to it. I don't want to say I had a good time the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, it seems like.
Things started coming out. Like, you know, the comedy writing was horrible. The getting loose on stage was horrible. But I like them one night.
What was the difference?
Clarity. A little bit of clarity. I had a lot of noise in my head for the last year. A lot of shit, you know. And sometimes, believe it or not, that's what makes you sick.
Really?
You're thinking too much about shit. Listen, you know comedians that go on the road, they don't worry about them. And here I am at home going, I'm going to cancel that gig because I only got 20 minutes. Just, you know, there's so many things that I worry about, that I should worry about, and the shit I should worry about, I don't worry about.
Do you think that's what was fucking with your stomach? The worry?
No, just, my daughter's getting older. I'm getting older. Listen, I didn't have a middle-life crisis. What I did was have a kid. You know what I'm saying? When you're 50, you go out and chase some 20-year-old home, and you crash your car, and you go back to doing blow, and cash in your 401k, and then when you're 58, you go back to your wife back, you know, sorry, like a fucking animal. I didn't go through that. I had a child instead of 50. So I knew at some point it was going to catch up. And I thought during the pandemic I had to deal with shit, but I did. But it was different. After I got out of the hospital the third time, I was like, well, you know, I'm certified old. That's it. Once you go to the hospital 3 times and you're 60, you're certified old. Your body takes a different turn, and I have to accept that. I got to accept that. And you have to accept a lot of things that you're like, fuck, I'm not going to work that. I'm not going to go out and buy Jordan jeans and get a tattoo on my hand. And, you know, I'm not going to do that shit. You know,
Right.
I'm just not going to do that. I got a Corvette to prove something. But I got to do something.
I don't know if heroin gummies is the way to go.
Listen, you talking to me about serious shit?
Of course I'm talking
You're talking about heroin shit? That's something in the future. That's eventually going to be fucking paid.
So what do you want? Are you talking like you want to have like a midlife crisis sort of?
No. But I was just thinking about it. The fucking big question for me the last 4 years has been, what the fuck happened?
Over the last 30 years.
What happened those 23 years ago?
Right.
How did I go to LA with a fucking horrible drug problem and leave there with a kid and a wife? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just very hard to comprehend. You know, the other day somebody came up to me like, I saw you in this. I'm like, I never did that. And I was wrong. I did do that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, you know, it's just little shit that I'm like, wow. I forgot a bunch of shit. And I just want to know.
Well, I think that happens. I feel like that happens a lot in life. Like, you know, taking it back, like looking back at a lot of the church clips that people are posting. I was 23 or something, and now, like, I think life just happens fast. Yeah, for you, like, you focus so much on just, like, what's in front of you that, like, you don't seem like you go back in your head and, like, ruminate over, like, the past a lot. Like, you just are really focused, or at least more on, like, just the present.
You have to always go back and figure out where you went wrong, what you can do better, what you should have done, what you'll do the next time. You know, that's just a part of life. That's just not.
You do that? It's just,
I didn't sit there and go, I should have robbed that gas station. Okay, I did it. I'm happy we moved on.
Okay.
But there's little moments, like, think about little things that just fucking drive you crazy. Something you said when you were out one night, you know you shouldn't have said it. Like, what the fuck is my fucking thinking, you know? say something, go, where'd that come from? You ever have that? You go on stage and you're in the middle of 20 minutes. You have a great sentence, decide to just fucking say something.
Yeah.
And nobody catches it.
Only you, but it drives you
Only you. Nobody catches it. People just go, whatever. That's it. But you know you said it. When you walk out of there, you're like, thank God. George or Lee or Nick can say, Joey, what the fuck came out of your mouth just then?
right.
So I think about that shit. I shit in a bathroom. That in my house. I put that there purposely. The bathroom. No. Oh, I didn't build the fucking house, genius.
So what do you put there?
I put on the wall June 8th. Not wrote it out, but when I went to do this gig at New Orleans, they gave me a plaque. The house of blue. I don't know what it was. They gave me like a plaque. June 8th, New Orleans. I hang it in my bathroom for a reason. Because I bombed so fucking bad that night. And I want to see that thing every fucking day and go, what the fuck was I thinking? And then I bombed, and the majority of people, African Americans, and what did I do? Start doing African American jokes upon these poor people. And then I had to walk out in front of all of them, and they all started hugging me and bumping me. And I'm like, oh my God, who's going to stab me over that black joke?
I can't believe you kept the plaque.
Just what? I'm going to smash it.
If I bomb that hard, yeah. You don't bring home a lot of shit. Like you're not really like a sentimental person. Like I'm surprised if you just knowing you, if you bomb that bad, I could just see you being pissed and going throwing it away in the hotel.
No, I brought it home to remind me that can't ever happen again. That cannot fucking happen again in your life or in your next life or in the life after that. You cannot let something like that happen. And it wasn't like an intentional bombing. It was a bombing where you're prepared, where you're overconfident, you just think it's going at everything right. And you think you're Johnny Bananas. Then you fly in and you go up there, and it's your body. It's all about your body. This motherfucker's coming out like he's James Bond. This is not going to work for this motherfucker.
Yep.
And they refuse. That's the way life is.
And what is that? What does that do for you? Like just remembering it.
Not to do it again. But you and I both know I'm stupid. Because it's going to happen again.
Right.
But in your mind, that sits there that it can't happen again. A bombing like that cannot happen again.
Did you? Because at the beginning, did you like try to forget your bombs, like forget they happened? And
no, you have to fly it out. So I've always done it home after my bombs. So even when you have like 3 shows and you do 2 of them and the middle one bombs, you still go home and think about the middle. Of course, you don't think about the 2 that people went off, you go to girl up on stage, you take it out. They don't remember that. They remember that bomb. So you remember that bomb. And I would go home on coke. So I'd be sitting there, this is not going to happen again. I cannot bomb. I try to listen to the jokes. In those days, I would stop after the first show. I would take my first show and go, this is worthless. I'm not taking this shit.
It's amazing. But it's cool to like use that as motivation and like to think about that you still do that and like it still gets to you.
And that's good. This is what I was saying before the podcast. As a comedian, as a lawyer, whatever you do in life, you have to work yourself up. When you work yourself up, you think I made it. But no, now it's a different type of work that you have to do. Now it's counterintelligence, it's this, it's that. It's just so many fucking things. And you're like, when does it end? When do I stop struggling? You don't. You don't. You don't. Jay-Z sits there with black people jumping up and down around him. They're smoking months all day. At the end of the day, eventually he's going to have to go back to work. And he has to cut 12 songs or whatever. And it's just, I didn't know my point.
Do you think, me too, but do you think, as we were talking about that, I was thinking about what you started this with and like how like the goal of the last little bit has been to like figure out what happened. And maybe when like things were going crazy in LA, you thought you could, but you really couldn't look back at everything. So you, in 4 years, you did 30, 20, whatever years, and looking back.
But just to keep that in line, there's a line in The Godfather that I think about every 2 days. And it's as fucking real as it is. And I wrote it in my notebooks. It's written in a lot of my motivational stuff. And this is a fucking horrible saying. It's misogynistic, but it's true. Women and children can make mistakes. Men cannot make mistakes. And we make them. But if that's in the back of your mind, a lot, and listen, it's in the back of my mind, I still make fucking mistakes. You think about that line. Women and kids can make mistakes. Men can't make mistakes. That'll fucking kill you forever.
Why do you think men can't? Like, what do you think that means?
You know what that means? That when a man is a man, listen, when you're 19, you think you're a man, you're a fucking moron. Okay? And guess what? When you're 25, you think you're still a man, you're a fucking idiot. And then when you're 32, you think you're really a gangster. You're still a fucking idiot. It's like there's a certain time, like when you're 44, that you see the field a lot better. That's what happened to me. Once I got to 40, I started seeing the field and where this fucking game is going and what we need to do to keep this fucking march alive. Okay, and that's it. That's it. Is how we gonna keep this drive alive. With the Giants, we're down 3 points. There's 3 minutes on the fucking clock, and we gotta keep this drive alive.
And now you're in your whatever 20th year in the league, and you've seen everything. And before, when you're rookie, you have no idea what's going on. It does seem like life's coming at you really fast when you're young.
No idea. No idea. But anyway, we think we got it. And you really don't got it. You're trying the best you can to compose it, and you're chucking and jiving. You know what I'm saying? And it's like what I said, you become a professional in your mind. You're an amateur until you become a professional, but it has to click in your coconut first before you can go on to the next thing. So we're done with the fucking Nirvana hour here.
Absolutely.
All right. As I say, I was thinking about it. I have never, in all my fucking life, since I started this podcast, been hit up so much about this fucking captain of police in North Bergen. I have never been hit up so much of people going, and then I guess the lieutenant got a DUI in Bergen County somewhere or something like this. I have never in my life been hit up from so many people, and it's like a combination goof, fucking like Joey, what's good? Like some people are Joey, what the fuck is happening in North Bergen?
It seems like an onion article.
Yeah, like something about the onion. And, every 3 days a building gets hit in North Bergen, a dump truck goes into Target. It's always something down here. Like, we never had this bad luck in all our lives. If we did, it's because Carmine Balzano shot a guy 7 times in the back. It was good worthy news, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not taking a shit on his fucking desk. And people keep asking me, what the fuck is going on up there? And the simple thing I can say is this. I've been back here for 5 years. I drive around North Bergen. Parts of it look fucking beautiful. Other parts of it look like it's 1955. When my mother has the house down there, had the house where I grew up, it looks like 1955. Today, I got a call from a friend of mine that lived on the edge of my block. Grace, and we were talking, and she goes, Coco, I went to visit a friend of ours, Lisa, who's also from that neighborhood. And she goes, I'm not on there on our block. What the fuck happened? So they weren't ready for 2025. North Bergen just was not ready for 2025. They were not ready. Like right now, half these New Yorkers are dying to move to Jersey, You move to North Bergen, it looks like a bomb. It looks like a fucking bomb.
And aren't taxes really high?
Really fucking high. They're about to get higher. And the only way I can think about it is like this, man. First off, the mayor of North Bergen is like a mob boss, right? Like, I'm not saying he's a mob boss. I'm just saying this so you guys understand. He's hurt. He's down. He got shot. All right, he's like Vito Corleone. So when you have Vito Corleone shot, you got all your underlings trying to figure it out. And no one, I don't think any of them really have to fill that void. I really don't. I look around this town, I don't understand what happened. I grew up in this town was fucking straight up gangsters. This town was straight up gangsters, man. My 8th grade teacher's coming on the show next month. I swear to God. He went to fucking jail for murder for 13 years. Our 8th grade fucking teacher.
Before or after he was your teacher?
During. The fucking wrong. He was the mayor of Weehawken.
up to town home on the tape.
Jesus.
You know, so we were raised here by fucking pseudo gangsters, and they stole. But everything looked up to date, and everything looked great. You know, I look at towns surrounding. Like I went to Jersey City a month ago. Looks like a fucking new city up there. Fucking Jersey City is gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know, I come up, I get lost sometimes, I end up in Hoboken. Fucking gorgeous. And then you come to North Bergen, there's all these Puerto Rican bands and stopping on Kennedy Boulevard. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the future is.
Well, why did we shit on the guy's desk?
I don't know. I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call 911 and ask him, hey, why did the fucking chief of police shit on the fucking desk? That'll fucking baffle him. Like, they'll sit there like, I don't know. Hold on, we gotta get.
I bet they've gotten a couple calls about it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Have you ever wanted to do that to somebody?
What? Shit on their desk?
Yeah.
No, but I shit on the kid's box. Put it in his drawer.
In jail?
Yeah, I shit his cheese box.
Yeah, but that's
American flag on it, fucking the welfare cheese. And I put it in his drawer. We found it like 3 weeks later. It was a skeleton. Back with Dean Delray, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? This episode is brought to you by the best nicotine pouches you're ever going to try. Nick, they're top tier. Nick pouches are made with natural coconut fiber, which means they're not going to tear your mouth up. And the experience is way better. With flavors like strawberry, watermelon ice, wintergreen, berry lemon ice. They even have an unflavored option that'll get you covered. Listen, I love Nick. I started with the low batch because, you know, I can't be seeing the devil and jumping up and down. But you take one of these, look at this coconut fiber. They even got a 0 milligram option that's launching soon. That means whether you're looking for a little extra punch or you're trying to reduce the habit altogether, there's something for you. Like I said, here's my favorite, this little berry lemonade. It is tremendous. So it's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through our link at nickedpouches.com/church. That's nickedpouches.com/church. For the slow people, nykdpouches.com/church. nykdpouches.com/church. Use the code up to 3 times. That's how much Uncle Joey loves you. And don't wait. You get 35% off now on nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some of my favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church. CHURCH. Nick products are only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't even think about it. Warning, the product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. Enjoy Nick. We're back, bitches. My main man, Dean Delray's in the studio. It's been close to 4 or 5 fucking years since we did the original church with Dean Delray.
I couldn't believe you said that. You go, I've been out here in Jersey for 5 years.
August 19th will be 5 fucking years.
Dude, it hit me like a fucking sledgehammer because I remember specifically exactly how it went down. I was living around the corner from it. I go, all right.
Are you still living
No, I moved. I had to get out of there because, you know, once COVID was over, I go, holy shit, I'm in the Burbank flight path. During COVID, no planes. Then all of a sudden, COVID ends once in a while. And then after about 3 months, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., every 8 minutes. Dude, it was fucking insane. And I was like, that's why Joey's on the edibles, because he can just pass out through those fucking planes. Because you were getting that too.
I never heard of it.
Holy shit. Where do you live? You live in the valley? I lived right around the corner from you.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have one plane.
What do you need?
Oh my God, dude. Well, also they said that the fucking some snafu went down where the rich people of Pasadena pulled some kind of shake and fake and had Burbank Airport switch the flight pattern. So they're suing them right now. And all of a sudden, they used to fly out and then go over Van Nuys, the industrial area, and then head out towards Pasadena.
Now it's straight over Studio City and then take a right down fucking, all the way down Ventura Boulevard. It's crazy. All day long now. So anyway, I'm on the couch and you go, hey, are you home? And I go, yeah, I'm coming by. I go, all right. So I'm out front, cocksucker, come down. And you were just standing there in your Subaru. I'm out of here. I'm leaving tomorrow. I go, what? I mean, I was fucking floored. Floored, dude. Like the wind was taken out of me. I go, what do you mean? He go, yeah, I'm done. Bought a place in Jersey. I'm out of here. And I still will never forget it because I was like, wait a minute, this is a guy I see every fucking day of my life. And now he's going to be gone.
You went to Tacos?
Yeah, we went to
You all went to Tacos?
1986, which are open in New York. And crazy, man.
One of those guys coming out there, or they're just gonna?
I hope so.
It's two white guys.
No, I think one of the guys will come out.
Yeah, you gotta leave those motherfuckers out here to show these peasants.
Got to get the flavor.
Gotta get the flavor.
Yeah. But that was it, man. And now he's up sitting on the couch just now, and he said 5 years. And we've hung. We flew in town one time, and then we did the Sony haul together. But other than that, man.
Gang signs like a big pimp.
And, text and calls.
It's crazy how fast it went.
I really can't believe it.
You could have gone to college.
Yeah.
You graduated this May with Phi Beta Kappa.
Yeah.
But two fucking things told the comedy world to suck our dicks. Wanted to figure out better things.
Sleeping in our own beds.
When that shit happens, I get sore. I get so angry when I go, that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I thought you were young. I could have been out right now with insurance and benefits and fucking a new haircut. Not wasting my time in South Jersey.
Also, you could have been dead.
Yeah.
I fucking. I'm telling this bit right now. I'm at this age where I go to a big party. I just went to one of Jerry Cantrell's from Alice in Chains. I'm looking around the pool. The sun's out. I'm like, oh, I'm at that age now. A couple months ago. Yeah, Steve died. Because I just saw him at Jerry's party. That's the age we're at right now. Right?
Shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's fucking scary. I just saw him. It's going to come out of our mouths a lot in the next couple years.
Dude, why does everyone over 60 talk about dying all the time?
Because Roundup in the soil all the time. Everything's poison, man.
Even 50. When they got to start turning 50, all you will talk about is dying.
Yeah.
It's a reality.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about it every day.
When you're 20, you wake up. I'm gonna die or whatever. But once you're like 30, you're like, I'm living like a nine. Maybe you're 42.
What are you doing? Very cool. That sounds like fun. Good, man.
You fuck the chick with AIDS and you get it. You know, and then you just start going down the ladder. You know, some days I'm lucky, but eventually I'm gonna fucking die or something.
Yeah.
And now you start doing preventive shit or whatever. You start going to church. You don't hurt.
So I go to church, says God, why do they find God quick? One bad misdiagnosis. We think it's a stroke. You're like, oh, Jesus. And in the church.
When you're 60 or 50, you want to live.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah.
But then you start looking like there's a couple of 80-year-olds that do everything. You know, somebody was telling me that they're 83-year-olds, they work to their father. They do everything. Some 80-year-olds can't get out of their wheelchair.
Yeah.
Or can't get out of their bed. So it's a card you're taking. You know, so instead of taking that card, do something about it. Start getting ready for that age.
Yeah.
So you won't fucking be a mope. You know, you have to go to the doctor now. It's so weird to get older.
Oh,
You
dude.
still think you're so fucking invincible. And you're really not. You cannot. Like, I went to a New Year's thing that people were doing coke.
Oh, my God.
Okay? I was watching them do coke. Like, I couldn't handle
I couldn't imagine.
a fucking line of that now.
Just your heart alone. Yeah, the that's fucking scary. When you're young, when you're like riding it out, you're hitting some wild turkey, trying to come down a little bit in the corner. Imagine you're 60 and you do fucking bump, and you're hoping it doesn't have any fentanyl. You're asking the guy, this stuff's cool, right? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And you're rolling the fucking dice?
Can you imagine being 65 going on a fucking diet from fentanyl?
No.
You won the marathon last month, and you're like, God damn it.
Yeah, I just saw him at Jerry's
It's
party.
all material party.
That's gonna be the callback of my son this year. Holy shit!
So insane. You look at that shit. Like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, motherfucker. On the way up here, there was a little bit of traffic. I was trying to get around cars, and I made the biggest mistake.
Yeah.
I put on Judas Priest. Help that pull out the out. And like song 3, I thought I was gonna crash the fucking car. There was just too much going on.
Yeah.
Guitars and cars and people yelling. I'm thinking about Alfred when he fucked the hairdresser in Chicago when he busted his whole ring in his ass. Did you read his book?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Whoa, what a book!
Oh my God.
He was an out there.
Dog. And I always liked him. I didn't care if he was
I
gay.
don't care.
I knew he was gay the first time I laid eyes on him.
Dude, you and I are from cities, and you saw, especially San Francisco, I saw guys all day long, the denim with the chaps, and that hat. When you got that leather hat on, we know what the fuck's going on. You don't wear that hat unless you're out ass chasing. You know what I mean? That hat. And it didn't bother me ever. I was like, this guy looks fucking badass. He's out there full leather, gay daddy, and he's looking at the metalheads going, if you only knew. You know? If you only fucking knew.
Well, I knew he was gay the first time I saw him because he had a whip.
Yeah, get that whip.
Came out with a fucking whip, and he's whipping the fucking floor. I'm like, oh, this guy's a great gay guy. He's a great fan. He He must be great at parties.
He's unbelievable singer, man.
He's
So
still out there.
oh my God, come on,
He's
dude.
still out there.
I had him on the podcast, Joey, and I was telling somebody a couple days ago, Brian Slagle, the owner of Metal Blade Records, he has a metal podcast. So I chose my song was "Screaming for Vengeance." When I was telling this story, I interviewed him, and the most professional guy I've ever seen. Every couple minutes, he uses your name. So you'll be talking, he'll go, Dane, the first time I saw Zeppelin, D, he'll use your name, fully engaged, man. And for 2 hours, just your name, he remembers shit. He's not punching at all. And this guy's like deep in his career. He could be like, who the fuck is this? I'm on a TV screen, you know what I mean? But no, killed it.
Well, that's part of being the singer, that articulation.
Yeah.
That's why I always said if you're a comic, you gotta watch singers. Because they're doing the same thing without music.
Yep.
To get to the fucking audience. So that's what it takes. But it's just, I didn't know what we're talking about. So,
Well, he's my favorite. Like, okay, I was talking about metal singers. So I love Bon Scott, of course. We know I love Bon Scott. But when you get down into metal, you got Bruce Dickinson, Iron Maiden, right around that time, right? 82, Number of the Beast. And then you have Rob. And when you listen to Rob, how fucking crazy he is on that live record, you just go, it's Rob. That's all there is to it. Victim of Changes, Sinner, Green Man Unleashed.
that's a great fucking album. I still listen to it.
Unbelievable.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
Oh, Unleashed in the East.
It was so intense in the car, I had to switch to the Smiths.
Oh, that's me.
I had to switch to the fucking Smiths. I was like, I don't think about it yet. When I'm listening to the Smiths,
Yeah.
because there's something a lot of people don't know. When you're raised in the city, you just go for a beer. Georgia's gonna laugh. You just go for a beer. Then one day you move to Colorado, and you move to a college town like Boulder, and they have beer, and then they have 3.2. It's like a different alcohol. You ever heard of that?
Oh, no, yeah, the
It's
higher
lower.
alcohol. Yeah. So lower.
It's lower than beer.
Oh, wow. Near beer.
21.
Was it called near beer?
No. Budweiser made them. All those companies had a 3.2 beer. And they sell it. They used to be a club called Pogo's, an 18 to 21 club. And I remember driving, listening to the fucking Smiths.
Yeah.
And you don't know what's objective in your memory.
Yeah.
The girl was from Cambridge, Mass. She worked at Abo's Pizza. There was Abo's Pizza, a driveway, and then downstairs was Pogo's. This chick was so fucking hot. I just moved to Boulder. I had a meth captain kick me. Within 2 weeks, I already know where to get a package. I'll never forget this. Like, only I could. That was all weed heads. But one of the weed heads goes, I did coke last night. He's like, yeah, 50 a fucking half grand. All right. So I'll never forget, I went to the pizza place. She started talking to me, real cute girl from fucking Cambridge, Mass. Forgot what her name was. First girl, maybe the third girl I met. We're talking, and I go, what do people do right here? She goes, well, I'll be at Pogo's tonight. You want to join me? I'm like, bitch. I went home, took a shower, and I saw my buddy Ed. I go, get me a half gram of coke. I went to that thing. She's surrounded. She's an East Coast girl with strength. She's got like 6 gorillas around her. And I went in there like Carl Hall with that half gram package. That bitch went to go. She was ready to go when she saw the little package.
Travolta style, stand up,
Yeah,
just split the line.
Conversation, excuse me. You saw that packet, then you just turn around and start walking, and she walks right behind you. And I dated her for like 3 days, then I don't know what happened. Yeah, like 3 days she came over. That was fucking insane. That I still remember about it. And this motherfucker goes to a party one night, and he takes my weightlifting gloves to Pogo's or some shit. And I go, where's my gloves? He goes, I think I left them at Pogo. I was gonna fucking strangle him. My fucking weightlifting gloves. He goes, it was Rob Alfred.
He's coming down there. He's coming in as the dice man. Oh!
Yeah, I don't even wear those gloves out. That's embarrassing.
Dude, I was just in your bathroom, and you got the fucking king on your wall in there. Kelly Leak from Bad News Bears.
I won't put that up.
Oh, look
No,
at that.
artistic director did.
That fucking guy, man. That movie is just a masterpiece.
It's great.
Come on.
I'm gonna try to remake it.
Yeah, well, Billy Bob. Yeah.
Billy Bob's a bad motherfucker,
Oh, I love it.
but he's not the bad.
No, he's Sling Blade to me for life.
Yeah, but he's good on this oil show.
I heard he's killing it.
Hey, what else is a good show? Bobland
Mobland.
with the London
I heard that shit's great.
fucking Helen Mirren.
Oh, yeah. She's
She's the
amazing.
sexiest old lady. You gotta see her in this show.
Oh, she's fire.
She has a leopard top on,
Yeah.
a leather skirt. She gives her grandson. The grandson says to her, "Mammy, I wish I had cocaine." And she goes, "Well," and she goes in her bra last night. She takes it out. But I'm having a little taste for you right here.
Whoa.
Who gives their grandson cocaine?
Granny finger.
Helen Mirren isn't even a bad motherfucker.
Oh, I love her.
She's past that. Yeah, but that's Denzel Washington.
She's a legend.
Helen Mirren is up to life. Because then I watched her on 1823. 1923.
Oh, yeah.
And she was shooting motherfuckers last night.
Western one?
Yeah, oh, that's a great show.
Yeah.
In fact, I got the other hour to watch because it was a long one last night. But that's what I'm watching. What are you laughing about over there, Tricky Dicky?
I don't want to. I think it's Helen Mirren. Helen Mirren.
That's her name, right?
No, Myron.
Myron Mirren.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know, English.
I'll tell you a crazy story, Joey, about her. She was up for an Academy Award about, I don't know, maybe 8, 9 years ago for something like The Queen or something. She did some movie I saw, and she was fucking fantastic. So every Sunday morning, I would go ride with Mike Beach, the actor, this movie together. So after that, we became really tight. We'd ride every Sunday morning. So we went to that Starbucks on Sunset across the street from the Griddle. At like
Yeah. The hamburger place.
Right, exactly, right there. So we pull in at like 7 in the morning, and we're gonna get coffees, and then we're gonna ride out Sunset to Malibu. And we park, and it's Academy Award Day. And this car pulls up. She gets out. It's like a limo, like a black car. And she comes walking towards Beach, and I hit Beach. I holy shit. She comes up. She's all, "Gentlemen," I go, "You're gonna win tonight." And she goes, "Well, thank you." And she fucking won. And Beach and I were like, "Hell yeah, we saw her this morning." You know, amazing story. That's like a Hollywood type of story where you run into people. You know, like, did that happen? Yeah, she is. Oh my god, I love it.
I love TV shows. I love watching like that for like 2 months. It was nothing.
Yeah.
And now we got something, and I'm excited because now then the mayor of whatever will be back. Mayor what? Oh, that's the movie.
Oh,
TV show.
I still haven't watched TV in like 16 years.
Really? You still gave up?
3 shows: The Wire, Sopranos, Breaking Bad. Those are the shows I've seen.
Tell you what, man.
I hear it's great out there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I hear it's good.
Probably starting to pick up, but I've watched The Wire twice this year.
Oh, man.
In a year. I've watched the
Yeah.
series. It ended. I gave it a week. I gotta go back.
Oh, it's fucking
I gotta go back. I don't
phenomenal.
understand. It is some type of show that, listen, I love The Sopranos. I had The Sopranos on a couple days ago, just laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
But that Wire, that fucking Michael B. Jordan,
Yeah.
as a young kid, he's a fucking kid on that.
God, he's dead now, right?
He's what?
Did he die?
No.
Which guy
Black
died?
Panther guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Black
God,
Panther guy.
that was
I'm not from that.
God, that's awful.
That's awful.
Awful.
It was great. I just watched it. Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
great movie.
man.
That's a great fucking movie.
Awful dude that guy's gone, man.
37 or something, just a baby.
Man,
But fucking
The Wire.
The Wire is just
Come on.
the cops on there, the English black cop.
Yeah.
He's also, I just saw something else. They have a bunch of people from The Wire. Dominic Romardozzi, detective with him, just the gay cop.
Dude.
Then you see the captain, the chief, you see the gay bar one
The
episode.
crackhead lady.
Crackhead,
Come on.
guy Bubbles.
Unbelievable. This show, dude. I remember I went to a meeting. Is it on HBO or Netflix?
HBO.
So I go to a meeting. You know, you go to like HBO, right? I go to a meeting. I'm in there trying to pitch this fucking show back in the day. And when you're in the lobby, they're like, "Oh, if you want some DVDs, go ahead and take them." They got all the box sets there. I just brought down a fucking like duffel bag. I'm like, all right, I got The Wire. I got The Sopranos. I just grabbed them all, you know. I just fucking would sit home and watch that shit on the weekends on DVD back when you had the player. You fucking put it in
I
the.
still got my DVD.
Ah,
Yeah, because I told my wife, we had over, I don't know how many goddamn people.
yeah.
I got a ton of movies.
Oh my god. I'm on the Criterion channel.
I have thousands.
Really?
Thousands.
I
I
your
just
place now?
They're in my mom's place right now. But
Right.
yeah, I would go to like a place and get used DVDs all the time.
Yeah.
You've heard of comics for people like in or FYE,
Amoeba.
all Amoeba for sure. I would go, dude. I went to Amoeba about like 12 at a time.
Yeah.
These are like $4.
I stopped going on people.
Oh, yeah, what?
That's the money.
Oh, it's a demon. You go in.
Oh, it's
The
amazing.
money I'm spending there is absurd.
And then you buy shit you already have.
You buy,
How about that?
how about when I cleaned out my own office? Me and my daughter took out 11 hours at the doors.
Fuck yeah.
It's like, yeah, you not forget. I had so many good hours.
Yeah.
Good buddies.
That happens to me all the time. I go in, Saxon, denim and leather. I don't think I have this. Fuck yeah, I have this. I fucking obviously own
You
this.
think about it, me, but
Yeah.
I was looking for a particular house. And I went online and we had it for $100.
Yeah.
I went on Libra for $6.99.
Oh yeah. The owner lives in my building. I ran into him. I couldn't even believe it.
I'll be still right now.
Yeah.
Such a
No,
really
they moved to a new place right next across the street from the theater. The
I haven't been to it yet, but I know they moved right on the left.
frolic room where you just fucking pound the stolen coins for $3.
Yeah.
You fucking get DUIs. Right across the street from there. What's the theater next to it? Seinfeld sometimes does big runs in there. They do Broadway plays. It's right there on the corner. It's beautiful. No, next to the Fonda kind of, I forget what. There's 10 Boys there, and then there's that
Oh,
theater.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a famous theater. I forget. They do like plays there. But yeah, man, they moved in there, and it's real nice. And the owner lives in my building. He's got the Berkeley one still. San Fran one's gone. But, oh no, it might be still there. Yeah, it is still there. Tell me, yeah.
You know, I was, this weekend something happened, right? I would have been excited for it.
Yeah.
25 years ago. Now I'm too old to be excited. I saw some of the tape on it. It is what it is. I'm so critical of myself that when I see somebody I'm expecting the album, but I don't know if you saw Brett got back together.
Who did that? Oh, yeah.
DiMartino.
Yeah, DiMartino. Yeah.
And I watched some guy put it on Facebook, and I went to YouTube to find stuff. I didn't see Back to War,
Right.
but I saw Round and Round, something else.
Yeah.
I don't know how DiMartino can still play that fucking guitar.
That guy's a smoker.
He's a fucking animal. I didn't know they had Carlos.
Yeah. They had Carlos for a long time.
And but I was just, it's so weird how every summer I go, I'm going to go to a concert, I'm going to go see this one.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Once I look at the price tag, I'm like, fuck that. I gotta walk.
I got to get you in the Sphere. This is going to be your last concert.
To see the tape.
You got
I
to.
want to go see
Have you been to the Sphere?
Let me just tell you something right now. After you go to the Sphere, you will never go to another show. You're going to go to your local town, whatever fucking venue you got, and you're going to be like, oh. Because this thing is like VR goggles on 1,000.
Did you eat the mushroom?
Dude, I'm doing a bit right now where I'd say, I got there with the mushrooms. I get in my seat, the band goes on, the screens come on, I go, oh, fuck no. And I put those things away because I know what's coming. It is so radical of a venue. These visuals, I don't care. You got to be a seasoned tripper to be able to handle what's going on with these visuals. I've never seen, first of all, this venue is only like 6 months, a year old, which means they've been working on this for the last 5 years. I don't know where the fuck this stuff came from, but they went from way back here, the 2 screens, to you're living in the venue. It's like, what the fuck? At one point, I'm watching Deadco, and they've got the San Francisco Bridge and shit. You're like, oh, this is crazy. And a satellite flies over your shoulder. And you just go like, whoa, fuck. I mean, dude, goosebumps, scary, amazing. one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. What's that? I saw U2 on the Uptown Baby record. Unbelievable. So I've gone 3 times now. 2 Dead, once U2. And man, each time I go, this is fucking unreal.
The Dead just got a residency.
Yet they do like 16 shows or, 6 weeks or whatever, 3 a weekend. And I'm telling you, you don't even know the band's on. They are the music to this psychedelic ride. Some of the greatest visuals you will ever fucking see in your life. At one point, they got a giant fucking bear, and it's walking, and it turns into 100 pieces of acid, the sheet acid, and it's floating across the screen, and then the sheet acid just blows up, and the bears are coming at you. And you're just going like, what the fuck? I can't even tell you, Joey. I couldn't exaggerate how radical this fucking venue is.
After that bear turning into acid.
You have
I'm
to
going.
go.
I'm going to go.
I mean, just to fly in, I'll get us in. You sit in a great fucking seat. The place is not giant, and it holds a lot, but feels small. It holds like 16,000, but it feels small because it's a ball, and it's just a wall that goes straight up the seats like this. And then there's a floor, but I sit in the seats. And you just get this whole fucking thing, man, that I can't even describe it. Doesn't matter where you sit. It doesn't matter where you sit, as long as you're not on the deck 101 back, because then there's a hangover that you can't see the visuals. Other than that, though, every seat in the house, and then it has something like, 10,000 speakers. There's speakers in your seat, everything. It sounds like a record. The sound is the greatest sound I've ever heard, and I'm telling you, I only go to the speed of it. It's
A lot of people going in there now. A lot of
yeah. They got the Eagles, they got U2, they have Dead and Co. I think it's Backstreet Boys or whatever. Just announced they're doing like a run there, which would be wild. But what I'm waiting for is like Tool. I think Tool would be fucking insane. And then we got to get Gilmore or Roger Waters, one of the two in there. And if we could give them $1 billion to do one last run, hate each other, but stay on the sides, the greatest of all time will be Pink Floyd in there. Of all time. There will be nothing that will come close to it.
They did all that shit.
They did all that shit.
40 years ago.
They did that shit when you were making it. They're in the back making, flying pigs and planes flying out. Those are screens. They were making that shit in the backyard.
That was,
Fuck.
it's crazy how they did that.
They did that.
They did that with the wall, because that first song has a plane.
It crashes right into it.
Right into the fucking thing. And I did some heavy duty acid for that. I was 16. I was mentally deranged. I was a mental midget, and I was fucked up.
Where did you see that one at?
Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah, that's right. Because they only did like 14 or 14 shows. Yeah.
First night, and I was fucking. I left there going, what the fuck was that? Creatively.
Yeah.
Creatively. You go somewhere and see something, and you go, how did they even think of that?
Yeah. That's how the spirits, when you see it, you go, who the fuck give them all the awards, the visual awards, the sound awards, the venue award. This is how insane it is too. I don't even fuck with bad food. They have pizza in there from some place called Pizza Rock in Vegas. So I go, fuck it. Let's get a piece of pizza. We're at a concert. I eat this pizza. I'm blown away. I'm like, what is this? Even the pizza is fucking good. Everything.
How far from like 600?
It's right behind. It's kind of connected to the Venetian and the Wynn. Right there, you can stay at either hotel and you just walk in. Easy, you'll love it. No bullshit. You walk in, you sit in your seat. It's perfect climate temperature, and the whole thing is a screen. The entire fucking place. So when at one point I'm watching U2, and they're dismantling Vegas. Whoever does these videos, man, it's insane. They start taking Vegas apart over a song, and by the end of the song, it's just Vegas desert and that old Tropicana sitting there. And you feel like you're outside. You're like,
I
what?
can't imagine doing that from there.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Because you're sitting there going, fuck. Vegas is falling the fuck apart.
Oh, yeah, you feel like you're seeing it. You're going, oh my God, we got to get out of here. Oh man, I can't wait to see it. So here's what you got to do. You book a gig in Vegas so you're not just out there.
No,
Yep.
just go nowhere.
Yeah.
You gotta pick up an envelope.
Yeah. You pick up the envelope, and then the next night we see that, man, and it's a glorious
On a Sunday night.
Yeah, Saturday or Sunday.
Or even playing Friday, do Washington Friday.
100%.
On Friday night, and do so on Sunday.
I would actually take mushrooms with you there because I've been there now 3 times, so I've got my bearings. But, you know, first couple times you go, I don't want to fuck around in here. This is crazy. You know? Oh, man. I'm telling you, Joe, it was fucking epic. And John Mayer just destroyed.
He's so fucking
It's fucking nuts. Guy is unbelievable.
He was like a pussy.
Yeah.
That motherfucker has fucked everybody in Hollywood. Everybody. He has destroyed every snatch of that guitar. He just walks in like one of those Latin Mexican guys playing the guitar with a cape on.
Yeah.
Didn't he fuck this chick? Right? She wrote a song about him, the skinny chick that played the football player. Yeah, he fucked her too.
Oh, fuck.
He banged her in the head with the guitar. He just said, here, take these flop. He fucked her there with that.
The guy can play, the guy can sing. Holy shit.
So you're doing something that I'm very proud of you to do. I know you've been working on it for a while. It's your new special. You got a bunch of symbols surrounding it. This is just, it's great that you're doing this. And how seriously you took it, the sets, you know, there's not a lot of people that work like you do. There's not a lot of people that are out there working like you. And you're a person like you, with your attitude, has that type of animalism, shit doesn't really bother you.
Yeah.
Because you're not focused. Like what you said, the guy promised you on the after show, and then you don't hear nothing the next day.
Yeah.
But you're so used to your stuff that that's what happens. The only time you get uncomfortable with shit like that is you're not doing the work.
Right.
And that's what people don't realize. I know it's bullshit. Like, I can't get stuff done because you're not putting in the work.
Right.
Don't tell me that you don't get this. It's like me with stand-up. I'm having a hard time, but I can't put the work in. It's so much fucking work.
Oh my God.
You know, with so many notebooks. I sit there for hours on them, and I just write stories and shit like that. I got to do Ari's storytelling show. I'm in no danger.
Oh my God.
I don't even have a story.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
It's,
nothing has happened exciting the last 5 years.
oh fuck.
You know what I'm saying? It makes some, my daughter hit the double or something like that. I'm saying, like, just nothing
But
exciting.
that's a fucking story because here's the thing I think is interesting about you right now in this thing, and I try to convey it on stage also, is like, this is funny because you've been this tornado your whole life, and now you're like, hey, fuck all this. You know what I mean? I just want to watch these Little League dads fight. And I'll just have an edible and laugh at it, and then I want to go home to my house. And that is a fucking interesting thing to hear from somebody that achieved such high status in comedy, from the fucking ashes all the way up to, you know, you and I, you sold out the Chicago theater. You got specials, you got a book, you've been on TV. So it's cool to hear that side of it, like, get fuck all, I just want to do nothing. You know? There's something funny about I want to do nothing. And it's so hard to do nothing.
So I get up in the morning and I try to be like Johnny CEO.
Yeah. Johnny CEO?
It just ain't working. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't working. I used to wake up like with this fucking voice in my head. Like, you go out there, make people suck your dick today. And I go to Facebook, I'm like, I'm not even right. Yeah, because they're way beyond that. Like, they're still fucking in the real world.
Yeah. I can imagine that on Facebook today. They always did Facebook on fire.
What's that?
That post. The people on Facebook are like old, like,
don't think they could handle that.
What's that?
You saying like you get ready to have the day suck your dick, like all that
I
stuff.
used to say it all the
I
time.
know you used to. You got to think now.
And I can say it now, but the one thing they don't let me say on Facebook is like I'm in the mood to stab a motherfucker.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
Oh,
You can't do violence. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're suspended for 2 weeks. High school
That's
shit.
what happened.
Yeah.
Stab 3 Puerto Ricans, suspended for fucking.
Yeah.
But fuck, you can't stab Puerto
That's
Ricans.
just a saying, man.
But it's so weird how. Listen, and I've said this for years, I've tried to duck it. Even when I went to the comedy store and I sat on those stairs, and I said goodbye to the building,
Yeah.
and I rubbed my name on the wall, I
Yeah.
knew that this was going to take off because that was my bread and butter. That was the nucleus.
Yeah.
The last 23 years, that was home base. That was everything.
That's the cocoon.
And when I wasn't there for those 6 years, I improved, but not really.
Right.
I wasn't doing much. So that's why I went back there in 2014. And then when you're around those type of people, you grow.
Oh,
You know,
yeah, you gotta rise
you
up.
go quick. You got like a month. You got to follow the leader. You got to follow this.
Yeah.
Once you learn it, now you got it. And once I got on that plane, and I think goodbye to the store, I always knew it was going to be weak. In my mind, I knew I wasn't in the major leagues.
Yeah.
I'm in the major leagues in my heart, but in my mind, there's no way. I'm in that level of people will never understand those 4 years the last 4 years. Incredible. I always looked at the first 4 years as my college, but it really wasn't. It was the last 4 years. Like you got to go up there on fucking 8 like 4 espressos, fucking 2 joints, an edible. Like I had to have a plan to go up there. It was my 8 game. You didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know what was going to happen. I still remember getting angry up there, like motherfuckers dropping in. You want to drop in, bitch? I'm going to make your life a rough living thing. I'm going to show you why you got to work in this bitch. And they would leave. I just saw that Judd Apatow made a comeback 3 years later after I buried him at that fucking store that day. And then he started going to Largo with all those Largo eaters.
Yeah.
And the other night he went back, he was looking around there. He was looking at the lineups, making sure the boys are fucking, the gangsters weren't in here. You don't like that. You don't like following that.
Well, it's a different animal.
Yeah.
When you were coming up, and when I started there 15 years ago last month, I tell people, you don't understand the hazing and the radicalness and the brutality of you've got to kick ass. You can't go up and go, where are you from? What do you do for a living? You can't do any of that shit.
Are you mad?
Somebody pull you aside and go, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. It's a different machine now. And, guys like me, and Hinchcliffe, and Gerard Carmichael, and Melissa Villasenora, Tony Baker, these people, when I started, you're just there till 4 in the morning. You didn't leave because if you left, they were like, yeah, that guy doesn't want it. 4 in the morning. Yeah. So.
You walk the Pink Dot.
Yeah.
Get a sandwich and walk back and sit there and smoke up Eddie Griffin. Wow. Bruce Lee 400 Samurai the night. And you gotta sit there and go, wow, this is interesting shit.
Yeah.
How many cocktails did Eddie do? Fucking hysterical.
It reminds me of when I stopped music when you told me that story, because I thought about it. I talked about it on my podcast yesterday. 2 days ago, Genghis Khan announced that they were closing after 40 years. 40 years, dude. And you and I know it well. Done comedy.
Stand up there.
Exactly.
They had a good egg roll for a while.
They had a great pot sticker.
Yeah, they had a good egg roll.
Yeah. They got good parking and a cool little room on the side. So check this out, Joey. I played music 25 years, and on the last 10 months of those 25 years, I did a kind of a world tour, playing all over America and Europe and stuff. And when I came home, I was like, in my mind, I was like, this is kind of it. People aren't buying music anymore. They're downloading it. CDs aren't selling, And so I get booked at this gig at Genghis Khan. And I get in my Dodge Super B and I put the acoustic guitar in the trunk and I drive up and I walk in and it's packed. And I go, oh shit, yeah, it's packed. And there's a girl on it for me, like a pop girl. And as soon as she's done, the place empties out. And I'm next. And I go up there and I'm playing a 10-song set. There's people texting, they're talking and shit. And in my mind, I go, this is it. I'm going to count down these tunes. And when I'm done, I will not play music ever again. So I was like Burr on that thing. 10 more minutes, blah, 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 blah. 7 more minutes. I was like 5 more songs in my head. 4 more songs. And when I got to the last song, I put the guitar in the case. We put it in the truck, drove the Super B out of there, and never played music again other than the Bon Scott thing once a year. But it's amazing how quick people just forget. They're not like, hey, where do you get, a couple weeks ago, when's your next gig? And after that, it kind of goes away and you're selling Harleys in the valley in the 114 degree sun. I would some guy go, pull the blue one out again. I want to see it in the sun. It's like, motherfucker, it's 117 out and your wife ain't going to let you buy this. Get out of here.
So when I got here, I was looking for a job.
Yeah.
Like during the pandemic,
Yep.
I was close to get a job at CVS, stocking shelves.
Whoa, really? Doing what?
Stocking shelves.
Whoa.
I was like, I tell that guy, don't be hired.
Yeah.
I couldn't get hired if I fucking job.
Thank God for that felony, huh?
No, but a felony, and, people like, Joe, you come to work here.
Oh, yeah, you get off.
It's going to be gone. You make money, but then when you're not here, we're not going to do nothing. So
Yeah.
it was like,
But also people are like, aren't you Jimmy? Hey, can I get a photo?
yeah, that's the reality.
Oh, my God,
Why did I get a fucking job in the warehouse? People gonna fucking torture me and shit. It's not fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well, why were you getting a job?
I just want to try the whole life.
Yeah. I tried it.
It sucks.
It's just like The Godfather. When they go, I'm out, and they pull me back in. Because there I was. I did music 25 years, and then I go, I'm going to sell Harleys. I need health care. And then the Tarantino people come walking on one day, out of fucking nowhere. They go, hey, we need an advisor on this biker film. And next thing you know, I land a role and advising on Hellride, and I start doing movies and then comedy. So it's like, what the fuck, the weirdest way to get into comedy. The long way.
But it's crazy. I was like, you know what? Something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy into a weed store. Somebody will have a fucking outdoor business. They need a partner or something. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck doing stand-up. And it's just fucking fine.
Yeah.
I can't be on planes every weekend anymore. That's one thing that just the tours, that
It's worse than ever, the planes.
the planes are worse than that. I don't have the patience.
Yeah.
I just don't have the patience.
The animals in there, man.
If I get there and they go the plane delayed, I fucking snap like a twig. And the walking and the switching and they lose your luggage. And you're like, you know what, man? And every once in a while, you do get a great flight.
Yeah.
You do get a great flight. But
No air traffic controller guys anymore. They're like, hey, are we cool to come in right now? A wheel falls off.
there was something wrong with the other night. They were taking the brake people out of nowhere. It was a fire.
Fucking
You
crazy.
see the flame from the fucking highway. That shit. Fuck. Every time you get on a plane now you have to take that insurance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your family gets knocked. They get like $5,000. Well, if I die in the plane ride, I get a couple million.
Oh, yeah.
You get 250,000, 175,000, a percentage of what you're going to make for the rest of your life. Well, that's the thing. Look at these people in Minneapolis. The plane that flipped off. They told me the 30 G's are going to fuck yourself. Go fuck myself. I'm calling fucking the judge that's getting that poor bastard out of Nicaragua. That Trump sent down there by mistake. You see that poor bastard?
Oh, yeah.
They got him in a prison. I didn't do that. We got to do something.
Oh,
Somewhere along the line, you ran a package for the Nicaraguans. You did something for Vale del Norte, whatever that gang's name is. I don't know what the fuck their name is.
oh my God.
No, the other fucking guy that, Trump just sent back, he iced some people, right? He sent back a bunch of Venezuelan gang members. Well, he took this dude that was like a UPS driver
Yeah.
in Minneapolis. The judge told him, He's got to be back by Monday. And they're like, listen, that ain't going to happen. That prison's holds like 40 GD. By the time they find him, he's been raped already. God knows what's happened to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got some crazy times.
Really? He's staying? Yeah, because it was on 60 Minutes last night about the tattoos.
Yeah.
And how they found this guy had a flower tattoo over his brow. And he was like my favorite soccer player. They're like, no, you're a fucking gang member. That's like, how long did it take you to work on this special?
Well, I was the first half of the material was kind of working up to do Conan for my second time, and then COVID hit. So there was a chunk about my back. And it was just going to go like an Al Magical style, which I really like his style, where you pick a topic and that's the thread of the 5 minutes. And from there, Burr started touring. We did a Texas tour right around COVID, and COVID was ending. And then from then on, I went on a 2-year arena tour with him, and I started working this stuff. And about the last 4 months of the tour, I was like, 2 things scared me. You know, I had this weird acid reflux called silent reflux, where I didn't know I have it. It's not like the reflex where you go, God damn, heartburn. It's silent. My voice started fucking like going away because the acid flies up on your vocal cords. It just trashes it. So I went to the doctor and I was like worried, like, I have no special in 15 years. If I died right now, it would be like I didn't do comedy. Yeah, I already did comedy, but I never fucking saw it. So immediately I was like, I got to get a special going. And I really felt ready. And I remember David Tell telling me, is that don't rush it, you know, because once it's out there, if it's a piece of shit, it's just out there forever. So I really fucking dug into it. I was ready. And at the right time, I ended up interviewing this guy named Todd Mayo. And he owned this cave in Tennessee where they do bluegrass concerts. He has an Emmy award-winning TV show called The Cavern Sessions on PBS. It's like the other show, Austin City Limits, but it's bluegrass. He found this cave. He was just down in the dumps in his life and went cave fucking hiking, found it, went, I wonder if we could do a concert in here. He does Chris Stapleton, his first show. 12 years later, I'm interviewing him because he wrote a book called The Caveman Chronicles. Mid-interview, I go, I got to shoot my special in there. He goes, man, we've always wanted to do comedy. Let's do it. And a month later, Bill Burr, myself, and Marcus Price, who directed it, flew out there, took a full gamble. No one's ever done comedy in there. We don't know what it sounds like. We don't know what it's going to be. And it's an hour and a half outside of Nashville, which at the time, if I knew that, I would have been nervous too, because it's in the fucking no man's land, and these fans got to come out there. But they came out, 2 shows sold out. We shot the special. Marcus killed it. Bill produced it, financed it, self-financed, and it looks fucking insane, and it's the best thing I've ever done in my life. I absolutely love it. I don't care if it's one of those ones you could trash it with your comments, and I'd be like, yeah, it's not for you. It's just, I love it, you know? So, yeah, we got it. We shopped it. I was like, here we go. We're going to shop it. And they're going to be like, what the fuck? The $1 million special. No one called us back. Now, Netflix, we couldn't even get them to look at a 1-minute clip. And this thing's phenomenal. Like, if I was Ted or whoever the head guy is over there, and somebody said, you might want to look at this, I'd go, I don't care what it is, just buy that, because they're going to click on it with just the look of it. Just the look of it. Everybody that sees it, they go, what the fuck? And, you know, nobody's really done a special that looks like this. We're in a cave underground. It looks like fucking Mars. It's insane. And at one point, a bat flew over. I was like, oh shit, a fucking bat. You know, like, in the cave, it's a real cave. It's not a Hollywood fucking lot. People are in there, and there's one door in, one door out. Anything goes down, you're fucking done. And then we had all these cabins there and yurks and tents, and people flew out and stay camped out there, partied for the weekend, and came into the show. It was goddamn magic, man.
And now it comes out on Patreon. Right?
It's on Patreon right now for 10 days, and I put it on there really for my patrons that really helped me through COVID, man. Without the Patreon, I would have been fucking on the streets. I gave it to them last night. We watched it together, and now you can buy it on my Patreon for $10. Yeah, it's self-financed, so anything helps. And then I drop it the day we hit Austin, April 17th, the Paramount Theater. I'm dropping it on YouTube for everybody for free. And all I ask is just to share it or fucking just watch it, man. And it's pretty fucking insane, the look of it. And I love the jokes. The thread is great. I was ready. I was definitely ready.
No way.
You know? Goddamn, I put you on the front. The intro has all these photos of people that helped me in my career. And if you stop it, it's kind of cool. You can stop it like a slot machine and see who comes up. Like Joey, San Francisco, when it was fogged out and I had the headline for you while your flight was stuck.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah, that comes up. Then you and I in the Comedy Store hallway the last week before you left. Boom, photo in there. I put everybody in there that really meant a lot to me in my life and my career. And then I dedicated to my mom, who passed away a couple of years ago. We didn't get to see this, unfortunately. But, yeah, Marcus Price, who did the recent Keith Robinson special, he directed the shit out of this thing. And he's in a cave. He doesn't know. It's not like we're all in a cave. Like, what do? I think you just get a crane and fly it. You know, we had a crane in there. It was fucking flying over the people. It looks cool, man. You saw some of it, right?
Yeah, it's really crazy. I don't know what's going on with this special world anymore.
Yeah.
Some they buy, some people do on YouTube.
Yep.
It's,
I mean, they didn't buy like Joe Bliss, but these guys are inspiring to me. You know, like a Sam Morril or, you know, Tim Dillon, all these guys that put them on and they blew up. Shane, you know, these guys put them on and then they blew up and then people buy it. And it reminds me exactly of the music business right now. The music business just sits back and they look around like, this guy has 10 million followers and these 3 songs are 1 billion streams. Give them a deal. So now it's almost like they're kind of laying back and they're waiting, and if something blows up, then they come at you, and then that's when you grab all the money. You know, because you go, well, I already made this, so you got to, you know, come with something. Because I already got it going on right now. Now, I am not delusional, and I tell people this a million times, because people just go like, yeah, you just put your special up, man. You get like 3 million views and you're selling out theaters. That's if you're like, you know, say like on Rogan Weekly and you're getting people sharing it and you're getting the viral thing. This thing could easily just do 5,000 views. But in my heart, I'm fine with that because I made a special that I fucking love. And that's all I cared about. You know, I love this thing. That's it, man. You know, you either get clicks or you don't. It's not going to make you stop. You know?
it's not going to fucking, at least get to see it. That's the number one thing about the special. It's a shame that HBO doesn't really put it on special TV.
Right.
That they do with some of the older.
Yep.
Now, you know, it's just, everything has changed so much, but it's also changed that we have to buy.
It's great.
We control our own destiny. Yeah. If you want to put a half-hour special on, put a half-hour special.
Yeah. Yeah. YouTube. And then there's this new Venmo TV coming out that I've been reading heavy duty on. I think it's just going to get better and better for self-made people. So Venmo, what they want to do is you have your platform. They do Venmo TV. There's no algorithm, so you're not battling like, oh, nobody saw mine because I wasn't in the algorithm. It's just straight up your own TV channel. You have it hooked up to your Venmo, and people just tip you or whatever, and everybody with Venmo can just watch this shit. They're gonna have like a TV channel, dude. It's gonna be crazy. I think that it could take off because like a PayPal did a PayPal TV. Everybody has PayPal. So you're on PayPal, and you go, oh fuck, look at this, that's special. I'm gonna watch that. It's kind of a wild world, that we're about to probably venture into.
But they also, I've seen a lot of comics like get their old specials bought,
Right,
like later on. So like maybe they don't buy this one, but the next time they'll buy both.
right. When they blow up like Shane Gillis or something,
Yeah.
they license it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you really got it because you still own it.
Right.
And then you can do whatever you want. Possibly chop it up, put it out, make clips, sell it to a different market, put it on the hotels, the airplanes, anything.
When do you think you were ready? Like, 'cause you said you're 15. Like, do you think you were ready at 10 to do a special, or like when do you think you were ready?
To do another
So
special?
when do you no like to do this one?
Oh no, about a year ago, I was like, I'm ready. I had done this material in an arena all around America, opening for Bill, and that's a tough gig when you're opening for one of the biggest comics in America, hands down. And he's a slayer, and you're coming out stone cold, no host, and you're doing 20 in an arena, and people just looking at you like, where's Bill? And now you got to get it going. It is the fucking truth.
Yeah.
18,000 garden. You just did the garden. It's so fucking electric when you walk on.
Yeah.
Dude, I got goosebumps right now. You walk on, you're like, I'm fucking right where, some of the greatest shit of all time happened. You saw concerts there, like fucking Zeppelin played here 6, 7, 5 nights or whatever, and you're in that dressing room, you see all the photos, and you're like, all right, I gotta fucking get this. It is. So you really figure it out right away. Is this material working? And once you see it's working, you're like, it's time to shoot this and move on.
Did it change at all going from like doing it in an arena to doing it in a club?
No, it's just like in the arena, like somebody told me when I first started doing arenas, they go, the tip is go slow. That's it. And I was up there after a while. I was almost kind of cocky after a while because I was like, oh, another one of these. Because once you're inside, they're all kind of the same. It's driving up to it. You're like, fuck, we're in an arena. But once you're in it, you're like, oh, yeah, where are we?
If you walked in, do my style, it's the land.
Oh, yeah.
Because all you hear is the person yelling to a microphone.
Right.
Because I'm on a ramp.
Right.
Those ramps don't work that well in the arena. At least Bill has a tip.
Right.
But a fast ramp, you just hear boom, 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 boom. It's like fucking listening to,
Yeah, you got the
so
echo.
you have to do the joke, let it magnify, and come back.
Yeah.
And hold your thing and do it again. And it's hard to learn, but that's why you do the theaters. That's why there's an evolution. Nobody goes from, well, I did. I went from fucking 18,000 seats to 60 last Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I died and slowed down. Like I just died. Everything that came out of my mouth was horrible that night. And I'm like, I couldn't make it. Like I just came from the garden. And they were in the back room. Had a fucking sandwich place.
Dude, the same thing happened to me. I did the garden, and the next morning I did the cellar brunch show and ate the biggest dick of all time. Of all time.
Just came out of this fucking garden.
Dude.
You're good. You're good for a month.
Yeah.
If you bomb within that month, it don't matter. Because when you walk off, you bomb tonight. You really, bitch, I just did the garden.
Yeah.
Check yourself, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I meant to bomb.
Yeah, 99 bomb, your bitch ain't one.
Was that your first time doing the garden?
Second,
Whoa, who'd you go with Rogan?
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh, Tony and...
Still talking with him.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's out today, man, everybody. It's on Netflix today.
The New York?
Just came out.
No, not that new. It's a new episode.
Oh, Kill Tony?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the garden thing with the
No, they just recorded it.
Oh wow, last night. Oh wow.
Yeah, which
I think Roden's on, yeah.
Yeah, it's out today.
yeah, that's amazing. Huh?
Fucking crazy.
You told me the belly room, and now you're on fucking Netflix.
Dude, I look at a lot of people from the store, and I look at the success they have, and all of them crazy hard workers. There's not one person that flew in there and they're like, that fucking guy was like here 2 weeks and he did arena. No, man. It's like grind.
I had a situation a couple of weeks ago. These guys know about it. A friend of mine wanted me to put her podcast up. And it was a really weird conversation. And I did it for her because I have history with her. She's a wife. And 2 hours later, she goes, I'm going to take it down. And then I heard from her like that night, like at 10 o'clock. And she was saying that she really wants to do a podcast, but she thought about it and she just destroyed herself. Like, you know what, you're talking to somebody. I've seen people do this all the time. Like, you know, I want to be at this, but just they just put all the negative there. You know, I said, okay, whatever you want to do. You know, it's up to your choice. I really don't give a fuck what she does. But I thought about it for 2 days, how people don't see themselves growing. But I thought about how, when I did comedy all those years, I thought I was just going to die of both. Okay, I was just doing comedy instead of doing criminal activities. Whatever. My point is, but then you're running in this circle. You're in a circle, and everybody in that circle is poor. You're all struggling. This guy's got 2 roommates. This guy's mother sent some money. And then in my world, it was like Josh Wood, living in an apartment. He eats turkey burgers. He gets $500,000. And then, you know, I saw Ralphie Man's studio apartment. And 6 months later, he's in a fucking house with a pound of weed on the fucking living room. Yeah. You know, I still remember Joe when he was on News Radio.
Right.
And NSX or something like that. He sold Chicago to the skinny kid at the store for NSX.
Oh, accurate.
You know?
Yeah.
Like you see, so when you see people, like when you go out with a Bergen and you hang out with 10 guys, yeah, one of them might hit you read, he got to the stock market, whatever the fuck they did. But unless you see it, you don't believe it. Yeah. And that's how because this isn't the problem. I wasn't just pointing her out. I point to even people in LA that come to me and I go, I really want to write a script and I just need your help. Like, whatever you need. And then a week later, they talk themselves out of it. Yeah. Just talk themselves out of it. And you're like, do you want to like talk them back into it? You get worried about, I got to work. I got time to convince you to get your life together. But it's so weird. Unless you see people grow around you, that's when you start believing. And Josh Wolf, Ralphie May, Bobby Lee, and then all these fucking people blowing up around. Crazy. You know, and also you're like, here I am in a 1-bedroom studio, eat fucking ugat for breakfast. And then one day, something just happens. And now you have these, like there was a time I would call my wife every day and go, we could play on without that. Oh yeah. I would have like 4 the night before. Yeah. So now I got 24, I could actually take 20 out and buy a bag to eat. You know, I never thought I would be out of that. This was at 40. I was still calling my wife and was like, keep it 20 on my books. Joey, we don't have money for the rent. I know. I'm throwing all this shit. I'm not even that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about having good sets when people put you on a special or Comedy Central or whatever. It just switches. But unless people see other people growing, it's tough for them to believe that they're going to grow at that time. And like I said, I just pointed her out because her attitude went from 0 to 0 in 4 hours. Yeah. Like it's not for me. I want to work behind the scenes. And what? You know what I mean? And I just, all right, good luck, whatever you want to do. I'm here. And I put your things. It's really like, wow, how people got. I know. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I got so many times. There was so much money in that.
Oh, man.
And they went a different route. They got scared. They did this, they did that. It's so many. I saw so many people talk themselves out of the career. They were close. I don't know. Close to that.
Yeah.
Why? What is my girl Cheryl Crow? Why quit before the miracle happens?
Yeah.
What the fucking miracle happens? You know, it's a fucking miracle. For me to have more than $4 in my checking account, that was a miracle.
Yeah, man.
Because if I got $300 for a gig, I bought an 8-ball.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
An 8-ball.
Yeah.
So it's a fucking miracle. And people don't, it's really hard to make people believe that you have to get to the slot. It's like you in LA, doing open mics. One day somebody says something improv with me. You go to book on my shit, I make you do sex in the front. You just move into the chamber.
Totally.
Now it could be a chamber of a fucking machine gun with 1,800 rounds.
Yeah.
Or it could be a chamber with 6 bullets.
You don't know?
You decide, and you don't know.
Yeah.
And you don't know. If you get into that, let's say you book a national commercial. And now, it's no big deal booking a national commercial. But people can't fuck with you because they know you got a chance now. I don't want this motherfucker to blow up.
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's in the machine.
So, yeah, you're in the machine now. And then you might book a one-line role in a movie. And then it just keeps going and going. But you're in the fucking rotation, you jerk off.
Yeah.
Don't give up now.
No.
Now is not the time to give up. And even if you're not in the rotation, get into the rotation. Then quit.
Yeah.
You know, it's so weird. Jiu-jitsu. People quit out their first blue belt than anything. People just want to get a blue belt, and they don't show.
Yeah.
It's just so weird how people don't see themselves. And to me, it's like a fucking shock because I didn't see it either. But I think when I got off the coach, I started to see it. And I
Right.
if I ever had an opportunity to do it, it's now. And it worked. So I think people should really give themselves a fucking shot. You know, and go, I got this. And if I don't, I die doing it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter no more.
Nope.
You're going to be broke anyway. You're not going to buy a car. I mean, it's just, what we're going into the next 5 years is going to be horrible for everybody.
Yeah, so do what you
So,
fucking love.
who gives a fuck?
That's what I said.
I got into comedy when I was in the worst spot of my life.
Yeah.
Out of prison, fucking divorce. It was fucking horrible. It was horrible. But I wouldn't have wanted, you know, it's like I told Lee, nobody ever pulls up to an open mic in a Lamborghini.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
Nobody pulls up to an open mic
No.
in a Cadillac, fucking Escalante.
It's
Whatever
an
the fuck.
even playing field at an open mic. Even playing field. We're all in there. No means that.
You know, it's like people work for an hourly wage. That's great. But you're telling me you have a fucking boss. Take a chance. Columbus did because guess what? On the first, we're all fucking even.
Yeah.
Whether I'm the number 1 salesman, number 10, we're all even, bitch.
Yeah.
So I get another chance at the first of the month. And I love that. I love that we can throw away a month in your life. Fuck it, I'm smoking dope. I'm getting herpes. I'm not fucking sleeping this month. And then you come back, you take your herpes medication, and you're fucking back. That's what this whole thing is about, man. And as old guys, we gotta explain it to these young motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But we've seen it.
Yeah, man.
You know, I've seen it. I've seen
it.
people fucking hit a home run right in front of my fucking eyes.
Oh,
And go, holy shit. We were just
that parking lot at the store is a fucking plane, you know, like, it's like, here comes this car, like, whoa, someone got a deal.
Yeah. I still remember writing a one-man show with this fucking loser. And I would meet him at that hamburger place in Burbank.
Oh, yeah.
Where people bring all their cars on Friday nights.
Oh, yeah, Bob's Speedboat.
Is that how the business is?
No, fuck no.
That burger with fucking, that gives you hemorrhoids.
Oh, man.
That burger's next to the fucking Starbucks.
Redman and I used to go there at night, late
right next to a Starbucks.
chili burger. Yeah.
And I was in there one day. What the fuck was I going to tell you? God damn it. I forget now.
Cars going in.
No. Oh, I know what the fuck it was. I'm sitting there, I'm writing a one-man show with the guy.
Oh, yeah, the loser.
I forget what the fuck I was going to say, God damn it.
Damn it.
Those edibles are good. I'm writing a one-man show with a stick.
Yeah.
And as I'm walking out here, Joey, what are you doing here? And I turn around and Billy right back.
Oh, well.
And I go, Billy, what's going on? How you doing? We start talking. And he's telling me how he's thinking of moving back to Pittsburgh. That the funny bone just offered him a deal. It was horrible money. And I was about to tell him that they had called me too. And the money was god awful. And I had to call him back and go, I'll do those weeks. But I'm not doing Sunday. Then we're going to throw Reagan. Yeah. They're like, oh, you have to do Sunday. I'm like, this deal is not going to work. Yeah. But I still want $35,000 this. And a year later, he's on a CBS show. And now he's the host of a fucking, wasn't he hosting? He's had 2 shows on CBS. Yeah. Whatever fucking recurring, whatever the fuck that's called, syndication. Right. And he's touring now. You know, he's going to be here. Yeah. Somewhere.
I see him at Flappers.
Yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
He's a funny
good dude.
motherfucker.
Oh, man.
I still remember seeing him.
He lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
He looks killer.
Yeah. I still remember seeing him. He was a killer.
Yeah. He's one of the nicest dudes.
Nicest dude.
He'll come up and go, God damn, that fucking joke's strong.
Yeah.
You know?
He's a good dude.
He'll tell
He's
you.
a very good dude.
Yeah.
He's an old school comic.
Yep.
And I still remember him going, I don't know if this is going to work out. Motherfucker, you got a billboard on fucking CBS and shit now. And you know, I remember those things.
Yeah.
Ali Wong.
Oh, man, I tell the story all the time.
Fucking deal. How can you put I didn't know it was doing operation.
Ellie Wong's incredible.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't meet it. I think she had the TV show. And you see all these people, you see them, they explode. Yeah, okay.
There's been a lot of explosions at the store. It is nuts.
Check outside that lot.
Oh, yeah? Melissa?
No.
Oh, fucking Punky?
Punky.
Dude, bartender to SNL. Great story. Great story.
I bumped into that black
Leslie Jones also up there.
Jones.
Fucking Melissa, 3 SNL people. You know? Crazy. I love it. Yeah.
I remember this black dude, but Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Forrest Whitaker. Oh, okay.
Michael T. Williams was the pilot for Miami Vice. Years ago, we did a new Law and Order mock-up show. Oh, wow. I got a call from the acting coach. He goes, keep this under the fucking racks. Law and Order wants to do something else. It's called Law and Order Judges Circle or something. Yeah. And they just wanted to use a couple of actors. She used them. It was me, the kid that's always on. He was on our podcast. He's a guitar player that came from Northern California. And he was Joe Bonamato's student. I forget what his name was. I see him a lot on Twitter.
Richie Kotzen?
Huh?
Richie Kotzen?
No. It was him and Michael T. Williams.
Oh, wow.
And during the breaks, I would talk to Michael T. Williams. And he goes, I saw you at the store one night, good stuff. And we started talking. And he goes, I used to hang out at the store a lot before I got Miami Vice. Because he was out of Miami Vice. And he goes, I used to see Trudy. Trudy was on Miami Vice.
Yeah, that's right.
She was a waitress at the store.
Wow.
She was a fucking waitress. He used to see her. And he was like, where is she today? And he goes, she owns a clothing store. Content.
Yeah. That place has churned out the stars.
What's that?
The store. It is crazy. In the last 20 years since I started, I'm 16 years in now, I just look at the people and go like, wow. You know, Ari, Burr. I mean, Burr, of course, he's, 30. Right, but I'm just saying, like, when you really look at, like, these guys that became these giant killers in there working on that material, and then Gerard Carmichael and who else? Somebody else fucking shot their special.
There's so many shit that came out of it.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, told me a couple weeks ago this podcast, I don't really care about shit. Like, I didn't know, but I have a battle on Tuesdays and Thursday nights the last 4 years. And that got more than these. Those were the best lineups you're going to see. We were right there. And, they were always, just being around that, you knew you had to be a part of your game. There was no fucking, that's all I ever gave a fuck about. No matter how this ended, I came out of Comedy Store Marine. Yep. That's all I ever gave a fuck about. Here we go.
You get that name on the wall, and sometimes you're rolling down Sunset, and you turn the corner, and you see your name on the marquee. It is fucking awesome.
I wouldn't even look. Just shake my head. I want the parking spot.
It was awesome. You
The
just
first
go,
time they put your name on,
oh,
you come all over yourself.
oh. I said it to my
As
mom.
you're leaving, they put the name up the night before.
Yeah, they put it up. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm looking.
shit. And then you get there, it's a different name.
Oh,
They just put that up. Then somebody called in to pop in.
yeah.
You come down there and watch this, man.
Oh,
Harry Soul.
yeah.
Any dates, brother?
Huh?
Any dates?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. This comes out tomorrow, so I will be with you at Moon Tower, 17 and 18th, and Lee at Paramount Theater. Then I go to the Vegas Summer for 7 shows, May 12th through like the 16th. And then one of my favorite new clubs in America, the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins, Colorado. I was telling you about it. It is fucking amazing. The owner's great. I'm there in June. So yeah, and then the special once again comes out April 17th on YouTube free. Go to my website, dway.com, all the tour dates, everything, the Patreon. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, God, I fucking love you, man.
Lee, what do you got, cocksucker?
Yeah, Lee.
Look at the shape of this beauty. Look.
I got a busy week.
Yeah,
I made Broadway Comic Club Tuesday and Thursday with you on Wednesday in
Jojo of Death.
Jojo of Death.
And then I got May something, May 17th at Philadelphia. That's sold out. NJ Pack is sold out now. We got tickets going on sale for August something at Parks, right? August 15th.
Where?
Parks Casino, Philadelphia.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, what are you telling me? You're going to do like a run there?
Yeah. I got 2 shows.
Oh, that's cool.
I got one more next month. I love the place. So when you'll be again, Luke?
Broadway on Tuesday and Thursday, and you at the Joe Center.
Well, he got cooked. What'd you give him?
What didn't I give him?
He's got some swirling going
Oh,
on.
yeah. That was that last stuff.
We threw the bus over, man. That was wild.
We have to ride the bus on one of them carry it.
Oh,
We have to sit on your lap.
I got to go to the stand.
It's good to see you, brother.
God,
Congratulations. That's my brother. I miss you too. And just being here right now brings me back to those last couple of weeks in LA.
That time I smoked the 24 karat at snake bite, and I was drooling, and you were talking, and I just came out like Joe Montana's the best. Just I was writing down the stories with Lee on the bus ride over here. That fucking family brawl at the Gotham over the tables.
Oh my God. What about the time we saw the guy with the pirate?
Who's driving?
The guy driving.
Oh, yeah.
We were right next to him.
Oh my God.
And the guy looked at us.
That was the fucking funniest thing. You're a pirate. Look at this.
Let me tell you something. It's not like a comedy. But, oh my God, I got to go to Vegas. There's traffic. We got to go to San Diego. We couldn't stop. We had to pull over.
Oh yeah.
I was laughing so hard, my head was like, that's what I was telling you about. How you have to cut the woman's mouth when you punch her in the stomach. And she comes and you make her suck it up in her jaw. How do you do that? I've never done that in my life. I'm just pulling his leg. I was like, so wait a second, you come in that stomach, and then why do you punch him to get it out? And then what? Then you make him suck it up with the straw. He was like baffled. Oh, yeah, I've never heard that at Jew summer way.
Also, and I could be wrong. Isn't this also the one where you told me that you were pregnant?
What's that?
Isn't it also the one that you told me that Mercy was coming? I think it was that same ride. Like you told me those 2 stories.
I don't know. That's what the same. That was like Harris, San Diego.
Oh yeah.
We were fucking late. We were fucked up. We took like 2,000 milligrams on the ride down.
Oh yeah.
We got down. The guy's like, the show's done. No, it's done.
Yeah.
You read it first.
Yes.
Yeah, they can wait all they want. The guy brought me fucking lobster biscuit in a rush. And I was like a training container. I'm like, I'm not getting on that stage. I'm fucked up. He said, what do you mean? I'm fucked up. So you better get some food out of here. Lee was eating right out of the fucking container. Damn, they gave me like steak or something. Oh man,
Dude, I
great food.
don't think I had an iPhone yet, maybe. Or an Apple. dude, our phone didn't work. But we kept getting lost.
Yeah, we kept getting lost.
You went to get a car. One good, like, the cube or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I was throwing like fucking everything.
Oh my god, and you're driving.
And we're driving and doing 90. But, you know, actually, in network traffic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it was last Thursday. I did a 190 in La Jolla. You know, it's 7-hour drive down. You can just go to SF if you want.
I'm done. That drive always.
Oh my god.
People didn't understand. It doesn't mean
It is gnarly. I get the train. I got the train.
it's too long. It's only you fly back in an hour and 30.
Isn't that nuts?
It takes you 40 hours to get off. You leave at 2 o'clock and I'm getting into 6.
Yeah,
Forget it.
I leave at 10 now.
Doing it. I'm not fucking doing it.
Crazy.
It was always hard. That was the worst drive in America.
Wow.
How does a 1 hour? So I even made it back an hour. I'm too close.
Oh, yeah.
Like when we used to close at 1, I made it back an hour.
Oh, yeah.
That's 90. So we're running all the way to
I did an hour and 43 minutes Thursday night. No problem.
every time.
Wow.
I didn't like that. I went down there. You know,
I like that club.
I like the club. I like the beach. I like the sushi. But I'm not in the fucking car. 4 hours for this shit. Sushi bar. Whatever the fuck. The comedy store. Yeah, that's what I'm fucking is. I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. We'll be back next week. Don't forget to watch the Del Rey special. And don't forget to, I don't know, keep it alive, cocksuckers. Stay black. We love you. What's up? You savages. What's going on, doctor?
I had a great week, dude.
I know, Mom was in town.
Mom was in
One day you that fast.
It was great. The play was a lot of fun. But just like, I don't know, every couple of weeks I just realized I'm in New York. I actually had a good stand up week. I did no show. I did every week something shitty happens at some point. But last week was just like,
You got good weeks in life, you got bad weeks in life. You got 3 good weeks in a row, you got a flat tire on the parkway at 4 in the afternoon. That's fucking good. That makes everything good. You still want to shoot yourself.
oh yeah.
You got flat tires somewhere. It's a flat somebody gets a flat tire. You're talking this fucking nonsense.
I got one in New Jersey right before I moved here. An Amish dude had metal shit on his truck. He went, sorry. And then he just left. And then New Jersey has weird, corrupt rules where you can't have a tow truck come to you. It has to be New Jersey has to send a tow truck to you. And luckily it was okay, but they checked over Georgia. They told me one number on the phone, one number in person. So yeah, the dude, that and getting your car broken into. I don't know if you remember, but right when we left LA, someone broke into my car at my apartment complex. That was peaceful. Oh yeah, it was just in my garage. I came down and my podcast bag was just gone. It was just the window was broken, and they stole a backpack, and it's just like stuff like that happened. Just like you're not even upset almost. You're just like ready to kill yourself. I don't know. It's just the worst.
But when I was living in Hollywood, my wife, we had the 1-bedroom shit apartment, 9 fucking cats, and we had a garage. You even go, no, I was way out of that. You were back. Yeah. Before I met you, her and I couldn't make $700 rent. This apartment was rent control, and it was old. The bricks would move. And there was an earthquake, and those bricks were going up against each other. They evacuated us. Somebody paid the building's going down in 3 years anyway. It's next to the game at Leslie.
The YMCA was all right there.
Yeah, YMCA right there in that corner. And fuck we told.
I'm assuming someone breaking in or.
And I went, and we just fell asleep. I was sitting down, went to bed. I had the monkey on my back. I was fighting all night. I was fucking on my good back. It's like 2 in the morning. It was when I put on. I wanted to get back to the came back. There was a girl downstairs. I think she was a half of her sister. I think it was a half of her. The one was like mediocre, but the one was killing it. And she had a boyfriend. One day the boyfriend came up and he goes, I don't know if you remember. I know he was the guy that jumped off the roof below. And I looked, I broke my fucking nephew, whatever the fuck. This is the shit I dealt with for Howard. When I came back that night, I was already blasted a little bit. And I'm going upstairs. I got to close the car. We got to fucking see it. Me and my family, we had a fucking whatever thing God see. It was a death trap. Didn't have brakes, fucking windshield wipers. And you know, for a long time, I had change in the fucking ashtray. That fucking was a lot of money in there. It was like $22. To me in those days, that was a lot of money. That's like an emergency Chinese lunch. That's 1,000 things in those days in my world.
That was your savings account back then?
That's my and it was like holding on, like the ashtray was fucking bent. It was all corners and shit. And I see these. And the next day I came out and they stole the whole fucking ashtray. Oh, they did kill me. I forgot all about the even pain.
And you can't even, for that, like, I at least got some money for the stuff they stole, because I had receipts, stuff like that. I got new podcast equipment. It was just annoying. You can't call the cops over $20 in quarters, or did you?
No! How many times did I rob people for it? I used to work in 1993 on the George. I used to work at the Jeep store on 12th Avenue, New York City. Okay, 9th Avenue, Jeep store. I showed up at 8 in the morning, another time in my pocket. And I would go right to service. I sold this guy a car. Maybe I left my wallet in it. Take everything in the glove box, including the fucking companies, to get a little bit tunnel. Remember those tokens with the Y that you can sell those things? I would fucking take like 100 of those tokens and just walk around New York. When I said token, yeah, I mean, you need that for fucking $8. $8 in those days? In 1993, $8 is a lot of fucking money. That's a nickel back. And a train ride to Harlem. I still gotta walk the bridge. But fuck it, it's working. You get exercise. You smell some good fucking ass, baby. I don't know how to do it. You walk over the bridge, man. It's fucking beautiful. I've never done it. Oh, you walk up the George Washington Bridge, and it's nothing. It's really nothing. I don't know how far. Break it down, George. How far is it? About an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, but so, most people do it for health. You're doing it because you're broke.
Well,
That's a different.
you gotta win a little. Like I would steal from shop.
Okay.
I would go to shop, right? You got my mentor taught me this trick. I would go to shop. What is it? Vinyl? No. I used to steal the screen from Apple. No. The big money was the shit that women put in their monkeys down the heels infection. That preparation for hemorrhoids, please. I know preparation experts.
Feel your street pharmacist. Still, you know, that's the preparation age.
Some of those days, which he fucking big experts, the yeast infection medicine and Tylenol. Tylenol extra strict. Safeway was on the other end of the Fort Lee Bridge, right there. It was right there. And they had the best lobster biscuit in the business. And I would walk in there with a suitcase, like a businessman suitcase. And I'd walk in there and they would have, these poor bastards would have the yeast medicine. But up on top, they'd have the backup. I wouldn't even fuck with this. I just take a case and put it in the bag and walk out there. There was no security. I got there before security. Security would get there like at 8:05. They gotta drink coffee. They gotta put that costume on. I was already on my walk over the bridge to see Pepe at the bodega on 181. Like, damn, that shit took me. And I was like, oh, you know, some cars in the town ain't doing nothing. That was my morning.
I checked the image. Did it have like a middle clicks at the end with, and then it had like two little codes on it for your little briefcase? Like they were.
No. It was one Jimmy Stewart gave me.
Okay.
Somebody gave me. I don't know who the fuck gave me. Jimmy Stewart gave me when I first got to LA. I had that one for years. I didn't know Jimmy Stewart.
How many days a week did you do this?
Whatever was needed. If I worked, listen, some nights you picked up $60. You stopped on 181st Street, you picked up a fucking G-Bone too. You walked home, you fuck whatever. and then you wake up in the morning and pull out. At least that's a plus ride. In those days, they got me into the city. Once we're in the city, we'll turn that bridge when we get there. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you leave out the food, you don't know who's going to leave a post on the bus. You don't know nothing. You're going in there with open eyes, ready to stab a motherfucker. Jesus, and it's when you're a hunter. When you become a hunter, you want to be a hunter. You don't want to be part of society, correct? You become a comedian, you don't really want to be part of society. You want to be a renegade. Yeah? You don't want to party and get your dick stuck. Party with people, whatever the fuck it is. Your alcoholism leads you to be what the fuck knows? For me, it was all those things. What were you talking
About why you were stealing every day.
why you were stealing? So to sacrifice that love and not have a full-time fucking job, I can't say the shit about
this fucking
right.
show.
It's interesting because I never wanted a day job. Right. I thought my days were too bad. That was 90% of the decision. Either that or work at White Rose Warehouse and see
fuck off, Rabbi Rothschild. Fuck yeah. I love you, Halbert.
Yeah, but I never wanted to work there. Never.
I don't think a lot of people want to work days, but most people don't go to the.
But then I have a choice.
Yes.
I never make that decision. But you know what? I want to make me happy. I gotta make me fucking happy, okay? I like my things. I like going home with no boss. Yeah. Go home. Nobody else is gonna get home at 6:30. Smoke a little
Fuck off,
yeah,
Rabbi Rothschild.
have a steak.
Fuck
You
yeah.
watch the view. Bang one out. You go to bed at 10. You get up at 5. Go upstairs. Whatever the fuck. You know, working nights. I love working nights. Yeah, it's Friday nights. Maybe you got a job.
That's what I'm talking about.
You send you home at night. Maybe those 3 trucks below. Very interesting. But we're talking about trucks. This guy's going to be upset. I brought him up because you guys don't know this. Friday night, my wife and my daughter have to go to the 20. I can't go because I've never moved back. The first game was at 11:30 on Saturday. It's a 2-hour minimum. I don't know the time. We're at the beach. That's all I know. It's in town in Jersey. So Friday night, they leave at about 7:30. Sitting there, I can't watch it. And I can't sit down on the fucking night, especially without my wife. At least my wife will find the show. About fucking rabbits, Paramount Plus, fucking whatever. So she always finds it. I'm good with the regular channels, whatever TBS, regular shit. So I'm sitting there and I'm just like, it's what we're doing. Everything's going great. You know what? Please. So my wife made chicken nuggets. What she left. Two of them, I was eating fucking chicken nuggets and stuffing my face with these mushrooms. It was like 10 grand. I waited. What are you doing? Oh, I was solo. I wanted to see the devil. I can't smoke reefer. And I was happy. I was a fucking edible at some point. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. I'm very going to love this. So, I don't want to go get sushi. In my mushroom mind, I'm going to get sushi. Right, so I start driving up the 9. I make the U-turn illegal, and I go into the place. I pull up. There's gotta be. I thought it was a Japanese parade. There gotta be. There's gotta be. You know, a bunch of Japanese people, a bunch of white people that were waiting to pick up their orders, deliveries. They were waiting for people to go on. You know what? I could probably go in there and get a table for one. They have the little table. Yeah, of course. But I'm not walking right around. I'm fucking. I don't deserve this. I turn around again and get back on the 9. We try to go around. And they fucking go around it. I'll find a number 80 coming over. And I'm like, that's a bad idea. The fucking cheap police and shit out of his ass. Oh, yeah. What do they do? Drive up and down Kennedy Boulevard and shit, right? And all of a sudden, I go, oh shit, Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street is a look of the strip club. When you get off the park, I get 99, there's 2 big strip clubs. There's whatever it's called. I forget what it's called right now. Triple X. That's live and ticket. They got fucking naked women there, women flying through the air. The whole thing. I went there like 2 times. When I was first meeting during the basketball playoffs. Because my kid I grew up with from North Bergen owned it. So I would keep inviting him, and I went up there 2 times. Always very, it's okay, but it's not. He's too old. You're too old to enjoy a strip club. For me, I felt they just feel when I go in there, but not this night. I go, you know, here's the deal. Fucking tonight. I'm gonna fucking go in there. If things are creepy, I'll have a drink, whatever, I'll leave. And I'll go home and deal with this fucking mushroom now. I'll go do something. I'll find something. I might do tonight. I don't want you to spend as I pull out my friend. Boss, we talk about music. I grew up with this kid from birth. Avila was on the podcast. We talked about bands and all this shit. I get off from work and my father walked at 10 after 9. I went to a corner, sat next to the street, black people, and bought again. And it was me and him in the car. The mushrooms are getting down on fire. And those purple lights, these places, music, and the DJ come up, the DJ would go, watch that girl, man. She's gonna fuck up that night. Like he was just talking like I would talk. And how, and then the mushrooms are hit. And then I watched the girl go, what do you want to say? I go, you know what? Fuck it, let's go for a girl. Again, something completely out of my character. I'm Heineken. Go give me the coldest motherfucking Heineken you got. And I started drinking Heineken. Finally, like the brother recognized me. He's like, no, I buy you a drink. So I bought him a drink. We started talking. Boom, I don't know where. They had knockout women. I don't know if it's like that 7 nights a week. I don't know, Friday night. They were all they were clean. They were fucking working. There's no gas shit. They were very, it's like a neighborhood strip club. That's very good. You go in there, you can talk to the chicks. I'm sitting there minding my own business. And this beautiful African American woman. When I look up like this, you know, when you turn in a restaurant or a bar, when somebody taps, you go like this. When I went like this, I bet she was shanked. That's how tall she was. But guys, beautiful. Just stunning. Dreads wrapped around her head, stunning. A beautiful face, 23 years old, 5'10". What do you want to do? 265. I'm saying, man. And I'm looking at her talking to her like this girl's fucking gorgeous. She had a sexy kid. She was from
Fuck off, man.
She's a dancer off the bench. She showed me pictures. Me and the brother were like just laughing. When she got up on this way, and her girl's fucking cool as fuck. But my daughter's 11 years old. I can't get a lap dance. I'll be fucking, you know. You get a lap dance, you're thinking about your kids. You're thinking about your nieces. Like, what the fuck? You know, fuck no, dance with these women. So I just went in there and tipped them. When they circle around, I just went in there and tipped them. They come over, you just give them $3. I went like through fucking cash, like a motherfucker. Did not even give a fuck. You know, like when you go to a strip club, I gotta say $50 for that. I don't even give a fuck. I got quarters in the car. I don't give a fuck. And the next thing you know, fuck. At the end of the night, the owners are listening. I think you something. A lap dance. I need that. Because I would hate for you to leave. Great guy, Giovanni. I get a lap dance with this beautiful Russian girl. Another one. Fuck, another. She was 6'1". Just beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's lap dance. We got her in my fucking life. I was sweating. I know I tap out of her. She was a fucking knockout. I left there. It was like we were family. Everybody's family there. I met 2 guys, this versatile dudes from fucking Staten Island. They were sending over tequila shots. I couldn't drink them. I can't drink them live. I can't handle that shit at all. I think 10 grams of mushrooms when you're okay. Oh, solo motherfucker. Okay. And when I got home, I thought I was sober. When I got home, that mushroom started again. I went to bed like a 4. I didn't walk in my house till 2:15 again. Very unjoey years life. But everyone, you know, the next one I woke up and I meditated. And I go, you know what? Nothing happened. I was organically. I would. Something's organic. You know, because we had to go into the city and spend people dollars. We got to eat. That's unorganic. You gotta have a good time. And you're not going to. You sit there on that, you know, with 3 other fucking morons. You and I both know this, right? Girls come over, get that, and they leave. Because they're a bunch of morons. They don't. That's always very planned. I gotta tell you what, a limo with a slick dick, nothing gonna happen. They go over there with no package, they're unprepared. You gotta have a package, throw on the table. You bitches love that shit. They love that razor blade at that fucking table.
Also, how is this? I'm with you. I'm glad you had a good time. You keep you like, oh, the line at the sushi place is too much. But the strip club with the lights and people touching you, they're like,
I used to look at beautiful women.
Yeah,
It's dark.
yeah,
I had race for an hour. I could go with a fat Italian dude for an hour. I must be one of that security kids. Oh, you manage to do it. And then that's myself. At a strip club. At the fucking Alabama.
when the lights good for the mushrooms.
Oh,
That's a good place to go.
and the DJ, the king, he's gonna fuck this motherfucker.
Speaking of DJs, George Flynn was fucking killing it. George Flynn was on private planes and everything for games. George was killing it. I'm so happy for George.
George, you love him. So I love him.
That's all. I'm glad you invited me. Okay.
I really fucking like I said, I got out of the next one. I like, you know what? I can tell you that. Every day. I did what I had to. Trust me. I gave away every fucking thing. I didn't give a fuck. Those girls, we laughed so much. Shit. Watching other guys go crazy. That's no fear of change. But I'm going back and beat myself. Just like those way myself. When people
Just in time, Rabbi, you ain't up on this.
You wasn't like a super late when a pocket packed there, but just a couple people.
no, I was there from 9 to 2.
Oh, you were there until 2.
I stayed till 12, bang. When they told me we were closing up, I couldn't believe it.
I forgot.
It wasn't like I blacked out. I did a gorilla biscuit or did a quaalude or a pill. I did mushrooms.
So
And it felt like 1 minute it was 9:30, then it was 10:15, then it was 12:30.
That is so sick.
I should go home. And about 1:30, I go, God damn it, these mushrooms are on fire. And I don't think McDonald's is on everything. All right, let's bring our guest out here. Let's do this. Hey, good morning. I'm Joey. Just want to fill you in. The summer is on the way. And if you need a quick fix for that business, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex. It's all done online. Just consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, bam, you get a prescription in days. Listen, Blue Chew is tremendous. Cover those packages. Look, you tell me all about this. Love the coffee, boom, so long with the shout. Take your confidence back and get ready to sleep someday like a runaway slave. You understand me? Julie's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay, for the church family. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right, motherfuckers, free. When you press in promo code Joey, J-O-E-Y, and pay $5 that's all I'm asking. For the prescription for this stuff, $14,000. You don't need that. $5 for shipping. It'll be swinging dick like the old days. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show.
It's very artistic. I'll give you that shit.
My little brother Aaron Burns come to join us tonight. You guys asked for more comedians from the local area and the scene. We open. We look good. And we make sure we look good. We're just going fucked up tonight. Don't matter. You know. So what's up, my brother? That's really good. Hey, that's disgusting. No, Joey, you don't get it. I get it. No, you don't get it. It's like known for people. There's no security.
grown man, these girls are money hungry, ugly than the night shift girls. More friendly, and they'll do stuff if you want. I don't fuck around with my wife, but if I had to, day shift. These girls will never tell, and you never. I'm unknown enough to go, what do you do? I'm a plumber. I tell them I'm a plumber. And they go, oh yeah, what do you do? 420 out of the door. And then once somebody goes, that's the longshoreman union. I made up the plumber union. Someone thought it was the longshoreman union. But I stripped for 2 years. Strip clubs for the greatest place in the world. Forget yourself. Vic Jagger said, strip club's the best place to go if you want time by yourself because no one. Everyone's looking at the naked chicks, thinking about what they can do. Even if people see you, they're like, oh, that's that guy, cool. Oh, pussy. And then they go right back to pussy, like that.
Look at this move.
And I love stripping. Was the greatest time of my life.
$400 on
23. 23 years
just
old.
to be up on this.
Not a strip club. You're mixing it up with you're hot hybridding it with the juggalos. Yeah. No.
I think it was a mix between a Chippendale and Gigolo.
Yeah.
That sounds like an ice cream flavor to me. What you mean was really great?
That's what it was like being tried. Yeah. We are a brown people and we represent this land. We are the Giggalos. They call me the one who fucks for $3. It was the fucking best time of my life. Yeah, it was Fantasy Male Review. I started out low debt. I started out dirt floor stripping for female strippers, and I fell in love with it. First night, I made $300. Couldn't dance, couldn't get hard. You're supposed to get hard before you go out on stage. Get hard, tie an elastic around your cock, and then you go out. That took me 6 months to learn. I would go buy this lotion at the sex store that would make your dick more sensitive, and you rub it on your dick. Stop it right here. Okay, you confused me.
I have so many questions. Holy shit. When you go out like full, like just showing the dick, like why do you get hard?
You tie the elastic around it, and at first you hide. You go over there. This is how many strippers work in 1, 2, 3, 5. So they'd be like, you're on it in 10. You buddy, my friend Johnny Ford loved this. He was a crackhead, great dude. And he would fuck everybody. Jacked. One of the original Chippendales in Canada. Full of roids, fucking didn't give a shit. You put a condom near this guy, he'd slap you in your mouth. He'd go, what the fuck do you think I am? I'm not using that. He'd say, and he would just fuck everybody. Always had a rash on his crotch. And just always had, I'm telling you, he called them Bobos, Joey. He goes, I got a bad case of the Bobos. And he just put baby powder on him, so it'd be a red rash with white cake baby powder. The reason why I'm looking at you is got the same problem.
Shut up.
I tried baby powder? Fucking rash. You got a rash? Oh, I got a rash.
Hey, I'm right in the middle of the fight.
Oh, I just figured it was just, yeah, it's like a bacteria. And it flares up. Yeah. It's like it's just, I want that for 6 months. And then one day, do something to this check out.
Yeah.
You know, I do something with some other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'm like fucking savage. Yeah, I'm done. The next day, no matter what I wash it, dry it, I'm done.
Yes.
It's like those things that the first hour when I go to bed, shit with the dry. Yeah. And so I put stuff in cream. But 10 minutes later, I'm scratching like I got fucking, I ripped the skin. Yeah. My sheets are bloody. Now it's by my stomach. It's on this side. And it's taking those little fucking things you got to keep on the tag. Every time I scratch, I hit the skin tablet. The skin tablet. No, I'm getting tortured. Trust me. Yeah. My medical condition is getting serious torture lately. And I scratch, and then I got to put some, now I got some special cream, and then fucking, so everything from the calves and shit. Yeah, like tonight, I'll go home, I take the light off, and I throw it off, fucking powder goes over, and it's from my knee
I
up.
understand it may not
The
be
skin
the
gets so dry. So every night, I mean, like, I'm out of shape.
that's
I'm
what
like,
you have to take
yeah, which is 2.5 times a day. I
the
gotta put cream all over.
additional
Make the fucking drawers. What's the half shower like? The half shower is like, you take a bath. Yeah.
So the first one's 1 hour, and I think the next one
You know how she nobody who matters? Yeah.
2 to 3
You
hours.
didn't work out that day, so just to get to the shower. Okay. I gotta hit you. I gotta tighten this shit up. I'm saying, my shit's getting old, so the head is getting dry. So it's like the old days, like, water in the sink, you're ready to fucking fly. Nah, the hair will stay perfect. Yeah, that's it. That white hair is done. Yeah, I'm done. It looks good. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say we don't have to do the half.
let's just say
All right, so back to
let's just say
you tied up. Yeah, you're tied up.
goes well.
Johnny Thor, you fuck everybody's girlfriend. He didn't give a shit. And you know how fuck these lie.
That's
You know, Joey, I'm 10 minutes away. Just wait, I'm 10 minutes away. He hasn't even left his house. You know what I mean? This he was a crackhead, drug dealer, good guy. I still talk to this guy. 63 years old, still strips. Skinny, ripped, but looks like AIDS. You know what I mean? Like ripped, like barely any muscle. Just looks like he's got AIDS, but shredded. And he fuck dudes for money. He's reading over the fucking edge. You know what I mean? Toronto. Yeah, you might watch the show. He's a good guy. But he would fuck anybody's chicks over this. One night. They finally got a PCR. This is when he used to have to just use a magazine to get an art.
Like I said, I'm in the middle of recording a video. Okay, so I would say like answer one is the better of the two choices because it includes the subject matter and the requested information. Question two has erroneous information concerning the date or the subject involved. Therefore, I don't think question one is the best answer. And I said it.
Yeah, is that about the sandwich? Did you get the same question?
No, they're like, they have a bunch of them. The first one that I had was about my dad.
Yeah, it says, I just don't know how to start how to answer correctly. Like, I was going to put a response in. Is more around.
All right, and if you really want to play it up and just cheat, essentially, it's not like sort of. Just open up another browser, go to ChatGPT, copy and paste the image there, and then ask ChatGPT whatever you want.
But can you tell them? Is that something you would really want
I know. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's up to you. If anything, you can give you a good overall understanding that you are knowledgeable of the question, and then you put it into your own words. I'm not advocating cheat, but you could use a large language model to perhaps decipher some of the information for you, and then from there, put a 2 to 3 sentence answer together for you, and then send it. Or I shouldn't say send it, but then put it into your own words and then send it.
Okay, normally I don't need to irritate you how much, but
No, you're good.
I just wanted to see.
You're good. Yeah, I'm not. I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you have any other questions, let me know. But my best advice is to just focus on it and recognize that it may not be the right fit for you if you're in a period where you just had surgery and you can't focus on things. So then just don't do it now, and when you feel that you're in the best mental state to be able to do it, you do it.
So how do we go through the test then?
Like there are two series of tests that you have to do. Are you doing the initial one or the second one?
I would do the
I did that one too. I was ready to take the test when they were ready to give it to me, and I just stopped taking it and then took it later. And I was fine.
Okay. Like other people say.
Yeah, so just stop taking it. And when you're in the best mental state to be able to do it, take it.
Okay. Do you do much of this stuff? Or you just don't, you don't even write responses back?
Oh, I write responses.
Also, you get paid by this job?
I haven't needed to do it. I just haven't needed to do it. So what you do is you take the initial test. If you pass that, then you're going to take a series of like 2 or 3 other tests. And if you pass that, then you are able to do positions for them. What are how you look at so that's how it's done. All
Okay, sir.
right, take care, man.
All right.
I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Yeah, I just answered you. Well, I got
I hope you feel well.
okay.
Peace be God.
Whatever.
Take care. Thank you. Mike, I'll be right back.
Then go through man. I know everybody come on the magazine. These guys are fucking savages. You love them. And you jerk off, and Johnny's jerking off, and then some guy comes in at the top of fucking fantasies. What the fuck are you, like fucking people's girlfriend? And Johnny turns, and he doesn't stop jerking off. He's on in 3. He's a pro, right? And he keeps going. He's like, dude, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Did you fuck Stacy, man? Stacy, my fucking girlfriend, man. Bro, she told me she had no boyfriend. You gotta talk to your girl, man. She's fucking crazy. So he turns it around on the chick. While he's doing that, Midnight Dream comes in. Big black dude grabs him. He goes, motherfucker, wrong place. They throw him down the stairs. 3 guys boot fuck the shit out of this guy. Oh, gun goes flying. Someone grabs the gun, puts it in his mouth. You wanna fuck with us, motherfucker? Blood everywhere, teeth. And then, Johnny, you there? You on? Shut you the heart! And the other just runs out on stage. Hard, fucking his chaps on. These guys are still beating the shit out of the guy in the background. That's a professional. Yeah, dude, this was insane. It was fucking. My mom came one night. This was bad. Her and my aunt's famous cookbook author. My mom's this Jewish mom. She didn't know I was doing bad stuff. You know, when I was a kid, I got arrested. I broke into cars. That's what I did. Broke into cars. I got caught one night. It was me, a bunch of Jamaican guys. I was the only white guy. We're breaking into cars with spark plugs. You know, they throw the spark plug through the window. We touch the window. The whole window just shatters like that. We'd steal whatever out of it. So this guy leans out his window. We're calling the cops. Fuck you, fag. And we run off down the street. Best night of our lives. Go to the McDonald's. The cops come up. Me and all these Jamaican dudes. And the cops go, you're not with these guys, are you? Because I was the only white guy. Yeah, that's my crew. So they arrest all of us. I was a fucking idiot. Kid going to lock up. Fucking soft. Parents come down. Then the next morning they come out chained up. Like I'm the only white slave with all these other people. 8 of us going chained up. Ankles, wrists. My dad looking at me just like, we're going to release him on his own recognizance. He's got an 11 p.m. curfew. And father goes, I'm a lawyer as well. I'd like to have that curfew made to 8 p.m. I'd like to have him not associate with any of these people. All right, confirmed. Go out. So I get sent off to this boarding school, and then I come back from this boarding school, and I get into bodybuilding after college, and then I start stripping. And fucking, so my mom is just so proud of me that I'm not in jail. And her and my aunt come to watch me, Joe, and I tell she goes, so you strip? And I go, yeah, but it's just fun. We don't get naked or nothing like that. We just have a good time and making good money. And my mom, I didn't know she was there. You know, fucking up there, fucking cock dangling out and shit like that, fucking Desperado. Women wrapping $5 bills around my cock, yanking it and shit. And the next day I go home and my mom goes, Aunt Rose and I came to your show last night. And I go, what, the early one or the late one? Because the early one you don't make. She went, the late one. I went, oh, you're really good at what you do. And it seems like the women really enjoy what you do. And Rose could not believe I diapered you. I mean, she said that you really have a big schmeckle from my mom. When did you get the cock? In the mix of this whole fucking show. That was you never did that, did you? What's up? Never did that. What? Look at me. How many wants to say you used to be jacked? What? You were jacked. But I still didn't want to watch it. That's just crazy. You never thought about it. No. Just because morally or because you couldn't just get there and pull it out. But I'm sure there are like strip clubs with dudes in it in America. I haven't, but is it like the same thing that like Joey went to for girls? Is it just like no? It's a show. It's like a real show. And the women go insane. Okay, so it's more of a show. Oh, they're trying to fuck you there. But I've done the girl strip clubs where they'll lap dance for you and they do this stuff. Little hot breath on your dick through your jeans. You ever had that? No. They just get down in front of you and they're. And I'm married, so I don't get that a lot, and it feels like a real blowjob. And I was in Niagara Falls. I go, you gotta stop. I'm married. I'm gonna cut my pants. Yeah. I told her, I go, I'm gonna cut my pants. Yeah, you have to stop. They don't even touch it. You know? Real close to it. But I started comedy in 2001. So what year was this? Stop. 96. Because I was running I had a girl script money I had to get out. That was it. That was too much. So it took you 5 years to get on stage. Yeah, I thought it was going to be acting. I was at Detroit Rock City at 2 scenes in that movie, Kiss, and I was young, good looking, I had hair. I couldn't act, but I was like, I'm a movie star. And then it didn't happen. And then Yuck Yucks in Canada, they had amateur night. You'd call in and try and get on. The first time I called in, I got on the winner. Did very well. So bad. So bad. I'd be like, Michael Jackson before all this stuff. I mean, oh man. No, it was George Michael. I go, man, he should change his song to I'm whacking off before I go. Don't leave me hanging in the bathhouse, yo-yo. And I was like, oh, I'm great at this. And then I did it. Then you go do it outside of a club and you bomb. People looking at you and you're like, trying to tell jokes about dead hookers and stuff, and everyone's just staring at you. And I ate dicks for 6 years. But Justin, what's worse, bombing as a comic or bombing as a stripper? Bombing as a comic. Really? Yeah, when you're a stripper, you can just get angry and be like, "Why, you dumb bitches? If you don't respect this." You do that when you're bombing as a comic, you can't get it back. Bombing as a comic is the worst heckle I ever had. In fact, long, dark room, narrow. Someone just yells at him, next! Oh, and you can't see him to say nothing to him. And for months, ate me up. And I go, I should have said, I'm not waiting in the alley to fuck your mom. Holy shit. You tell me something. People will never know the pain of doing something to fuck me. I was watching that show, 1823. Did you see that shit? Yeah. You watched the episode last night? Oh, no, I didn't know about it. But Harrison Ford and Helen White. I watch every Sunday with them. So I watched it last night. She's a perfect dude that shit. As a girl, she's like the girl that went on Epstein. She raised her mother chick. This is 1823. And there was a guy that tie these bitches up and like the stuff they torture you in 2 hands. Yeah. And you met and he would talk to you in this way. First, make us feel pain, and then turn it to pleasure. And then after a while, you go, and the pain becomes
got right the show, he's got a thing with him. You don't see him monkey, you see him hand going, and he's whipping him. With another, he got another chick who he just sits there, smoking a cigar with that fucking old, disgusting perfection trying to be perfect. I couldn't imagine just sitting there. You're 31. Yeah, that's when you want to see two chicks going at it. They both next to you. You know what I'm saying? I was telling some guy the other day, the guy at this place, he loves music. He's one of us. He loves music. I was listening to Don Henley's first solo. It's a fucking masterpiece. It was like maybe 3 years after he was broke up. And then the other guy struck, but he struck first. And I thought about a story. There's a book out. You gotta look this book up, guys. It's been out since 1997. You wouldn't have lunch in this town. I remember that. It's a book about a hooker that wrote stories about everything she's like. And how he fuck. I mean, she threw some people out. They went after her, but she didn't give a fuck. They sold the rights to the movie that they made. But she, one of her stories was that one of her big clients, one of the biggest was Don. Yeah. Don would make you go over there on Friday and Saturday. Forward. He would sit on a chair. And there was a fireplace with like a table. And you'd make him bend over naked and just stay in that position. And he would stay there and do coke by himself, smoke a cigar, and then get up, put his dick in one of them back, like 8 days. And go right back to his chair. Yeah, and sit there and just stay bent over. How crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Isn't this? I've had my moments. Especially when you're doing that double pop. Stay with it, you know, you might have that. I don't know. I mean, somebody wants me to this all come to a wall that shit people choke you. Whole world. I knew a lot of those. I did. Yeah, but I was in Vancouver. And after I was done, Joe, I looked at him and I looked at him and said, you know the good of feels after doing something like that? No, nothing had to get paid for it. It's just so fun. Listen, man, people make mistakes. Yeah. It's at a certain time in their fucking lives, you have no idea what was going on in your life. I see somebody kicking ass. I'm one of these ass. Yeah. I just keep watching this. Yeah, it's not like I cannot. So I just comics change. Comics talking about politics, talking about some shit.
That's all that matters. Is the time on stage, right? Somebody can't have one mention pride. Me too. That is my, you know, I like calling it. I'm not even used to it. Prior to that. Prior to that, I was always about that. I don't style. I like that style. Really, some people like it. Some people, I saw the Lord drive on the Sunset Strip. I really like it. It's just been called the stars. I'm kicking up there in New Jersey with these guys. They always sacrifice my yeah, I like the first two movies. Yeah. I had the weirdest experience recently. I kind of talking about politics on stage. I was at a show. I never had. I this comic before me to like 15 tourists. Just went around asking person by person who they voted for. And when they said when one person said the wrong answer, the comics pour into them for the like 10 minutes of just about like how they're a terrible person. They hope all their kids have terrible things happen to them, and then I had to go up. And it was honestly, I was actually proud of myself because I got them the win, but I just had like I don't do anything. My whole thing is you go to comedy shows to forget all that shit. So I don't want to talk. That's why I make fun of myself. Like, I don't want anyone. All right, I'll take it. All I wanted to do was that. It was such a weird show. I've never had that experience. Someone just not even trying to be funny, but just being mean to an audience. Different styles, different people. People agree. That's in the style. They won't break them down. They won't get laughs. They attack the audience. Yeah. Well, you actually don't. Not right. Right? Don't hold it. Let's see. You put and sit there doing the exercise. Right, George? It's still there. This shit's still going, baby. You know, it's very people want all this, especially in today's society. The IG, fucking this, that, it's incredible. How many people you look at? I don't know you. Yeah. You know, why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours? Why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours? Yeah. So everybody wants to fuck you. But everybody wants to die. So that's fucking shit. And Aaron, I haven't had a chance to see it, but you did a special a few years ago that, like, honestly, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to move to New York. It was called like something like 35 spots. It was like you did a crazy number of spots. 25 sets, yeah. And one, how that was the appeal of why I wanted to move to New York. Because in Toronto, I could maybe do 5 to 10 sets a week. And then I was like, remember we used to have all the shows in the paper? There was a paper, there was a website that listed all these shows in New York. Like open mic, open. It might have been Voice. No, Voice had something. Something, yeah. And then like Wednesday, late Thursday morning. Yeah. Then you look at it and go, oh my God, look at that. I could do 10 shows here in a month. And you didn't know most of these were like shit. Oh my God. Oh, motherfuckers. But there was just this love to get on stage. My goal was always to get on stage so I could just talk the same on stage that I talk on stage. That was the whole thing about the stage time. So there was nothing disingenuous. And when I moved here, I started doing it. And then I got in some clubs, and on a Saturday, I would be doing 8 or 9. And I'm like, that sounds great. It does sound like a lot. But then I'd be like for 2.5 hours, and I'm sitting in Greenwich Village smoking. And I'm like, there's got to be, I could do more. And then I researched it. I'm like, oh, Steve Byrne did 13. And I was like, I should fucking crush that. So then I went home, came up with this list of like, and I was like, oh, I can do 26 in a night. I did my 9 minutes. And then I made all these calls, and then I talked to this girl, and she used to work with Morgan Spurlock. Remember the Super Size Me guy? Yeah. That ate over McDonald's. And she goes, I work with Morgan Spurlock. If you got excited by the McDonald's,
No, I still remember that. Fucking crazy. And then he got canceled. You remember that? And they did some. I don't think it was one of those. Is he dead? Oh yeah. I don't even think it was one of those guys. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I think all those laws are looking. Did you? Yeah, I don't think it was a bad cancel. And it was like, hey, good job, Toots. I think it was like one of those cancels, you know what I mean? Like, he called me Toots. And it's like, I'm so sorry, I'm going to check myself in the rehab. But she goes, you should shoot this. So we put together a crew, and I was like, all right, we're going to start at 4 in the afternoon. And we went until 2:30 in the morning, ran around, and, shortest set was, I think, like 4, because I was like, I got to go. I can only do 4. Longest set was 19 that night. All different, a couple same jokes, but it wasn't the same set all night. And then, and then the next night I went back to work. I was like, all right, I'll go listen. I went up to the show. You know, it'd be an interesting show. Right now, a guy like this, you do 6 episodes of you, especially now in the spring. It's really hot. You can't walk the streets in June. Yeah, just you and your pals. Long parts, you can run with it. Yeah, start to get beats, stop to get back. Whatever it is that you do, very natural. And it's like, take the time. Yeah, accept it. Yeah. And you want to have beauty in you can. Yeah. If you stay out late at night, I think it's comedy, and once you get your last step, those days are going to usually what's home. I'm going to try to get up with my kid at 7:30. It's too big. It's fucking take. Yeah, we miss it. I just, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I would not fucking work that whole down. Yeah. There's too many people. I like, sexual restaurants. Yeah, small. Now, these restaurants close for fucking 10 o'clock. You can do 2 showers and go out and keep your restaurant open. You go in the back room, lock your tail to you just gotta pick the menu. Yeah, you gotta get the taste of the t-shirts. Yeah. Listen, you gotta go deep. You're late. Yeah. So you gotta make it worth that while, gas money, the babysitter, the wife, he's not that bad because he was gonna go home. So yeah, that's those days are ending. If it's you, and like the other night I stayed at Baby Dice because he's like, you want to eat that? I was like, all right. But then you're like, it's 1. That's late for me. I'm like, all right, it's 1. I'm gonna go. But I'll do that. I'll do 1. No later than 1. That's crazy. How far do you drive? 40. Yeah. 35 to go to bed. Yeah. Think about shit process we just happened. Maybe as you drive home, a little joke. Yeah. It's a fucking, that's why when you live, that's right up. You get home, you go, oh, good. Fuck you. You sit home, and let's say you smoke dope. Get home, eat, take a shower, sit on the couch, not going to bed. You get 2 pockets, that shit wakes you right back up. And now you're reviewing the material. Why was that guy looking at me like that? The guy that paid you for those 8 people in the balcony. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? So remember, I have no idea what I was going to say. I just forgot. I just feel all the time. Something that's there. Oh, if you gotta shoot something the next morning and you got a 6 a.m. call, you're dead. There's no way your body adjusts that quickly. Even if you go, I'm not gonna do squats, I'll go to bed at 9 o'clock. You're not doing 2 a.m. It's not gonna happen. No, your body's like that. No, yeah. That's the worst. You put the movie, it's a 5 a.m. call, you're like, I got 2 options here. I can take a half a bottle of fucking Rainix and try to fall asleep, or I can just stay out. Yeah, and pray for the best. Pray that you're not shooting first. It's a 3-hour setup there. And you catch a little Puerto Rican back there, you're a little fucking. You know what I'm saying? I did it many a time. Many a time. I fell asleep with that. That early for one, I just brought a sleep after the shit. Yeah, because it was the same trailer every day. When I get back, fuck it. In the afternoon, I get tired. I put the sleep after the machine on right there. It's a nice trailer. Bigger, like a half. Yeah, half trailer. Oh, God. If you've never been to half trailer, boy, you feel like a star. That because normally they
He had one with this little tiny bed. It's like a jail car.
No, it's a fucking jail.
It's like a jail car.
Like I said,
You can't turn, you can't sleep.
I'm not a rat, but it's one of my favorite TV shows. I've done it a few times. I love doing it. But the fucking quarters, you feel like I can't believe I'm in this fucking.
Boy, you feel
It's
like
just
this shit.
a room with a little couch. Like, it's like you went to summer camp.
Yeah.
That's where you lay down. Your feet are gonna dangle off.
Yeah.
Leave, love it. He would
I was gonna say, kind of
right into the one of it, and he would love it. But you sit there, and it's, I'm not complaining. You're on the fucking set.
Yeah.
I'm a tremendous movie. Every once in a while, they forget. And they put in a big trailer now. Very nice. Oh, big trailer. There's one that's bigger than that one. The second one to that, it's the cousin. Yeah. It's the one with the bed. Now you got a mirror.
Yeah.
You got a little sink. You got a counter there. You put your notes down. You know what I'm saying? There's no drawers, nothing like that.
Now, what are you even doing? I can't imagine you jerk off. No, I can't.
No, only you.
What are you
Don't
doing?
come up with something.
You're doing a fucking.
There's a
jerking
bed.
off at work.
There's
man.
a bed.
Eventually, your wolf is paying you $1,200 a day. You jerking off. If you're there for 18 hours, it's not going to cost you money once.
No, why would you not?
So what do you do? That's what I'm
What
asking.
the fuck is wrong with you?
You just talking about jerking off in front of his mom. I don't know. I didn't jerk off in front of my mom. How would you just make that so big? Jerking off in front of my mom.
You should have got to live with Joey D and say, hey, people, it's good. The birds are singing, the clouds are blue. Get up. You can relax with Fire. Fire combines high quality hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create some serious results, if you know what I'm talking about. Whether you want a laser focus or deep relaxation, Fire has products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels. And there's something for whatever effect you want. If you want to see the devil, they got something. If you want to relax, they got something. If you want to live in nature, they got something. If you want to see the devil, maybe get a little on up, they got something. You can finally ditch those sketchy parking lot setups and enjoy life at night. You get home, you take one of these two, they come in like each 15, 25. This is a great company. If you can start that, but that appears to be higher on those. Listen, you got to be 21 over. Check out the link to buy it in our show notes and treat yourself to Baya's annual Spring 420 sale, baby. That's right. It's right around the corner with Black Friday level savings up to 35% site-wide right now and up to 50% off tax and bumpers. And get a free gift with your first order using code Joey, Joey. Plus enjoy free shipping on orders over $100. That's code Joey, Joey, at the link in our show notes. Support the church and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday experience of life with fire. Let me ask you that. Let me ask you. This is just one time you smoke the nut next to me.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. I hope you stop jerking off.
I've never started.
No, because I know you lose Jewish blood. You know where you go. Like rubber around you, motherfucker. Every morning,
You can't rub all Jews together.
I saw it online. I would stop and get off the water zone bus right there in the water and walk that curve. It used to be a tremendous strip club on the corner. The whole time I was growing up. Remember that? That's where the first time you see that with the mom in the fucking room. You go in there, the floor is sticky. There's some chicken there, like a bandage. And she's blowing the guy with the skinny dick and whatnot. And you're traumatized. You know what I'm saying? But if you did the survey outside, you went in there, it was the fucking, the what was the whole thing?
Right.
And right away there'd be a fucking dude with tokens. Yeah, gave him like, you got the whole circus thing. It was like he was going to the circus. He had the pouches. And the old days, you could like go in and mix with and tiny stuff. You had tokens with all 4 of them. And you pay it and give you tokens. It was like 8 tokens to go in there for 2 minutes. You didn't even have 2 minutes. You got like a minute to sign out. And the thing would close. You just be midway. So you have to beat in your butt out and throw tokens in there like a fucking animal. Tremendous. And then you walk out of there. That's the storm. You was Mexican food came from the farm. So on the floor with hot water. This guy plays bucket. By the time he was out, another guy went right back in there. Always got me. Always days.
Was there ever a line to get in?
Never. Because there was 4 stages. And then there was one across the street.
Sick.
Then if you went like 2 blocks uptown, there was the nasty one where you saw it. And you went in there before. But then it's crazy to me. People were going there before work.
Was there early morning?
I'm talking about going into the city Sunday and then people getting off that bus, getting a cup of coffee. And then in those days, there was no Starbucks. It was that hot dog man. Yeah, the best coffee in town. 1 cup. Blue cup.
Twin
White
towers
lid.
on it.
I don't want to eat that shit. Regular, what else was it? Black, regular. And what else? There was another one. Huh? Cream and sugar, regular, and fucking black. That's it. There was no macchiato, you fucking momos. There was no frozen whip. This is something they sold to society. And people did great. People work 28 hours a day drinking that coffee. You get 3 cups of that shit.
Oh, the country was
Shit.
great. Everybody was getting along back then.
Yeah, what the fuck are you kidding? Anyway, not to get me off the communist right. But what are you talking about? Oh, the pervert. That
Jews.
The Jews love that shit.
I
No
will
offense.
say this. I'm Jewish. He's Jewish. I think Jews at first repressed their sexuality. And then, here's how I like sex. It's got to feel a little hard. So I'll tell my wife, I'm in the basement in 20 minutes.
What do you think?
But I always try to get her to. Because she goes, no, we do it in the daytime when our daughter's at school. And it's never as exciting. I want it to feel wrong. That's what I
Fuck
like
that
about
aisle.
sex. It's got to feel, ooh, it's sneaky. You could get caught. Let's go in the bed. And the basement's this little fuck cave. You know, it's all cold down there. No one ever sleeps down there except me. It's a good king-size bed, but it's harder than the main bed. It don't make squeaking noises because I got ADHD. So if I'm fucking my wife and the squeaking happens, I go, my dick gets all soft. She goes, what's wrong with you? I go, this noise, it doesn't bother you? And she goes, no, you're autistic. So I tried to get her down to the basement. She won't come down, but there's something about it being wrong. So most people now say that, well, the Jews won this big sex cabal at Epstein Island. And you want to, as a Jew, go, hey, that's wrong. But then as a Jew, you're also like, it's possible. You know what I mean? Especially for the Orthodox Jews. Like, I'm like, the Orthodox Jews hate, like, they take it so, like, they're the ones who have sex through the sheet. They also do, like, I was in Israel, like, they'll walk and, like, not look at women. Like, like, they take it so seriously. So, like, for them to live in New York and live like that, but then also, I would bet there's a lot of, like, religious people who go in. But the Jews, you can just tell, like, that's, like,
And I went in there as a young kid, which is why I'm fucked up today, because you're not supposed to see that shit, man, as a kid to that level. I saw pornography that was fucking well-level like fucking an animal. I saw pornography in the 70s. It was growing up. There was no directors. There was no plot. There was nothing.
Insatiable with Marilyn Chambers. You ever see that?
Listen, I have no idea, but I did. I'm talking about the dirty movies that got sent to your house. Oh, the eyes. And I saw some disgusting shit as a kid that was like, I saw a chick,
Well, kissing. Huh? Kissing. Real gross stuff.
kissing. No, I didn't see that shit. I made my mother get HBO.
Yeah.
To watch the Grease.
That was a good one.
So the chick was one of the days I was probably like 11.
No,
Yeah, I don't know.
the tube was good.
But Grease and Kentucky Fried was,
Yep.
they're both my husbands to each other. So you know what we watch now, you know Joey is. And you guys fucking tell you, that was the worst shit you've ever seen. I gotta tell you something. Those movies came out. I saw Kentucky Fried movie in Jersey. I will never forget that scene where they take some rubber dick, puts on the top of his head, and they do off and everything. And when you're fucking 12, and you start giggling, that's that 70 giggling weed, where people threw you out for life. Come back when you grow up. Because you sit in the diner, fucking eyes, the waitress come over. Hi, boys, can I help you? He was in that. He was Uncle Bill. Here, funny when you poke, you know, it's always like they yell at you, screw you out, because you fucking asshole. I saw it. Hot dog, the movie, hot dog, Cheech and Chong, and the fucking band, they got a meat, and the fucking thing on fire, really great idea. Oh, that's when the chicks like the coach.
Yeah.
What was that? With Ajax. When you're a fucking kid, you just lose your life. Now they come on and you're like, oh, I should have gone a different direction. Something's not working. One of the girls that came, and this reminded me, and I forgot about it, walked out, she worked in one of the sections, like in a peep show. And this guy is strictly, they were like a couple in the show. And I didn't know that. Then I started dating and Karen goes, oh, you going to true? And I know, what's the game? It's like, no, not exactly. I don't know what you mean. And then she told me she was here, like simulated sex. Yeah, she was in a peep show. 2 kids, 22 years old. C-section scar, fake tits, but there's only one scars underneath. And those tits, what they can do, nipples. Oh, yeah. Right. The girl, God. And they just put a bag in. Oh, it's in this bag. It's just been poisoned. Fucking hot. Dead ground tooth joint. She has a dead ground tooth just hanging there. One of the hottest chicks in it. Bitch. C-section scars. These scars that are dead ground. How long did you get someone like that? That was 6 months. And then she thought she got pregnant. Because we wouldn't wear condoms. Pull out, you know, like a man. I never knew. Is this getting too sad? And then she thought she was pregnant, and then I go, we better talk about it. She goes, no, there's no choice. I go, but I already got 2 kids. I don't believe in getting bigger. And I go, oh, jeez. Is that when you moved to America? I go, that's my life. It's done. Luckily, she wasn't pregnant. It was ovarian cancer. And we still count how lucky we are to this day. She was fine. She lived. They removed it. But it was a big scare. You know what I mean? I was 23. I was going to have a kid with a stripper. She only had 2 other kids. The fathers were hooked on Oxy. I would have been the breadwinner for fucking 9 people. So much anxiety. And yes, she's fine. I don't know what happened to her. I said, oh, what about me? I'm over here dying. You know, some sweets, 2 kids. That's a lot. I didn't know that. She wants to let roller skate. What else? I didn't know this was too much. She wants to let roller skate. Anything else to break my heart? She was a nice girl. She loved me. That's what she said. She used to say she loved me. But she was from a trailer park. I'm going to tell you something. I told a couple of people that just kind of thought about it today. Disgusting stories. I didn't know these were disgusting. I figured I'm going to come on. Joey's going to go, oh, I got stories like that. No. All he's thinking about is his rash. Brother, let him know. We set them up. All right. But I'll never forget the 1985, and I'm living in a fucking hotel in San Francisco with my ex-wife. We was just dating. She was a young kid. I was 22. I didn't know what was going on. But, I mean, guys, right there, 80 yards from where I walked out and said, we were dead to be alive. Right there. Across the street, there was a hotel. If you went maybe 30 more yards on the corner, there was a place called Coffee Ranch. And it was 24 hours and it was topless. So there was a one kid in the I was there. And they had donuts and coffee in the morning, you know, because I just went there high as a motherfucker. I'd smoke a joint, go in there, dress with a suit on. Why? Because I was ready to fuck. In those days, I was a I worked all out there. I used to put up there, get a fucking donut, have a cup of coffee, and look at the chicks' titties, like they were junkies, you know. They had to be topless so you could tell that neither one. Yeah. Tremendous. The owner was a big fat fucking Greek guy or something like that. Tremendous. Is this the Tenderloin? Yeah. I live in the Tenderloin. Dude, if you have not been Tenderloin, that's real San Francisco.
Fuck Ashbury. Fuck hate. And I worked on Ashbury here as a bartender. It was the fucking summer. It was 40 years ago, it's the anniversary. It was the summer of '85. How's that for you? How's that for you? And I went out there. Went out there because they were looking for me in Boulder. Oh yeah, they were looking for me in Boulder. I just met this girl. I had to tell her the truth. She was a sweet kid. She was a cover witch. I go, let's do it. We went to the airport. I shoveled off to San Francisco. The first night I stayed at the Hotel California. Across the street from the fucking diner, which we'll get to on a different episode. I robbed that joint like 3 weeks later. Oh my God, I wanted a fucking street. Yeah, I was a fucking young kid. And I landed in San Francisco and they said, go to this place to a cheap hotel. The first night we stayed at that place, then we moved into the Genie Hotel, which is now a kids from other countries come in. Awesome. And it was on top of the bodega. And it was probably the best education of my life because my mom had died in '79. And I stayed here in Blackburn. I hadn't spoken Spanish. And I go to San Francisco and I walk 3 blocks from my fucking hotel. I make a right turn, work for a week. And all of a sudden I hear a guy go, both seats. I go, whoa. Tell me that you're Cuban. Yeah, we started talking. He sold me some really raw Cuban on this block. We just sell drugs on this block. Come on by and say hello. If you want to work with us, they're nice as shit. I was there 2 days later working. Yeah, talking Spanish. You had to buy the guy at a corner of bottle of rum to clear you. That was your tribute for the day. We were old guy that was like maybe 70. He would just sit there and goof on everybody, fist fight. He's like, I became president because so many levels of the story. How much I learned. Because these were the guys that came, Fidel sent them over in '79, that people were telling them were criminals. Not these guys. These guys were made to be criminals. I remember I was eating dinner with one woman. He invited me to his home. We used to sell nickel bags together. Yeah. We used to sell stolen traveler's checks. Oh, yeah. Well, I was the traveler's check. I saw one. American Express traveler's check. They replaced them with no question. And you could bring them into a Chinese place or Japanese place with the idea of a number. Just take them and give you back change cash. So if somebody gave you a traveling check, usually when you took the book, you had 2 grand. But you had to spend 200-300 to get your money cash. You had 15, 30. It's doing nothing. So you had to take those books to a Japanese place. I would just walk around like karate suits. Whatever the fuck I needed that night. A bag of rice. Sword, yeah. You're only going to need a sword. Because if it was $69, you got $100 money. They gave you back the change. On someone you love, somebody else. What they fucking do. But that was one of the most interesting. I walked into this place with the teacher. No, trust me. I went to American Broadcasting School in New York City. Yeah, that was '84. It's lifetime place. Yeah, so I look at San Francisco, I'm like, I can call these motherfuckers. Call them yesterday, they check me out, they call me like that. Come on down, we got a job. They sent me out there. It was a nice part of San Francisco. Nice Italian restaurant. They said they want to see you between 10:30 and 11. Maybe in the future, put some time. That's how I'm doing. You get that real quick. Hello, hello, hello. I keep walking. You know my girlfriend, nice girl, she didn't know nothing about that. I keep looking at her. Hello. Nobody answers. I keep walking. She like walked into it. There it is. The door of the office is wide open. The bank is on the fucking desk. The safe is open. Cash. I took the cash. But you know the Cuban. I took every piece of change that was in there. So I remember walking out of the jacket. The suit was twisted from all the corners. One was longer than the fucking other one. We ran out of, come on, let's go. Did you get the job? Come on. We gotta get this started. Go to the bus. Yeah, we just got on the bus. I started talking about 15s, 100s, 20s. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, the cops want to talk, all right, send them over. And they got the he was so cheap. And I was that. I went to a different place. The guy kept checking me out. Take this. He was busy at lunch. I went to 11 years. We saw it. Look, get on the side. My name is Open Diaz. And I'm from New Jersey. We just went to watch. He was like 10 years old. He was at Emerson High School. Played football. I was over there. Walking around. I'm out of job. Oh, they get your job. Goes really important. I got stuff. And then we job. You know what I mean? So I told you, I had crossing the town. And still there. I all got it. They inside. Whatever you put the lights on. Music is black. The lights is red. I went there. The cops on the screen. We want back on Boulder. They no, they start just you don't stop. Yeah, you don't stop the fire. You know what I'm saying? You gotta feed the whole motherfucker. Like when you get a job where you get to do two things, where you're a bouncer, bartender. But I had a bartender license. They gave me a bartender job. Yeah, it was like karaoke. There was a bunch of women there. Yeah, and the other nights I were well, I was happy to do it, but the adventure wasn't that job. It was the bus ride home on Haight Ashbury. And when I got off the bus, the 3-block walk to the hotel, there was always a fucking adventure. One night I made a fucking left turn to walk up the hill by the park there, and there was just a dude laying there, fucking blowing it over under him, gone. And people were walking by, and like one of the morning, whistling Dixie, like the motherfucker wasn't dead. You could see the blood going down the fucking corner. Man, I don't know how. It was just freshly done. It wasn't like the blood was traumatized. You know, see it rolling down the hill. I just stayed away from it. I didn't like blood at that time. So I just walked up the hill and mind my business. That's how crazy the Haight Ashbury was. And then the night that topped it off was the night I fucking saw a white dude with a 2x4 fighting a black dude with a sword. That was fucking brilliant across the street from that movie people with the concert. Because that's down there. I was walking like that, and some guy started talking down from Jersey. I'm from Newark. What are you doing tonight? He's like, a hippie black dude. And I'm not doing anything. We just go to Sylvester's store. Sylvester was an old black guy. One of the first fucking guys that dressed up like a Sam. And he had 2 or 3.
How are you?
Feel the other.
Hello. What's up, Silk? How was your day going? Can you hear me? Hello? Silk, how you living? Can you hear me? Silk, how'd you find out about me? Silk, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Silk, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Silk, can you hear me? Silk, can you hear me, Silk? Silk, can you hear me? Hello? Silk, you're a degenerate gooner at some fucked up 18 plus fetishes? Hey, whatever floats your boat. Can you hear me? Yo, dog, are you on Blue? Do you know what Blue Sky is? Silk, can you hear me? That's cool. We're just watching Joey Diaz.
The other one. Do you want to fuck with me? Trading places. Eddie Murphy has a party back in his house, and they're all dancing. He did that. He was very flamboyant, and I just wanted to go see him. I asked my girlfriend to go see him. I said, "Thank you." We went to this movie theater. It was 2,000 people. You could smell sperm in the air. Some guy came up to us and I said, "Fuck yeah." Me and my girl said, "I don't know what we should do fucking San Francisco. If somebody offers you ass, you can fucking do it." You know what I'm saying? Especially in '85, you had to fucking do it. I'll never forget, they invited us to a party afterward. Fucking drugs, there was acid, booze. And me and her, we don't know nobody. You know, I just thought we were cool. We thought the acid, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it was cool and that. There's a picture of Bruce Lee that I've never seen. I kept looking at the picture. Exactly what say to me, "What's going on with you?" And I go, "Hold on, I'm talking to Bruce Lee." What? No, I'm not going to say anything. And I started that shit with her. And she fell right into the trap of the, I'll never forget that. She's like, "Why is Bruce Lee talking to you?" I go, "You looked at your father at the airport." And I kept talking to Bruce Lee. She's like, "I didn't even know my dad was landing." I mean, it was fucking insane. Where me and we were just goofing on it. And then we started giggling. It was just one of those nights you walk home. It was not planned. You know, the guy wanted us to tickets in the corner, whatever the fuck. Like, I had so many crazy nights. But then again, I saw some shit that in the 21 years of growing up here, I never saw before. They stabbed the motherfucker in front of my favorite Italian restaurant. Another guy, guts were out. They don't fuck around the Tenderloin, bro. They don't fuck around. It's like, I don't know how many blocks. Look how big it is. But that little area, anything could happen. Anything at any fucking time.
You still, I know the answer is yes, but I can't believe you went back to that restaurant after you saw the guy get stabbed.
Every other day. It was the best restaurant in San Francisco. Original Joe's, motherfucker. In the Tenderloin. Anybody can go to the Fisherman's Wharf. Yeah. You know, they got it there, bitch. Nothing. He don't eat. They closed it. They did. They closed the one downtown. They have one at Fisherman's Wharf by the Hobbs, but the problem is, it's an hour and a half wait. Yeah, it's not. But then you go to San Jose, bam, there it is up the corner from the comedy club, living like a doctor for 3 days. Oh my God, we gotta go to San Jose to take this motherfucking Original Joe's. Those Italian hamburgers with steak fries. Good goobity goobity, dog. I missed that. That's one spot. We used to go to San Jose just for those 9 meals. I didn't even fucking
joking. He's not joking.
9 meals, Original Joe's.
Every day.
Every day.
3 times a day.
Timed it perfectly. I would walk in there at breakfast, kill it. Smoke more dope. Go in there about 2:30, kill it. Then you go to the gym, read a book for a while, leave with all that shit. Kill it again. Excuse me. Go back to the fucking
It's all heavy Italian food. It's not
all heavy Italian. They got a chicken parma. Tell these guys.
I love that you can get ravioli on the side. I love them half and half.
Oh yeah, they always give you fucking pasta. Tremendous. And then right here at the clicker, boom! When you leave your hotel and you're flying out of San Jose, guess who's at the airport? Bam! Original Joe. And you get the two eggs with a steak and 7th grade toast with butter and with lemon. Come on, dog. And that's when the gate is right there, and you're right here living like a doctor, like looking at them all stacking up like the Chinese people stand online correctly. And you're like, I don't have to stand online right now. I'm gonna have my little steaky food with my fucking 2 eggs for like $8.99 too. No big deal. No, they could be good fucking Italian family. God bless them. God bless the fucking Tenderloin Jack.
And that one has in San Jose doesn't have a counter you can please stand at. Like you don't have to sit at a table.
Yeah, because which is father.
Taking that, sticking that, it's new in your neck of the woods. I'm watching Joey Diaz. How about you? How'd you find out about me? Taik, big dog. Taik. No, I'm saying it's Taik that you found it. It's cool as fuck. Yeah, Say whatever you want. I'm just watching podcasts, not too much. If you're looking for something more interesting, I'm sure X has other stuff. But I appreciate you being here. USA? Excellent. All right, Doug. Well, feel free to watch Joey Diaz. Enjoy yourself. Hey, do you have Discord? Okay, that's cool. Take care, Big Dog.
We're sitting at the counter. Yeah. We sit at the counter. I love counters. Yeah, bro, this place got all of them got a counter. And that place was the first place in 1985. And yeah, it was the kind of one. But the waiters, the world class, world class. Lifers, support their life. Union. Yeah. You would have $20 an hour before they even sit down. You know what I'm saying? Tuxedos. And the one Chinese guy. Fuck it. He was such a good waiter in 84. Like, I would go in there just to see him at the tip him. Because he turned me on to, all right, you guys are going to laugh. I don't like alcohol. He would make me Nutty Irishman. Frangelico maybe with cream, Irish cream, and a little taste of vodka. And I would do it the afternoon back then. Because at 3 o'clock, the mission possible. So I would get a little jazzed up, smoke a half a joint, go home and watch Mission Impossible with the girlfriend. And there was a gay guy across from me. And I would keep the curtain, but he'd be in there with his thumb. But he'd just dance in front of fucking that window. Stevie Wonder. No, he danced to Stevie Wonder. Not even she lovely. One of those dance. And he would just look himself in the mirror. She would look at and say, your friend wouldn't fuck him in the butt. He's a San Francisco, transients. Everybody went to San Francisco. They were like, Joe, there were people running from something else. That's why people went to San Francisco. Now it's something different. But back then, in 85, I thought the end of it was very interesting. I loved it. I went back and I saw the change. Yeah. He's how to say that. I ain't saying the story, but it's a lot. I got married. This happened in 85. I got married in 85. And then I got married in 85. She was 16, right? She was scored on it. And I got up and I read my notes. I read the she went. He told me I was looking for this shit. He got married on the beach. And I went to his NY and I looked around. That was my main key. He was an engineer. This guy told me shit that they filled me in on where I came from. The shit my brother never filled me in. So I didn't like this guy. And I went and somebody goes, so you think you can't fuck. And whatever. You'll pay us. And I walked in there and that boozy. I already cried. You were part of that song. And he made a lot of it was family. He hugged and well, they walked on my business. I went back to the hotel, stayed in my car. Like a 12-pack of beer. And I drank 68 minutes. I finished about 6:30 in the morning. I was losing my mind. I threw the shit and went upstairs. I walked in, she was still sleeping. I just got next to her up in bed. She never knew I left. I'm disgusting in my head. You pay for your sins. Fuck. That story haunts me, George. It haunts me, but it happens. When you're a fucking fiend, you're a fiend. But I got up that night to go to fucking the A's against the Yankees. And they had fucking Canseco and his cousin. And then that night, guess what I did? No, guess what I did the next night? You would believe this motherfucking opening night. The Giants in San Francisco with Snowy Joey Montana at the old fucking place where if you thought you've been cold somewhere, you better check this out. All right, because you were free. What's the name of that place? Candlestick Park, with the river right next to you, the ocean. You just freeze in there. Tremendous. I lasted like a quarter and a half. Yeah, we gotta go. It's too fucking cold here. There's a bar down the corner. I like the Giants, but I need to see this fucking. I need to be out here being a big
you seen the guy in that by that parking lot? They have a guy with a kayak who like goes and gets the balls that go over. Like he's done it for years.
He does.
I don't.
There's a few guys like that.
That's crazy.
So you remember the club, Holly or something, comedy club downtown Toronto? I'm talking 96, 98, 99, Comedyville, Comedy Land.
No, I haven't.
The guy was a magician, Comedyville.
And your picture was on the wall there.
Yes.
And there was one downtown, then they had another one uptown. And his name was the Incredible Horse. He was a hypnotist, and not a very good hypnotist. He'd bring people on stage. You know, you bring like 20. He'd maybe get 1 or 2. You know, a normal hypnotist give 10, 15. These other people just look at him. And he was a clean hypnotist.
Think about this.
Remember, he'd be like, you're on the beach right now. He'd speak like that. You're on the beach and the sand is warm, the sun is warm, you're just drinking it in, and you're thirsty because it's so hot out. So you order a nice frozen drink, your favorite drink, and you sip it, and people just look at it. They knew it was bullshit. And he would book people, and then he'd try and get booked off of his bookings. So he'd book people to come work his club, and they should come work your club. Like he was hypnotizing them.
That was a good 2 weeks. I worked because you have to work for 2 weeks for that.
Yeah,
It's $1,200 for 2 weeks.
yeah,
You gotta stay there for 2 weeks. You lived upstairs on top of the fucking vending machine.
yeah. There was a bar down below.
There's a bar down below. Food was amazing, you know. And there was a Cuban neighborhood there. In Toronto, had a couple of Cuban restaurants.
Yeah.
I went there. Another education. There's some fucking nice people.
Comedy Wood. That's what it was.
Comedy Wood. And here's the deal. They had 2 different clubs.
Yeah.
You did 1 week at one club and 1 week at the other club. The 1 week you lived on top of the club and you shared a room with somebody else. Somebody had a door. I mean, the door you could blow on. Yeah. I know it didn't matter. You were not safe at all. Yeah. Then the second week when you went there, you stayed with his cousin's house. And basically,
Big, tall cousin. This
kept the
big,
cousin.
looked like a mobster.
Everything he did for him. He drove with us.
Yeah.
So every night he knocked on the door. Hey, I got one here that's half alive. I'll give you this for $40. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on. It was real. You know, when you're a comic, man, it's so surreal, the shit that you both on top of the road. Yeah. And at one point, you're like, I'm too old for this shit. I can't do this no more. You know, now I was the last 20 years I was fine. It was what I was doing on the road till 2005, 2006. That I think about now. I'm like, I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it, especially now because there's no real bad comics on the road. Yeah, there's no comics that get fucked up. Now, not like the old days. We used to have fucked. People are drinking. People are getting drunk on stage. People are pissing themselves on stage. You know, it's a different fucking animal. Yeah, dog. I used to the guy's name is Kibadata. He pissed himself in Las Vegas. Yeah,
Really drunk?
he was fucked up to the gills, coked up. You pee your pants on coke, you don't think that's gonna coke, bro.
He didn't feel it. He didn't know he was being himself.
No.
Larry Horowitz shit himself. He took some egg salad from this first gig. They did this gig. He was, can I take some of the egg salad? Whatever you want. Takes it, leaves it in the back of the car. They drive all day in the hot sun beating down on this egg salad. Gets to the next gig. He goes, make that egg salad. You want it? I said, no, I'm doing the sub. I'll take it. Fucking pussy. Eats this whole thing of egg salad. The other guy does the MCs for about 20. Larry Horowitz goes up. Blazer comic. You know, Blazer, Jewish guy. He has this big actor where he fills his face up. He's like a tomato about the roast. Goes into that bit. Shits himself from the egg salad. And he goes, oh, and the people in the front row are going, what the fuck? And he goes, I'll be right back. And the host comes up on stage. So cover me. All right, everybody. Larry just took a step out. Where did you say you're from again? Goes into that. Larry comes back. Doesn't have a change of clothes. Takes his blazer razor off, wraps it around his waist, comes back up. All right, everybody. Goes into the closer, finishes up. He's like, thank you so much for coming out. And he leaves. He shit his pants. And it's like an urban legend in Canada. And they go, what's the lesson of the story? You want to be like, don't steal egg salad. Don't eat hot egg salad. The lesson of the story is always do your time. Always do it. You still have 5 minutes left. You go up and you finish that 5 minutes. Don't leave the other guy hanging out to dry. I had that early on. You know when you get that first 15 minutes? Yeah. Some guy took me on the road. Great guy. Great guy. But he was a loser. One night, I had already done that. He told me that I asked him, you know what, somebody said, you got out of there? Yeah, you got 15. Yeah. Okay. And that's if you remember something good. You got 15. They're watching you. They're going to pay you $50 for that. Dog, I went there, poured my heart out. It took me 20 minutes. It was great. He went up there, second shot. Fucking tanked. 10 minutes in, he's like, Joey, come up here. And he fucking went to the bathroom. He puked. He peed. Had him up there, do 15 away. And I thought there was no shit out. But you understand me? I mean, that's the painful shit. Yeah. That's the shit that you remember. That's what people look at you and they go, well, you got love you. I got love. Let me take care of it. Where a guy called me back, where I had no fucking material as it was, okay? I was like, I at the life, and I got him. I was very happy, but then 10 minutes in, he's like, yo, come on stage, come for me. I was up there fucking 13 in the dark. You sweat. No idea what fear is. Oh, you say you're saying shit about. When you feel it, places you've never felt sweat before, then you start to panic. That's the panic button right there. Then you gotta breathe it out. Make sure you remember something good. It's fucking crazy. A life of the stand-up motherfuckers. I forgot all about that type of shit.
You used to tease me. You used to be like, I'm not gonna give you the light. I'm not gonna let you make it to 45 when I had.
Why not? That's the only way you learn. Oh my God. You know, one of the biggest lessons I ever had with a stand-up was my dog, Jimmy Bay. I remember living here and going, this is too much work. I gotta fucking bring 5 people. Jimmy Bay has got rooms all over the place. He was a Mexican hustler. He had bars, taco places, fucking Red Robins. It didn't matter. He made everybody get the coffee shop. Some places didn't work. He had a pool table. They were like, there's a nugget game on. I can get one. You know, and I get it. And fucking, he had a room with me. He would call me on Sunday. And go Tuesday. Wednesday was a room here. I can't get you paid. I give you 15 minutes. Yeah. Thursday. One of those people. Yeah, I know. I grew up with that. And fucking, yeah. You struggle. Oh, I tell you, how you had this stretch. This is very interesting. Because I bet some of these other people call me those people. He was a good look. He was 1993. He was a kid. I was a kid. You know, I was 30. And 94, I was 31 years old. And, you know, these bars had women. And one night he made me go up on stage. And he goes, 2 18 minutes. If you panic, let me know how I work with you. And he was supposed to give me the light. What happened was he got in the car with some girl. He started making out with his rock speed. He forgot. I'm up there throwing deep because I'm not conscious of the time. Do you follow me? I was having such a good time. And thank God I went up there and riffed for 15 or 20 minutes. Because then I started to panic. And then I go, okay, but at least I got my integrity to sit back. Yeah. And finally I saw the light. And I got up with Jimmy. What the fuck have you been? He goes, Joey, I've been for 3 minutes. And I look in my head blowing up. He told me about 43 minutes. I barely have 18. You just took 43 minutes. I was looking at my fucking clock. In those days, you had the tape recorder and the fucking stopwatch for the fucking, nobody had phones. Nobody had fucking none of that shit. Nope. We were death. Yeah. Death. You know, and it's crazy. We didn't talk about this shit. You know, I had the opportunity Saturday night. Talked up this time. And it was great. It was a great honor. I had a great time. You know, I was loose. I was nervous for all that. Listen, it wasn't 2020 Joey Beers, but I still got those bottles left. You know what I'm saying? And it's so weird. We asked me when I came in, how was it? I'm very happy I had the opportunity to do it, but being up on that stage, it reminded me of that comedy club you did like in the 6th year of comedy. And you got there, it wasn't a stage, it was a ping pong table. And you were basically on top of the audience, kind of weird. It took me right back to that. And when I was out there, I didn't see anything. All I saw was this. I just saw this. And this was what got me through. If I would have looked at this, I would have shit my fucking pants. When I looked up, I can't see. So it doesn't matter. All I see is like a city. That's all I see up there. Seriously, I don't see nothing. I just see a fucking city up there, you know. But it took me back to the importance of doing shitty movies. Like that's all I can think about. It's leading all of us. How important it is that, yeah, it's great to do improv. Steve is a few friends. But I respect dudes that still go to the dungeon twice a week and work it out. Because that's the only way you get better. Anybody can go to whatever family club, but if they walk in, they're already mentally prepared that they're gonna laugh. I want you to go to a bar, to the back room, you know, you see a guy giving a chick giving a guy a hand job under the table, and I've done all these rooms. I know you have. And it's crazy how you gotta keep doing it to stay really sharp, to remind you the piece of shit that you are. Yeah. Like that's when you fucking walk out and go, next time I cash a check, I'm gonna put a mask on, because I'm a fraud. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a fraud. Then, you know, because that's what that mentality does to you. And for me, I always had Rich. I spoke to Rich Voss today. So he talked to Felipe. He used to, whatever. He goes, Felipe's at the second. He's not going to phone. We were talking. I go, you know, Felipe, he's one of those guys that gave me $80 a week. That's $320 a month, right? You're like, Joe, I'll do $320 a month just for fucking like your cigarette. No. Felipe, this is $40, $40. $40. Also, you know what I'm saying? Wait a second. This is a little fucked up here. But then at 20 bucks at Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you showed up, they give you a burrito for $40. That started the night off. We should go at 25 in the back of Coke. Gasoline money to get you back to the comedy store. And you still at rubber stops. Like I learned, I cut my teeth on the Mexican. Yeah. Get 2 tacos, do 15 minutes, and then do 25. And on the way back to the comedy store, it just makes stops. It was like picking up little envelopes. 25 here, 35 there, but at the end of the night, I'm back at the store with a buck and a quarter. That's fucking big, 5 nights a week. Fridays, no. Saturdays, you gotta work on your own. These motherfuckers, they were such hustlers. They had all those rooms that you gotta work in the dungeon. You're fired. It's spotty, they're drunk, you know, and you gotta work yourself out. That's real work. And that's what I always think about. I gotta get myself on those. I gotta get involved in those. You might get it if you can. Yeah. Chicken wings, coins. I had everything thrown at me. It's funny for me now, like I'm in my 8th year, so like now I'm just starting to like. The first time I was in those rooms, it like I would like not do well, but now I'm seeing like that I'm doing better, like and that those rooms have like helped in like a heck of a situations at like clubs. It's like I mean, Nick is here, and I just said it. I was kind of stealing one of Joey's lines, but at Parks, like a huge show for me, 1,500 people. I had my fly down on a screen the size of the Madison Square Garden, and this woman said, like, pointed it out, and apparently I said, I'm gonna leave it. I thought I just said I'm gonna leave it down. Nick said I'm gonna leave it down, bitch. And I did. I left it down the whole set, and it got up in that. But it was like, it's crazy how I guess those like the hard rooms give you confidence. Like, so it's I don't know. Doing the hard rooms, working out with a laser guys. That's what I compare. Yeah. If you do 3 hard rooms tonight, you go 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3. You know what I'm saying? Like the other people are drunk. There's a lot of variables in those rooms. There's people shooting pool. There's people that get a package.
These people are there to cheeseburgers. People are there to watch weather of the season. Whether it's baseball or college basketball, they're there. Some people are listening. I got 50 people there that want to watch college basketball. Sorry, I can't turn it on.
Yeah.
You got to fight for that. And you go up there and start fucking around, and next thing you know, or you go up there, you got to go to a different mindset. If they're eating, and I'm going up there cold, all I want them to acknowledge. I'm not even going for a laugh. I just want them to eat their steak and look up and look. And get back to the steak. If I get them to do that, I already won this. Next week, when I can get them to eat, look at me, and breathe. And go, what is this guy talking about? By the third week, it's the same month. Tuesday nights at the house and see with the same people. They gave you $15.95. Yeah, they gave you a prime rib and a potato and a fucking thing of that dirty shrimp in both. A little broke up in. So I love that place. That place, all we had to do come here because I had to go out in front of the same people. So every week I had to come up with 7 minutes. 7 minutes I had to come up with. I would stay up all night Monday. Monday night I wouldn't even sleep. Tuesday afternoon I would stay up and go do that show. That's how important it was to me. They give me 100 hours a week. I did that job for 16 months. And I pushed the fucking manager to the bookshop. Because I had enough of that concept.
I did 5 the other night. Saturday night, 5. First 4, just ripping, rolling, going, what am I doing in these clubs? I should be big time. Then, 5th set comes up. The host sucks. He goes, go up there and wake him up. I go, that was your job. So I go up there. Yeah, they don't know what comedy. I'm doing shit that kills out of the gate, just staring at me like I just fingered one of the daughters, you know? Just looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy saying? And there's a brother over there just on his phone the whole time. I go, what are you doing? He's just going to stay on your phone the whole time? He goes, no, just keeps going on his phone. There's 2 girls are ripping in there kind of gay. What's your problem? What's your fucking, why does everything have to be gay? Like, what do you mean? They're laughing whenever you do gay jokes. They're laughing. I'm like, yeah, it's the world now. It's gay. Did you not catch wind of that?
How you know that, man? Can you hear me? Did you find out about me and Boy Scout? Just that's all I care about. Yes or no? It's cool. Enjoy your doing it.
Some guy goes, that's true. My brother's trans. And just yells it out. And then all of a sudden, the brother is on the phone. And he goes, yo, man, ask if the brother got a pussy. And I go, your brother got a pussy? He goes, yeah. Brother got a pussy. He goes, yo, man. And he puts his phone away and he gets into the show 13 minutes in. Ask him what the pussy tastes like. I go, what's your brother's pussy taste like? He goes, I don't know. And then everybody comes together off this guy that hated me.
It's a show.
Then you think it's going to maybe turn into a fight, and then all of a sudden it comes around.
No, that's what people are.
Yeah.
That's what people are.
Yep.
They leave that go, man, that way, you didn't do it. No, you didn't do it, Joe. You got this for 45 minutes, she's banging. You didn't do it, Joe. You got off there and go, ooh. Wow, that was fucking amazing.
And he was trying to survive up there. He's just trying to turn him.
You got some dates coming up?
What do I got? I'll be in Florida at some point. Key West. I don't go nowhere good, man. It's going to be Florida. Coming to Key West. I'm going to be doing that Marco Island place. What's it? The captain guy that wears a suit. What's his name? Captain Ryan. Captain Ryan. Off the hook in Naples. I'm going to be there. And then I'm around New York City all the time. And I'm on Jimmy Fallon at Fox News Saturday nights.
And I was there for what did you do? That's it? Wow.
Fox News.
Jimmy Fallon, you're Fox. Regular there.
I watch this all the time. Yeah, like the Fox News.
What's up with you, Lisa? Where are you at this week, by the way?
Doing some fishing at the New York Comic Club in Stamford with Josh Means. Very excited.
This weekend?
Yes.
Keep an eye out for Lisa. He's making moves. He used to be the director from Israel, now he's making it happen from other countries. congratulate him. I want to congratulate him. Like, I'm doing the dojo next Wednesday. Wednesday. This week, it's Tuesday. Wednesday is the second times 7 plus 7. That's 9. April 9th. And we're still doing Moon Power. That's that, guys. I'm happy that he came on today. Different flavor. We got a nice New York young, nice comic. We got the other Jewish flavor over there. Lee Sayat. Look at that.
So funny. The other Jewish flavor.
That's the other Jewish flavor.
No, there's the other one. Mine is an old one.
Relax. It's a joke.
Relax.
By the way,
If you're out there just listening to the podcast, you picture a Jew, draw a picture of a Jew. It's okay. It's gonna look more like me than it looks like Aaron.
Yeah,
I've died. There's no Jew that looks like
he
Aaron.
looks like Nazi propaganda.
I really do.
he looks like fucking guy that sits on a plane. The rapper.
He looks like he should have his fingers.
Yeah, around mushrooms. Last time I saw you, I was doing mushrooms. I looked at you at one point. I'm like, what's DJ Khalid doing there? That's
All I do is fin.
I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Tip top Magoo. Don't forget, Blue Chew to keep that little helmet strong. And boom, fire with the tremendous flavors. They got every different color, every fun. And listen, they taste good and they take you where you need to go. And that's Uncle Joey Deal. I'm laying on you right now. Stay black. Have a great week. And that's it. Support my man, Aaron Berg, and my other little brother over there, Lee Sayat. And I'm Joe Diaz, the old goat in the room, but I love you. Stay black and then stay black and have a great week. Hey, good morning. Uncle Joey here. Just want to fill you in. The summer is on the way, and if you need a quick fix for that lip dick, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex. It's all done online to boot. Just consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, bam, you get your prescription in days. Listen, Blue Chew is tremendous. They come in little packages. You can leave in your glove compartment. You bump into a victim, you tell her you got to go to the glove compartment, boom, it's all over the shop. Get your confidence back and get ready to sling some dick like a runaway slave. You understand me? Uncle Joey's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and discover your.
How are you? Good. Taking notes. How'd you find out about me? You're amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to the Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I am essentially a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. Tick, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Great question. It all started during the pandemic. I was hitting golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I was saying I wanted to record my golf swing on camera, and I was making some jokes about the way that I was hitting the ball to the camera. And I thought, my family and my future family may one day think that this is a cool project, or that I'm funny, and it might be a cool project to just upload the data and store it. And I started doing that every day after work. I had a nice little collection, and I decided, you know what, I'm gonna start live streaming it. And then when I realized that I created a YouTube account and I was live streaming, I didn't really like stopping. And I figured, you know what, I could just keep doing this 24/7 and make a go of it and essentially be a real life truman show. So it's essentially like what people in the past would have been as a journaler or a diarist. I'm essentially a blogger or someone who life streams their entire life. I talked about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology like life straws. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Harry Potter Obama's Media was worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the projects that we've done is build wells in Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. But most of all, I want to mainstream, no pun intended, the use of desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So that's what I do. Currently just watching a podcast, Joey Diaz and Lisa Lux, and just chilling. How about you? What's new in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I just saw that you were checking it out. You were streaming it here as well.
Absolutely. I'm live on 18 different streams simultaneously on YouTube alone.
Well, I think it says, I do follow like Instagram, YouTube. Why do you think it's been a while? You really just use phones, you just constantly.
Yeah, phones and Chromebooks and laptops as well. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And if you can keep spreading the word, I've got over 1,600 people, approaching 1,700 people in this Discord. It's less than a year old. More and more people are finding out about me. Other creators that you find, they have to end their streams. Mine, I never end. I always end going. And I'm always available to you. I talk about things that really I feel are going to change the world, like anti-gravity, antimatter, really cryptocurrency, extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that was essentially brought to fruition, re-brought to fruition. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that by 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is mind-blowing technology. They recently were able to de-extinct the dire wolf. They want to reintroduce the Australian tiger, Tasmanian tiger, pardon me, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, followed by the dodo, which I just think is really exciting. And yeah, so frozen glaciers, we have essentially like almost perfectly preserved woolly mammoths, and so you take their hair, get their DNA from the hair, and essentially create a a what I want to say like a zygote that can be implanted into an African elephant, and when the African elephant births the woolly mammoth, and they take the woolly mammoth and take it to its natural habitat, which would be the Turkey. But absolutely, it is absolutely fascinating. You're absolutely right. That's why it's a really long Harry Potter, Obama signed 10 million. The ticker's Bitcoin, it's worth like $50 million right now. And it's very well known on Twitter. I talk about other things that I feel are important and going to help you. So, as I previously said, data is each number one resource. And I have more data archiving me than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday as I'm sitting on this trove, this treasure trove, this gold mine, this petroleum uh, influencer of dating. And so when I go viral, which could be any day now, I'm going to help everybody help me along the way, including you. So what does that mean? I want you to be able to have all your friends, all your families, give them everything that they need. But then I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that benefit not just you, but benefit the world. I talk about some things that are going to benefit you specifically. Now, this is with your consent, but I want to give you the resources to be able to utilize life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies, and perhaps things like ambrosia therapy to get you past the average life expectancy of someone like you of age 80 to age 100, 120. But then eventually you may say, rather than 120 years old, this has been a really great run. I don't want it to end. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, we may be able to utilize technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, find where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and do a computer for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a quote of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. And essentially what I'm saying to you, Pick, is that there may be an opportunity for you of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I've thought about this before. I've heard of so let's see. I don't think I want it because it's I just in my opinion that would just be an idea. Right? I find it interesting because it's good. Like I don't think I understand.
That's okay. Nobody's forcing it on you. That's your decision. And when you see that perhaps other people may try it before you and may have success with it, your mind may change. But in the meantime, I will make your life as good as it can be while you're here on this earth. How's that sound?
That's absolutely good.
Excellent. So with that, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live in quite a few different Discords. I'm the number one streamer all time in Native Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Tyson Matt's Discord, number one streamer all time in Actual Speed's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. Um, I have more social media than any person in global history. We have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kink accounts. So all you have to do is type Rabbi ROTHSCHILD into the search engine, and you're going to find all my social media. So I hope you find that interesting. And most of all, more than any of the technology or the live stream or anything, you should just know that I'm here to help you. I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to be your friend. I'm here to be a positive influence on you. I'm here to have an optimistic outlook, and most of all, I want to give you hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, know that I'm here to help you.
What do you like? What do you like? What do you enjoy?
Sure. I like watching podcasts. That's a big thing. So I like to watch AI podcasts and artificial intelligence podcasts and like computer podcasts. But I also really like stand-up comedy. I just finished doing a marathon of all the Kill Tonys. I'm doing Joey Diaz's question now. After this, I'm going to finish up the Lex Friedman podcast and then the Joe Rogan podcast. I make videos, so and I program robots, and then throughout the day while people come here, we play games. So we'll play the games that we play are mini golf, we play chess, we play things like other basketball that we play, and it's just with quite a few different people. There's bowling. There are some girls who come in here every night and are women, and we play basketball. We play bowling every night before bed. Um, therapy. I answer questions. We learn. Just generally like to keep my mind steady. Cool. So with that, if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you. Please feel free to tell your friends about what I do and who I am. I would love to connect with them as well. And in the meantime, we're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, okay? Excellent.
Options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay, for the church family. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right, motherfuckers, free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 for shipping. That's all I'm asking you. Go get a prescription for this stuff. It'll cost you $2,000, $50,000. You don't need that. $5 for shipping, and you'll be slinging things like the old days. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you savages? It's Tuesday, the 25th of March. That's it. It's a beautiful day to be alive. There's the church New Testament. Let's get this party started, gentlemen. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means. It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers. And once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet, and when you're ready for war, bam, there you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, this is what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you're going to go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. Yo, we're back like a hemorrhoid. What's going on, guys? It's a beautiful week. It's going to be tremendous. We got a guest today, a sensational guest. His name is Myron. That's it. All right. You ever see that Bullets Over Broadway when the guy would call fucking Chaz Palmer? It's just Cheech. But Mr. Cheech, it's just Cheech. That's how it's going to be tonight. This is Myron, a dear friend, family, and as usual, our Jewish friend, Mr. fucking Lee Sayat over there.
Definitely not family.
What's up, my brother?
Good to see you, dude.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. I had a good weekend in Boston. Did a bunch of shows.
That's what I
It
heard.
went awesome.
They called me from the bar. They said it was a nightmare.
The bar was.
Yeah, what the
My
fuck
next
were
show
you
was
thinking?
Saturday. Got canceled, so I went and did. We had just a bar in Dorchester.
Sometimes you go home and hug mom. Sometimes you gotta go home and hug mom.
No, I like it. It's fun. It's funny. I just yell into the abyss.
You're a fucking trip, you know.
Do it. How was your weekend?
My weekend was peaceful. It's something that happened fucking peaked. You know, the bridge broke. You're gonna get a fucking steak. You're there chewing like a fucking, you get
It's a nightmare. You know, they can't even put them into June or some shit.
Till June?
Yeah, because they have to dig it out and remove 2 teeth that are still good. 2 teeth that go to waste, like fucking waste. And they want like 15 grand to fucking do it. And the insurance, they pay for like the towels and anesthesia and like a cleaning. What else? Without these teeth, how am I gonna fucking survive? But anyway, what are you gonna fucking do? You
Go
know,
ahead.
you live, we get stronger, we get better.
We play bowling games on my phone. Yeah. So, hi Rick, how are you? Hope you're good. Excellent. We're just watching podcast. Feel free to enjoy it.
Bad motherfuckers. And don't forget Friday, you can't eat meat. Legs. You know what I'm saying? Remember that. When you're eating that monkey, whatever you want to eat, you gotta give it a pass. Nothing. Fucking gotta sit there with the white cape on. Look up at the sky and wait for Jesus to touch you. Alright, that's enough of the fucking religious moment. What's going on, my brother?
Well, not much.
Great to have you here.
Thank you.
But the reason why I wanted to bring you in is because you have an occupation, one of my favorite occupations of all time, which is being a police officer. You know, I wanted to be an attorney, and then I got 4 years, and that dream went out the window. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes your dream just goes down this shit. So, you know, it's always been fascinating to me, like from a regular Berkeley cop to a Hudson County cop to a, you know, an FBI agent, and then the DEA. You know, and I became in love with all this shit when, believe it or not, when I watched the first year of Narcos. Okay, yeah, I just didn't know that. It was saying when the DEA started, it was in D.C., it was a little office over a strip club that nobody even knew they fucking existed. And they went from, just like we did, they went from a big bus with a pound of weed with some sandals, some hippie dude, maybe had some speed, and then they started getting kilos of coke, and the machine guns came out, and it was so fucking surreal to me. Like, I don't watch all the bullshit stories. I'll just read. I'll just buy a book in Barnes and Nobles, and I'll just read about that whole thing. Even though you came out at night, the shitstorm was a full fucking blast. You had the fucking New York mobsters going off. You had New Jersey mobsters going off. You had tons of drugs coming into this fucking area by the shitload. And then that's when, not really, there was still a couple Quaaludes.
I never did Quaalude.
No, you didn't need to.
We did ecstasy.
You're in the DEA.
Drug Enforcement Administration. Yes,
So
sir.
you telling me you went to Fairleigh Dickinson, run with it.
So I was in Fairleigh Dickinson. First off, I went to Woodbridge High School, so I'm a New Jersey guy. I graduated Woodbridge High back in '83. I played basketball, and I ended up playing basketball at Fairleigh Dickinson. After a year, I said to myself, because we had to be there like a lengthy time during winter and everything, I said it wasn't for me, and I just stuck to my studies. And I was a finance major, believe it or not, and I ended up doing, what I'm about to talk about. So I went from being a finance major to basically being a law enforcement guy. I graduated in 1987 from Fairleigh Dickinson, and then shortly thereafter, I made my way to the DEA. That was, the process started, I believe, in 1990. They had a hiring freeze, so I had to wait. Actually, it started in '88. Excuse me, let me take that back. I ended up getting hired in '90. There was a hiring freeze for like 2 years, so I had to wait. In between then, I worked in a prison, a local accounting jail. So, yeah.
What kind of education was that?
I mean, it was. I tell you what. Once they lock the doors and you're in there with 150 guys, and you don't have any weapons, you don't have any clubs, and to be honest with you, maybe the guy you're working with, you have 2 guys in the pod, you might be like 5'6", maybe 130 pounds, and I was pretty in shape, but you had a lot of people in there, so you had to be on your P's and Q's. You had to watch your back, because there was a lot of fighting going on, a lot of people getting shanked. I remember one little story, and I'll tell it quickly. This white dude came in, and off to the side, I said to him, "Watch your sneakers, because someone's going to take them." Lo and behold, about 3 hours later, I hear, "Oh, boom, boom, boom!" I go upstairs. One of the guys from the pot, took a what do you call it, those mop ringers, and busted them over the head. And I tell you, it was the worst sight. Then when I saw that, I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? I really got to watch because there was like brains on tile. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but the guy was bleeding very badly. And I was like, holy shit, man. Excuse me? Yeah, they took this thing. They took his underwear. They, yeah. But, that was my first major incident. That happened quick. So
Why did you go from a finance like as a I would go to a finance major to avoid doing shit like that, and then why did you switch?
you know what? I mean, I always loved numbers. I mean, to be honest with you, growing up when I was a little kid, my mom used to play blackjack with me, poker, and I was always good at math and stuff. So I said, maybe I'll be like an investment banker. Maybe I'll be an accountant. So as it ended up, as I get out of school, I actually did pretty well in school. I graduated top 10% of my class. To make a long story short, again, I got a job here in Hackensack at United Jersey Bank, which then became Summit Bank, which then became Bank of America. But I lasted like 1 year because I mean the people I was hanging with, like when I went to work, right? I mean it's got to be fun too. You know what I mean? You just can't go to work and like crunch numbers because you go insane.
Yeah, things aren't that fun.
No. I mean it's nice when you get a lollipop when you're young. You smile. If you put your $5 in the kettle.
When you saw the brains on the wall, did you at all think about going back to the bank, or
I thought about doing anything else than what it was, man. Especially because I had nothing on me. You only have your mouth, and like your mouth and like just your instincts. But I did from working inside the jail, you develop a lot of instincts because you can't use anything else but like your brain.
they don't give you anything?
They don't give you a walkie-talkie. You can hit the panic button. By the time I hit the panic button, it take about maybe 5 minutes before anybody can come in, so you're on your own.
Why don't they give you a stick? Not anything?
Because they're afraid that if they gave you any kind of weapon, that somebody would use that against you. And back in the day when I was there, and I'll tell you, it was Middlesex County. I still have, I think, 1 or 2 people still working there. I mean, there was always a lot of people in that jail. So, like, when you came into that particular location, they would put you in depot. And no shit, I think it would probably house like 50 people. But what ended up happening was we had to get all mats to put on the ground because there was so many people breaking the law back then, even now too. But I think they don't allow all those people in a particular pod. But there was like 160 people with 2 officers, like checking it. So like, if something went wrong, to be honest with you, I mean, you're fucked. But I used to play games with them. They loved me. They called me Robo because I would have like talent competitions. No shit. So what I would do is I'd give them the fucking mic, you know what I mean, the PA and shit. And some of the brothers would sing, some other people would dance, and some other people would do like some comedy and shit. And whoever did the best, you know what I mean, we'd actually like vote on it, And I would give them 2 cheeseburgers from the grill. I brought it in, you know what I mean, from the kitchen staff. So that was cool. It kind of gave you a little respect when they knew that all these others taking care of them. But then again, they did probably, do whatever they needed to do to me, if they needed to. So.
I always loved stand-up. But where it came to life was when I got locked up, And you just brought up a memory, like, one of the nights they showed the worst movies. It was in the cafeteria. Showed the worst. PT 109. And those and this is 1988. And they're showing these black and white movies. But every night, every time we had a movie night, the projector. They were those old projectors, old photo projectors. And it would break. I don't know what happened. I think now in my mind I see the guard. He was a chubby dude. Little tan. He wasn't Spanish. He was something else. And he came over to me and he goes, "You look tough as shit in the kitchen. Why don't you get up on stage? Why don't you get up on the table?" And I was like, "I don't know." And then I heard some of the black guys say, "Get him up there."
How old were you then?
I was 25 years old.
Yeah, see, I was there in '88 too. That's when I started.
No, but I was in Colorado.
Oh yeah, that's a little different.
I was in a completely different fucking state. But it always stuck with me. Like, it's like I was just talking to somebody about the confidence I got from doing whatever I was doing on Wednesday nights. It was like 3 months ago.
And I was doing everything. I was a Jamaican. I was the attorney. I was the fucking house attorney. So you got into a beef, I went to see a little judge with you. And we cut a deal. We had to laundry for 8 weeks. You can't eat bread, shit like that. And then I took over pretty much the entertainment.
Yeah,
So
that's a
we,
good thing.
we would go in, but it's really weird that I didn't forget. I knew I only did stand up in there.
Right.
But till you said that you were the guy with the talent contest, I was like, Jesus Christ, God bless people like you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's definitely. I mean, because you get bored in there too. Because what's in there? You got you had like a little TV, like you said. They would do that movie night, and then chow time would come up, and everybody would go nuts because they want their Slim Jims. You know what I mean? And then the meds. All of a sudden you hear meds up, meds up. Everybody would run. Everybody was on fucking meds. So
Sure.
it's just the way it was. And yeah, I remember
Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get commissary.
Yeah, and it came
You
up
go
really
nuts.
back. Yeah.
You take a shower and shit.
Yeah.
Get ready for that motherfucker.
But that was problematic too, because then people would be fucking heisting people's shit. Give me your bag. Now I gotta go over there. Most of the time I just turn the other way and let them handle it. Because most of the time what would happen, to be honest with you, they wouldn't fight because they were scared. Some of them would though, and you knew which ones to stay away from.
I think at lower capacity, like I got 4 years. I was in Boulder. Right when they told me that, when they go, we got overcrowding. You get shipped to Texas or Oklahoma. And I'm like, what? And they're like, sit tight, we'll let you know. And 3 days later, they came down. And they go, what the fuck am I doing? You go to Summit County Jail. Oh, okay. I was like, Summit County? This ain't in Jersey.
I was in New Jersey.
This is Colorado. This is a fucking ski resort.
Oh, shit.
And all of a sudden, I'm in a ski resort. And they're like, I go, where's my prison uniform? They're like, where the fuck you are? And it was maybe 20 people. 20 of us. But it was like 20 of us. And there were like maybe 4 guards. And I thought I was locked up. I was going to a state. I was waiting to go to a state prison. And like the first night, the guy comes to me and goes, Diaz, what do you want? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, what do you want? I go, commissary? He goes, fuck commissary. We go to Safeway. They would go to Safeway.
There you go. You had good.
Oh my God. And cable TV, carpeting. We played handball outside with whatever clothes you had. But I met an interesting dude in there. I had a great story and I read his paperwork. This motherfucker got in trouble. He got caught with 2 kilos of coke. He sold it to the FBI. Forget what his name was, New York City guy. He got in trouble, he got pinched, and part of his deal was to buy 2 kilos with these 2 undercover cops inside. Are you ready for what this motherfucker did? He got a house that he knew was already vacant. He set it up inside with a light. He went in and he dug like a little bath. When he came out, he took the money, the 2 kilos of coke, and he came back to New York for like 8 years.
I mean, the guy that they wanted to.
The feds couldn't find him. They had the whole neighborhood staked out. This motherfucker slipped right through them.
It was the FBI, though, right?
It was the FBI.
Well, he wouldn't have been the DEA.
No, they let him slip right through. He was there because they caught him 8 years later. And now he was looking like 28 fucking years. Tremendous. This was a great program they ran. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's funny because it reminds me of something quick that I'm going to just talk about. And I won't really mention an office, but we have like 19, 20 offices. But there was an office that locked up 2 guys, and let's say this is about maybe like 12, 14 years ago. So what ended up happening was there was a big marathon that most of the agents, and there wasn't many agents in this particular group, that they went to this marathon after they locked the guy up, and they thought somebody was still with the guy taking care of him. So it was a Friday, you know what I mean? So this guy is in one of our lockups, our sub lockups, because what happens is we have a holding tank, and then we'll take you, like if it was Eastern District or Southern District, we take you to Brooklyn or Manhattan. But this guy, for some fucking reason, they forgot that he was there. So this guy stayed in the fucking holding tank, no shit, for 3 days. And nobody was there, so he didn't eat anything, but he was drinking from the toilet bowl. So thank God that, we have the toilet bowl in there. But I tell you what, I mean, a lot of you're laughing and all stuff. The guy had to come away with like $6 million because there was a massive lawsuit. This is legit. This is what happened.
How do you forget what's on that?
That's what we all said. But again, I won't mention the office and it's my own people, but it did happen.
$6 million for fucking toilet water?
Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah, I'd do that too.
Yeah, if I might have my own shit.
I bathe, yeah, that's how I use it as skin cleanser.
Yeah.
Right? You might even hit. People wash themselves with their own feces and try it. You know, Gloria Stefan is doing that.
How long did it take him to start drinking from the toilet?
I mean, I think the guy was a little high too. Fuck you.
Yeah,
They got him in. There was a couple of kilos they got him with. But I think it was like the next day because I think he was still like yelling for people and like like nobody came. He's banging from what he says on the toilet bowl is like metal, so he's banging on it. You know what I mean? Nobody's coming. They're all at a marathon. They're going like in Vegas, right? So I'm talking about the division that's close to Vegas, but sometimes shit happens, man.
So what were your 3 first years in the DA?
Oh Jesus! My first day. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, I came in full of piss and vinegar. I had a nice suit on. So they said, you're going to group D22, So I says, okay. So I go, I meet the guys. They're all laughing at me because I got a suit on. I go, well, it's the first day. He goes, take the suit off, Okay, we're going out tonight. So I go, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, It's like 10 guys, 12 guys to a group. Everybody has their own car. You have your own desk. We're going to the Washington Heights, okay, where the Dominicans are. So I go, let's go, So I go in the car with my senior partner, and I'm riding shotgun. He's talking to me, and we got a deal going. We have 2 of our informants, and they're meeting with some Dominicans, and we got like transmitters going, and everything's, we're watching everything. All of a sudden, the hit signal goes, get out, we got to go get him, So now I get out of the car with my partner, and I was in good shape because I just came to the academy, so I was one of the first ones there. And I got one of the guys that were in the bodega on the ground. Everybody else started scattering because, again, you're in the Heights. They think you're coming for everybody. No shit, there was kilos coming out of the window. You know what I mean? Money and shit. And I'm in the bodega, and we're looking for 2 other guys that escaped. So I left the guy with one of our other guys, and 4 of us went off looking in the streets for this guy. We were going to apartments, and no shit, one of my partners, he was carrying a machine gun. And he goes, take the machine gun. And I go, what do you mean? I never was even trained on a machine gun, even in the academy. We only shot it a couple of times. So I just threw this motherfucker on my back. And I remember when I was running, it was hitting me in the head. I was like, oh, Jesus, I had like lumps on my head. But we ended up not getting the rest of the guys. But the moral of the story, I mean, it was a fun first day. And the thing I vividly remember, so now you make it, right? You go back to the office now, they have you got processing and do all that bullshit, taking pictures. Now I got to stay all night with the guy. You know what I mean? And then in the morning, I got to take the guy to a range. So it was a long day. I think honestly, I probably slept like 20 hours after that, to get my energy back. But it was fun. I was like, wow, this is where I want to be. This is fun. I mean, it's not the bank. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was far cry from the bank. So
what you're telling me is when you rob a bank, it's the best day of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you gotta have that. I love that shit.
The bad if you get bitch slapped.
It's insane.
Yeah. But why did the DEA go and not the cops? Like, why are you going? Are they just bigger people?
I mean, it really depends on, like, you work, like, for instance, in New York. I was always in New York. I had to do a tour in D.C. When you're in New York, there's about 20 groups here, and each group specializes in possibly something. So, like, and then you make your own cases. So, like, I mean, you make cases based on informants. If you don't have informants, you're not going to make cases. But we did make cases, and I'll get to that later, in Brooklyn without informants, and that was difficult. But I mean, once you get your horses, your informants, they're just setting up deals. You can do deals basically every night. I mean, you really don't want it because then you're in jail. Excuse me, you're in jail. You're in court all week long, and you got to do other things. So, I mean, it's not like we're doing bigger cases. We are, but we got to remember one thing too: that the DA has a lot of money. So, in order to make buys, like what I'll get into later on, like if you're with NYPD, the most you're going to do a buy for is like $400-$500. Where I was like giving like 40,000, and let them walk and doing it 2 or 3 times. So, I mean,
how hard is it to convince someone to be an informant? Because I think I could flip immediately.
I
would you do that?
No disrespect. I think you probably
Yeah, I would
2 seconds.
I would offer it immediately. I would but like some people, like they act like they're not going to do it. Was it hard to flip people?
Not really, because what I mean, let's just take for instance, like in the Heights, when we worked the Heights, right? We would do crack cases. So it was mandatory sentencing federal guidelines. Where if we got over 50 grams of crack, you're definitely doing 10 years. That's a long tour. You know what I mean? So the Dominicans, to be honest with you, because they didn't speak much English back then, they didn't really know what the fuck was going on. So you bring them back to cell blocks, they wouldn't talk, right? And they wouldn't talk, and they just like, you know what I mean? And I just say, you know, we all, my group would say, let's just take them down, we're tired. 3-4 days later, they'd be crying. You know, now all of a sudden they're speaking fucking English. You know what I mean? To the attorneys, can you get me out of here? You know what I mean? I go, well, your time might be lost because, like, people know you're in jail now. But to be honest with you, I was always a decent guy when people, you know, cooperated because I think people make mistakes. You know what I mean? And if you make a mistake, you know what I mean? Instead of doing 10 years, perhaps, you know, with the judge's approval and some letters written to attorneys and stuff, maybe they'll do like 5 or 6, or sometimes maybe they'll do like 0. Like, you know, depending on what the circumstances are. So,
And can you copy an informant? Just an informant for
we let you know when you stop.
More like I'm here.
You got shot in the head.
No, I mean, and you know what?
That come to the funeral. His son was a great informant.
Next time I did a great job, you know.
He did a great job.
But you know what? Yeah, I mean, some people, to be honest with you, I had people that just came in that just wanted to be an informant. Let's just say you were doing a money case, okay? Meaning like, you're looking for like $1 million. You're looking to do a reverse on somebody. Instead of buying cocaine, you're saying you have cocaine, you have heroin, right? If somebody shows up, let's just say with you know 200,000 and stuff, okay, and we come and we lock you up, you know, federally, I mean, it's a conspiracy. You're still going to get hit for, you know, what you were negotiating for. But what ends up happening is we collect the money. Now, if the informant was not a defendant informant, we would put in for 25% of that cut. So, for instance, I would cut a check, not me personally, but it would come from headquarters. Maybe 6 months later, that person might get like 60, 70,000. And let's just say you're doing $1 million. Let's say you're doing. I had informants that made more money than probably my whole group. And you know what? It was like, we'd be like, motherfucker, maybe I should just stop and become an informant because here I am, not making peanuts, but you know, these guys are making real money. You know, so
I didn't know they got paid that way. That's pretty cool.
yeah, you could put it in for 25%. Like I said, some guys would just walk in and say, hey, I know somebody who's got money, and you take it from there, and we're not going to turn them down. So, you know, it was fun. I tell you what, it was a blast, man. I wish I was back there. You know, I mean, still doing it, but I tell you, the commute for me, I'm talking about silly shit now, but the commute was horrible because I lived down south, you know what I mean? So every day you'd have to make that trek down. And it would, you know, sometimes, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, you're looking like with the fucking Holland tunnels jammed up. And I'm like saying to myself, what are you doing, waxing the fucking tiles again? You know, it's like you never got home, you know? It was hard, especially if you have kids. So.
Now, before you started making buys and all that stuff, did they actually train you?
I mean, you really can't train someone to make a buy. I mean, we had like undercover classes, I mean, which is silly over at the academy. Most of the people, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to tap myself on the back or whatever, but for a white guy, I did a lot of undercover, you know, and I enjoyed it because I don't mind getting in front of people and talking if I don't know them. If I do know them, I don't give a shit if I make a fool out of myself, you know, and a lot of people ask me to do undercover for the cases, so I did a lot, you know what I mean? And that was fun. That was the best part of the job for me, doing undercover. I frankly didn't like doing surveillance because, you know, you'd have to sit on somebody for 10 hours. You might not see shit. You know, maybe hear a dog barking in the place, or maybe the guy finally leaves his house, but he goes to Burger King and goes back. You know, but you need the surveillance. You know, you gotta keep eyes on these guys to see, you know, what they're doing, who they're meeting with, and a lot of these guys are night owls. So I mean, a lot of times you gotta stay there a long time. You just don't leave. You know what I mean? You gotta leave when the boss says go. And if you had a good boss, sometimes they let you go a little early, but you know.
I'm happy married with that job.
It was rough. I gave my wife, obviously, you know, Denise, I mean, a lot of credit because we had 2 sons and, you know, they were in school and she had to do everything. And, you know, by the time I got home, I tell you, she had, you know, food on the table. You know, even if I came home late. So, and then the kids would be in bed. So I missed a lot of the kids, different things that they were doing with sports or with school functions, their friends. I missed all that. And that's hard, So,
Which is crazy because for years, as George knows, I'm a Miami Vice fan.
yeah.
Like so was everybody else my age at the time. And I remember like guys going to buy 10 kilos and not doing a line of coke.
Yeah.
Like just looking at it with a tube. Yeah, you give me the money. And the guy would look at me like, bitch, I gotta see you do something. Like that's always been my thing. Like, and then I got locked up. And it's a federal case.
Okay.
So they arrested me for like 3 hours. They put me in a federal pen in Boulder. But I was in there with some dude who I'd never seen before. He was dressed like he was going to a Michael Jackson party. But this mother had like a tuxedo on. The tuxedo was loose. Like Elvis, I looked at Elvis, but like Tom Jones, he would let the tuxedo top on. That was beautiful, sharp hair, loosed up. You could tell he had done coke for like 4 days. And we started talking. I go, what happened? And he's like, no, this is the wildest thing. And we just started talking. And he said that he went on a trip with a girl and another couple. And on the way back, that guy was a fucking undercover fan. And he goes, he was doing coke with me line for line. And I'm like,
yeah, it was bullshit.
But then you watch a movie like Rush. You see it.
I try not to watch it, but I tell you what, I enjoy Narcos and stuff like that. You know that Narcos, that movie with
the guitar player, the crazy piano player. He did shit. George, he was a piano player in that band that does the other brothers. Did you ever see that movie?
I probably did, but it's not coming to me right now.
It's a movie about he's like a kingpin somewhere, but the moral of the story is Jason Patrick, Jackie Gleason's grandson, and the pretty girl from Fast Times. Oh yeah, undercover agents, but their boss is Sam, whatever his name is, and he just tells them, you gotta get high with these people. And these guys go off the fucking deep end, and then they go to rehab. By the time they go to court, they look like Johnny Marucci. There's no blood test. It's positive. They shave their head. I don't know. Have you heard this shit? It's just jailhouse bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it is probably a story, but like when I was doing my things or anybody does their things, if you're dealing with like legit businessmen, because you might be thinking about maybe some nuts on the street, you know what I mean, some kids or some, but with the DEA, most of the times what we were dealing with normally, I mean, you'd have to start low sometimes. You're talking, these are businessmen, Colombians, you know what I mean, Mexicans now, right? Whether it be the Italians. So, I mean, these guys ain't really doing this shit. So, like, when I was posing and doing some of my things and stuff, I mean, nobody would even ask me that. And I met some pretty top-heavy people. And, you know what, I would just be like, if they asked me, I'd be like, get the fuck, I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? I just make money off it. I mean, that shit crazy. So, could be stories. I know, with the DEA, that doesn't go down at all. But again, it depends on who you're working with. Like, I would never go, although I have done this, I'm not supposed to go in people's houses and stuff like that, in apartments or nightclubs and shit. I've done that on a lot of occasions. Yeah, but they don't want you going in because that surveillance doesn't see you. I mean, I have a story. I have so many different stories.
On the way home, there's a pub, where people hang out. Where you stop and get a drink. She was going out in your neighborhood. I thought it was like that.
No, I'm talking about like if I'm going even to go make a buy and shit. I mean, there was times that, I would go, to be honest with you, I have a drink or two before I go and make a buy. And, I'll tell you, I'll give you one quick story. I don't know how it's going to come out. My memory's a little shot, but one of the guys from DEA was working this guy. He was a Russian guy. He was a big motherfucker, about 6'5", 300. And I didn't know him from Adam, nor did the DEA agent that had the case, but apparently he killed the cop in Queens, so they're like, hey, man, I'm like, what? You think you could try to meet this guy? I'm like, do you have an informant? No. You have a phone number? I got a phone number. So
I ended up calling the guy, and we just had a man. We said, fuck it, he's going to try it. Forgot the guy's name. I believe it might have been Steve or whatever, but he was a Russian kid. He didn't speak full English. And I'm like, I call up, I go, hey, man, I know you somebody from somewhere, and, you know what I mean? I know you're over at it was the Limelight with Pete Gage and stuff. Because to be honest with you, our office was right across the street, so we would watch it a lot. And he ended up wanting to meet me based on, I don't know what the fuck I said, but we ended up meeting. But again, to make a long story short, he wanted to meet in an area maybe it was about 6 blocks away. And I got there early with my surveillance team. And I said, man, I'm here early, I'm by myself. And I'm like, I'm a little nervous too, because he's a big guy, he might have killed this cop. And it was a big story back in the day. The cop in Queens they come up to the car and they pull the trigger and they put one in his head. And so I got there early and I'm like, fuck, I'm looking around for a bar or something, So I see one and I go over to the bar. Now everyone's watching, I didn't give a shit, my surveillance. I go to try to get the door, the guy goes, you can't come in here. I go, what do you mean? I said, I want to get a fucking drink. He goes, you're not allowed in here. I'm shaking my head and I go, why, I'm looking around though and I'm seeing something a little peculiar, you know what I mean? Because there was nothing but guys in here, So what ended up happening was now the guy calls me and says, are you here? I go, yeah, I'm here. He goes, where are you? I go, well, I'm by this bar. I go, but I can't get in. He goes, I'm inside the bar. I go, really? He goes, try to come in now. So I go back, they let me in. It was a gay place, you know what I mean? With all guys in there. I mean, it was crazy shit going on. I can't even recall because I was like a little nervous to meet this guy, and he was big. He met me at the door. He went through everybody, but there was guys on the bar, like, shaking, everyone's drinking shots, they're all dancing, bumping into each other. All of a sudden, he goes, come on downstairs. Now, there's all marble going down these stairs, and I'm going to myself, motherfucking Myron, I'm saying to myself, you're by yourself, man. I gotta go. I'm fucking ready in here, So I follow him down there, and I stop at the end of the stairs. Now, he goes in the urinal, you know what I mean? And this guy's huge. I don't know how he got the fuck in there, because you got to squeeze in there. He was like Superman. And he's in there. Now I'm a little nervous, I don't normally get nervous like that. He opens the door and he goes, come on in. Now, we're in a game joint, and I'm not trying to pick on it, but I'm thinking, what's this guy going to do? Is he going to do something to me in there, whatever? I'm just thinking crazy thoughts, So I go in there, and he goes, you got the money? I go, yeah, we got the money. He goes, the stuff's underneath the toilet. I look at him, and I go, I'm not fucking bending down to get that shit. I go get that shit and give it to me like a fucking man, you know what I mean? But he was nervous, too. I was nervous. We ended up doing the deal. Is the moral of the story, you know what I mean? When I came back out and I went back to the office, everybody was pissed at me because I went inside, but I did the job. But again, those are the kind of things you don't want to do because a couple of our other agents, like namely, and I'll mention one that I had a case, was Everett Hatcher. I don't know if you all remember Everett Hatcher from Staten Island. Gus Faraci was going bananas there in Staten Island. There was a movie made about it. Actually, Tony Danza played Gus Faraci, and he was out of control, and he killed our guy, Everett Hatcher, was doing undercover, and something happened. I don't want to get into it, but the guys lost him, and he ended up getting killed. And basically, what happened after that, which was obviously very sad, to see somebody getting taken out like that, and that somebody could actually do something like that with drugs. But I guess Faraci was just nuts, you know what I mean? So what ended up happening for like a good 6 months after that, we rode him, all the guys, the Italian guys, every fucking family, broke down their games, did everything until somebody, came up with where this guy's at, Faraci. I don't know if you saw the movie. I mean, Tony Danza played him. I think it was Tony Danza. He plays all those movies. He was in another one of ours that Mob Over Miami was another movie that was made about that Chris Luzzat's kid who was dating Madonna. But he had issues that nobody knew. He opened up a club in Lauderdale. It was Club Liquid. I mean, it was one of the biggest clubs. Boy, he was yeah.
I went there once to get me a cock ring. On a Monday night, I went there.
There you go.
With some people from the improv. I was in shock. I didn't even know what a cock ring was. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. I was like 40 years old. I had no idea. That's how big they took it. Let me tell you how hot the club was. On Monday nights, it was very tough. You got a plane ticket out of Newark or LaGuardia to go to Miami.
And
That was that's hot.
I mean, now even today, that's hot. I mean, Miami's hotter than Vegas. I mean, it's unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, that's a whole
Where
bunch
is Chris Ludwig now? Let's get to it. The last I heard, he had a pizza place here 2 miles from me.
He might. I mean, like I said,
Yeah, he opened up 2 restaurants there. Yeah, he came Lucy babies. But everybody forgot.
I know. Sophia forgot. Yeah, but then you know who was also in that mix was Sandra Bernhardt. They were all, that was, back in the day, obviously Madonna was the shit, And this kid, I think, you know what, and the reason I know this because what ended up happening is we did a lot of cases, and sometimes when you do too many, when you give cases away, I had given that particular case away to another guy who worked it, but I still wasn't involved with it. But he was like 23, 24 years old. He was running Miami. I mean, and he had a lot of people behind him, that were mob guys. But he was a tough kid. You know what I mean? He was hurting people in his clubs. You know what I mean? They disrespected him, and he did get a lot of respect there until what ended up happening was his history came back on him. And that was he did a pushing job in Staten Island with this other kid. Which well, I mean, I better tell you, I didn't give up names. There was one kid. It was actually all three of them were there. I think Paciello, then he changed his name to Ludwigson because I guess he broke off from his father. I mean, he was with another kid by the name of Reynolds, and so it was Tommy Reynolds, and then there was somebody else. Again, I had dropped that kid out of jail. Yeah. But they did, a decent amount of time, and I tell you, it was hard with these kids. I mean, they're not going to do it because it's that hard because they thought there was like, I think, 300,000 in a fucking cereal box, whatever it may be. And the lady come to the door, and her husband was behind her, and the kid Reynolds just come boom and shot him, Jesus. And so that's what came back to him, where he would have been gold there in Miami, but he had to do his time, and I think he ended up doing 16 years maybe, or I'm not actually sure, you know what I mean? Because I didn't follow. Again, you can't quote me on some of these things, even some of the names sometimes because it's been a little while, but yeah, you know.
Did anything like that happen when you were undercover, like an unplugged gun? Like, what do you do in that situation?
Well, thank God nobody ever pulled a gun, like I said, because I never would have a gun on me. Because when I worked a lot of these mob guys, and I worked some older guys from the French Connection day, and that's when I was getting that, giving $40,000 and letting it pass. I let it walk 3 times. That's how much the bosses loved this case because we got involved with some good people. But when I started meeting these guys, and I'll mention, and this guy he did more time in Connecticut. I think he just got out again. After we locked him up, he got out. He just likes to be in jail, I guess. I guess he likes the commissary, the sanctions and shit. But, I was meeting a guy by the name of Frankie Catino. He was an old fucking guy. And I would meet him at a place called La Maginette over in the city, which was on like 53rd and 2nd Avenue. And I tell you, that was a fun case because I'm kind of losing myself here because this case initially was handed to us through an informant from Jersey, actually. And I'll say he's dead now. Joey Eppolito was the informant, and I got to give props to my partners and the case agents on this. On all these cases I'm talking about, one is Eric Stanley, and the other one is Robert Prisioneri. We're great agents, and we did a lot of things. But I was meeting this guy at this La Maginette, and like they would pat you down, by the way. So if you had a gun on you and shit, you know what I mean? It wasn't working. They would pat you down for wires. And I remember I used to bring a whole lot of cash into La Maginette, and I felt like a kid because I really didn't have that money, but I was taking it from the government, So I remember the bartender. She was a good-looking girl, you know what I mean? And she liked when I come in because I'd say champagne, boom, boom, get this guy this, whatever, and I'd always give her a good tip. But that's when I first, started meeting, we call him Herbie, Frank Catino, in La Maginette, and that was a big case. There's something, he was involved with the French Connection Day. You remember the French Connection? Back in the 70s, where that was the boys from Pleasantville Avenue. Okay, Elvis Presley sung about that, right? What was the name of that song? The Purple Gang. You know what I mean? So that was fun because I was meeting with 3 or 4 guys at that time, and that case took about a year, and it all came from that one informant who now, unfortunately, I mean, he ended up, to be honest with you, he was a really good guy. I mean, he just made some mistakes, and he was involved with O.J. Simpson, and back in the day, um, that's how popular this guy was. He was a very charismatic person, and his father was big involved too. His father was Joey, and Joey was a big marijuana coke guy. So he's the one. I had to actually meet his brother while Joey was in jail. I met his brother in Point Pleasant for like a weekend to go over our game plan because I had to remember like all these people because I was supposed to be like Joey's like guy, that took over. So I was spending a lot of time with them, and they set me free for like a year and a half. We went up on a lot of wires. We locked up a lot of people. Rabbi was a Larry, and he did an outstanding job. And we actually got into the heroin was coming from China. And there's a big difference between heroin. There was Afghani heroin, there's all kind of crazy heroin, right? There's hillbilly heroin. But the shit from China, man, when he brought that shit to me, we always met a lot of that. I'd say to him, hey Herbie, I go, you got it, right? Because we'd be sitting and having some pasta and shit, like on a little table outside, and I vividly remember I could smell the heroin. That's how strong it was. And I give him the 40,000, he give me the fucking brick, and we go. And that was that. And we did that for a year. I made 3 or 4 buys of them. So we spent the loan just in money, do the multiplication, 4 times 4, it's 160,000, right? But we ended up getting good players. Again, I can go into a lot of other names and stuff that maybe you don't know or maybe you don't, but they were like, this guy was related to like captains from the KZ family, and a lot of high people. So, yeah.
It's crazy how many of those guys make millions of dollars.
Well, this guy, yeah, but you know what? The funny fucking thing about it is this guy Herbie, he looked like, honestly, he looked like Mr. fucking Bethune. He was skinny, he had no fucking hair, he hardly had a car. So, like, for instance, he had the juice enough to get the heroin, but these guys like that, like, and you'll see a lot of guys, like, they don't really have the money. They're not really businessmen, so this guy would do whatever he can to, to make a dollar, and I don't know what his cut was when he took off the end, but then again, on another occasion, he loved the fact because I was fucking whining, then I bought a warm-up suit, I gave him a case of fucking this, and it all went together where it gave you like kind of credibility, So that was fun. That was one of my, I don't want to say best undercovers with, but it was like just fun to do because I didn't have to go to the office. My one big boss, that you can wear sweats, you can wear shorts. I made phone calls from around my house now, because they knew I was from New Jersey, so that was cool.
Do you ever have to be careful, like, not going to that area of the city when you were just off, so like they wouldn't recognize you, or that wasn't something you worried about?
I really wasn't worried about it, but one thing that happened, and it's a good thing that you brought this up, because again, my mind is all over the place. The thing that happened in this case, okay, is when this thing fucking went down, we locked up about 20-something people, okay? And what happened was, the undercover's not allowed to be there for the takedown, obviously, because they don't want to see, like, I called myself Chuck, by the way. You know what I mean? I was doing undercover. So what ended up happening, they did the takedown. And during the takedown, afterwards, I came into cell phones. And they were trying to figure out what the fuck happened, And all of a sudden, Herbie saw me. And they overheard, like, someone say, hey, Myron, come here. Herbie goes like this, I can't believe I got beat by a fucking guy by the name of Myron. And I looked at Herbie because I had promised Herbie, I said, Herbie, in a week or so, Stones around, I got fucking tickets, we're going to go. I said, well, you know what, fucking Herbie, you ain't going to the fucking Stones concert either. Yeah, but, those were the kind of guys, like, we locked up, like, a lot of the older guys, they didn't really give a shit. They didn't mind doing time. You know what I mean? It was like, like they go play probably fucking dominoes or something. But then again, I just found out with Coutinho, I'm looking through some articles, he got out after doing 10 years with us. He went right fucking back in, like a year later. He got caught in Connecticut. He had a lot of ties to the KZs in Connecticut. One of them was like this guy, Anthony Bawat. He was well known. He was just, one of the captains and stuff. They were involved with Jesus Gas Pipe. Gas Pipe. He wanted to blow up fucking MTC. He wanted to escape there. He was going to do it. You know what I mean? So you can't make this shit up. I mean, when you're on a wiretap, and a lot of times I would be listening, like the first wire we did, which I didn't even get into. I mean, the shit that these motherfuckers say on the phone. I mean, you just gotta laugh, because they're saying, shh, shh, don't talk, you know what I mean? But yet they're fucking telling you everything.
Yeah.
And I'm laughing. And back in the day, I mean, nowadays the kids have, and I call them kids because they are, the agents have everything computerized. Back in the day, I'd be on 4 fucking phones with our group. I'd be in the chair that had the wheels like this. I'd have to, like, one phone would be going off, I'd wheel over here, right down the other one's going off, wheel over there, You'd be going nuts, because they just talk so much, and that's how you get them, and that's how we did get them, and it was fun. We locked up 75 fucking people in that first case with me and Eric Stangby. Again, I want to mention him because, he was my senior partner, and it was unbelievable. I mean, we started with the beeper. Back in the days, that's why it says we normally start with informants. We backed out of the beeper. They were wearing beepers back then in Bay Ridge and Bensonhurst. We backed out of that. We got 80 fucking guys, man. 80 fucking guys. It didn't stop. I wanted the case to end because it was like, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a story. When we did the fucking takedown, this is a little side note. There was one guy that was doing some shit because of conspiracy in the federal system. You're still going to do the same amount of time. But this guy was dealing low level with this crew, but he fucking lived in no shit. He lived under Avenue in a fucking box, like a cardboard box. And we wrote the instructions out to all the people that when you go out to the takedown, there's like 5 guys to go do them. We said, yeah, you're going to find this fucking guy, Matt. He's going to be in this fucking cardboard box. And lo and behold, they come back to the lockups after he goes, Myron, you were fucking right. He was in the cardboard box. And here he is involved with all these other guys. And,
So let me ask you this, because I get mad at my friends who will text about buying a weed from when they don't go to a dispensary, but they'll be like, hey, do you have trees tonight? Or I'm looking for.
yeah.
You cops know what that means. They're being stupid, right? Like if they text about
I
buying
mean,
weed.
of course, but back in the day, but nowadays, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Nobody bothers with that shit. I mean, back in the day, for federally, we used to do a lot of the Italians on the marijuana, but we would do a lot of RICOs. If you don't know what a RICO is, you have to have 2 predicate felons. So they might be doing gambling, they might be doing prostitution, they might have had a couple of murders, and we bang them. That's how actually Giuliani started shit, with the RICO. So when you get them, they're doing just about life, and basically they got to flip. But nobody's bothered with that shit. I mean, it would take 1,600 pounds back in the day for me to actually have anyone do a little bit of time. But when you put that together with other charges, then it makes a difference.
1,600 pounds?
Yeah, that was the federal guidelines. I think for you might get 5 years.
5 years?
But not even that because you probably get out. But we did, like I said, we did that as we did RICOs. We put that on top of other charges. So.
Dude, they scared us so much in school. I thought if I bought $10 worth of weed, I was going to jail forever.
No,
I was scared.
Well, it's good that you were scared, to be honest with you, because you got to fear something in life.
Yeah, I
So
guess
that's good, but the weed stuff. I mean, even now, everything is different now too. So there's some jurisdictions I went out to LA, and again that goes back to the Eppolito thing, and we were doing more buys from this. It turned out to be the OJ thing. But what ended up happening was sometimes they wouldn't even want to do the cases if you could get them 10 kilos of coke. That's how different districts work. Like Southern District and Eastern District were great. They would do whatever you wanted. But you go out to when we talk about now, I don't want to get into politics, but California is the worst. You could do whatever the fuck you want over there, So 10 kilos back in the day, they didn't even want it, but because it was a mob case at Bosses called Bosses, we went and me and Brisbane area. I mentioned we went and we brought off a couple of guys. And that was a funny story too. That all came back to the OJ thing, which there's been a lot of articles that when OJ was actually driving that fucking Bronco, he was talking to Cowens, and Al Cowens called our informant because he was out, saying, "How does he get out of town?" You know what I mean? So a lot was spoken while he was in that Bronco, OJ, and. What ended up happening was the ADA in California didn't want to use our informant. They probably thought they had enough, and maybe he would ruin the case. But as it turns out, you know what I mean. You saw what happened. But that particular case, and I'm going to say it because they called OJ the snowman, okay? Because my informant, not my informant, but our informant, DA's coke. He was a big cokehead. And then in return, see, Joe Yapolito had a guy. His name was Charlie Tuna. He would run his business, and Charlie Tuna. There's a lot of